get him both at the same time. Why do you think that is? Why do you have an insatiable appetite? The new friends not quite as exciting as the crazy Mexican ex.
She actually told me Uncle Tony recently.
Wow.
He brought us together. But she's like in love with Michael Clare.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that.
She's using me to get to Michael Clare. But she lives in Portland. And so for a while it was just like us being like friends and shit. And then it became like I was gonna go and see her. I was having like friends benefits.
Doesn't your Mexican exes doesn't the guy that she was cheating on you with, doesn't he live in Portland?
No, that's another person. This is the girl that I was
There goes Ryan Joseph, everybody. There goes Ryan Joseph. His last time on Kill Tony retired tonight. I wasn't even going to tell him not to come back, but he did it. Okay. Steer clear. I don't believe it's FDA approved. Anybody who believes that modafinil and not the coronavirus, maybe keep an eye on. Some of these episodes of Kill Tony are really just, some people do like NFL do 1 week where it's like mental health awareness week. We do every episode.
What's next? The female quarterback?
Your next comedian goes by the name of Thomas Penza, everyone. Thomas
Folks,
Penza.
you're about to witness perhaps the most athletic move that you've ever seen in the history of the game. Really? Perhaps. Look at this footwork. Look at this move. Look at the period walk stand at the corner. Look at this move. Look at this. Folks. Look at this. Look at this. Just pure strength, agility. I don't want to get into the agility. I don't want to get into period blood. Why? Because what the fuck that is? Probably jelly. We're going to tell ourselves it's jelly. Why? Does it name like Smucker's head? Because, oh, look at this move. Look at this. Folks, are you seeing this? I wonder if Jim Abbott could do this. Doesn't that motherfucker have one arm? Yeah. Look at this move. Folks.
I hate it when people yell things from the audience, but that guy's what? At the end of that set was priceless. Thank you, sir.
That was one of the most athletic moves I've ever seen.
That was fitting, right?
Dog.
Literally shocked. Question what? Like, he genuinely was asking you what? Like, what did you mean? That was like watching if John Oliver did a drama or something like that. One-man play with just fucking no punch-up whatsoever. Wow, that's how it felt. Yeah, my goodness gracious. This is your first time doing stand-up? No. I did a couple times. A couple weeks ago, where at? On Kill Tony? Yeah, with Joe Rogan. Oh my god. Wow. Did you go up first that day? Oh, that's right. You know how I remember? Because it was bad. Yeah, no, I only remember because I remember the first guy that went, Joe Rogan said, you need to do something else. Different. Yeah. And like I just had a flashback. I don't remember you looking away. I don't remember what you talked about, but after seeing that set, it makes sense that he would give that kind of advice.
The funniest thing was that after Joe Rogan told me like you need to do something different, I took 2 weeks off of drinking and smoking weed like entirely. Right? Exactly. So I drank a bunch today, and I didn't even expect to get on because there was 80 people, on the list.
Didn't expect to get on because you signed your name on a show.
There was a possibility, but Like, I didn't really compare that much. So,
We know.
yeah, I know you can tell. I know.
You know it's bad when D-Madness is crying back here, wiping tears from his eyes.
See, Andy knows how wild that was. I get it.
He can hear it, though. He can hear it very clearly. Very, very, very interesting. He's fucking.
He actually hears better than most people in this room, so he's really sad. That's why he's crying.
Right now, he's Stevie wondering what the fuck he thought was going to happen up here. So let's talk about it a little bit. What do you do for work?
I'm a poker dealer.
Yes, absolutely. My goodness.
I moved here from Massachusetts. I told you before I was in Boston.
Yeah.
You know that comedy scene? I had like 8 months off during the pandemic. You know, we got laid off. All the casino employees got canned. And I came down here because I felt like, you know, there was so much people that I worked with that liked it down here. You know, open mic stuff and stuff. And like, let's see what happens.
Right, that makes sense. Get made fun of a lot by friends and family.
Yeah, it depends on the situation.
A lot. How do they make fun of you? What do they make fun of you? I don't know. Your lack of a chin.
That's awesome.
So yeah, what do they make fun of about you?
I don't know. I feel like you generally don't get made fun of, but I don't put myself in a position to be made fun of. I'm just kind of like laid back.
We have tonight. Coming in hot.
Get up on a stage and tell a bunch of jokes that aren't funny. Yeah, I get it. Like that would generally lead you to be made fun of.
What do you do? What do you do for fun? What are some things that would redeeming qualities about Thomas Penn?
Like comedy stuff out. I play disc golf.
What else?
I play poker. Like I play cash game tournaments. Do you have any posters in your bedroom? So I have actually one poster. When I went to Vegas the first year I went to Vegas, I played the $10,000 main event, the poker tournament. And I was at Fremont, and there was a guy doing like freestyle art, whatever, and it was like a Star Wars, you know, poster. So it was like a Death Star, and then like Luke and Vader, like, you know, battles. I know, Star Wars. You know what? It's one of my favorite. Yes.
So what do you think's the nerdiest thing about you? So you said that, but that was there's a lot of really special Star Wars. One of a kind. I was in Vegas checking out the Fremont Hotel. There's so much information in that dumb shit Star Wars story. So what do you think's the nerdiest thing about you?
Nerdiest thing about
Be honest here. Think about your day. Think about how it starts, what you go through, the types of things that you do. Decisions that you make.
I played Magic the Gathering for a while, yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this. What's the coolest thing about you? Like, the coolest thing about you? When I saw you do something that you knew, it was like, wow.
So, despite all the dirty shit about me, I also do like some dance and stuff.
Oh my fucking god. What kind of music do you dance to?
More like funky stuff.
Funky! You're a Gil Tony band, ladies and gentlemen, specializes in funky.
Give me some funky shit.
Let me remind you, this is the thing that he said was the coolest thing about him. It's close. That's where he was saying. You went past the nerdy thing about him. This is now the coolest thing about him. Thomas, you better dance your fucking heart out. Feel free to put the mic back in the mic stand with this. Ladies and gentlemen.
Some unprecedented athleticism, folks. Look at this move. Isn't incredible. Incredible. The dugout. These bitches in the simple hairstyle are all OnlyFans.
keeps doing this thing with us. I didn't want that to ever end. If you guys just win for 3 more hours, I just would have sat here like this. Enthralled. Oh my god, I was fucking McLovin' it. He did the weakest high fives in the Wow, I mean the way that you dance, it's like all robot, like there's like snakes moving around the way that you do that. It's
This
fucking
girl
great.
is everywhere.
Really? My goodness, and you do that sometimes at the club or
Stop
something
this
like
girl.
that? And that works for you? Girls come up to you after that? Because like, girls come right up to you and they get in your face and they're like, just want to ask you, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, are you okay? Oh yeah, it really was. For those of you just listening to this podcast, you're really missing out. It was exactly what James Psycho. In fact, his dancing that he said was the coolest thing about it was the most comedic thing he did. Went up there. The comedy was dramatic. You should mix the dancing with comedy. You really should. Wait, you know what? You know what I think we should do? I think let's do an experiment here. The band plays at half volume, right? Just sort of like play and do the same type of thing you were just playing, but just luminously lower. And you do the exact same act that you did while doing some of your dance moves during it. Just do everything with the one arm and keep the one arm. The mic in front of you is going to be 60 seconds. Thomas Penfield doing the act he did earlier that got 0 laughs. But while dancing and doing the exact same act, this is a great experiment. This is Thomas Penza. All right.
You know what I learned about this? He's up in Canada. He's giving everybody $2,000 checks. He's in blackface thinking he's so raw. Yeah, you got a job. What are we at? Once, right? Once. Like you said, you start going on. Incredible. The crowd goes wild. It laughs throughout. We figured it out. Sometimes on Kill Tony, we do all the math in just a few minutes about how to take someone from 0 to fucking 40 miles. 0 plus 1. And then Dane Cook was great. Wow. Yeehaw, giddy up. You did it. You figured out your stand-up. You took some jokes right on the part between your neck and your village lip there. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You've had a huge breakthrough here today. It's Thomas Penza. Thomas Penza figuring it out. I think you should do also some dance moves after each punchline. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Oh my God. Coming to the Paramount Theater in the next year. He's going to be headlining his own shows. One day I'm going to be opening up for that guy. You guys want to go to the bucket one more time, huh? All right. Your next comedian goes by the name of Ben Horn, everyone. Ben Horn has been selected. He's coming in from the back door. He's back. I think if he actually had a band behind him, the company would probably work. Yeah, people would really work here. Just so you know, we know that won't actually work. But it worked here. Here he is, Ben Horn. Thanks. So before I did comedy, I was infantry in the Army for 10 years. And yeah, thanks. And lots of people always ask me if I've ever killed anybody. I would say, yeah, I used to have 2 sisters. picked up a lot of bad habits from the military, like I pee in the shower. My girlfriend thinks it's weird, but I think it's because I sit on my pee. Also, I take baths. I watch way too much porn, too. I didn't think I had a problem until the other day I noticed the keys were getting stuck when I was typing. Yeah, my phone's a touch screen, so... Alright, thanks.
You have about 20 seconds left. If you want to do any more, if you want to be done, you can be done. That's it. 38 seconds from Ben. We're getting out, but the getting is good. Love it, Ben. Welcome to the show. It's your first time on.
Yeah, first time.
Hell yeah. Like your setup, man. You were in the Army. You look like you barely fought in the Civil War.
Yeah. No, that's Steve Ritten's easy. He solves mysteries. I literally just got them for the first time outside like 5 minutes ago.
There you go. So when did you get done with the Army?
2.5 years ago.
And that's when you started stand-up?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Where'd you have to go for the Army?
Stateside.
Did you vomit your mouth a little bit? There was a Palestinian up here earlier. Where'd you go? Stateside?
Like when I was stationed here, it was New York, Kentucky, and El Paso is where I ended it, and then overseas, just Afghanistan.
Oh, okay, there you go. You saved Afghanistan for last there. I was about to talk shit.
You're like, yeah, I fought the battles of New York, Kentucky, and El Paso. Oh yeah, Afghanistan.
Bomb-filled so what was that like? How long were you in Afghanistan for?
Oh, way too long. It sucked.
Yeah,
It sucked real bad.
right.
I don't know, it was fun.
What was fun about it? Tell us. We want to know.
I don't know, like, you find weird ways to entertain yourself when you have nothing else to do. Like, you know, like, we're in the does anybody want to buy Like, I remember one time my buddies got naked and covered themselves with like a glow stick, like goo from the inside, and started running into everybody's rooms, like in the middle of the night, like screaming. It was all hilarious.
Okay, did they dance like the last night while they were doing it?
Just a lot of boys.
You've been back since you've been in that beer. Do you have any, anything, do you have nightmares and stuff still or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I got away pretty easy.
Yeah, the Republicans love that shit.
I love this table.
Yeah, we need to save that table for like successful white people or something. The characters still make sense like Mexicans and the fucking not sure what type of wild things going on here. You ever watch these two and any of the ports that you watch? They were and he has his mask on. Do you think this is Bane or Batman sitting in the front row? So Ben, what do you do for us now? Really?
Yeah, dog, you ready to lose? I'm proud of you for doing well in comedy, dude. You've been doing it about a year, and look at all the progress you've made.
Yeah.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
What did you do with Riser?
It's
What exactly do you do?
some people push me to go to college. Like looking for individuals and just like I want to check and see that.
One thing I've noticed about HEB, not the best at it, not true. They famously have good beef. Go get a ribeye from HEB and then go get a ribeye from Costco. 100 times better.
Oh god, this is also kind of crazy. I don't believe that McDonald's is healthy for you. He admits to drinking orange drink from McDonald's.
That's happening.
Are you gonna grill?
They ready?
Yeah, I'll send you an invitation.
We gotta bring you madness.
I'll send you an invitation in a moment. Just for a moment.
No doubt, D-Madness will tell you which one is Costco, which one is H-E-B. H-E-B has famously good meat.
It's your time to break.
What did you want from H-E-B?
I've had a lot of meat from there.
Why did you keep getting meat if you didn't like the meat from them?
Because I
Are
feel
we in the
like
same
I'm
box?
getting bad meat. Like, I'm like, oh, this might be just like a bad cut.
Are you the one cooking it?
Yeah. No, but like, if you get like a ribeye, it's like that thin. And you go to Costco, it's like,
I'll play you in a second.
Oh, so what you want is a thicker cut steak, is what you're saying.
yeah, you know.
The other day, if you go to the
You just
butcher,
did that for every way.
I did that, Tony.
I didn't do it yet.
is it full nonsense move today?
I did it twice.
You went to the butcher and said, I want a thicker
Yes,
cut.
and they didn't give you a thing. No, they're like, here's what we got.
Wait, you work at H-E-B, so
I'll play you in a
say
second.
that they will cut a steak, but you want to yell at them. Because any grocery store in the world will do that. In the world is the crazy part of what you're saying.
There are normal steaks that are not fat. They're like really thin ribeyes.
How much of the prostitutes in Afghanistan?
I mean,
That's how you pay them. Pay them and you just kill them when you're done. No, I just want to know. We just want to know.
you pay them in really anything. I mean, the exchange rate over there is insane. Like, the dollar's like $28.
What about the language barrier? How do you get them to do information?
I just use an interpreter. Just use an interpreter and say, tell her I want more. And they make it happen.
That's part of the Afghani prostitute thing, part of the interview.
Yeah.
Give me the old fucking Amana Mat special.
They're different.
Rabbi.
They have different techniques.
Yeah, no, I'll send you an invite in a moment.
They do it upside down, which is weird.
It was
Dude, it was like the worst episode ever. It was like the worst episode ever. Do you know who?
Is it?
Well, this is a different one. Do you know who that OG Mexican is? Wait, that Mexican OT?
How are they doing with that?
2 weeks.
Sorry, after that.
2 weeks, generally.
So Ben, what else about you? What would we be surprised to know about?
Is that the same Joe?
She's got a long-term relationship. She's gay.
Really?
Joe Rogan was on it as well.
Fully gay.
Did you have hints that she was a lesbian before she announced it to you? Was she trying to just, was she doing a lot of clicking on your phone?
Joe Rogan, he was on Kill Tony. Okay, so I'm sending you an invite.
As a panelist or?
No, as a panelist.
Oh, that's a thing. That's what they start to do when they start turning into a lesbian.
And her favorite sexual position was scissoring, so that should probably
That does it. Her balls are still sore from all that scissoring.
She started wearing a lot of snapbacks to feel.
How recent was the breakup?
A year ago.
Dude, what did you do with Rizo?
Where she saw Thomas Penza dance.
Did she recognize?
Go ahead.
There's probably some new lesbians for sure.
Does she like football?
She does, yeah.
Did she tell you she was a lesbian, or did she leave you and then?
Dude, what did you do with Rizo?
That's how we broke up. She sat me down one day and she was like, yeah, dude, I'm gay.
Do you think she's being honest? Do you think she's telling you that's the, work?
No, you're not, and that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
She's got a girlfriend. She's
What did you do with Rizo?
She's all the way in.
Much of anything now that she's a lesbian.
I don't know.
What was her hairline? Short, curly hair.
That was a dog shit shot, dude. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Look at this move.
That's true.
Did you see that? Did you see how good that was? Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, are you seeing this?
for a guy that's been to Afghanistan.
Dude, are you seeing this performance still? Are you seeing this? Dude.
You would have thought some of the people. One guy, Brian, had to rip his jacket off to get.
Dude, I might just win right here. Oh, get it! I won! How sick was that? Dude, how sick was that? Did you see the best shot? Dude, did you see that? Yeah, you did. You got the first one. Dude, did you see that? Did you see the best shot? Alright, big dog. I'm going to send you a match, dice party, and then I'm going to try to get like an hour of sleep. I have a podcast to do. Yeah, I have a podcast to do in the morning. Allegedly, Ronaldo does, and Leonardo da Vinci did.
Show us what he gave you. Ben, what did he give you? Come here. No, go this way, Ben. This way over here.
Nope, you're thinking Picasso.
What is that? Oh,
Or Van Gogh, I should say. Probably not Picasso.
there he is.
Van Gogh.
Look at that. There he goes, Ben.
Dude, did you just see what I just did? Dude, do you know it's been like 6 years since I beat you at this game? No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. No fucking way.
Here we go.
This is bullshit, dude. It's been like 6 years since I beat you in this game. Dude, that was bullshit.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Dude, that's absolute dog shit, dude.
Brooklyn, New York, Queens, New York, trained in the art of improv in Chicago, Illinois. He's been doing comedy for over 20 years.
It's known as exaggeration, son.
The one, the only, the great Michael Lehrer, everybody is here.
Give me a 4. Are you serious? Give me a 4, dog. Are you serious? That was absolutely terrible. What up, Pimp?
Where do you think it is?
Of the what?
The Whistler.
The Whistler? The Whistler? That guy sucks. I don't know why he has anybody who follows him. I don't think he should be able to have an account, frankly. His parents run that shit and it's garbage. Dude, you're playing so well. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. Dude, I need one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game to even perform near your level. Dude, you're playing like a G. You're playing like a G.
That's a shit roll.
Are you proud of it?
Not really.
Are you gonna go?
Yep.
Are you proud of that move? Go, Zoo.
Oh shit, go.
Not necessarily.
Put lotion in the basket.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I'm fucked. How the fuck didn't I see that?
I was playing it like myself. Really bad direct. Yeah, he's been doing 80s references all night.
Three, 4, 5, 6. Give me a 2. Give me a 2.
You don't mean red line, right?
Yeah, I had one of the best lefts that you're ever gonna find. 110. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me a 2, dog. Give me a 2. Dude, this game sucks. I don't even know what to do. This game is awful. Dude, I need one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. Your left side sucks. Your left side sucks. Your left side sucks. That's dangerously bad. Okay, 4, 4, 4. Give me some 4s. Give me another 4. Full house. Made it back up, baby. Dude, I'm gonna catch up with you, maybe. What do I do, Zoot? 3s? Give me a 3. Give me another 3. 4x. Zoot. I'm catching up, dog. I just need a 3x and a large. You're done on the left side. Folks, Zoot is done on the left side. He needs a 4x. And he didn't get it. Devastating. Give me some 3s. Give me a 6 right here. 6. Oh baby.
Oh no. You could win.
I take the lead, son. I take the lead because I'm a pimp.
I have to get 4 times.
You have to get a 4 times or it's over. And we witnessed one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. He's short, son. He's short. It's over. 1, 2. I guess I need the large.
Michael, what's going on, buddy? How you feeling?
Zoot.
What happened?
Damn, dog. You got your mind on this chick. Alright, Zoot. I'm going to try to get some sleep for like a little while. What did you do with Riser? Zoot, what did you do with Riser? That's my question to you.
Wow, you're not a big Brian Holtzman fan.
I think he's just. What did you do with Rothschild?
Dude, I sent him 3 messages. The first one said, do you know that you can still come to the Discord and hang out with Zoot and me if you're sick? The second one was something like, are you feeling any better? And the third one was, did you know that William Montgomery hasn't performed on Kill Tony since April? And he's no longer in the Kill Tony notes on Spotify? And guess what he said?
How much you drink? Because we don't know where the ALS ends and the alcoholism begins.
Okay, well, don't guess. All right, dude, I'm gonna lie down. Peace.
Michael Laird, I noticed that a lot of ladies absolutely adore you. This guy gets just like what's his name, Ryan Joseph was saying earlier. He has girls hitting him up, flirting with him in person, thinking eventually just getting somewhere close to Michael Laird. Tell us about some of the magic. How do you think that works? Like, what do you think it is? Hell yeah. Plus he has a left hand that doubles as a vibrator anytime he lifts it above his I know some guys that dance just to try to end up looking like you. I see you guys dance like this. As we did tonight. Thomas Penza sitting right over there still hasn't killed himself, everybody. I'm sorry to cut you off, Michael. Is there another one? Another hand in here. No, there's a guy literally missing a handy out front. I don't even know if we call that a handicap or just a cat. He's just cat. He's just cool.
He's fine. He's definitely fucked up. Why do you get to go on the airplane first? That's what I want to know. Yeah. I'm sick and tired of waiting. We gotta get on the fucking airplane. When I get off, you get off last. When I get off first. Yeah, but based on me, I can't go back there. I did the fucking breakfast. You give me your fucking whiskey.
Oh my god, you two are a dynamic duo together. I actually once watched Michael Laird on Dead Air live. I'm a big fan of your podcast, Brian Holtzman, and I love that episode. Michael Laird on Holtzman's podcast. Did you have fun that day? אחד הולך דרך לכבד, אחד הולך דרך הכבד, שזה יש, אחד הולך דרך הראייה, זה יש, אחד הולך דרך הלב. מה שעובר דרך הראייה למשל, אז יש איזה הלכות סבירות. זאת אומרת, מה ההלכה של הראייה? מה שתעשה, זה בקנה הזה. מה ההלכה בקבל בביצאי? ניתן כולם. רק אם לא נשאר כלום. אמרנו את זה, כי זה אמרנו לו ללב שלו, אז גם הקנה שלו, אותו דבר.
Yeah, this is great. You're in the zone right now. Do you have lights inside of your jacket? I'm seeing lights from my angle. What is happening? It really is hard. But you make it look easy. MichaelLair.comedy.com. He did it again. Guys, he just moved here 2 weeks ago. Ryan Holtzman moved here this week. It's all happening. This is going to be the biggest comedy city in the world. It's already arguably up there. There's shows happening here. We're doing this every Monday. A little fun fact. Everybody's been asking because these shows sell out and they sell out again and again and again and again. They go on sale every Monday at noon on the Antone website. So that's how it happens. A lot of people wonder. It sells out so fast. 95 people in the room tonight. Give yourselves a hand for coming out. That's every episode. I'm going to begin for this drawing from Ryan J. Evo. We're seeing it live right now for the very first time. And it's sweet. Wow, look at that fucking thing. Get it? Super close there, Ryan. It's mean. Oh my god. Ryan J. Evo gets noticeably better at art every week. It's frightening. Red Man's attacking Holtzman with a sledgehammer. I'm standing over all of them, sort of like a puppet master of some kind. This is super fucking cool. Wait till you guys see this on the video. RyanJEmail.com for everything, including the new Kiltuni, the coloring book, and everything. How about a big hand for Ryan J. Email sitting through the show in Los Angeles? How about a big hand for tonight's guest, the host of Dead Air? Ladies and gentlemen, he's got a new merch store. It is Holtzman.store, believe it or not. You can get all the new Holtzman merch. Holtzman.store. Ryan, anything else? Oh, yeah. Follow him on Twitter. He's at Holtzman Brian. On Facebook, he's Brian Holtzman. And on Instagram, he's Brian Holtzman. All one word. BRIANHOLTZMAN. Guys, I don't know about you, but I'm obsessed with this band, am I right? John Keys on the keys. Follow him at John Keys, JONKEYZ. Michael Gonzalez on drums. Follow him at Mike A. Gons, GONZ13. Mike A. Gons 13. D Madness is on social media at Lorenzo Dwayne Jackson. And Matt Mueling on the electric guitars at Mutation at MUEHTATION. MTMmakesmusic.bandcamp.com. Listen to some of his new music and check out John Keys' new single that dropped this week on his Instagram at John Keys, JONKEYZ. Hey, look at this painting behind us. Oh yeah, the painting from Chris Rogers. Wow, it's Brian Redman as American Psycho. It really is a painting. Wow, that's awesome. He did that during the episode. Ryan J. Look. Love that. Ryan J. Here, shut up. Read it. He did a painting just Redman.
Greatly.
That's amazing, man.
Ryan J, come out to Texas. We miss you. One more hand for Ryan J. Email Chris Rogers art. He's at Chris Rogers art. MichaelLairComedy.com. Holtzman.store. Redman.
Hey, Holtzman just moved back. Moved to Austin. We are bringing back the podcast Dead Air. Ryan Holtzman's podcast. We do a new episode this week. Go to Deskbot.tv to check that out.
Audience, we do it every week right here. It's so much fun. These shows are blast. Shout out to Phoenix. We had so much fun here this past weekend in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to Miami in 2 weeks. And some other dates getting ready to be announced. The vaccinations are coming, people. Our new president, Joe Biden, really getting it done. Incredible what he's doing, the work that he single-handedly is doing. Sure am glad we have this dead rabbit in the office. Anyway, live audience, thank you guys so much. Good night, everybody.
הבעיה שהיה לבנים של הביטלו, ואף והשמיט אותו באמצע הרשת, הוא לא מעביר רשת. זה ההתחלה, זה הסוף. זה הפה, זה הקיבה. עכשיו, אתם יודעים שיש גבול איפה שאפשר לשחוט. אז בואו נגיד, זה החלק הזה כמו זה, כמו בצד הרשת. אז הוא מתחיל כאן, הוא מתחיל לשחוט כאן, טיפה, ממש טיפה, והוא אומר כאן, הוא אומר במקום טוב, באמצע ודאי שהוא טוב. אז זה דיברנו. מה? כמו אמרנו שנגרום לפי השיטה הזאת בכלל, בזה שהכל בוא נראה שקיבוץ כאן. אז זה בעצם המושג של הגרום. זה רק אם יש איזה ביצום בהצחקשת. וכאן יש לנו עוד טיפה. ממש טיפה. הוא התחיל איזה משהו בסוף. הוא יודע שזה לא כל כך טוב אפילו בצחקשת, אז הוא הולך על הפסוק הזה, וחותך בשאר הפשט. אז לא אומר משהו מוזר, בסוף הגרום תגיד שצודק, זה לא מובן. בואו ניקח שתי שיטות, נחבר אותם ביחד ונעשה כאן חוקה. ניקח אתמול, ראינו מקום מזגה בשמואל. בשמואל אומרים, חוקים, כתוב בצד הזה. בסוף של הפשט, בצד הזה. כמה זה נפסק? לפי רב זה במשהו, ולפי שמואל זה רוב. צריך ממש לחתוך לספר. לפי רב זה חלק מהפשט, ולפי שמואל זה לא חלק מהפשט. זה כאילו הולך ביחד, זה מה שמסברנו אתמול. מכיוון שזה הפשט, ובפשט יש הלוחר, שאפילו במשהו זה פוסל, אז אפילו סוף סוף הפשט כאן, טיפה זה פוסל, למה? כי זה חלק מהפשט. לפי שמואל, חלק גדול, זה לחתוך הרבה, 51%, למה? כי זה לא חלק מהפשט. אומר רובי, בוא ניקח את שתי השיטות ביחד, ונעשה ככה. זה הגרום למה זה פוסל את השמיטה, מכיוון שהוא שם משהו במקום הלא נכון. אבל אם אתה עושה פה משהו קטן באוזן, טיפה באוזן, אחר כך אתה שופט את הרשת. זה בעיה בשנידה לא, כי האוזן והרשת לא קשורים. אם זה מהרשת, זה חלק מהרשת קשורים, זה חלק מהרשת, מה זה לא פוסל, למה זה לא שמיטה? הבעיה. אתה לא מתפסל, זה לא חלק מהרשת. אם זה לא חלק מהרשת, אז זה יכול לצור במשהו. לא לצור שום דבר, זה מחט באוזן, מחט ברגל, זה חסר לא. איזה נמצא משהו, זה מחט, במוח, מהרשת. אבל אם כתוב לא מהרשת, עושה סדר על זה לא חלק מהרשת, זה לא מספיק.
From Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on Tony, it's Wow, isn't that special? Come on, guys, we're here. We're in Austin. Make some noise. It's another taping of Kill Tony. Live at Antone's. Great Brian Rabbi, everybody. Very, very exciting. Exciting stuff. Welcome to another episode. Big table tonight. Look at the size of this table. My goodness, how many of you have heard this show before? Watch it or whatever. Very good. Then you guys know what you're in for. Great Ryan J. Bell is home in Los Angeles, California. Drawing tonight's episode right now on this screen right in front of us. You can't see it, but we can. He draws every single episode of the show, every tour poster, everything. Some incredible stuff over RyanJEbell.com. Get the new Kill Tony the coloring book. How many of you, by round of applause, have pre-ordered your Kill Tony coloring book? The first laugh of the night, Ryan. Can you believe it? It's dead silence here.
I just got it. It's awesome, man. I had no electricity, no power or anything, so I started coloring this whole week. It was great.
There you go. I made you green. Oh, great, man. All right, another very interesting thing. Kiltony 500 is right around the corner. It snuck up on us out of nowhere. If you're wondering how many other podcasts in front of a live audience have even gotten to have episode 500 of the podcast, the answer there is the same as how many people in this room pre-ordered the coloring book for Kiltony. But episode 500 around the corner. This is an announcement right now that there's going to be an announcement next week regarding Kiltony 500. This is a special announcement about an announcement. Not a big hand for the band. You guys have been listening to them for a few minutes here. This is the Kiltony, Austin, Texas band. John D's on keys, Matt Hewling on guitar, the great D Madness on bass guitar, and Michael Gonzalez on drums. I always notice D Madness gets the most applause. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys feel the need to clap harder.
It's a sunglasses, man. He's for the future. Look at him. He's from Blade.
We gotta get you some blinky sunglasses, John. You're being unlikable by your bass player. So exciting stuff. We're about born and ready to rip it here. I'm excited about tonight's show. Very, very fun. We've had only episodes with one guest at a time. How many of you have been to a Kiltony taping here in Austin, Texas? Every week we've done one guest at a time. This week we're going to do two. And we might even, at one point, believe it or not, hit three. You know, we never announce the guests on Kiltony. We just always, let you guys get lucky or unlucky. This is one of the lucky ones. This is, you guys are in very, very good hands because this is two of my best friends in the entire world. Two real comedy store guys. You guys are going to have so much fun. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Brian Moses and Joe Rogan. Wow, all right. Boom. Yeah. What's up? This episode's so crazy. Freddie Gibbs might even be joining us at any moment. Who knows? Anything could happen here tonight. Hey, a special shout out, guys, to Clarissa and Thomas. They made a new Kiltony, Texas book. Look at that, huh?
Who's that little guy right there?
It's the Undertaker, Austin's own The Undertaker. I found out The Undertaker lived here after moving here. I'm not stalking him, but I do wear the championship belt every day. Right after drying off and before putting on clothes, I throw on my Undertaker championship belt. Welcome back to the show, guys. Moses, you're back. It's been, we ended up, you were on one of the audience list Kiltonys at the Comedy Store during the global pandemic. And now you're here. How does it feel to be back in front of an audience? We kidnapped him from LA, everybody. It's a real black man, Brian Moses.
I love this area. We're small little Negroes in Texas now. It's like 1865.
Heck yeah, it's the above ground railroad, we're calling it.
I love this shit.
Joe Rogan, welcome back to Kiltony. Happy beer.
It's comedy as fuck up in this bitch.
You guys did a
I don't know about it. Oh my god. Freddie Gibbs went crazy. Why they got us all canceled? That's for real. And then there's some parts where I was like, this might be an issue.
Yeah, you noticed you had a couple times all the time.
I was like, what we do now?
He couldn't show up at any given moment here, so I'm excited. You guys know how it works. We had a bunch of people sign up before the show, out in the weigh-in. Some people are here, some people's first time. Some people have been trying forever. Some people have been doing stand-up never. Some have been doing it forever. And the names are in the bucket. If I call your name out, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. You hear that? Hear that little kitten? Let's hear it one more time. Let's hear the kitten. All right. That means wrapping up that, or else you're going to bring out the angry 4th Street Bear. There it is. I'm excited about tonight's show, but before we do, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible for you right now. This podcast is brought to you by the Ridge Wallet. It's light, sleek, and industrial. It doesn't fold or awkwardly bulge in your back pocket, and it seriously changed my whole pocket situation. It's designed to fit easily in your front pocket. I was having some neck problems earlier this year. Turns out, you move that stuff to your front pocket, it's a whole nother level. Most people are still using wallets designed in the 90s, carrying around old receipts, pictures of their ex, and gift cards in an organized mess. I mean, you know about this. You have a bunch of fast food place cards in your wallet.
No, but I do think a lot of people like us still carried around that old wallet, you know? This one holds up to 12 cards, plus it has room for cash. There are over 30 colors and styles. I got the carbon fiber one. It's awesome. If this wasn't enough to win you over, check out the 40,000 5-star reviews. The durable material means each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. You can buy this wallet and carry it for life. The Rich team is so confident that you'll like it that they'll give you a 45-day trial. You can test it out for 45 days. If you don't like it, you can send it back for a full refund if you don't love it.
Look, I'm telling you, people, every single cast member at Kill Tony has one. They use it. It absolutely works. It's sleek. It makes sense. Get your life together. Get rid of your silly, chunky wallet that your grandpa gave you and have a better life with a Rich wallet. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. That's ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code word KillTony. Don't forget, get 10% off. It's an amazing thing. Treat yourself. You'll thank me later. And we're back. Who's ready to start tonight's show?
Oh my god, it's so fake. I have to leave. I can't do this. I'm too high. It's too fake.
Here we go. If you're
It's
an
an
audience
audience light.
it could be anyone, ladies and gentlemen. That's the craziness about the show. Lately, people have been signing up that should not be out in public. We're going to see what happens here tonight. Your first comedian, 60 seconds uninterrupted, goes to Alex Frank Encenia. Alex Frank Encenia is first. A lot of people socially distanced, spread out on the sidewalk. Alex Frank Encenia has a nice steady pace. Very excited. Here we go. How about one more time, everybody, for Alex Frank Encenia.
Anthony's, how are you doing? Appreciate you. My name is Alex Frank Encenia. Austin was pretty icy this past week, you know. The Mars rover also landed on Mars. There was some ice found on Mars for the second time also. Yeah. Too many Mexicans up there too. Here we go. No? Okay, it's Austin crowd. All right. I'm half Mexican. I'm from a South Texas town. I'm half Mexican and half racist, so I can say what the fuck I want. Yeah, but it's a weird racist because it's South Texas, so it's like all of my grandparents and grandkids are half Mexican, half black. They have a dog named Chickadoo. Nobody really knows how to work with it. But I am half Mexican and not Jewish, even a little bit. Please, I know what I look like. Whoever giggles over here, I know what I look like. I like Mexican, but you know how good my whistle is? To convince these Mexican dads that I can take their nuts.
There it is, right before the bear. He knows the show. I don't know if you prepared for it. Alex Frank Encenia is coming in.
You started out with a lot of promise. The opening words, I was like, maybe this guy's got a handle on this.
Hey, you got a good one where like Napoleon Dynamite kill himself.
I thought you were just gonna say Napoleon Dynamite. I was like, alright, I've never got that one before.
No, I add more smart, funny things to the actual thing to make it bigger. Thank you, Alex Frank. So how long you been doing stand-up?
With COVID? About 2 years.
Okay, how old are you? 23. Oh, yeah, 23 and I'm a day over 47. I love it.
It goes both ways. Sometimes I get 15, sometimes I get 53.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever your victim says, like, I'll take whatever I can get. Honestly, Brian.
If it is true, very rarely does someone look like both the pedophile and the victim at the same time. I mean, touching, if you jerk off, you have to like tell your neighbors you're in their neighborhood or something like that.
Hey, listen.
What do you do for work, Alex Frank? You're 23, you're here in Texas.
I bartend on the weekends, but I produce bigger comedy shows for professional comedians.
Suck on the bartending.
It's not lying.
No, it's ever since Ronan Barrow dropped his documentary about him, now he's in
Yeah, where were you bartending? You know they have bars in Hogwarts. What type of drink are you making spells? What are we talking about?
Butterbeer. Totally butterbeer. It's just called Duck Bees. It's not a cold beer.
They let you bartend back there?
No, they shoot me to check other people's IDs when they come in. No, but I get to make their drinks, and that's my favorite part.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on.
Why is that your favorite thing?
Because I used to know pedophile jokes. Jokes and drinks for people.
Wow, I see the connection. I didn't get there on my own. I see the painting you were trying to make. Most people would not have like put those two things together. So, of course,
Trying to graduate from pedophile today.
you're driving kids. Got it.
Take a back step towards that keyboard and say you can square up to the audience. Face them out there. Yeah, look at that. So they got a little more fucking grandmotherly face that you have. Unabomber energy. Look at that. It sort of has every kind of bad energy if you think about it. Like it's like it can fucking molest, you can rape, you can murder.
Alright, this dude, I know this is a rough moment for you. Don't let them take it from you. Stand up for yourself.
I'm not saying anything that's wrong. I'm saying good.
What was that Mexican whistle you did? That was the most inaccurate Mexican whistle ever.
That was the other I can listen smiling.
Are you really Mexican? Yeah. Okay. With how much?
I mean, my dad's Mexican.
Okay. And your mom's what?
Grace's white.
Just regular white. Cheers, guys. Cheers to you, Alex. Frank, and cheers. So tell us something interesting about you that we would find shocking. Like, what would surprise us about your
He
life?
said he was racist. He said he's half Mexican, half racist.
Are you racist against?
Like I said, Brian, it's fuck racists. So it's like, just a joke. We like everybody. Our dog's name is
He's a little rough.
a little orphan Anne Frank. It's,
Like you say my name, it was very serial killer. You know what I mean?
I like saying full names.
Alex, do you have a girlfriend?
No.
No.
Clear.
I'll be fucking.
Who do you fucking?
I mean, fuck it. Just make a statement. I don't know if I'm somewhere. Give me some respect.
Who are you fucking, Alex Frank? Didn't see me.
Honestly, what I got
Stand still. Pillows, socks, all over Texas. All over.
I got felt sheets. I'll be fucking pillows. It's, yeah.
My old moderate scream.
Very fun. I always wonder what it would be like if a young Bernie Sanders signed up for this shit. I'm gonna find out.
Hey, everybody likes that dude? And they will.
That sort of makes sense, Alex Frank.
Alex, what do you want to do with this, man?
Yeah.
What do you want to do with this? You want to do this for a living?
Yeah, I want to do it for a living, so I try to do the production part.
Just without actually being a fraud about it.
What do you asking?
Well, I got into producing comedy too. Produce comedy for professional comedians, so that way whenever they heard my name as far as being funny,
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Here's the problem: is that people that put on comedy shows are literally the worst.
no, I've heard it all.
Everybody that's gonna remember your name is gonna be like, oh, he's one of those fucking fucks.
I know. I've been trying to fight that, but it's one of those different points I live here. I'm trying to produce when I can on Friday nights.
When you do comedy, don't live here. Is this lasting too long for you and me?
Good question.
Where do you do your show on Fridays?
I have one in Rhythm every third Friday. I have one in
Get your alibi right, Alex.
I have one every first Friday in Bryan, and every Tuesday I have a show in Bryan. Mark Norman was supposed to be your husband. So
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'll definitely make it.
Went from every Friday to every third Friday.
When has Mark Norman ever skipped a show ever? Or I dumped you.
It was the snow, man.
The deposit
I believe
didn't
it's
clear.
snow.
Okay.
All right, Alex, we can see you here a while. I feel like it's about time for you to go turn into a were rabbit or something like that. I don't know what exactly.
Yeah?
There you go. Alex Frankenstein, everybody, your first comedian here on Kiltony. That's how it works. I pulled the name out of the bucket.
Some good energy.
It's kind of
He's got an Hitler. Blow on those flames.
Hey, look who's here, everybody. It's Lieutenant General Zach Bogans. All right. Hold another name out. Mark Pena is next. Mark Pena. Let's see what happens here. It's coming from the pit of comedians. Deep in the back is Mark Pena. It's a long walk here in Pantones. Another sold out show.
Probably not his guy.
All right, here he is. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Mark Pena.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Man, I've had a lot of free time since this whole COVID thing, man. I've had a whole lot of time. You ever like pop a pimple and it keeps coming back? And you pop it, it keeps coming back, man. If it ever happened to anybody, man, I think I'm growing a nipple. Yeah, it's really bad, man. Before this whole COVID thing, though, I was on a tour guide on the double decker bus here. I'm sure there's a bunch of new people here in Austin, right? If you might appreciate this, in Austin, live music capital of the world. It's a true fact, man. There's more live music here per capita than any other place, anywhere else, man. Wow, what a fun, positive spin on the homeless, right? Just like that's a hard drum circle in every corner here, man. You know, good for them for being positive, right? It really depresses me. It makes me sad whenever I see it. I see these men, they're so down for luck, man. They're so weak, they're so fragile. The music is barely alive. Give it a week. The AIDS will win. It'll win. You already know what I meant.
Mark Pena, everybody. Isn't he adorable? There you go. Welcome to the show, Mark. You've been on the run recently, right?
Yeah, I was the dude that sold plasma and fuck fat chicks.
Wait, what?
The guy that sold plasma and fuck fat chicks.
That's right. He does fuck fat chicks. Moses, what do you think about this guy?
Sells plasma fucks fat chicks.
I think you should open up that next time.
Oh, I haven't actually had a fun one.
Is it a good idea that you're fucking fat chicks since the last time you're That's a yes.
No, actually, no, they weren't bad. I wouldn't consider them bad.
Hey, multiple girls since your last year.
Not so bad for a plasma.
Do you also be fucking?
Do I also what?
Do you also be fucking?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get lucky. I catch a break.
What's the wildest thing you've ever done in the bedroom?
300 pounds. She sat on my face. She was 300 pounds. Wildest thing? Oh, shit, man.
Come on, you know the one.
I don't want to say it's embarrassing.
Go ahead. That's what makes this show so much fun, is that you're in front of an audience.
This thing. Let's see. I'm guessing right now.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it.
Now you go ahead. You tell us.
Well, this thing, shit.
Come on, tell us the real one, Mark. Stop thinking about your second scariest memory.
I really can't.
Mark, please, I'm begging you.
Oh, fine. She, let's see, wildest thing ever. I don't know, I'm choking her out and she's grabbing me by the nuts. It's a give and take kind of thing. It's not creepy. Mark is mental in the soul.
You're a liar, Mark. I don't believe that's the weirdest thing.
Cold case files. You know, right now as we speak. Shouldn't have said that. I didn't want to say that, but I did. That's the wildest thing. No, but it's what I'm going to say. Yeah.
Can you just give us a hint of what the other thing might be?
Basically more of that, I guess. More choking.
No, you can do better than that. Can you do better than
That's
that?
what he is. Guys, I'm the Night Stalker.
So, Mark, I'm going to keep asking you the same question until all the cord is bundled up around your arm. Slowly wrapping himself up like a really right now. Nervously. It's kind of news already made.
Welcome to Texas. Zero is their beam.
Mark, does it have alright, I guess it's not. You're not going to tell us anything about it?
No, that one was pretty wild.
No.
How long have you been doing this? How long have you been doing stand-up? I think 9 years of February. Yeah. What?
No.
2 years? 9 years, yeah.
Oh, God. Maybe next time you should squeeze hard nuts and like do it.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Jesus, Mark. What else do you do for fun when you're not fucking fat chicks? What's another hobby of yours?
Choking people today.
What else?
Oh, man. Yeah. I just read a lot of books, man, basically. Great kind of books.
Books that the girls leave over his house.
Oh, is it? What was I reading? The Death of Common Sense. That's a good one. By Judge Rickman Sound, actually. It's named after it. And what was it?
Mark, we don't want your book recommendations.
Okay, well, I'll just say what I was reading.
Are you fucking overweight? Free up here? Get some fucking reading. You know, I gotta tell you, a lot of other people are recommending this read as well. A lot of people recommend books here, Tony.
Well, that's what I do for fun, basically. It's not very fun, but it is cheap and free. Free, fucking run. Trying to impress the fuck out of
Yeah, normally I write down like the topics that people talk about. Every 60 seconds, I didn't even know like what to write down. I didn't even know where we were really getting at.
It's killing me, man.
All right, Mark.
People and reading books. Well, I used to do this shit too, Dave, but then the whole COVID thing hit, and like, they do it online now. I don't really dig that a whole lot. Jiu-jitsu online. Yeah, it's lame, man.
You know, you can read books online too. You know, that's online too. It's pretty lame, right?
Where are you doing jiu-jitsu? They do it online. They do it gyms. Well, they do now. Yeah. They can do both. But, I don't know, man. You gotta wear the mask the whole time, too, you know. At this when you do, yeah. You gotta move to a new place. It's not Philly. I definitely do, but they won't let me out of my contract, man. It's lame. I gotta, like, wait for the whole time. This before I get them.
What kind of contract are you
Shit. Just a regular contract. Guess I can choose contract. Yeah, that's basically.
What gym?
Aces.
Aces? Yeah, sounds like
That's a hardware store, so. That should have been my first warning. That's how you promo. Just spend the day just choosing my best on the fucking attendance. Yeah, it's really lame. I heard that. I'm doing it, dude. I'm trying to run the guard mile.
love it. Out there working out fucking Black and Decker.
Trying to fuck him, choke him. Thriller moves.
Sorry, Mark, you got him twice in a few weeks. Congratulations. Good to see you again, Mark. Everybody else. Senior Mark, 87. Alex Rankin, senior, by the way, age 23, already been doing it 2 years. He's on Instagram at Rogue. Follow his career. Alright, your next Canadian goes by the name of Scott Morton. Scott Morton is next. It's not coming from the audience, it must be the silent. You guys having fun out there, huh? I thought this was the rock and roll capital. Come on, you guys having fun out there? Always works. The rock and roll capital. Oh, wow. That's a very unorthodox entry. One more time for Scott Morton.
What is up, everybody? How you doing? Make some noise one time. Right. So my dog ate my LSD. We've all been there. Don't act like I'm the only one. Joe, you know what I'm talking about. We serve freaking out. $12 really go to heaven? Hold on, man. If dog is God spelled backwards, does that mean if I walk in reverse, I'll become God? These are free names. Hold on, man. K9. K is the 11th letter in the alphabet. 11, 9. 9/11. 9/11 was an inside job. Dad talk. No. George Bush for a bad joke. It's an inside joke.
That was legit. Those were some funny lines, man.
That's good. It can't go on the show. That's incredible. I love it. Absolutely. You got here so polite. You from Texas?
Not from Virginia.
Oh, okay.
For an Alex Moore.
Oh, okay. Alex Moore is an OG comedy store guy. That's
We
good.
did a podcast a couple weeks ago.
I love it. He's the man.
Damn, everybody's gonna fucking
It's your fault. It's your fault. You did that shit. I started the podcast because of you, motherfucker. Well, it's his fault. It's not your fault.
So you're just visiting right now?
I came here Philippines to do Kill Tony and the Center for Complex. This is the Memphis, so I'm here. I was in LA last weekend and took pictures of the comedy store. It's very fun.
How long have you been on stand-up for?
3 years.
3 years?
You got a lot of fries, man. Thank you.
You got a good look, too. I always wonder what it would be like if someone gave human growth or a Nikki Blazer.
I got a club foot too, so it works out.
Yeah, they can't see it. I know. I had that in, if you're wondering, I had that locked in my head 5 seconds after he got the microphone. Like, oh, I know one that'll definitely work on this guy. Have you ever seen Nikki Glazer before? No. Oh, okay. When you do, you're going to see it as well. Wow. If someone gave her like the main treatment, this is what would come out of the other end. I'm creating a show about Nikki Glazer. Of all the jokes around, the extended body of a woman. Alright, so Scott.
Nikki Glazer, she was a volleyball player.
Do my version.
If I meet her, I'll let her do it.
Alright, so Scott, let's talk about how old are you?
I'm 29.
What do you do for work?
I sell weed.
Really? Wow. So
Love this dude.
Obviously. Joe, I love you to know you were my friend. Yes.
what we got on the menu this week?
On the menu this week.
Yeah, well,
I'm out of town, so I had to give everybody weed before I left.
What type of weed are you selling? Can you give us some names of your strands and whatnot? This is in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any of the seedless variety?
Yeah, of course, seedless variety. I smoke blacks, though. I don't smoke weed.
Hey,
Hey, bro. Come on, Joe.
I already do. We knew you smoked wax. You can tell in the eyes.
Wax people. problem.
Yeah, the dabbers, the crackheads.
That's the problem. Hey, man, just because I used to smoke crack, that has nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
Whoa. All right, good. No.
Well, we got Moses' attention. All you have to do is say crack 3 times. Crack Beetlejuice shows up.
Say 3 times, right? 3 times, it falls on a I wasn't. It's fucking horrible, man. What are you talking about? This horrible? Yeah.
How did this happen? How do you start smoking crack? Give us an example of what happened.
So I walked in the shed one day, and my dad was smoking crack. And then he was like, do you want to smoke this crack? And I was like, sure, man. And then I said,
How old were you?
27, 15,
15 years old.
just got a lot, so that's fine. For the pound of LSD, I overcame my crack addiction. All right, I've been clean for 3 years. So right after I started doing comedy, I said,
I know that's sad too. It's like you burned down and then you should pace yourself.
I got my cocaine stage out of the way before I got into entertainment.
Those people that like they go crazy and then they're clean. Like just are you sure?
No, really, I'm doing comedy, Joe.
You don't want to be a clown. You can't.
Need drugs. You can still smoke crack. Very important. It's a fire on his body. Brings me That's true.
Talking about today on the podcast. Take a step back to the audience. You square up with the crowd so they can see the face of a she-man over here.
You should do coke, right?
You should do what? Very rarely do we get Joe to describe somebody who cocaine on the show, but this is a new one. How long have you been clean and sober for?
Since 2018.
2018. So
That's not good. What is it? Wait. Joe helped me at first, and then I was like, fuck this guy. I don't care.
just kidding, but no, stay clean.
I used to show crack for 12 years. I did crack for a long time.
Hide behind, come back to visit.
This is actually a foundation. Like an old girlfriend or something.
Yeah, maybe like an old girlfriend you broke up with, and then you got your shit together, and she got her shit together, and you go, hey, crap. What else do you do, Scott, when you're not doing stand-up or podcasting or...
Fuck, man. Hanging out with my dog. That's my life.
What's your dog's name?
Bo.
Bo.
Yeah, he's a boxer.
Wow. How long have you had Bo for?
Man, like 5 or 6 years. He's the rescue of his PR.
Wow. In dog years, it's probably time to take him back to the shed and smoke crack. Keep the family. Live streaming from Virginia right now. What's his name?
What's his name?
You have a dog coughing. Something right there. He actually had it. The sound says dog smoking crack.
So wait a minute. So you've had this over 6 years? Yeah. You've been clean over 3 years off of it. In 3 years, you got to watch me smoke. What was your rock bottom? You're like selling fucking album. You're like, we gotta stop this way. Pretty much. Really? I mean, yeah, man. You're selling dog food. What kind of crack you get?
When you fall off the bike, you get back on, and you relearn. Just give up.
I started a podcast and did comedy because of Joe, so I'm going to start smoking crack.
Get back on the crack too.
For this podcast, you should only interview crackheads, though. Okay? Just one more Austin.
Just call the show on crack. Just let everybody get lit up. If that fucking wings guy get everybody eat spicy food. For a half hour, you get everybody smoke crack.
Honestly, I just
Call it all crack.
If you want to argue, you think Joey. Joey,
Yes. But if you go to Oregon, it's next week. You can actually manage this.
that's where from Oregon. It's whole
You can have everything up there. Do you ever smell plastic and miss it? Like,
Sometimes.
Crack smells like
Red Man knows. That's my
How
guy.
do you know what it smells like? I smelled crack before. You have? Yeah, once. Twice. I used to date a girl.
Once for 2 weeks.
I used to date a girl that
because her roommates sold cocaine, and one of their things they would do would be crack, once in a while. And I was like, what's this all about? It was horrible. Then she was sick, of course.
Some people eat cookies.
So I'm sure Redman tried the cookies too. He's like a dirty boy.
I'll set aside congratulations on your Friday.
Indeed, and
And I'll go back to crack. We're just joking.
Congratulations.
She's very funny to you, so very funny.
And congratulations on a absolutely fantastic 60-second long set. It's not as easy as it looks up here, and you nailed it from beginning to end. And look, you made this crazy trip. I always love it when the bucket, decides that someone is worthy, like you. Instead of the two pedophiles that got up before you, you know what I mean? Wonderful, good thing. You made this trip, you took a big chance, and it fucking paid off with like 50, 60 names in this thing you got to. Congratulations, there is Scott Morton, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
He's on social media, and this is not _ Scott. There he is. He's getting fist bumps, everybody. There goes Scott Morton. Let's keep it moving along. Marcus Olin, Olind. Marcus Olin. Let's get Marcus up here. There he goes, a nice steady pace. If you can drink. Yes. Hey, that reminds me, Ryan Moses and Freddie Gibbs are doing a stand-up show tomorrow at the Vulcan Theater, 8 p.m. Here, one more time for Marcus Olin, everyone.
How's it going? I'm uncircumcised from uncircumcised guys act. Just me, alright. Recognize some of you guys from the meetings, but I'm not going to call anyone out, alright? Meet every Friday, Foreskin Fridays, but it's anonymous, alright? It's anonymous. I think uncircumcised guys, I think we're better at sex. I do. I think we care more about it, right? A little bit more invested, a little more skin in the game. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, my girlfriend thinks my dick is racist. Yeah, my girlfriend thinks my dick is racist. Pretty sure that's because my girlfriend's black and my dick has a white hood on it. I don't really know. It's a KKK joke. There you go. You guys got it. Yeah, me and my girlfriend, we've been dating for 3 years. Interracial relationship. It's 2021. Nobody's against interracial, right? Anybody against it still? No people still against interracial relationships or racist people. Because think about it, when you have an interracial relationship, what do you got? Black people, white people getting together, making babies. What do you get? You get what racist people hate the most? Mexicans.
Wild on that one. Marcus Olin. Hell yeah, welcome. What did you just talk about? You have a black girlfriend?
I do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you just talk about you talk about different, that means you can block that out.
I did, yeah.
How long you been dating this girl?
3 years.
3 years. How long have you looked like a white supremacist?
3 years.
My goodness, this all started when? Did she ask you to go for this look? Did she tell you that she wants to get that guy in the
I
website?
already had him when we started dating, so.
You already have what?
How long did you grow that beard for? 4 years.
Did your beard get stuck in her bush ever?
I went down under that much, you know.
You gotta get in there like damn. How long have you been not eating pussy for? This is
It's
crazy.
an occasional thing, alright? It's occasional. What the fuck is going on, man?
You need to get
I'm
into
trying
some
to buck the white stereotype that all white guys do, you know what I'm saying?
Because your beard just seems lingers too long.
It does a little bit, yeah.
Shave that beard off and start eating pussy some.
I'll do it for you.
Second, he didn't ask for it, but I would say that.
Why?
Don't be scared of an asshole either.
I've never done that.
Why? You're crazy.
Don't be scared.
Alright.
Why is it that you're avoiding the vagina like this?
It's not that I'm avoiding it, it's just, we just go to sex.
You just go straight to skin. Can you give us an example of what happens right before insertion? Do you do anything at all? Do you
Credits roll and Empire Strikes Back. Jimmy just pops out of his pajamas.
She likes massages. I give her massages.
What kind of massage? Like shoulders?
Yeah, back, shoulder, Massage.
And then a straight insertion, then you just go into the top rope like a
Just
pro
hammer
wrestler.
it. Pretty much, yeah. Just go straight to it, you know? Like a ferret. Yes, very much ferret fuck.
Has it always been this way, or is it just with this girl you don't like to go downtown?
I mean, like, when we started dating, we did it more, but now it's not lazy. I did. I got lazy.
You need to get
Girls are like that,
You
dude.
need to attack that thing.
Nobody likes a lazy white man.
There it is. So true.
What else? What else about you, Marcus? What do you do for work?
Full-time comic right now.
Full-time comic.
Yeah.
What did you used to do for work?
I used to work in finance for a couple of years. Yeah. You know, thought about being a wizard? I have thought about it. I don't know if I have the powers, man.
Yeah, maybe you should start eating some pussy.
Grand wizard. That's my dad, but I don't know if I can. He's got a little look. He's got a wizard-like look.
You from Texas, born and raised?
No, actually, I was born in Germany, but I grew up in Michigan. So.
Okay, how long have you been here?
We moved to Dallas like 2 months ago. We just come down for Kiltony.
Sweet.
Me and my girlfriend and my buddy who we know. So,
Okay.
you guys got some freak shit going on in your house.
Yeah.
Well, he's the pussy, you know. Outsourced it. Yes, what's that nigga step that way? He's out there. He's eating her out right now. Better enough. It does.
See him with that beard too. Do you guys travel like ZZ Bottom? Where'd you meet your black girlfriend at?
I met my black girlfriend in Detroit.
Okay.
Where do you meet black girlfriend?
What's that? There's availability.
Yeah.
Finding a black woman in Detroit is like trying to find an apartment in Los Angeles right now. It's they are available.
They are. They're there. And the price might surprise you.
Very interesting. I like your style, Marcus.
Alright, what's the street market value for fucking Detroit black pussy right now?
Detroit black pussy? Detroit black pussy? I mean, you know, $400.
Really?
Yeah,
Is your girlfriend alive?
yeah, she is.
Let's talk about it.
She's gonna kick my ass. I know it. It's gonna happen.
But you're uncircumcised, which she likes though.
I said uncircumcised.
You said that you're a full-time comedian. How much money do you make doing stand-up comedy for a living?
I mean, before COVID, I was making, you know, $300-400 a month, paying my rent, and then, you know, driving Uber and other shit.
Wait a minute. When's this
Michigan rent. This is Michigan rent. Michigan rent. Michigan rent.
Jesus Christ.
10 miles.
What fucking trap home is this?
You can buy a house for $300 in Michigan. You can, but
300, 400 bucks.
you gotta pay the taxes.
We'll sell black girls on the side.
Maybe it's the wrong place. That's not a good deal on black pussy. They want me to be there.
Marcus, what's your favorite thing that are you really good at? Any you ever get a trophy in your life?
I don't know. See, I guess.
They're not eating black pussy. I'm sure.
No, I don't have a skill. You need to start tomorrow. I'm gonna start eating pussy tomorrow, man. It's okay. Just set yourself up and be determined. What advice do you have for eating pussy? Just like
Here's what I think you don't know. It's a rhythm thing. And I want to go back to that whole white
Yeah.
I have a rhythm, but I feel like she's like Vegas, but then uncircumcised white penis inside of me. I'm up and down, I'm going to bed.
Do you know my girlfriend?
Yeah. She ain't one right.
You can do it to the beat of the song you know, like near, something like that. Or you can do it to the rhythm of a dog smoking crack in a shed.
Maybe I'll try that one. I feel like it's more ass eating than pussy eating, but I'm not sure.
You've never eaten an ass. You've never tasted the sweet. You've never gone down the old BK, huh?
I had my ass eaten once, but
Okay.
I had it eaten once, but it was not essential.
Guys, the fucking white DJ Khaled over here. I don't have pussy to eat my ass. They suck my dick. Let me go to bed.
Is that wrong? Well, not for you, obviously. I'm really happy with your progress.
It's selfish. Look, white boy.
Why were you born in Germany? How did that end up happening?
I was just born there. No, not military. My parents actually met in Michigan, so they went back there. Exactly, Nazis.
They went back to Germany.
They went back. She grabbed the white man from Michigan and went back. She's like, we're going to breed him as a scientific experiment. We're going to breed.
Oh my god.
I was trying to my girlfriend does think I'm like I'm 100% German spy, but I don't know if that's true. I'm still waiting for my trigger word. This German shit's got trigger.
Don't use your trigger for this black girlfriend. You found the text. We got this double chase.
Does she ever call you the N-word in bed?
No, she is not.
Man, you guys haven't had any fun yet.
I know.
Maybe she needs more pussy.
Yeah. It's true. This is all good
I
advice.
mean her pussy and she starts calling me that. I don't know how to drink.
What am I gonna do? Should I stop? Should I?
If a black woman's calling you the N-word while eating her pussy, you're doing something absolutely
Just ask for instructions and shut your mouth.
All right, Marcus, you did it. I guess you've been prescribed starting to eat pussy. There he goes, Marcus Olin, everybody. He's on social media. Beard Von Marcus, M-A-R-K-U-S.
Tony should grow in the beards.
20 years later, I've been trying.
Wizard beard.
I've been trying. It doesn't take much trimming to keep this thing.
You guys should hire someone to dress up like Fauci and change the microphones.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe get a Fauci mask.
Yeah.
Can you get Fauci for Halloween?
You want me to do it? We can make Zach wear a Fauci. Zach, you wear a Fauci mask, right?
If we get a Fauci mask,
Yeah. They make those?
they have to.
Of course they do. All right. Hold on the name out. This looks like a new one. Let's see what happens here. JT Stockman. JT Stockman is next. Here he comes. Coming in from the socially distanced sidewalk. Bunch of comedians. Through the room. How about giving yourselves a hand for coming out during a global pandemic, huh? Congratulations to you. Bunch of risk takers out there. Alright, one more time for JT Stockman.
Oh, how we doing? Shit. Y'all hear about that earthquake? I got struck with a lot of pregnancy scare recently. Then I moved away. She'll never find me. She's anxious. I fuck she be anxious, not bad. Can leave my phone in any room, and I know she's not gonna pick that shit up. I met a black Amish too the other day. That was wild as hell. It's very rare. It's like meeting a Mexican that's an only child. Like, goddamn. That girl I knocked up though too. She's that's not why we broke up. We broke up because she was real woke. She asked me, she's like, babe, if I became a man, would you still love me? I was like, of course I love you. Like a brother. And like we can hang out and talk about pussy. I just wouldn't want to have sex with you. She got offended by that. I was like, take it like a man, bitch.
There you go, JT Stockman. Welcome to the show, JT. How long you been doing stand-up?
A year and 4 months.
Okay. How's it going for you? What was this earthquake joke you almost opened up with tonight?
No, that's not.
Was there an earthquake?
No, that's always earthquakes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There's an I'm sorry. Oh, shit, you have a stroke. Freaking out.
What would you have said if everyone was like, yeah, we know the earthquake? Yeah, what would you have said then? You just would have been like, all right, well, in other news. All right. Stop apologizing first. So let's go over beat by beat because that's what really stood out. In the entire minute-long set, I never got over wondering what the earthquake was. Even though you were trying to move on, I got stuck right there. I'm like, what fucking earthquake is he talking about? Is it here, there? What? Again,
If you do that, if you start with something and you don't go anywhere, then you say fuck that joke right off the bat, you're in a deep hole right away. So no matter what you do, whatever you talk about when you first get on stage, either be casual, talking to the audience, and then when you go in your first premise, you have to go into it. If you're not interested, they're not going to be interested. And if you're not interested in the earthquake, don't talk about it.
that's why, like, if you're trying a new joke out, doing it at the very beginning is like the worst idea because if it fails, the whole rest of your set, everyone's like, what the fuck was that at the beginning?
That's good advice, except sometimes you should start out because you have other jokes, but maybe some just happened, and you have this idea, and if you jump into it, like, it forces you to be funny. Like, it forces, and sometimes that's the way you find, like, funny shit. Like, maybe you have a premise, something just happened in the news, you watched a Woody Allen documentary, and you're like, hold the fuck on.
Yeah, you have to measure it out. It's based on what's in the zeitgeist, right? Like last week I did a show at the Vulcan on the Thursday that all the cars got into accidents on the 35. There was a massive pileup, and I did this wacky joke. I drove forward, there was no traffic. I threw a banana peel up the back of the counter. And it went really well because it happened that day. It wasn't like I went up there and asked about an earthquake that never happened. So I'm gonna ask you again, like, what made you? There must be something. There must be something. I think you have something and you don't like it, and you're thinking that you don't like it, but I think you might like it.
No, there's really goes nowhere.
Come on, give it to us, please.
Charlie had a stroke, and more fools justify it. But I have
Wait, what?
So here's JT's biggest problem. Right? JT comes up, he's handsome, he's an average height, right?
Yeah.
He's white,
He's got a good accent. He's like a Nate Diaz, but a stance.
So yeah, comes up, you're already like, ladies are like, okay, he's cool. Guys and ladies are like, fuck this guy, right? And they does that dumbass joke about the earthquake, and they just do it on sucker. He's just like, oh, I fucked that joke up. Now, the problem is JT.
יש צינור מתוך צינור. החלק הקיצון הוא אדום, החלק הפנימי הוא טובה. כמו, ראינו את התמונה הזה מלא פעמים, אבל הנה זה עוד פעם. החלק הקיצוני הוא לבן, החלק הקיצוני הוא אדום, החלק הפנימי הוא לבן. באמת, קיצון לא דואג אותי, לא? לי גם זה ולא זה, כמו שאם יש נקב רק בצינור אחד, לא שלי זה קשה. לא מנהל הכי זה לא יודעים לו, מה אכפת לי את זה סוף. אחד יש לו, שבוא נגיד שלמשל, המנהלים שזה יותר קורה בפנימי, תקצמי נהיה אדום, כל כולו אדום. אז זה פלייפה. אני יודעת שהפנימית צריך להיות גדולה, שיבוא אלינו מקצו שניהם זה שלא נגד זה. בוא נתחילה, נגד שלא נגד זה. יש נגד בלבן, יש נגד באדום, והם לא ביחד. אז אני לא יודע, אני לא אומר זה לפעמים נכון. חוקי כובשת, כמו שלקחו כזו, כמו עשו. אם יש לך בעיה הזאת, זה קשה. אבל בכתובן, זה פסול, למה פסול? כי בכתובן, האופציה. זה תעשה שמה, וזה יכול לצאת החוצה, זה לא מתעשר, זה לא פשוט לרדת למטה, שלום. כמובן, האופציה שלנו נשאר הרבה זמן, יום יש שיכור, אפילו לא כנגד חור, לא ממש אחד מול השני, איכשהו זה יוצא בחור אחד, ואז סתוך על החור השני, שבקרב ואז כבר עבר אשי, עד רב, ושדואר לו בו, ופיו, אחרי שתוכלים לבטח מה זה הרשי, זה החור שלו, וגם עושים בזה רשי, אז אנחנו לא עושים בזה רשי, כשאתם יודעים הרש מגיע מהקנה, שהקנה זה יש גם הרשי. רובע, אחר, רובע, זה נהיה גמד, נהיה יוצא, מתכוון, הוא כבר שתודד. בקיצור, בגלל שזה יכול להספיק, מתרחב, ואז זה לא... מילה, מתכוון, זילים, מהנדזים לחדי האדום. אז ייתכן מאוד שפתאום החוקרים מתיישרים אחד לשני, יש לנו וידאו מאוד יפה. אנשים עשו, הסתכלו. יש לנו מבשת שיש לו חור בלבן וחור באדום. לפעמים בגלל שהוא זז, אז זה יכול, הלבן והאדום, אבל הוא גבה, בגלל כל זה להסבור, למה זה שקורה זה חסוי, תסתבר, יודע שזה קשה, אבל לא ככה, יודע שזה לא חזור, לפעמים הלבן והאדום, הם לא צחק מול השני אפילו, אבל הוא גבה, במין המים, זה לא זז בכלל, זה לקרוא איתוי, כל אחד למעלה, כל אחד למטה, ואנחנו לא נשמור אחד לשני, הם לא זזים. אבל אנחנו לא נגמור רש"י, אבל אנחנו לא נגמור ובסוף, אתה צודק, הסברה שלך צודקת. רוב הרב, כלום שואל, לא משמע, בזה שאין כלום. זאת אומרת, הגמור אומרת שאם יש חומר, ואנחנו יודעים שחומר בשת זה חוסם, זה מרכיב במשהו, חום קצר, אז פתאום עלה שם איזה, איך קוראים לזה, קרום, וקוראים קרום בעברית. שיש איזה פצע, מה עולה? קרום? גלד, אני אוהב את המילה גלד, אבל איתו. איזה גלד על המחיקה, זה לא עוזר. מה כן עוזר לפני כזה דבר? אם היה משהו צמוד אליו, וסותר אותו, זה כן. כל שואל מה קורה ולקרום, צריך להיות ככה בין הפתחילה. כל הרב הבשת, אין לו פתיקה מבחוץ, אין לו בפנים. זאת אומרת, הבשת משחד את הבמה, אתה מוציא את הבשת, אתה בודק את הפנים שלו ולא את החוץ. למה? כי בחוץ הוא אדום. כמו התמונה המפורסמת הזאת, אתה לא יכול לראות את זה כל כך. שיש שם בחוץ בצד האדום. אתה לא דבר, אתה יכול לראות. זה כאילו יש יותר דם, יש לו פצע, אז יש כאילו אדום. יכול לראות יותר מאחור התודה, סורר, הפנימית. זה אדום מצלמי, למה הפנימית? זה סוטרי מוסר. יומיים, כמה זמן אומרת שהיינו אצל פידמן, שהייתי בטיפה, יום אחד באו להגיד לנו שנכנס מיער מתוך המין של התלמידים. עכשיו מה קרה? זה נהיה סוטרי מוסר. היא יודע כמה, והאחרים אתה לא יודע, אתה מגע, אנחנו לשאול את הרבנים, והכל. יש משהו שקוראים לסוטרי מוסר, יש לך אותו דבר, אבל כל מיני יש לך אריה. בכל הפעמות, הם צועקים ועומד בנחת, מופע. הוא עשה את שלו, הוא לא צועק, הוא לא מסתכל. אז כולם סופרים פלוסות, מה עושים? מוכרים את הבימה, ומסתכלים לראות, הוא נכנס ארס, הם רואים מוגלה, רואים אדום, רואים משהו, כאילו מסיים לכל האורס, לא מתקנב את הרשת. אז הוא שאומר, אם זה סופרים פלוסות, צריך לבדוק שפנים. לא יודע, הוא לא ראי סופרים פלוסות, אבל סופרים כרגע רב. באמת היה כזה. זה הגיע לרב, אבל הוא עוד הגיע לרב ולבשת מאחורי. הוא לא הסתכל בתוך הבשת בלבן. אבל הוא הסתכל מבחוץ. אבל להבאי, ואמר הוא לא אמר, הבשת זה לבדיק על המבין, לא מבין מה אתה עושה. עכשיו קבענו שצריכים לבדוק בתוך הבשת, כמו בצד ימין כאן, בלבן, לא באדום, לא אותו בודק באדום. אז מה אתה עושה? לא בדקתי. טוב, אבל אתה צודק. הוא הופך את זה לבדוק בפנים. היא שתיים ככה עלי, חודי דומו וטעם. הוא מצא שתי תקופות דם אדומים, זאת אומרת, הנה, באמת, החיה שסתפחה את הזה, באמת, הוא שם את הציפורניים שלו לתוך הרשת וטרח את זה. אבל למה הוא בדם מבחוץ ולא מבפנים? ורב אינם לך להגיד את ההווי ובוי. לפעמים מגיד שיעור, עושה פישורים מתחתם. עושה תאוליות שיעשו אותו. לראות מה חבר'ה שמים לב. זה מה שקורה. הוא ידע טוב טוב את אותו. הוא בדק מהצד הלא נכון. הוא חיכה שהבא יצא, אבל הוא לא... לא, שהוא לא יקפוץ לו זה שחוששים שם... מה זה ישב לו קוץ פגע שלו? רבוי, זה איך אתם אומרים את זה? הראש שלכם. אז מה שקרה זה הוא גלה את הקוץ. ואם אתה מסתכל מהצד השני, אתה לא רואה חור. אבל אם אתה מסתכל מבפנים זה חור טוב. אבל זה לא עבר לצד השני. זה לא יכול להיות שהם לקנות תמותות, שזה עבר לצד השני וזה יבוא. לא מסתכלים את מסגת ויוסל. אמרו לו, מה יש לו לסוף עם גרוסו? אז שואל לגיבור כמה שאלות כאן, זה 4 שאלות. טוב להסתכלים את מסגת ויה. 4 שאלות. בתחילת כאן אמרנו שיש סולת גרוסו. אנחנו ראינו מיד ליד הציבור. ראינו אריה ליד השברים. אז סולת גרוסו. עשו לאכול. למה כאן אנחנו אומרים, נכנס הקוד, זה לא עבר לצד השני. עכשיו, אמרו לו, אני חושב שנפסור בגרוסו, מכיוון שלא צריכים, הוא באמת, הוא בעצמו אומר שיש לך ספק בגרוסה לא צריכים לבדוק. ומה יש לי בשני חתיכות? אחת של חילד, אחת של שומון, הסיפור הידוע, הנה מישהו זוכר. אולי הנה בפריז, היה פתאום בפריז. אז מה קרה? באמת מה קרה? אשתו שם לו 2 חתיכות, אחת כשר ואחת טרף, ואחד מתברר שאחד מהם טרף, הוא לא יודע איזה מהם אז הוא מביא ראש מקום. הוא אומר להם, למה שמה צריכים להביא ראש מקום? וכאן בקוץ, לא, בסדר, זה קשר, ככה נכון. אבל למה? אז מסחר זה כיסור. שם בגדול יש חתיכת שומן. אז לא יודע מה חלת או לא. כאן, כאילו של לחשוב שהחוץ עבר לצד השני, אין לנו שום סיבה לחשוב לכם. מה יש לו מהשוי כמסע? אתה יודע, אתה ספירה בסדר? אין שיטה, אתה מוצא שיש בזה גם, שזה סדק משהו בסדר. ואנחנו לא יודעים. אבל לפני השליטה היה בסדר, שם, לא להג הספר. עוד אני לא רוצה לזהות את זה בסדר. מכיוון ששם יש לו... סכין שיש לזה רמוס, אז יש לו בעיה רצינית. ומילא אנחנו לא יודעים אם השליטה היא טובה או לא. השם בקוץ, מה פתאום שזה עבר את זה שלי? הוא אומר שזה בסוף תומו ושוסיות לצפיק את טוב. אתם יודעים? שתומה ושוסיות, תמיד, אם יש לנו סופק, אנחנו אומרים סתם. השם אומר, טוב, תודה רבה. בבית המשל, מספק תומה, אבל אם אין לך משל, זה הצד שני, מקבל. ודם בסוף תומו ושוסיות לצפיק את טוב. לא רבי, אני לא אומר שזה יופי, שסרן, מעמידים שספק תומה ושוסיות, זה טוב. זה לא חייבים היה משוסה יופי, יש שוסיות, לפעמים זה תמר. וזה טוב, תביא איך אתה מדמה, אם אתה מדמה זה לא שוסיות, אתה צודק, אבל אולי שהדבר זה לא שוסיות, זה טוב. אתה לא עושה, זה גימי לא מסוים.
That's what it says. Yeah. Spoken to on 22nd, 1957. Tuesday, July 7th. No one really knows for sure how the Hurricane Chaim, but this is in the relief. We've been doing this bitch for 183 days. 193 days. 192 days. 191 days. 134 days to bring the total of 6.
לא תחום בתוך הסל, זה נמצא, אתה סתם מקבל. אתה רואה כמו ספרים, אבל לא שהשאירו, אם זה תקוע לו בתוך האור, אז אולי זה כן עבר. לא אומר. זה מה שאנחנו אומרים, בדקנו, אין שם חור בצד השני. האם זה התרפא? היה לו חור לגמרי, זה מצד לצד, זה התרפא, או שאנחנו לא היה לו חור?
37, 6, 31, 36, 31, 6, 35, 26, 35, 34, 36, 325, King, 33, 66, 39, Harrison, 33, 01, 460, 71, 31, 39, 16, 7 year, 37, 4, 6, 87, 2, 7, 28, 87, 8, 2, 7, 2, 28, 31, 9, 30, Adam died, 27, 05, 10, 56, 9, 7, 2, was born, 22, 25, 10, 36, 9, the day picture from the ark.
אבל נמצא לא יצטרך לאלוהו, זה לא חידוש שזה נמצא בתוך הוושת. למה? לכול חייבת וליוסו, כל צעקון. מה? אתה לא יודע שכל במה אוכל קוצים כל היום, בתוך הזה שיש קוצים זה? לא פעמיים שקורה, אלא הנה, אפילו יש לנו וידאו.
Israelite temple in Jerusalem. My favorite picture of the great eagle has had decisive impact in the history of Jewish philosophy specifically, Western philosophy generally. In fact, Thomas Aquinas referred to him as God Moses in his works, and as the saying goes, from Moses to God arose like Moses. There was a figure of strict characters of irrational, and then later raised as a competent Adam, ultimately to many of the Jewish philosophers. Subsequently, streets, towns, heresy. There's a good chance he's even a day school, high school, or hospital thing.
No way.
שזה בעצם איפה שהוושת מתחבר ללסת. זה התחלת הוושת, תגובת הוושת. נשמעו לא מראים אותו, זה נשמע. אנחנו למדנו על הגרום. בוא נגיד שזה אחר, וזה עבירות. אם מישהו שוחר, מכאן לכאן, בכיוון הזה זה כבר הגרום. ומישהו שוחר כאן, זה הגרום. בתוך הכנס. אבל לא יותר לזה. עכשיו אנחנו יודעים על הוושת, יותר לזה. הוושת יש לו למעלה ולמטה. חלק אחד בתוך המים, חלק אחד זה החור שלו. תגובת הוושת זה החלק הכי שקרוב לו. זאת אומרת, אם יש שם חור קטן,
you're associated
אברהם אומר,
with just
זה קרה עם
mysticism.
מה
He might very
זה אומר
well
לי,
have
לכאורה,
closed.
שזה ממש דומה לרשת. כמו שהרשת, בגלל סליחה, נקרא בחור קטן.
This episode
אז גם
is
סוג של רשת נקרא
very
בחור קטן.
it's a collaboration of the two.
נשמעו לו מה בגוי, לא נכון, זה ממש כזה,
So he incorporates things of beauty,
תמורה, אז
as well, especially in this episode,
זה אבל משהו,
to mysticism and the Kabbalah specific.
אתם שמיטו,
I'll be tackling my
אפשר
enemies in
לשחוט בקומת הרשת, ואם
mysticism.
אפשר לשחוט שמה,
Fill it before the next collision.
אז זה משהו.
Connection between my mind
אז הוא אומר בעצם שהרומא, האיסור להבין, לשחוט
saying
יותר גבוה, זה איך מקום.
living in a time when we're together across 3 countries, such
לא ברשת, הרשת אפילו יותר במקרה.
others, people dedicated to making
לא,
sure
זה לא חלק מהרשת, זה משהו אחר. ברשת החום קטן עושה אותו.
make sure to check out their episodes, subscribe to their
למה
channel,
הוא פתאום?
and we're
הביאו אותו בדבר של איפה זה המקום הזה בכלל?
also check out my other content topics.
אבל לא בגלל מה לצורך, הוא איפה שפק פה יומרתי, וזהו כמו בצלך. כשאתה פותח אותו, הוא מתרחב, זה כבר לא המקום, השפיטה זה כבר מקום סביבת צלך. שימו לב, עכשיו, אתם רואים זה מתרחב.
I'm Dr. Justice Sledge. Welcome
אבל
to Esoterica,
כאן זה מתכווץ. אז ברוב הפעמים, ברוב הרשת, מלמעלה למטה, אם אתה פותח אותו, יש לו קווץ'. אבל בקרבת הרשת, זה מה שקורה סביבה, זה מתרחב. כל תלונה בזה הוא טובוס הרשת. כל תלונה, זהו דש. אם זה עומד ככה, הוא מתכוון שזה כבר הרשת. אבל הפעתי, מה לא יהיה לו, כלומר, אפילו הרבה לא מגמות, אלא כל שפט רגועים ומקוים לא, זה הרשת. סליחה טעות. אם זה עומד, כן, זה שתי אחרות. זה יותר, זה לא עדות. אין לו קווץ'. אין לו קווץ', זה מה? רשת. אם זה נפסק ככה, זה הטוב. אתה מדבר שזה שיטה. ולא, לא רק ככה. אמרת ככה. אם זה מתכבד, זה כל שפטים לא יודעים כל מיני זה אותו מתכבד. אם זה לא נפתח, זה רק עומד כמו החלק הזה, למעלה, אז זה טוב. אבל זה בש לעצמו. אז זה הרבה שלצמו. וגם אמרנו, מה זה הרבה שלי לא זז. נו, זה מתכבד. יואי מאוד, שמעניין. יואי, זה נבלע. מה זה טוב מספשת? נכון שהבריאה חולה. אותו, מה שקשור בדיוק לדבר הזה. זה הטוב דבר. וכאמור, עוד הרבה ביופחת מסע אותו, זה יותר קטן מסעורה, ועדיף מחיצו. קצת יותר מחיתה, כבוד הסעורה קצת יותר זה במחיתה, אז זה משהו בין שיטה לסעורה. זה קצת פחות מסעורה, קצת יותר במחיתה. זה מקום מאוד 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 קטן. זה בדיוק כמו שמתחילים לבלוע, שמה זה כולה קטן. יצור כאן, יבוא צהל! שלכם let's go! ונעים.
Thus, the sun is the structure of the universe and entities that populate the universe more generally, especially the nature of angels and the separate intelligences, or the angels and the separate intelligences. A little bit. This also is the theory of prophecy, as our intellects actually show up. Active intellect. More about the active intellect in the next while as we philosophy. The fun book is the more remote esoteric aspect of Judaism. A segment of the final section goes into detailed analysis
analysis of Maimonides' metaphysics. Again, mostly consonant with Islamic and Aristotelian metaphysics, his theology is understanding of people and final rationality of nature and practice in the 640
אני לא רוצה בסופו לך, מה שנעשה זה ככה, הבישנה תדבר על 18 פרטים. עכשיו, ניכנס לכל אחד ואחד, אי אפשר, כי לכל אחד ואחד יש הרבה גמרא, הרבה זה, וניכנס בואו מסופו לך. ניכנס ככה מלמעלה, וכך, דייוויד בבי, זה הפריחות, נקודת הנשק. אם יש חור קטן, כאן, זה השתתפות כלשהו, זה החור שתמיד היינו מגיעים עד עכשיו. היום יש לנו אמיתי, זה חור בתוך הרשת שרואה. פסוק אחד הגרגרס, זה גרגרת, זה פסוק אחד הגרגרת. איך זה נראה אם זה מה מהשלט חזק? זה תמונה אמיתית של גרגרס. אנחנו ראינו את זה פחות, למדנו שלמעלה זה ספוץ כזה, למטה זה בשר, ספוץ. מי ככה? הוא של מויה. זה המוח, ולמעלה יש כזה פלסטיק, כזה שקית של פלסטיק, זה מונח בתוך שק. ומכאן רק הצד שבדק, לא יודעים אפשר לראות את זה כבר בתמונה, רואים שם שזה מבריק, המבריק הזה כמו מין קטן, אם זה נקרא, הלך. מין קטן עלי בבית חלומות, זה לב, וזה החלל, בתוך כל לב יש חלל, בתוכו יש נכנס הדם, והלב מתקפץ, ושם לחץ על הדם, זה ממשיך הלאה. מדהים! מכאן על הלב, הנה יש לנו תמונה אמיתית של לב נגד. לעשות, נראה לכם וידאו עצום, באמת. משהו חזק ביותר.
For instance, I'm pretty strongly suspect that the world is eternal despite the fact that it was created. In fact, there was a time when parallels here in the emotional history. I'm trying to excavate these esoteric positions in this episode. Another episode, I wanted to hear this school of the claim made about this true motivation for life to become first. As I mentioned, the stated aim is to help the student avoid certain kinds of errors and interpretations and provide that student with the correct one to undermine the possibility of committing heresy. But several recent studies, and I don't mean really to be here in time they have over 5,000 children who find belief in that potential alone. I've actually argued this one out of work and died, but also even this halachic Jewish groups are actually aimed at combating a wide range of theories and practices that we might easily call Allah, despite the fact ever, or at least very rarely, written from such. I've never seen somebody do something clearly criticizing some other group of people without really naming them, otherwise specifying the target of their criticism. My argument here in this argument is that the guy is doing just this. They call it admitting or laying out his positions as a kind of global criticism without ever really directly engaging with the target of his critique. In this case, my sociology again involves part of Kabbalah, a term I really dislike. I keep using it, talk about why I really don't like that term.
מי קורא השידרו, וניס הגפות שלו, והוא איזה יופי עושה. זה השדרה, לפני משפחות השדרה. נכון. הבעיה זה לא שנשבר השדרה, הבעיה זה עכשיו זה כל הקצנים של העבודה, כל המערכת שעתיים, זה נשבר, זה נקרא עליו. קוראים חוט, הידי ששורים את השדרה. לא, תפריק, נית הלקות. ראינו כבר בסוף. הוא נשאר ממנו כלום. כבד נראה
The stall change.
שהדבר היחיד שיש בגוף האדם, שנשאר משהו, הוא גוזל בחזרה, איך אומרים בעברית? אז לכן לא נשאר כלום. אבל יש שניקו שפסו, אם יש ראייה, שיש בזה נקל, או שחסר, חייבים להבין, אני לא מתרציב, אם זה חסר, אבל יש שניקו שפסו. אם היה נקל בראייה, זה ראייה. אם היה נקל קטן בראייה, אם חסר בראייה, מה זה? בשביל רואים על הטכנולוגיה מבייס הסמכות. בואו נראה תמונה. בייס הסמכות. זה בתוך הראייה, בייס הסמכות זה כלי אדם זה אומר רש"י. צריך להבין בדיוק מה הוא מתכוון. בייס הסמכות. יהיה זלזול בראייה. ניקו הקיבה. אז אנחנו נראה שוב ושוב. יש בעצם 4 חלקים לקיבה. החלק הראשון הוא מסתרס. יש כיס כזה פשוט שם כל העשר הזה, אחר כך משם זה הולך להביס הקויסוס. ביס הקויסוס משתקע, אבל לא שרוב זה עכשיו. זה לא הכי טוב שיש, לא יודע אם אפשר עוד מצינות, למה רואים זה ביס הקויסוס? ביס הקויסוס, זה לא תמונה, תבינו. הנה, זה סתם יתרענו. זה כבר היה מקפיר וזה. איזה חויסוס זה ממש יפה מאוד שבוב עשה את זה. בעצם, הדשא, כל מה כן, נכנס לתוך הדברים, ונהיה מזה כדורים כאלה. משם זה הולך לבייס האנסס. זה בעצם כאן, הביס הסוס זה יוצא החוצה, וזה מה לגיר, הוא אוכל את הכדורים מהגיר והכדורים זה חוזר בחזרה ונכנס ישר למספר 3 לאנסס, זה האנסס. משם זה נכנס לקיבה. אוקיי? שמה כתוב? ניקפו הדק. אם המעיים הדקים היה נקב, יש כאן תמונה מאוד אני מאוד אוהב תמונה, כי אני עשיתי כאילו שאני עושה כזה אין שתי חברים, כאילו שאני עושה איתם חיים, זה רז מאוד יפה. אז כאן אפשר לראות את המעיים הדקים, אני מחזיק במעיים הדקים. אם יש נקב, זה אחד מהסמכות. החורס הפנימי שנקרא, יש את הקרס, זה הראשון שבראשון, זה הבטן, כאילו, נפתח הקרס, כמה בספויסס, קרס לקיבה. הראשון זה, כן, בדיוק מהפונים, לא, יוכל לנהל בגמרא. שנקרא, אוי, תשימו להם כמה מקווים יש להם, נקרא, סליחה, דילקסי. כיס המראה זה בעלייה בכבד, זה מאוגמר. ומשם זה נקרא השם ירח, זה הולך כל המראה, ומחזר את המחם, זה אומר. מגוודה, כן, לעקור את הפנים שנקרא, או את הקרס, או שנקרא רווח חיצונו, או שזה נקצילה, חיצונו נקרא, לא היינו, הגדול בו, שהתחיל לך בעירה גדולה כמו שול, זה והטענו זה מילה קטנה, אפילו מן שמעתי לך, אבל זה אבות של הממשל העגל, אז זה גם... ובעצם כל סוי שנקרו, טוב נופיס, אתה רוצה שנוצאים מסוים? תצא, אוקיי, אמצע, ובעצם כל סוי שנקרו, לחוץ. אז מה? בוא נעשה ככה, בוא נגיד ששתי הדברים האלה הם גב לגב. הם יחד יחד. אז אם יש חום ביניהם, זאת אומרת, האוכל שנמצא בחוף, בבייס הקולסוס כאן, נכנס לבית האמצע, אז אין בעיה. יש חום, אז יש עוד חום, יש חום טבעי, ששבור כברה, וזה עובר מבית הקולסוס לבסיס האמצע. אז אתה עשית עוד ספור ומסמר בפרק פרק, ומה לכנס? אבל, אם הוא בחוץ, הוא לא קשור, הוא לא קשור, פשוט בצד בחגור. תראו מה, זה מסמר בתוך בייס הקולסוס. עכשיו רואים את הבייס הקולסוס, ממש עומד סתם. כל עומד, יפה. לא במנגד, לא במנגד. נופל 10 טפחים, השמיין זה מה נפלא במנגד. והבנם פועל, מיד עולה, יש שופט אותו. זה קריק, משל הפעם. אמין הוא היה מחכה קצת זמן, כמה זמן? 24 שעות. 24 שעות. אני לא הולכת בסדר. בגלל שהוא עושה את זה מהר. לא תקע, זה קשר לדעת. זה עבודה, קשר רק אותי. אין מקום שאתה יכול לקרוא ולגמור, זה לא חיים. אולי זה מזה שנה, ואנחנו יודעים. השתיים רואים ג'ימי סר. איך רואים? צלע. הוא צלע הזרים. עכשיו אני מסביר מה זה שיש לו זאב הרס. נראה לי, אפשר להגיד, ביום אנחנו יודעים מה זה הרס. ביום זה חייבים. יש בתוך הציבורי של הזאב, כל החיות יש להם קסם זה נהיה באמת חלק, הוא עושה ככה, זה לא אחרת, זה נכנס למשהו אחר, זה לא צריך. So you know, you said it's a zero production. You got production. And you're right now. Some production. I don't speak yet. Even you can do it. I'm speaking more. The doctor is out. Yes. Now I got the barrier with you. Barrier. Yeah, so so you actually. So no one knew that go to the actual. That's כלים חדים, כאלה ארוכים, אני לא מגזים, זה משהו כזה הרבה, לא, זה משהו רציני. מה זה אומר רציני? יש לי תמונה שהוא עשה את זה, זה 5 שקים, זה גם שקים מהבית, תנסה לעשות ככה לזה, זה לא ככה, זה יש לו אור הזה, לא, כל כך שמנסה לחתוך פרה מבחור. בשנייה, וזה נחת, ממש חתכים מנקים כאלה. הוא אומר, עלילי, סיפוניים שלו יעבדו גם גס או גם פרה. אבל זה רק נוס הזה לייץ, זה הציפור לייץ, האנגלית, וזה בשביל בואי צדה, נוס הזה לייץ, בואי בגס, בואי נראה אם יש לנו את הסיפורת. שימו לב, זה אמיתי. זה נשר אמריקאי, זה לא מסתרס. זה משתתף. זה הכל. וזה פספסתי, אני רק רוצה להראות אותם, בייס הכל סויס. מהצד השני, זה הפרייפו, כן? כי יש לו טעם, וזה חול. מסתכלים. שם יש שם מסלול. תראה לו שפה. זה הכלל. אומר למישהו כלשהי, כמו יוחיו, המישהו סובבת עם החיה. אני לא יכול לחיות עם הפצע הזה, אז כל אנשים לא. למה זה די מנהל ממנה? איפה רואים את המושג הזה בחיפה ומנצל? הוא כל הזמן סובב, ready for it. Hello. למה זה משחק כאילו חיים מנהל ממנה? עכשיו אנחנו יודעים שבפעל לא תהיה, עכשיו אנחנו לא נכון בגמורת, שהחיים בפעל לא חיים, לא נשאר בפעל לא חיים, זה כבר חיים, זה טרייב הוא לא יקרה. וזה הכוונה בפעל. כל טרייב, אתה רואה אותו ככה, כן, זה לא חיים, לא. חסר לו ילד, כל אחד לא תודה. נמצאים, וזו סקריו, כתבו החיים. פשוט במיקרו זה החיות, זה חיות, חיות זה בהמות, שאפשר לאכול. החיות לא, אנחנו לוקחים את זה לחיות, השוטות, אם אתה רוצה, לאכול את זה, זה לא שצריך לחיות. חיה פוי, אין חיה לא תאכול. בכלל, רואים מכאן, שהיא מתקפה, היא לא יכולה לחיות, לכן היא יכולה לחיות. אם אתה אומר שזה יפסקן כאן, אז איך אנחנו רואים את זה? גם זה מזוי סחיו אשר קודם. זוי סחיו קודם, היחדת בצפון, אתה אומר, אלה, זה. זה דבר טוב, אבל מה אתה חושב? לא מדבר דבר, שחיים, יש כאלה שאתה יכול לחול, יש כאלה שאתה לא יכול לחול, זאת אומרת, זה לא שאתה לא עושה, חיים, וקשה לך עכשיו. תמידו, חי זוי חיים. אם אתה אומר שתמידו אין החי, אבל יש לך מילה מיוחדת זוי. שהמדור שהוא מכיר בחי, כאילו שהוא לומד זוי, לא עושים את זה. זוי לזוי זוי שחקים. תקשיבו מה זה נס, תקשיבו. Why don't you know it? זוי זה החי שחקים. מלמד שאתה מקבל בכל מיני מילים, ואין לו לא מויש. אני חושב לקחת כל מיני בעולם, אמר לנו שרבינו, לא אמר לו, זוי סחוי, וזוי לא יצא. ויהיה לו גם לידי בוי לשמואל, גם אם אתה סובל דרך חיו, אז איפה לומד את הדבר הזה? בואו, נראה לנו שרבינו, כל החיות, אפילו ילד מאפריקה, ילד מסין, ילד כל אלה. אלו חלמי, שאלה טובה. אלו. איך חי בנולד. איך נדע כן חיה, בסופו של דבר חיה, אתה יודע שזה שם, אנחנו בין החיה והחלץ בין החיה שלא ישתה אוכל. כתוב כל החיות לא ישתה אוכל. זאת אומרת, סטייפון זה חי, אבל לא ישתה אוכל. אפילו שזה חי, לא ישתה אוכל. אלו 18 סטייפון שנאמרו למות של סיני, זה הלוך למות של סיני. זה לא כתוב למפורט של צבא. זה, כמו שרבינו קיבל את זה, ישר, לפרקוקו, וסי. לא יודע, גמור, זה הסוגיה היום. הסוגיה, כן. למה אתה רואה לי 18 יש כאן? 18, לא יקה, מה? זה הכתוב כאן, 18. ונפשים בלמוקים. מי זה היה? אומר לשמואל, אומר, זה 18. מסולקה, בואי פסקה בשם שמייצי. מסולקה, בואי פסקה. אז אנחנו, מה זה זה הרבה דברים שאנחנו לא עושים אותם היום? בשם שמייצי מאוד שם. פונדי זולביס. אמרתי לכם, יצא שבשמה, זה לא שקר. משתמע את הנציגות, בכל המערכת. שייר עושה בזה הכלל. מקסימום אמר את השפעה. הוא בשייר עד בזה הכלל. כלומר ששייר, אתה אומר לי שיש 4 ועוד 7, שזה 11 בעצה, זה 4, בשער שמייצי ועוד 7. אז אתה אחרי זה טוב, יש לי, זה הכלל, זה אני מוסיף עוד דבר. אין, אני כל מיני שמונות, 18, או זה בשמונה, אומר 18, הוא לא מספר. אז לא להגיד שכל זה שיר, שיש עוד 11 זהו. מסולקת או איקר. אז עכשיו אני אומר את העבר על כל מיני חדשים. והאימור שזה הפייס שבסגר, והאימור שאנחנו כבר נגלם להקודו למען אותה. אני לא אפיד את תמונה הזאת בתמונה שלנו, זה לא תמונה טובה, זה גם לא דיגיטלי, זה כאילו תמונה. אבל פשוט להראות, לבמה יש עוד איזה פרק שאלו עלי, שכאילו למעלה זה בין הדרך, זה פה עכשיו, מהחץ ביותר גבוה, אם נדבר נקטע או שמה, זה טבעו, זהו, הולך למשהו. נמצאת את החץ, זה למטה, זה בסדר. מה שאומר להם שהשוק בעיר זה חגב, סתם ככה אנחנו רוצים לראות את כל הדברים ככה במטה אחת. אין שם דיסקוי שזה צריך כאן את המעבר, את הריאות, את הלב, את הרשת לכל את המוח, צלעות, דיברנו שדרה, עמוד השדרה, ריאות, אני נכנס ערב, הקיבה, זאת דימה. זאת עליה, כרשים ולא סגרם, היכולים לקרוא ולהתגלל. יש דרך שעושים, עושים איזה שתייה שם, וישוקים. אז ממילא זה לא טרש. אני אומר, אגב, אני יכול לקרוא ולהתגלל, בגמי התורה. ובשמונה אומר שיש כמה טרש שלא מכירה שיהיה, יש 18. והקושייה היא למה אמרתי 18 שיטה. אתה אומר לי שיש משהו שקוראים לזה נבימה של גם להפוך למעלה. אתה אומר לי כן, אבל אפשר ניתוח. אבל זה אומר לשמוע את פה חייס כאילו. הוא אומר לי, משחק טוב ולא יכול לעשות ניתוח ולא יכול לעשות ניתוח. איפה זה פה אפילו בכל ניתוח. אבל יש לנו מחלוקת, זה חיים. אם אתה אומר שטרייד או חיים, זה לא משנה. נפתח לו הרגל, יכול להיות עוד 10 שנים, אבל זה טרייד. למה? ככה. סליחה. ובשמור, אז זה שאומר שיש 18 ואין 19, הוא הזה שסומר שטרייד או חיים. אז אתה לא יכול להגיד לי, אתה יכול לעשות. זה ניתוח, לכן לא תקציב את המשחק. גם ניתוח, זה לא מספר 19. אני רוצה לומר שמולד גם צ'יימן. הסיבה שזה לא ברשימה של טרייפקס, יש רק 18, לא 19, כי בכלל זה עוד שאני צריך להגיד, הוא אומר לו, הוא תפשר, זה יהיה הדרך. עכשיו אני אומר בנושא הזאת, הוא יגיד פסור עם השיר, יש משהו, רגע, בוא נתחיל ככה, אני אומר היית עושה לו מסר, זה עכשיו שאתם מכירים את שני מילים, איך הוא אומר? ב-18 טרייפקס.
Their separate intelligences, the task it is to communicate the final pulsation to the spheres. Their association with the spectrum is indicative of their intelligence as reaching stage succession around
שיש עוד אחד, יש 19, זה מה שהולך לקרוא מה כאילו? זה קשה, זה כאילו לא תרב זה עוד עושים? וואו, זה לאט כזה One or two passes. זה ממשיך עם הסוגיה. אתה אומר, תגימור... והראיתי חיסון לנשים. חיסון לנשים זה שמה בסגר. השמה שלה בסגר. והדבר השני בארבעים. בסנאפ, כמה חיסון לנשים. אם אנחנו מדברים על אוהל הבייס, אם יש שגרה שלמה בתוך בית, בתוך חדר, יש בחדר, כל מה שבחדר נגמר הכל. אבל אם חסר משהו בשגרה, אז לא מתאמן בו את כמה חיסון לשינו כמה, ושם היו לנו שתי חוליות, ובניסו היו חוליה אחת. בשביל לא, אני אומר חוליה אחת. בואו רבי לא משמעו לחיים את דייפה. אז יש שם אחרי, עכשיו אני מציע אם שתי חוליות או חוליה אחת עושה את דייפה, או כל זה עושה את דייפה. אז הנה יש לך מספר 19, לא אתה אומר 18, יש לך, אם חסר חוליות מהשגרה, אז דייפה. אומרת הגימור והמגיד לך למה? כי אין זה סובייס על כל סויס, וחשבנו בתאוסים, איפה הרבית הכל סויס? אני חזרה לבית. אנחנו נשים את זה במקרה, אנחנו רוצים את זה למחר. אנחנו אומרים את זה לי? השתי אלה, הבית הכל סויס זה בעצם אותו דבר, זה מקיבה, שתי דברים נשאר, אז בואו נקשיב אותם לאחד. אם נקשיב אותם לאחד, כמה יש לנו סך הכל במשנה? 17, ויש לנו עוד אחד, 18. אז בואו נראה איזה עובד כאן למעלה. אבל זה נקודות האלה, הנה קשה, חסום קשה, לא? טוב, זה בעצם פה זה אחד, ולכן אנחנו עושים את זה כאן במקום. זה אומר של... זה בואי ספרו את כאן, 18, 7, אין זה בין לכל תוכל להשתתפתי. זה בחודש. עוד דבר בחודש, היינו שזה עובד. מוצאים אחד בדיוק. לא, יש לנו סיבה. והגימור בואי כגלודו. גלודו במילה בסגר, מה זה גלודו? גלודו שבסגר. גלודו, מה זה גלודו? סופר לכל האור. אור זה העבר הכי שתמות. או ישב שם בחיים, זה הלך לאור. זה לא בעיה, למה? כי גלודו, לפי אומר, זה אפילו לא זה לא נכנס כאן. יש גלודו? לא בעיה. באמת זה קשה, לא כי זה יכול להיות כזה, לא אולי. קשה שעוד נגמור ואותי כבר כזה. זה משהו נפלא, זה בימן נבלה, מישהו מבין אותה. אז זה לא נפל, זה לא נפל. זה היה כמו... כמובן לא נוציא את המערכת ונוציא במקום זה יש 7 פלייטס שלא דיברנו לא לרמה הזה, היי פוקו דחקנו לשאוף לפוקי דייפו ראינו את הפוקי דחקנו מה זה פוקי דחקנו? יש לנו צפון יפה פוקי דחקנו יש, זה פוקו זה כדור זה מילה לכם כאילו שיש משהו שתופס יש כדור, אבל כדור כסף אחר, בסדר הדבר הזה, וכמה שאנחנו יכולים נפרד, זה מפרד הכדור הזה, אז הוא הולך שזה כאילו הכדור יהיה לסיום בזה, זה הכדור שנכנס לתוך הדבר הזה, אבל משהו מראה פה בעיקר שיש שם חוק וזה מה שבאמת מסבירים, יהיה לזה תמונה שאתם מדהימות החדשה, אפשר לראות את החוק. רק אם החוק נקבע, אז החוק ידעת בעיה, אחרי זה כבר פשוט את החדרה. זה לא מה זה, החוק ידעת ולשאוף אם זה יוצא מהמקום, זה פליפה, כמו שאמרתי, זה נקרא להגיד שם. אבל Rothschild משמדרה, לא סומכו יחס טרייפו, אולי שתי בעיות. אפילו אם יש מופלא בחסם, זה טרייפו, כאילו אפשר לכל בלי הפליה בכלל. אבל אם יש הפליה מבוקרת, אם יש לא הפליה מבוקרת, זה טרייפו. מותנן, עוד אחד, כן זה שאנחנו רואים את כל השבע. מותנן, מיטה על התפועל שלו. הכל הלך לגמרי, זה בסדר, אמרנו לי, היה דברה שפעם למדנו לא שאני מוצאים את הכל, אז זאת אומרת קוראים הרבי לו בשביל לראות ולשאול לו למיטה זה בגלל שהוצאת את זה לגמרי, אבל מיטה יש לו חור, וזה בלגן קוראים הרבי לו משמוע סימונים שלידדנו ולובו צ'ק טרייפו יש לו כאן איזה אז אני יכול למצוא את זה סימונים שלידדנו ולובו הוא מחזיק בגשת, הוא רואה את הפניה שם, אוקיי. בואו נראה מה אנשים אומר על 10 או 8. נקוצים או ולחוקים נשבץ, לא זה משהו אחר. גם מדברים לא נשבץ. זה נעקר מהמקום, זה עושה אפילו מחר, זה כבר. בגולגולת, שנראה בסוף בלוגו שתעשה כמו בגולגולת, אתה פחות בגולגולת. ובוא אחרי בזמן בלוגו בבשר שלמטה למטה של הבמה שעושה את כל הכרס אם זה נקרא או לא אז לא נכנס שומע שומע בא משנה ולשמור והנה יש לנו עוד 7 אם ניקח מה-18, ניקח 8 מתוך ה-18 ונעשה אותם אחת אז ככה, חסר עכשיו ה-18 7, אז הנה תכניס את כל ה-7 ה-16 אז אנחנו נקחו 8 ועושים אותם אחת, לא פשוט והנה, כל אלה אחד, כי כל אלה הם אותו פריפה, יש להם נקב אז זה נקב ברשת, נקב בחום, בלב ים, קיבה, במנהל, בכרס, באמצע, זה באיזה קויסה, שמענו שזה אחד אבל הנקודה זה נקב אז ניקח את כל המצבים נעשה את זה אחד נקום חמים אז כל הנקופות עם אחד
hasn't mastered all of this, that, the other,
נכנס אותם לתיקייה אחת עכשיו אתה לוקח את האחרים ושם אותם במקום ודעת פה, הנה עכשיו יש פה איפה התיקייה של נקבים נקוב יוצאים את זה תיקייה השלישית בשורה שלישית למעלה בצד שמאל זה תיקייה זה לא חסר תיקייה שקר מה שהוא אומר לנו נקוב את מניה יש 8 חשינו בכלל לשים את תיקייה אחת הפגישה הבית שם עכשיו שוצאת השם זה בעצית לנו 8 אחד אז עכשיו נשאר לך נכון לראות 7 טייק כל של עכשיו שמעתי אז עכשיו יש לך 18 שעוד הגמור יופי סוגי נאמת זה היה סוגי גרס, אנחנו זוכרים את זה שזה נפסק ויש את השברה שנפתח אז בשביל נפתח לבד, נגיד ששתיים זה אחד אז הוא יכול עכשיו יש 17 או 18 ועוד הביאו משמי דרוב אינם נקובי כל חול זה נקב, אז עכשיו יש לך באמת 16, יש לך 9 נקבים, לא 8. אלו, זאת אומרת, הנשאה ודעתי, מה שאמרת, שנסע רגל, והגלותו, רוצה את זה באמת מהמשנה, תחזים של חזרה למשנה, שעה 18, איזה רגל זה נשמע, שלכם את ונעים.
Let's dive into it. If you're interested in make sure to subscribe to the channel, check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and also support the work providing content like this, accessible, scholarly, and free here on YouTube, which covers a range of topics of esotericism. If you consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation, you can find those links below, and I appreciate your supporting the channel. Make small like this. Introduction. I'm Justin Sledge.
אם אחד, היה לו את התמונה אתמול של ההוא, הגוי ההוא, שאוחז בסכין איתו, הוא חושב על היד, על העריכים, באוסטריה בסנדרטון, שגם סולם. עכשיו, אין לו כל כך שפיטה, הרי אין אדם מסר דבר שלא שלו. לפי השיטות, לפי המורים שלך, אפשר לצור דבר שלו. כל דבר הזה, הוא מאוד אופן להסכים למסי שידור דבר, וגם לא יכול לצור משהו שלו. בגלל זה הוא קצת שוטה, למחשב. טוב, במקזיס, הוא חייב, יש איזשהו מיקרו, יש איזה, כן, איזה איזה. אי אפשר לראות כזה, זה סופרים, אותו, במקזיס, עכשיו רואים שאפשר לעשות משהו שלא שלו. סופר קבוצה, זה שלהם מצוסה, שזה שמאל, וגם עם הגוי עשה סוגיים שלא בגלל בלזון אז הוא רוצה לעשות לו הוא לא מתקבל בסינות לרגיזון עוד זמן שניים מולדים בסעקים שרבים איפה נשום איפה נפולנו איפה נשום לא רוצה אז כתוב מה למעלה יהודי הוא לא מתכוון לעבד את זאת מה הוא מתכוון? לצג את השני לעשות איזה שטות לא ממש הוא אומר הפירות שלך סתם יתחיל לצוק אבל לא, אני מתכוון ממש לעבד את זה תשמע ראינו רק איש נראות כמה אותו דבר ראינו זה הפעם שלי שאני מסיים בשודקים שאנחנו מסיים מסיים כן? זה סיפור הזה שאיפה זה שומע סרט עלינו ואיפה זה שומע סרט עלינו כן זה שעכשיו אנחנו אומרים יהודי, מחזיק בסכין ואומר להם לא יהודי זה סתם עושה צחוק כל מה הסכים לשרוד מובו לא, מובו, כן, מובו זה משהו אחר, זה מתכוון להבין בזמן, סאלי, בדמיה, נאצר, שוי, פות, מוריד, חיים אבל זה הוא זאת מה טוב, נזדי הוא אומר לדעתי אומר ממסורות ומומר מתכוון למסור הוא אומר לרשי ניסו בו הקציבו לא למסור הזירו אותו שהוא לא יכול למסור הוא היה ושפט את הפעולה של החבר הוא אומר שהוא גמר האם זה לא תוכחה ולא זרו תוכחה אבל הייתי רק לגיס זהו, שואל את המסוימים ולא יותר ולא יותר כאלה אסור לשחוט ממנו שמיד הים ולא לתוך נהר אבל אוי זה היוי ששחקנו אותה במכה ואסור לי שמותר לשחוט כלי כשיש שם מים, כשיש שם חור, כשיש שם בגדים אז אי אפשר לעבוד את האדם הזה זה לא עובד אבל זה לא מגדם זה לא מה שום דבר מדברים על מישהו שחופץ את האדם בפנים זה חשש של הפנים, אבל צריך לקרוא את פלוגות. מה שחשוב, פלוגות, של מה עכשיו, אנחנו נמצאים על השייט, על הגבול, של הציל השמש, של הרבה. אנחנו רוצים לשפוט בהמה, מה אנחנו עושים? לשפוט על האף. על הספורט, זה לתפוס אותו, לתפוס לבהמה, שים את הראש שלו מעל הסיפור, לשחוט את כולם. אסור. כי אסור לשחוט את הים. אז מה עושים? אז זה פשוט מה שעושים. הוא מסבינו על גבי כלים. לוקחים כלים, את הצד השני של הכלי, לא, עשו לתוך כלי. הופכים את הכלי ושופטים על הכלי, הנה, שם את הכלי, זה הספינה, זה הים, שם את הכלי ככה, שופט כאן, אדם שוצץ תוך הים. יש כאן איזושהי וידאו, זה העם שקיבל על המסורת, זה שיש הרבה... שזה מספיק להראות כדי דיבור, למה שאתה אומר, אבל לא סיפור אותם, אין סול, כתוב. אין שום דבר כל אסור, אבל גם כן משפט אותו כל, ולמונח לדבר מאחורי כך, בשביל שיקרה זה... זה דבר טוב. הוא בשור, לא יעזור, אבל שור, אסור לעשות שלא יהיה. אני נראה שלא שחכה, שלא שלפחות, זה מלשון פחות. שלא יעשה את המנהגים שלו, זה אומר את האם אומרים שאתם לא יכולים. אוי מצוי, משהו כזה אגוי, שומעים, גם תשמית שומעים, גם יענו, כל אחד הרי מאוד אוהב את עצמו, אבל הוא מאוד של ציצות. הוא עובד את עצמו, זה שמילה יותר טובה, לא? לא, לא אבל עצמו, עובד את עצמו, הוא לא של ציצות, כאילו... כל אחד מסתכל במראה, אתם יודעים מי אני מגיע לי ככה, שכל אחד ייתן את הכבוד ככה. סוגר? לא, לא בעבר. הוא עובד את עצמו. לא, בוא נשים מילה חלשה בברית, ורשת עצמו. אז אולי שפה שופרת בתוך חבורה של מים, הוא מסתכל על עצמו, הוא אומר דגים עובד, ואסור לצון. שהוא לא רואה את עצמו, כי זה אחור, הנה, שגר, זה אחור, אין שיש גם לדומה. כתוב אסור לשתות בשום, מתוך שום חור, אבל מתוך הבית שלו מותר. שאומר, לא, והארץ, זה שאומר, אבל התחיל להגיד, אסור, אין שום מצב, אין יוצא מן הכלל, כאילו אתה ניתן לנוע, יוצא מן הכלל. שוטה אתם מבט, כלומר, הבעיה ראי שבדומה שבשוק, אסור בשוק. שם, אנשים ששימור שאתה עושה את אדם. אומר, רובי, אני סייבי משהו לא יעסק, אלון. שנייה אחת זה במשת הכתוב, אבל בשוק הכסד. כאילו, לא דיברנו על השוק, רק עכשיו התחלנו לדבר על השוק. בכלל זה שאלה בשוק הסכימה. מה שאתה אומר לי שבשוק זה תחילת המשת, ושם זה אסור, לא נזכר מילה שוק. אחר כך במשת הכתוב, שוק לא יעסק, כתוב שלפני זה לא דיברנו על שוק. לא, לא צריכים להסביר שם. שואלתי לדבר בכל איתו, אל תשמור בתוך חור באדמה. והרוז זה נלך לחציון, זה שפחת בצד, שמרים אותם, וכל מיני מקופים לחצה. זה עושה, כי לא עושה, בעצם מה זה עושה כתוב, וזה שם עושה. או מיד, משהו כזה, כן? ושם הוא שופט. זה לא ממש. וגם שיש לדומו. הוא רשוב, לא יעסק, שלפעמים תסמיד. אבל כל אחד מבין, למה אתה שופט ביד פה? כל אחד מבין שאתה לא רוצה ללחוץ את הקצה, אבל בסוף לא יבינו, ושם יש מלא דברים. אתה פתאום עושה פה באמצע השוק. ספרה, אתה רוצה להביא את זה גזענות. אז אסור, זה יותר חיוב למילים. רק זה רוצה לראות את העולם לצילו, ואיזה אומרים לזכור לשכוי, הוא היה ולא מקום, מציאות זה לפתיסים ומשולשים. וגם, שולשים סבירים את הדוב ויצחינו, כמו שראינו קודם, יש שתי צריכים לעשות. או שאתה דואג, שהאדם לא ייכנס ישר למים, אלא ילך על הדוב של הספינה. אם אתה צריך עכשיו סרט את הספינה, ולא שהסרט את הספינה שלו, אבל עושים גם על זה, אז מה הוא עושה? ואני שואל לו בגלל בקוליטיה. יש עוד ציד, כמו שכתוב במשנה, זה הבית כלים. ואני שואל לו בקוליטיה, ועד משפט כמו שרוב המשנה, שלא יכול לשחוט בתוך רואה את זה לנק, תצא לו יעבירו. זה לדאוג שמצא שלו יהיה נקי, כן תדעו את מה עושה, הוא עושה משהו מחוץ לגור, איפה שעובד. הוא עושה את הדבר הזה, זה היה בלי לנגוע בסופו, בצורה הזאת. אם זה יורד לתוך החפור, בתוך הנוגעים, תראו מה שקרה, גלם חדש. לשאול אותו למה לזה. זה דבר המשך ביום לזה. פשוט קריאה זה כן, אבל שוב לא, זה גם אבל שוב זה למה, אבל זה וזה לאיפה. לא עושה כן, בדיוק אנחנו צריכים לבדוק אולי לפוזיטיבוסי, אולי הלחם שלו לא טוב, שהגרעין שלו לא טוב. זה רק אם יש השאול כדי שם או לא, ואיתם לוקח כבש, ממש רגיל מהבית, הוא אומר, זה אוי לו, לשם מזרחים, הוא אומר, יש שלומי, תקעו אפילו בצד, שלומי, לשם אושם טובים. מה זה אושם טובים? הוא לא יודע. אשתו עושה מהשתי חליפות של תלם, אחד מהם מתחרר, שאחד מהם היה שומן ומותר, והוא לא יודע, הוא מביא אושם טובים, הוא מביא בים שלא יהיה נזק, בשם פסח, בשם תוידו. הוא עבר את המדבר, הוא עבר איזה מחלה, הוא מביא תוידו. הוא חוזר את זה היה חולין, לא זה צונו. למה? זה לא היה כמו ששופט כושר, מביא זה בזה, זה אנשים מתנגדים, שמותר לפחות דבר. אפילו מה, אפילו אומר שהוא טוב. אף אחד לא יגיד כזה, שניים לא מבין. עוד פעם, זה אותו סיפור, שניים עושים סיפור. אחד שומע לכולנו, אחד שומע שם חטוס, שלומים, לא אמרנו לא, לא אמרנו לך. אוי לא, לא. ואחד שום לא בקושי. שתיים, שופט, עכשיו אינו. זה פסולה, חרוש, שואל. ושום שלום מבורסת. שואל אותו, שחטו, וחטו, זה מוסיס שומר. שומר שם בד? אם זה שם זה, זה שומר. של חור. של מייסר, של תמוגו, מה זה תמוגו? בן אדם, לעבוד לסרטון של כולם זה, היינו את זה 50 פעם לפחות, אבל אולי בנושא כזה נורא להתמוגו, אז אני גם לא זה. וזה מביא אוי לו. וכאן הוא מוצא בהמה ביותר יפה, ביותר גדולה, אז הוא אומר, לא, זה תמורה את זה. ומה שקורה זה ששניהם, נתפס בשניהם, אבל זה סופר זה לעשות את זה דבר. שביתו סוי שאלה. למה? כי כל אחד יודע שהוא שופט. יודעים שהוא שופט. איך יודעים שהוא שופט? אז יש רש"י אחר כך שאומר. זהו. נראה מה לגמור. זה נראה רש"י. יש לי זה גם יום. כל אחד יודע שהוא שופט. זה עוד רש"י, זה בנידו, שכו לשמוי עושו. אם אתה יכול לעשות את זה עכשיו, אתה יכול להביא תוידו, אם אתה עושה את זה אנשים, יחשבו שמותר להשתתף בקצרים. ושאין בנידו בנידו, אבל אם לא, זה כאילו חטוס, גושון, עד שם לשמוע עם גושון. אתם יודעים שזה לא מה שאתה אומר, סתם אתה ממציא שטויות, שאתה עכשיו... אתה מבין חד, לא, אתה לא מבין, אתה לא חייב חד. עכשיו שמעו לו, לא יודע, גמור, או שמעו לו, להזיק לבניתו, הרי אחד מהדברים שאסור זה לא שם טוב, לא שם טוב, לא טוב. אתה לא יכול להגיד את זה סתם, זה כאילו, אתה אחד הפלט, אז כל אחד יודע שאחד הפלט בג'יוק, אבל הם אומרים, לא מה, מסעד דבר משהו, כל דבר אתם זוכרים שמותר צריך להגיד אותו, כי אי אפשר לצאת מגלל, היה אחד נראה לי אפילו לבנות בעצמו, היה מביא ראש אותו לכל יום. עכשיו, בזמן אחרי זה ואני דומינו, מה אפשר? אתה מסתם חלק באמצע השנה, זה מותגין, זה מותגין, זה רק במידת ניסו. אבל רבישי, שאני בעצם חושב בהפרשות, זה יכול לשאול אותו לצלם, אפשר... אבל אני כאן הראשון הוא הולך פנימי. זה מבימה שנימה. הוא באמת ידיע. כל אחד יכול להגיד שאתה משקר, יש לו מום, הוא לא ידיע. חל שמונה בלבו. אתה לא יודע מה אפילו בעלי מומנעמי. זה לא רק אפילו לבימה, זה לשמור. הנה, נראות לידיע מומו, זה ידיע. יש איזה... לא יודע מה, איזה סל עליו, משהו שלא גם תמום.
session developing with a severe roadmap for the details.
השקל שלך, אבל אנחנו לא נשאר לאנשים, נפעיל לך. בן אדם, לא חייב חטא. אבל נפעיל לך אותו, אין לי חטא סירויסי. זה הרע של עצמי לעבוד. השאלה של חוטא זה דבר מאוד מעניין. והוא דין מוכן לפחות לסוף מכיר פרקסים. גם כל מיני אני אפשר לחשוב, שמישהו יחשוב שהוא חייב. למה? כי הוא עושה חלק כל אחד בגלל שהוא עבר רבינו, למה? ומי שכל לא עבר רבינו בשוגר, הם מוכרח עולה כדי שיזבאי שהוא סקאפ עליו. שהוא מספר לכולם שיש לו בעיה, שהוא עבר רבינו, שוגר, כך שהוא מתבייש, זה יהיה אחד מהחבר. אז כל אחד ידע שהוא לבירטו, אז לכן לא צריכים לחשוב שאולי הוא כן עבר רבינו, ולכן בבירטו הוא היה עובר רבינו כולם. זה גמור לפי המקום. כילה הוא שלוש פעמים. לא אמר לי שלך תוסי, אמר לי שלך תוסי. שלך זה משהו שזה נגוב. אבל אוי בנשים חפות, צריכים להגיד שהוא מה אנשים חפות. יושב כמו מאוד רב לא זו לשמוע לשאולים לזה אין לו איזה קטן שבתוך הבית ולכן הוא מביא אחד גדול אבל יש לזה אותו בבייסר אם אני מוגר אולי באמת עושה תמורה אבל הוא אנשים תמורה זיפטים בואי נשב פה כן אמר תמורה זיפטים זה הכלל עושה אולי תמיד אם זה הכלל שאם זה מידה ונודה נודה ומידה זה אסור מה זה הכלל? מה אתה בא להוסיף? להוסיף מה להוסיף? אין לעשות אם בן אדם הוא לא מביא אוי לא אם נמצאים לו או לנודה אבל זה לא נוסף אבל אתה חושב שהוא נוסף מי חושב שזה נוסף אין לו את העשרות ארוכות האלה כמו נוסף אין לנו נוסף לציל לא אולי הוא נתן לפני יומיים הוא לא גדל לו אותם לעשות הוא נוסף ואתה לא יודע ושאין לו איזו מיניזו לעצמי נטס אני עוד לעצמי נטס למה? אם אנחנו חנושה הבעל מביא את למה? כי אומרים שאחרי אבא שלו בבית של חרותו גם הוא נשפע שזה יותר יותר אומר לו לא זאת שאומר לו שאין לו אישו אבל יש אישו אין מה לשמור פרויסו מה שמוציא כאן זה הרבה אבל אנחנו נקרא מה שכתוב כאן בגמור ומי שרוצה לפי רש"י יכול להיות לפי הגיסה של רש"י יש לנו אנשים לאישה זה בגלל שהוא מביא אוהל הפילדס אין לו אישה יש לי אישה, אין לו לשמור אולי ילדה וצריך להביא אוהל אבל אני קורא שמונסיסטי עוד פעם שלישי זה משהו שזה נדובה, הוא לא בא בשם אוהל הסיסטי הוא קורא לו בשם אוהל הסיסטי נכון, הוא צריך להגיד שם אוהל הסיסטי זה ככה משהו שאתה מבק איזה מדע עשינו 40 דף, אמרנו 40 דף עוד פעם אני רוצה להזכיר להיום סטטוסים, זה בבקשה סטטוסים לא מתרפת צריכים להביא הרבה אנשים זה פרק, זה לא יומן, זה יהיה גשמק שבגשמק חבל שחבלים שתספסו מעריצי ממיסר או יגיד את כל ההבלים כל אחד יודע שפוינס ילדה זה לא נכון ממש לא נעים לעשות יעקב היה כאן סוף, היה כאן הפלה אז הוא נעבור שויטר של גוי, הגוי לא יכול להכניס את המחשבה של הרמיזור לתוך השליטה. מי שעושה את השליטה הוא הזה שיכול לפסול, ומי שלא, הבעלים שעומדים מהצד, גם בביצמית גוש, כדי סובר שבעלים לא יכולים לעשות כלום. בעלים לא יכולים להכניס מחשבה של איסור, של פיגול, של חוץ מזמן או עם כל מועד, הם לא יכולים לעשות כלום שהם עומדים מהצד. רק מי שעושה את תעבוד גדול. וגם מה לא אומר שהוא מספר את המקום, היה לו את היום, ישמעאלי, ועוד זה לציבור. מגיעים למקום שקוראים לציפוריה. לא הולכים כל דבר מישראל. אומר רש"י, ישמעאל, ואם לא נבנה מנפוס ישמעו אותו. היום אנחנו קוראים לזה מה? חלב. אבל תשמעו מה שרש"י אומר, ואפילו אם מייסו מאלהו, שוט ידו איסו להקים לו בקהילה. כשהוא מת, עושים שחידה, לא חושב שככה הם עוסקים היום. אבל לא שכן, ודאי שהם סומכים על השחידה של יהודים. אבל הגמרא מבינה שזה אבליזור, אבל לא דומה ודאר ולדידה. אז הם אמרו, הישמעאלים האלה, אמרו, אנחנו רוצים לדעת את החלק לאבליזור, לדידה לאבליזור. משהו, הרבו, ביביסרו, ודסטייקים, תחו, אתם יודעים את זה. אתם יכולים לעשות, שעוד אמרו, אז מה אתם אומרים? אפשר לעשות מזה עסק? אני בעל הבית, הגויס הוא בעל הבית של הבהמות, הוא רוצה שהיהודי ישחט את זה, והוא ייקח את כל הדברים וישים את זה על הקנצ'קי שלו, על האבליזור שלו. היהודי יאכל את השעת, זה בסדר לא טוב? מה? זה של הגוי, הוא אומר שזה האבליזור. היהודי שוחט. אז אם אנחנו פוסקים כמו רבי יוסי, אז זה לא בעיה. אפשר לבוא לדברים מה עשינו תמיד רבי יוסי, כי אגב הם מה אפשר לפני, זה אומר, רבי יום השמואל, שמואל אומר בשם, רבי יום אומר בשם שמואל, לא, רבי יוסי, שהפעלים הגוי לא יכול להכניס על המחשבה שלו לתוך השחיטה, וכיוון שהיהודי שוחט, אז זו שחיטה טובה וקשירה ויכול לכל את הסטייקים. אומר לרבא ורבי לרבא ולרבא שלי לרבי אליעזר, רבי אליעזר אומר שאפילו הגוי הוא בעל הבית בחלק מאוד קטן כמו השרפת, הגוי יכול להכניס מחשבה לתוך הבהמה תוך כדי השחיטה של היהודים. עכשיו השאלה, לא הם נזוזו איתם או ישראל מה? אם הגוי רוצה להצטרף כאילו לזה, כמה יוצאים, היו יודעים כסף לא היה להם הרבה בהמות כמו היום. אם אחת לכל העיר, עכשיו אתה רוצה לתפוס איזה חלק, אתה נותן את זה לבעל הבית, מחר שאתה שוחט, אני רוצה חלק. האם זה נחשב שותפות, או פשוט משלם לך על הבשר? כן? זה בעצם השאלה, האם אתה שותף או לא? אז אומר לה, חזינו. אומר לה, חזינו. הנה שלום, אם הגוי הזה הוא גבל עם דלמוצים, הוא לא יכול להגיד לו, תעוף מכאן, אז הכסף שהוא נתן לו, זה ממש שותפות בבשר, הוא נהיה שותף. אם הוא נהיה שותף, לפעמים הוא נהיה אפילו שותפות. הכי קטן שיש, זה מה? עכשיו אז בא אלה פה סט, זה לא ימוצים עד כדי. אם הוא לא יכול לדחוס דור אסי, אז המחשבה של הבנו, יש לו פעם עכשיו בשרפת כאילו, ומשהו מסתיק קטן, אז הוא יכול לעשות. אם הוא לא מפחד ממנו היהודי, הוא מלא, יש לך ההר. אתה רואה את הראש שלך? אתה רואה את ההר הזה? תכניס אחד בתוך השני חזק. תקרא את הראש שלך, תעשי ממש פריל עם השמואל, הנה. אם הוא ככה נראה, לא קבל. ויש לו שמשקיפה משבורות, אז תגיד לו, לא, כי הראש שלך בקיא, לא, זה לא. אומר, לא, בשנה שני חודשים, הוא עושה בגזור, הוא רוצה לשחוט את זה להר. כן, גבויס. מה זה הר, מה זה גבויס? יש כאלה שאומרים שגבויס זה יותר גדול מהגבויס. ואני מכיר בעולם, הגבויס אומר שגבויס זה משהו שעשוי בידיו. לשם ים, לשם נהר, לשם מדברות, שחיטה זה פסולה. אז השחיטה פסולה. כאן, מה זה פסול? פסול לאכול, אבל זה לא פסול, זה לא אסור בהנאה. שניים בזה בסכין, אני שואל אותי, שני אנשים מוחזים בסכין, כמו זה, יש לך שם מורידים לבית זו ובסכינים, יש לך כמוני, איפה זה שהם איפה נקראים, אז הם מסכימים את השם בשם הר, בשם נהר, ואיפה זה שם דור בחושך. השני הוא שואל רגיל, אשר שנייה נורמלית, וגם זה פסול עולם, כל אחד מוסיף, כמובן עם שני סכינים, מסגר שלמה, עם שני סכינים או שניים בסכין אחד, אז לא משנה, עם שני סכינים ודאי שזה פוסל את הידי השחיטה שלו, של הרמזון, אבל אפילו זה סכין אחד, הייתי חושב אולי, אבל אנשים לא, אז בואו נתגבר ונהיה הרמזון, אבל אני לא עשו לי, זה באמת זה לא, למה זה לא עשו לנו? למה זה לא נחשב סופר מייסי? וככה, ואמר לשחוט את הרמזון, זה פוזקסי. ומיני, כתוב בשורה שחשב לשמור, שום פעם לא לבונו, הוא שוחט את זה לשם של הירח, ושום תקרוב זולת, שום תקרוב מהזולת, ושום מתחוי עשרה גוזות, ושום שוקות, זה תולד הכי תשיר, כן. כתוב מפורט, שמחר אומר הוא שוחס בהמה להר, לכבוד ההר, לכבוד גבעה, לכבוד נהר, זה זיפי מייסי, זה עשו לנו, אז למה אצלנו במשנה כתוב אופן שמשהו שזה לא עשו לנו? אומר, הבעיה לא יתעשיר, עוד לא אמר להר, עוד לא אמר נקדד. תלוי. אם אתה אומר את זה להר בעצמו, אז למדנו בגזורת, אלוהים על ההורים, זה לא ההורים על ההורים, זה כאילו, ההר בעצמו לא יכול להיות בגזורת. אבל אתה לא יכול לעשות להר בגזורת, זה לא שכן, אתה לא שום דבר בגזורת. אבל אם אתה מדבר למלאך, עוד לא נגד להר, ואתה מדבר למלאך, אז זה כבר סיפור אחר. כי התורה קוראת לזה אלוקוס, ככה שאומר, אלוקוס זה צורי אפשר. והגנמי, ויטורי, תביאי זה מכל צעדות, הוא ישמע מינו. ופה שזה אחד מהדברים מכל צעדות, שזה הדבר גדול שיש לנו בעולם, אבל זה כאילו, זה מלאך, זה בעיה, ישמע מינו. אומר רבי. מה רבו לו באמת חידוש רציני? כל זה דייס חבר לביצו. אם יש לך בהמה, זה יושב שם. יושב, אתה לא תפסה אותה, אין כאן לסבור, לא עושה את הפיננסים אותה. היא יושב אלינו. וזה הרבה בזור שם. וקים את ששוחד פה, סימון, נכון? הסוף. אם שחטת לשם הרבה בזור, כמו שהגמור תסביר שזה אפילו משהו, אז שמת את זה בעלות. ומה? כי אם אתה הולך בבימה של החיים של השכן שלך, אפילו הבימה שלך. יש לך בימה יפה עם זה. זה לא מערבב, זה ערבי לזור. זה לא מערבב לזור. לא, אפילו הבימה שלך. אתה לא יכול לסור בחיים. אבל אם אתה שוחט את הבימה, אז זה באמת עושה. וכאן יש חידוש, עוד יותר חידוש, כי זה לא שלך אפילו. במקרה שזה לא שלך, זה של החבר. אז יש כאן חידוש עצום, שאתה יכול ללכת במשהו שלא שלך ולעשות את זה, אבל לזור. זה לא החבר שלך, עכשיו עשו בהבנה, מה אתה עושה? איך אתה נכנס לחצר? והולך לי את הבימה שלי, נחצים לשחוט זה בכלל, מה אתה עושה? לא, נעשה, מה שמביא את הסיפור שהכוהנים גנזו את הקלישורס של הביס המקדוש. למה הם גנזו את הקלישורס? כלים עיקריים של זהב, גנזו אותם, למה? כי אורקוז עבד אותם עליו ולזור, אבל זה לא שלו, זה של הביס המקדוש. אז רואים שאפשר לסור משהו שלא שלו. כאילו ששום אותה, סימן איך הוא לעשות? הוא לא צריך לעשות שליטה רצינית, רק סימן אחד. הוא אומר, אני לא צריך לזכור את זה טוב. סוללות, יהוד הרעול, מה שלא טוב זה שזה עמוד מאוד קצר. בגלל עמוד הבא קצר. אז העולו נמצא כאן, אנחנו רוצים גם לזכור את העולו וגם לזכור את העולו. הוא אומר שאתה יכול לסור את הבימה של הסבור שלך, והגמור אומרת, זה לא לפי הוא לא אומר לפי, אף הפי שאומר משתחת ולבארץ חברים לא יעשור. אתה לא יכול להשתחבות לבימה של הסבור שלך ולסור. או זה לא מייסר, אפילו עשית מייסר, שגמור תגיד זה מייסר כלשהו, אתה עושה את זה אפילו לא של הביס המקדוש, אתה עושה משהו פרטי, בימה פרטית של העבר. אז עוד פעם שלישי, הוא אומר שאם אתה שוחט בימה של החבר שלך, אפילו בסימן אחד, אתה עושה אותה. וזה עוד לפי הוא שאומר אפילו אתה עושה מייסר, אפילו כלשהו, וזה עושה. ומה הוא מוסיף? הוא מוסיף את כלשהו. פייסר, אנחנו ראינו שאלה פצצה. עכשיו זה כאן משאב. אם אתה שופט, חכות בשאדו, אז מה עשית גם? נפילה בשמה טובה. עברת עלות ברייסר, אתה יסחובת, האחד מזה עכשיו. נכון. מחוץ לביס המקדוש, אסור לך לשחוט, אחר כך מחוץ לביס המקדוש, איך קוראים לזה? שחוט לקרות. לא, אבל לזור, אסור לך לשחוט משהו לביס. לזור, זה שלוש, הוא עושה את הכל, בשוגי, זה הכל. חיות, שולו לשחטות. חיות שלו. אני שולו לשחטות. אם אחד שחט, תחדו שלו, מחוץ לביס המקדוש, וזה הבית הזו, ובשבת, כמה חטאות הוא חייב? אז זה הדירוץ, כמו שהוא אמר, כמו שאתה אומרים. זה הדירוץ. נכון, אני נראה אומרת שלוש, אבל זה חייב אחת, זה המקורי. אבל סתם. זה לא יקרה. כמה כאילו ששורם עושים מנה אחד עשור, או שאתם לא גנו. אם אתה שחררת את הסימן אחד, לפי אולו, לפי רב נחמן, סליחה, אולו, אתה שחצית. סימן אחד, אתה עושה את זה, מה עשת? זה נהיה בזובר. אם זה נהיה בזובר, אז ברגע שזה נהיה בזובר, אומר לי, כל עשו לחוץ, הוא לא לחייב, אז הוא לא שחק באימה, הוא לא שחק קורבן, למה? יחד לסתרוק אותו. ברגע שאתה שוחט סימן אחד, עשית בזובר. אם אתה עשית בזובר, אז תהיה השם של קודשם אומר רש"י. זה כבר לא קודשם. אז הסימן השני שאתה פותר, זה לחתוך רפה, זה כלום. זה תגיבו לאמר הפוך. זה סוגיה מאוד יפה. אמר הפוך, זה חד ישראל. אוי תסכילו. אם אתה מדבר על חד ישראל, הנה חד ישראל. רציני, אם אתה מדבר על חד ישראל, Also, ראינו, בכל ועדי הדולג העושים. אפשר לשפוט סימן אחד. אחד זועק פשוט מסימן אחד. בכל ועדי הדולג העושים. גם השער לסדור ולזור, גם השוק מחוץ. הכל קרה בשנייה אחת של בקר. סימן אחד של רבו אמר סימן אחד, אתה יודע פה מספיק סימן אחד, תוכל לסול. ושם אתה עובר את כל השלוש סירים, שישה ולזור, שמונה חוץ. כן, לא מביטי בחוץ, אין מביטה בחוץ. לא יודע, זה לא נראה בו נתימן לעמוד לשמייטק, הספרנו את הגמרא, רבונו אומר, שמחק הוא חצה בימה של החבר שלי. כמו ברשות, אבל זובר, אפילו משוחד סימן אחד, ואמרנו שזה תקשור לו, מה?
Let's do this, baby. Hi, Jen.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Well, how are you?
I'm good.
Do you need me on camera?
No, it doesn't have to be on camera.
Okay, very well. How's your day going thus far?
It's going okay. I normally get up pretty early so I can get stuff done before I go to work.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and to be interviewed. And I had the chance to look at your podcast a little bit, and it sounds like you are into positivity and living a good life, and that's what I'm about as well. And love to share that with your audience.
Yeah. I try to capture like all aspects, kind of like you, but in a different way because I have like my different podcast areas that I focus on and things like that because I believe that everyone is pretty much equal, but nobody really understands that. So that's why I branch out and do all different kinds of episodes just to show people we're not different from one another.
I'm in agreement with you as well. So before we start, do you mind if I just give you an overview of what I'd like to discuss? You can feel free to ask me questions on anything that you'd like.
Oh, sure.
Excellent. So I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I've been doing that for more than 4 years, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm basically building a very large human archive. And I talk a lot about futurism and bettering of people, bettering of ourselves, bettering of the world, improvement of the world. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit. And a topic that I think is on a lot of people's minds that may be interesting is where we're moving in terms of AI and not just the negative things which we hear a lot about, but perhaps some of the positive aspects of it. And as we move into the modern age even further, just ways that AI may be impacting us for the better. Would that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine. Feel free to talk about whatever aspects you want to talk about. My show's pretty much open, and you're like one of the very first people. There's like you and one other person that have reached out to me in the whole time I've been doing my podcast. So this is exciting for me as well.
Oh, excellent. Well, wonderful. Well, and then also, how long do you? I was noticing like you did have one other interview that I saw that went like 44 minutes. Do you go between like 30 minutes and an hour or something like that?
I just go wherever the conversation leads, and then if the conversation just feels like it might be a little bit too long, I'll break it up into smaller sections, but then I'll also post like the full length one because not everyone has a attention span of over an hour. So if I break up an episode, then maybe they could listen to the parts if they want to hear it again.
Well, certainly. Excellent.
So we could start with you can introduce yourself and we'll go from there.
Sounds
I
like
got
a
my
plan.
recording stuff all set up and I'll let you take it away.
All right. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and in my own way, I'm making that true today. I like to say that I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, Jen, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, and all of your audience as financially independent as possible. I'd like to ensure that all of you have the opportunity to improve the world through creating charities that are near and dear to your hearts and philanthropic organizations. Really, the goal of my project, in addition to world peace, is to improve the world through the use of technology to help perhaps end world hunger, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a project that is already starting some of these improvements by developing water towers and water systems in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So, those are just some of the things that my project encompasses, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
Not a problem at all. This is exciting for me as well.
Excellent.
So how did you end up getting involved in all of this?
Great question. Well, prior to the pandemic, I was your traditional black hat, black suit, Orthodox Jew going to synagogue, or as we call it, shul, 3 days, 3 times a day, every day. I'd walk to shul on Shabbat. Certainly lived just a very traditional Hasidic or modern Orthodox life. But when the pandemic hit, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, I'm also a certified project management professional, and my career in technology went remote. And so instead of doing the commute on the Los Angeles freeways every day as I had in a suit and tie for many years, everything went to the online verse and the digital world. And I went from never having being on camera and really having anxiety up for social media and being on camera to being on camera anywhere between 8 hours a day for work and another 2 or 3 hours a day for many of the Orthodox community events that I would attend in classes. And I think that anxiety that I had was lessened, just being more comfortable using technology and being on camera. And after work, because I didn't have as many events to go to, because everyone was generally uh, constrained because of the pandemic, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like while hitting these golf balls and see if I could improve my swing to some extent. And I would make little jokes to myself when I wouldn't hit the ball, frankly, as well as I wanted to. And I thought, you know what, God willing, when the whole pandemic pans out, so to speak, I'd love to be able to share these videos with my future wife and future children one day, God willing, almost like home movies. And so at the end of the day, I would upload my videos, and they would sometimes be 2 or 3 hours. And it was taking me a long time. I was getting throttled from the data and from my ISP and my cellular service. And I just thought there has to be a better way. And I thought, probably the best way to do this is to perhaps live stream it. And that means I'm going to have to create a YouTube account and a Twitch account and do all those things. And I really didn't want to do that, but it was just out of this sheer ease of being able to live stream as opposed to archiving and uploading. I created my first YouTube account in the fall of 2021, and I haven't looked back. So that's how it started.
Nice. So you had an understanding of all this technology before you began this journey, or have you been learning about it as you go?
Oh, it's been both, most certainly. So I do have somewhat of a technological background. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies as a Scrum Master and certified project management professional. So I've led tech teams, but there's a difference between doing that and doing it on your own, and being able to market yourself and ensuring that you abide by all of the guidelines of social media. Frankly, I led companies that would have social media departments, but I wouldn't necessarily get all that involved within the social media aside from just the general overview in a managerial position. But this project has really allowed me to get really hands on and to learn the best ways to market myself, how to perhaps go viral. We're still waiting on that moment, but I know that that day is sooner rather than later, God willing. And so it's been a marriage of both my technological background and it's been a lot of learning. And I think probably I'm on the brink of perhaps more data being archived on the internet from any single individual than any person ever. So I've had to do a lot of trailblazing in terms of what is called life logging, or basically archiving your entire life. So I think it's been a mixture of both. I had previous experience, but then I've learned a lot over the course of this journey.
Has there ever been a point where you've gotten frustrated and you just wanted to give up?
No, I don't want to give up. That's a really, I think, amazing aspect of this project. Every single day, I have more and more motivation to do this. I know it's something really special. So at no point have I ever really, and I can really say that as heartfelt as possible, I've never wanted to give up. And even with anything I've ever done, this has really been shocking to me. At some point, I always kind of want to give up, but not this. I love it. I absolutely love archiving my life. It's like being a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, except I'm archiving the world's history. Not just my life is archived 24 hours a day, but I also keep news on in the background 24 hours a day. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day, essentially for almost the last 5 years, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I know the impact that that may make on future generations, that basically they're going to have a giant timeline to be able to study. And I know how historians view the diaries and archives of journalists of the past and how important those are for the age that's studying them to have an understanding of what daily life was like then. And I think the same will be true of my streams. And moreover, we'll be able to study so many different things that really we just don't have a lot of data on. Things like aging. No person has their entire life over the course of years archived so that people can study how their metabolism changes, how aging changes, their circadian rhythms, their macros, their eating habits, their sleeping habits, their behavior patterns, every aspect of the human body. I think will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint. And then, moreover, AI is going to be able to study me to be able to create accurate human models, which I think is really exciting as well. So, knowing that I have, I think, an important role perhaps in the future gives me motivation, and at no point have I wanted to stop.
Makes sense. Whenever people find their calling in life, so to speak, it just drives them to want to continue and do better and better.
I'm in agreement with you. Yes, this is my passion, and I know that the light is approaching at the end of the tunnel. I think I did the whole first year while also working for Fortune 100, and I didn't really interact with too many people back then, so to speak. But ever since then, in the years that I've been streaming since, I've been able to create a community. I have people who literally live in Discord with me 24 hours a day. They're along for the journey as well. I have people who just want to sleep. They don't want to be alone. They like knowing that somebody's there. And so, however people want to enjoy what my project is, I generally let them enjoy it in any way that they want. And I really like to do this the rest of my life. And you're absolutely right. People who are passionate about what they do don't ever want to quit. And I'm one of those people on this project.
So going back to the whole streaming of news and stuff like that, is there a specific news channel that you stream or that you listen to, or do you listen to different news channels because each one has its own slant on how it's going to portray what's going on in the world?
Most certainly. I listen to KFI AM 640. It's a Los Angeles talk radio station. And so they generally do their best to maintain as much neutrality as possible. And they have different talk shows that go on throughout the day. So it's not just straight news that is just repetitive. It gives people's opinions and such. And I would, if I could, just also stream CNN or Fox News or perhaps both or MSNBC or whatever, MS Now, because I think it's important to have all of the different opinions that are available. However, you do run into an issue with copyright infringement when you do just live stream different news channels. So I have found, at least from a radio perspective, KFI has not gotten me any copyright strikes, and so there's a delicate balance there. And I've also streamed NPR. That's certainly a favorite of mine as well. And I like to get both sides or all the sides really as much as possible. So it's a delicate balance between neutrality and copyright. And I have found that AM radio basically suits that niche quite well.
I find it's getting harder to find radios that can do an AM frequency, and I find that kind of odd.
You're absolutely right. As I'm sure you're probably aware, this is being removed from new cars. There's legislation that's been proposed to perhaps keep it in new cars. I am someone who thinks that AM radio, while it is something that some people may think is boring, especially in times of emergency or in times of really news worthy events. AM radio is where it's at. It's the type of frequency that's most clear and understandable for voices. And personally, I am in agreement with you. It's very difficult to find AM radios now. Just period. It's hard to find a radio. Period. Everything has gone to streaming and internet based. So to have the ability to have a radio is, I think, a medium that is lost on perhaps other generations, but certainly hasn't been lost with my project. I find it to be of extreme importance. And while I do listen to FM radio, AM radio for my project is really great because it delivers the news, generally gives an unbiased or as limited a bias opinion on what's going on in global events, usually on the hour and half hour and when news breaks. But additionally, then in the middle, we get opinions and, more fun discussions, I think. So when people study my streams in the future, they'll get a little bit of both. They'll get the news, but then they'll also get what daily life was like in 2026, 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, and back all the way to 2021.
Has your project affected your personal relationships at all?
Most certainly. I was looking to get married really right before the pandemic. And I shouldn't say I had like one person in mind, nothing like that. But I was an established professional and thought, you know what, I'm getting to be of the age that I should really settle down and have children and all of the good things that there are in life. And the pandemic halted that. A lot of the dating scene, while much of it is virtual anyway, it halted some of that. And I recognized that I was impassioned by the archiving of my life and thought, well, I've waited to some extent to get married. Why not wait a little bit longer, depending on how long this may take? It not only may affect my life and just the archiving of my daily events, but it could affect the world. And so, why not sacrifice a few years? I've already had to sacrifice because of the pandemic. And, maybe I'll, instead of being a 35-year-old father, I might be a 40-year-old father or a 45-year-old father, but that's okay. Generally, the the biological clock on a man is not as pressured, and so I could wait a little bit longer. In terms of my friends and my community, yeah, I mean, I can't go and live stream during our morning prayers or afternoon prayers or evening prayers or on Shabbat or those kinds of things. So certainly that has brought change to my life. But my friends generally, we still can communicate via text message and email and telephone and FaceTime and all of those things like we did previously. And it's opened up my life to many new friends and new communities. I have over nearly 3,000 people in my Discord, and people from all over the world, depending on the time of day, come and they check in with me. We play games together. They tell me about their lives. They ask for advice. So it's really given me a pastoral role for this digital community in addition to my IRL life. So I would say yes, it has had an effect on my friendships, but if anything, I've been able to maintain generally all of the friendships that I've ever had, and additionally add many more in a much more diverse community that is the digital space.
So when you go out in public, how does that live stream thing affect your interactions with people? Like if you were going to go to Starbucks for a cup of coffee or get a Big Mac from McDonald's?
Certainly. Well, I do my best to keep kosher, so I don't do the Big Mac thing. But what I do, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland, and it doesn't really change my interactions IRL don't really change all that much, except I probably look a little goofy because I sometimes have multiple phones that are streaming at the same time. But generally, I think many times it just looks like I'm on a FaceTime call. I do my best to be as respectful to those around me as possible and to maintain their privacy as best I can. I can tell you, like when I go to the bank, though, I'm much more open than I think many people are. I've opened bank accounts on stream, certainly go to the store on stream. I you know, get gas on stream. All of the little the little errands that people do throughout the day, I've done on stream, and I've done my best to archive what life is like while people are doing this. I mean, throughout my stream, people have been able to see what life was like during a global pandemic and then getting out of that and how life changed, how AI has changed our lives. And So, like the places that I do like to go, like just the store or my local kosher market or something like that, I'll just basically make it look like I'm on FaceTime. And that's basically what it is, except instead of sharing with one person, I'm sharing with the whole world. But if at any point I am getting too close to someone, let's say, and they have a private conversation or something, I do my best to avoid that and maintain as much privacy for those around me while still sharing my life with the world.
Sounds interesting. You have to be mindful of your surroundings at all times when you're out of your house.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those things where it's treat others the way that you want to be treated. And if I had an expectation of privacy wherever I was, and someone was violating that, I would not be happy in that situation. And so I do my best to do the same for other people. I don't uh, I avoid any type of eavesdropping with my phones. If at any point I think somebody's had a door or something like that, I'll scurry on to some other area so that we don't necessarily reveal any type of private information of any person. And there's always the mute the microphone button as well if I need to for whatever reason, if that needs to happen. And I am happy about this. I am not a sewing. I have multiple YouTube streams going 24 hours a day, but I just want to go outside and go to the mailbox or go outside and go servant to the stream. I don't feel beholden to them. I say that and it's true, I perhaps have more data archived of any single individual in global history, but I don't have the longest single live stream. And I don't want that. I don't want that pressure where I always have to be on camera every single moment of every single second of every single day. It's fine if I want to just go and enjoy the sunshine for a few minutes or go on a walk around the neighborhood. And I keep my streams going. And people can certainly join my Discord that's available to the public 24 hours a day. And but just to know that this isn't forced upon me, and I don't force it upon myself. It's quite freeing. And then I find when I'm not on camera, I want to be on camera, so I do my best. Sometimes I'll start up a stream while IRL, or I will just record myself and upload a video later for a friend or something like that. But I do find that the life that I'm recording is interesting and I want to share it with the world.
So you talk about trying to bring world peace. Have you had any people like engage with you and I guess have their minds change because of what you talk about or what you show?
I think so. Many people are very skeptical of anyone with a world peace goal. And I explained to them that world peace to me is somewhat inevitable in long periods of time. And the way that I explain it is, imagine that you were a colonial years ago or 300 years ago or whatever it would be. You have to recognize that in order to explore other continents, you need to have peace at home. You can't have a civil war going on because you can't invest the resources that are necessary for exploring another continent. If you think that nations that were able to have colonies and have exploration did so when they had peace on their home in their homeland. And I explained the same thing is true about Earth. While we still have war here on Earth, within the next millennia, uh, perhaps, or a few millennia, we will be moving towards space tourism, space exploration, terraforming of other planets, perhaps interstellar travel, even in the far future. And in order to do that, we need to have peace on Earth first. We can't go creating or like terraforming Mars, perhaps, if we're having war here on Earth. So it's to me an inevitability. So long as we don't destroy our own planet, it's just a matter of time until we can come to some type of peaceful environment on Earth. And I'm not saying it's going to be done today, but I do have a different view of it that also changes people's minds. Many people say, well, Rabbi, there are so many people who don't recognize that it's everyone's responsibility. And I explained to them that we are moving away from the traditional Homo sapien lifestyle of having a limited lifespan. And we're being able to perhaps extend that using life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions, you name it. Many of us are able to extend our lives from age 80 to perhaps age 100, 120 may be the norm for some people in the future. And we're also uh, able to perhaps utilize types of technology that are reverse aging. So the normal person who might say, oh, I don't really care about it because I'm just going to die, has to realize that these problems may be continue to be theirs as they continue to live their lives. And we're moving towards a transhumanist future, perhaps, for those who want it. I don't want to push anything on anybody that they don't want. So I'm very big on consent. So if you don't want any of these life extension technologies, you should have to have them. You should be able to live your normal life and just be at peace when you die, God willing. But for those of us who at least want to learn about whether the future may hold the opportunity to be able to reverse age or perhaps extend our lives, there may be a type of technology, just one of them is known as mind uploading technology, where, with someone's consent, we could scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I say to people is that there may be a future in the not too distant future where this type of digital immortality or some type of immortality may exist. And if this happens, then the idea of having world peace becomes their problem directly. And many of them say, wow, I've never really thought of it that way. So you're saying that you may think that we will not die? And I'm saying not every single person on earth, but there may be people today who are being born who may be able to live past age 100 pretty easily, maybe even be able to get to 200, and perhaps even be able to limit death or delay death indefinitely. These are inevitabilities for any evolving type of species. And when I talk to them like that, and they say, okay, so you're saying that maybe world peace might be available 500 years down the line or 1,000 years down the line. I say, yes, absolutely. Not today, not tomorrow, but perhaps someday, and you may be able to experience that someday. They become much more positive toward it. Now, I do get some people who say, I don't want that. That sounds scary to me. I just want to die when I'm of the ripe old age to die, and I want them to have that. I don't want anybody to have anything forced on themselves that they don't want. But when you can change someone's mind and make them recognize that with scientific advancement, they may be able to extend their current life, perhaps reverse age, and maybe even utilize some type of technology like mind uploading technology, that becomes very interesting to them. And then world peace becomes their issue when perhaps before they were just kicking the can down the road for the next person. Now this becomes their responsibility. And so when I put things in that type of perspective, I find that people become much more positive to it, and I change a lot of minds.
When I look back at the Bible and especially in Genesis, people lived a really long time and there wasn't even world peace back then. So, in my mind, we have to overcome our human nature in some way in order for any change to happen, and that's on an individual level. So, the thought of living forever, it scares me just because I see how humans are today. And I don't think that adding more time to a lifespan would change certain people's aspects on life or desires or greed or whatever those human emotions are that create the chaos we live in today.
Well, I certainly understand that, and I understand the fear, and that's absolutely a responsible opinion to have. And I'm someone who thinks that under the current makeup of humans, if we allowed our species to be able to live these longer lives, corrupt people would perhaps become more corrupt, and mean people would perhaps become meaner, and evil would perhaps become even more evil if given longer periods of time to be able to exist. However, with the advent of longer lives, there are other adaptations and inventions that could be created, including education, including perhaps just societal improvements. Certainly, being able to educate people in terms of their role in society may allow people to recognize that they're living not just for themselves, but for a greater good. That may take time, that may take different types of education or re education, and we may even need some type of perhaps scientific advancement to get to that point. But I think that we're not alone in this pursuit of justice, that we have science that may be able to develop technologies to make people better. And what's an example of this? So let's say someone who perhaps was, um, oh, genetically um, genetically genetically predisposed to have a huge amount of hatred in their heart. Well, there's an argument to be made that a technology like CRISPR, some type of gene editing, could perhaps not remove all of their anger, but just adjust it so that they didn't have this evil intent and this malicious heart, and they would still have some type of aggression, because aggression doesn't necessarily have to be evil. Aggression can be very good, but perhaps not to the point where they hurt others around them. So what I'm saying is that even humans may be able to genetically alter themselves so that if they did live for 500 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, they wouldn't have the original predispositions of to be as evil as possible. But as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And if we're editing ourselves and genetically modifying ourselves, we better be doing it for the right reasons, and we better have the technology as perfected as possible, because it has an immense impact on the future of humanity. And for you to have the fears that you've conveyed it's an absolutely reasonable take, and it's something that I worry about as well. And I'd like to help lead the world, or at least my community, through the future. That these are types of challenges that we are going to perhaps have in the future, and we're going to do everything we can to adapt and adjust to them so that we all live a better life.
I've learned, well, not really learned, but I listened to a lot of things about spirituality and the reasons we come to Earth and our pre-birth experience and planning and all of that. And basically, Earth is like college graduate level, and the point of coming to Earth is to overcome those things and learn how to love everyone despite all the oppression in the world. I don't know if you have that same thought process.
Well, honestly, I don't know. And anyone who absolutely says that they know, I want to know where their source is, certainly. But I like to have the same kind of idea that you have, that perhaps we do have some type of control, perhaps uh, before we're even born, or perhaps from a spiritual standpoint, or even coming from a good home, or just brought into the world in a loving environment, that these can affect our our being, so to speak. But in terms of having any evidence for this, it's really just, I would say, wishful thinking on my end. And I would love evidence for it. I would love to be able to prove it. Evidence is very important, but for me, it's just a general desire of this. Um, Let me ask you: do you when you say you have that feeling? What gives you that confidence?
Just listening to a lot of near-death experiences and people who have died and come back, um, listening to things like on the paranormal realm. And I just collect all this information from all over, and that's how I form my thoughts and opinions. And I just think it could be something that's plausible.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you. There's something that we can't explain, and so there's more to it. There's a there, and even with as advanced as science is currently, there is something going on, perhaps in another dimension, or however you want to, or anybody else wants to try to define it, that we cannot define in our reality, and until we're able to, it remains a mystery. But I don't think that what's going on with the current scientific study ability, basically the ability to study what's going on in our current dimension, doesn't mean that there can't be something going on in another dimension, or some other type of energy plane. And as science advances, hopefully we're able to study these things, and understand what happens when someone has an NDE, a near death experience, or perhaps when someone is in some type of um, elevated state for whatever reason. Uh, the ability to study that, I think, is really important. And I'd love to learn all the mysteries that are going on. Then certainly, I mean, these we're getting to the point where we are able to answer a lot of the questions that are out there. Like, will people ever be able to fly? Yeah, we've been able to achieve that. Will people ever be able to travel across an ocean in a day? Yeah, we can do it in a set number of hours. Are we alone? Is a big question. What happens after we die? What happens before we're born? These are still questions that exist, and as humanity continues to advance, we're generally able to answer more and more questions, and it'll be very exciting to see if we can really um, find a source for what all of these mysteries entail.
It's fun. It's fun to explore and to speculate and learn all this stuff. And nobody's ever going to have all the answers, but it just gives, at least for me, gives me another perspective on life and not to fear death because there's more that happens after death.
Absolutely. And for anyone out there who has a feeling of fearing death, that's completely natural. So that's there's instinct. That's why we have instincts, that to be able to avoid it for as much as for as long as possible. And with what I talk about in terms of perhaps being able to avoid death or delay death, that may be something that people don't want as well, and they may want to face that fear of death in its natural course. And I want people to be able to do that too. As I think we're seeing that we're going to have the doesn't have really have a great name, but like the people who want to live, I call them just Homo sapien people who want to live their normal life and then die, and they're fine with that. And then there are people who want to escape it, and generally they're known as transhumanists. But I think that kind of there's a split that's happening within our species. If people don't realize it, it's occurring. And the people who are homo sapiens, generally perhaps one day may not even continue to exist on earth. Transhumanists may eventually be able to take over and do their best to answer all of these big questions. But I'm somewhat in agreement with you. We'll never necessarily know everything. There will always be questions that exist, even as we continue to evolve as a species. There'll be new questions that arise. There will be mysteries that occur. Even as an extremely advanced civilization, I think will always be questioning. That's at the heart of any science endeavor. And even if they think they have the answer to something, as any good scientist knows, they have to recheck and make sure that their original hypotheses remain consistent. So they'll always be questioning.
So moving a little bit away from this topic, you had mentioned about making seawater drinkable.
Yeah.
Could that be extended to like floodwaters and natural disasters, cleaning up and harnessing the mess from that and using it for good somehow?
Absolutely. Any type of water with the right filtration can be cleaned. So even extremely polluted water can be cleaned. We have wastewater treatment plants that essentially can take even water that's filled with fecal matter and trash and all kinds of nasty, disgusting elements and turn that into drinking water. And the same could be true of flood water. The same could be true of salt water. The same certainly could be true of brackish water, water that is basically near coastal areas or in areas where that are perhaps close to the water and also close to land. River water certainly could be. This could be done. Rainwater. This could be done. Even like acid rain, which isn't that prevalent anymore, due thankfully in most areas due to environmental improvements. All of these types of what one may consider to be challenges from a hydration standpoint are all able to be cleaned. It's really just chemistry at a certain point and the amount of energy that wants to be taken. It's not always practical, but from the ability to perhaps create clean water for people to be able to drink, to be able to eradicate drought, to be able to irrigate fields, and to be able to even use water to eliminate forest fires or wildfires. These are all opportunities that are available to us. It just depends how much energy humanity wants to invest in these types of technologies.
Seems like it would be quite expensive, but for humanity, I'm sure someone out there has come up with some ideas on how to implement this
Most certainly.
sort of thing.
Yeah, so and it really comes down to cost, like what you're saying. Um, but generally, with the utilization of nuclear energy, and if people aren't so keen on nuclear energy, even geothermal energy, just taking a pipe, sticking it in the ground, allowing Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine, that can power a desalination plant. Tidal forces, basically the tides of the ocean, can generate electricity. Waves on the surface of the water can generate electricity. So there are many ways to generate electricity to be able to power a desalination plant. And then from there, especially the main outputs of a desalination plant are water, which can be used for irrigation, for drinking, for um, to eliminate drought. And then you have salt, and salt can be used for all kinds of good natural things as well. And there isn't that much waste in terms of major amounts of, um, of pollution that occurred with a desalination plant. And desalination is becoming more popular in some countries. Israel is one, that desert regions that could definitely benefit from this. The United States is, I would say, a little behind on this. Australia utilizes it, and Australia is building more and more desalination plants, technology, because of the lack of water that exists on who live further and further inland in Australia. They need water, and so desalination is a really great opportunity. So the more and more this type of technology becomes more economical, the more reasonable it becomes to be able to implement. Costs will be lowered, and eventually, I'd like to see desalination really eradicate the idea of drought. And the Earth's surface is two-thirds water. No one should go without clean water if this type of technology exists. It's just really about a will, and where there's a will, there's a way. And it also depends on who's the person who's thirsty. Unfortunately, urban areas get the water first, as opposed to perhaps more rural areas. But eventually, I'm an advocate for every person on Earth to have clean drinking water, clean bathing water, all ideally at no cost, because of the amazing advancements that we are making in terms of hydrology and desalination technology.
I would like to see people get back to knowing how to garden and farm, and live off the land and take care of themselves versus polluting the earth the way we do. And to me, it's just sad watching all the pollution and all the disposable things that we use that just fills up the landfills. There's really no need for any of that.
I'm in agreement with you. The urban gardening, um, uh, urban gardening revolution, I think, is just in its infancy. Vertical farming is in its infancy. Certainly, saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses are in their infancy for urban areas. And then for people who do have land, the ability to become self sufficient, independent, like perhaps we were able to a few generations ago, is definitely, I think, an admirable quality. Not everybody wants that life. Not everybody wants to get up early in the morning and get eggs from a chicken, or perhaps till the land, or whatever it is. Many people may say this is what my ancestors wanted to avoid. That's why I live in the city. And so there are some people who do enjoy that urban lifestyle. There are some people who enjoy the rural lifestyle, and there are some people who want a little bit of both, and that's a suburban lifestyle. And for those who want to be self sufficient off the grid, I feel that that is a benefit that you should be able to enjoy. If those people perhaps don't want to be as far away from a city and they want to live in a more suburban area, that's absolutely fine. But it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to grow their own crops. And even I see a major movement for replacing uh, the traditional lawn with a garden, especially in a backyard. And then for those who live in an urban area but desire the ability to raise their own crops in where real estate is constrained, vertical farming is an excellent opportunity for this. So, in terms of everything that you're saying, and being self sufficient and not necessarily requiring some large mega corporation to be able to provide your food and having that nutritional independence, I am definitely an advocate wherever you are, whether it's in a rural area, a suburban area, or an urban area.
That might sound a little conspiracy theory here, but it just seems like the powers that be are the ones in control of everything. They don't want they don't want their people to be self-sufficient because then they can't charge them money.
Most
And
certainly.
in my mind, that's what it all comes down to. It's our farmlands are going away. The government has more and more control over our food source. All the food we're eating isn't even food anymore, and it's killing us. And
Most,
it's all done for profit, or maybe we're all guinea pigs. I don't know. It would just be nice to get back to our roots if people choose to do that so we can become healthier again.
well, I'm in agreement with a lot of what you've said. Um, in terms of the people who control the land and many of the resources, frankly, it's been like that since the dawn of time. And I'm sure you're aware we had certainly kings and kingdoms, and then feudal rulers and serfs, and now getting into the corporatocracy. Most certainly, we are seeing a, a limited ability of your general person to be able to grow their own crops and be self-sustainable. Um, but there are some some positives that we are seeing, even though this type of environment does exist. We certainly have the ability, some people who are finding that even just having a small herb garden they may start with, and then for the first few years, they have an herb garden that expands into a little plot of land, and then they're replacing their entire lawn with a garden, and they're maybe able to support maybe 25 to 50% of all of their organic food themselves. I'm definitely an advocate of that. But what you say is absolutely true. Even the seeds that you're going to get at the store are genetically modified in one way or another many times to be perhaps to perhaps repel insects or certain weeds or whatever it may be. The water that you're using many times isn't as clean as it would have been generations ago. The ground itself may not have the same type of nutritional benefits that it would have had just due to much of the contamination that occurs and has occurred over recent decades. And so, from that perspective, I'm absolutely in agreement with you that um, what we're many times getting at the store is not food. There are all types of loopholes that many corporations utilize to be able to say that, oh, something is just an example, like something's ice cream, or they'll call it an ice cream dessert, but it's not really ice cream because cream has to be like 10% or something along those lines. Or they'll say it is, they'll use some type of legality to be able to get around some legislation, And while people think that they're getting something that's pure, it's not. Like the organic label is a perfect example of this. There's really no rhyme or reason as to what someone wants to label anything as organic. The Food and Drug Administration doesn't necessarily authorize one type of food to be considered organic and another to not. There's even the classic Supreme Court case that came down to whether tomato or ketchup is considered a fruit, something along those lines for the nutrition of public school children. When you get into those types of discussions, I think we really lose sight on what's important, and it's just what you would find in a natural environment that's organic, and that's what I want to raise in my garden, and that's what I want to give my family. And many people don't have that opportunity anymore, and I'm positive, I'm someone who is positively inclined to allow people to have that type of freedom again. And whether that's a realistic aspiration, time will tell.
I feel like there might be less crime and less violence, especially in the inner city, if people learn how to do this stuff or they had some kind of training to expose them to what else is out there other than being bored and just shooting one another.
Well, if you had a community garden and you got to know your neighbors and you had some type of dependence on each other, you're going to be much closer. You're going to be looking out for each other. You're going to care about their children and their parents and each other much more than a completely separated lifestyle that that occurs where we're all compartmentalized and we're just living our lives. And really, even though we may be around hundreds, if not thousands, of people on a freeway or in an urban environment, we're really not interacting with any of these people. I've always said that I think it's a really great, uh, just a really great um, thing to do is to just get to know your neighbors, look out for each other, volunteer in your neighborhood and your local community, because that's going to create certainly a stronger society around you and avoid exactly what you're saying, where harm is done to other people. You're far less likely to do harm to someone that you know or someone that you care about than someone you don't. And um, unfortunately, we don't currently live in a society that makes that very easy. But that doesn't necessarily mean over the course of the 21st century that cannot happen. I don't know if we're moving in that direction necessarily, but societies change course and ebbs and flows occur. And I would hope that if we were to get to that type of understanding with each other, that hopefully crime would be lowered and hopefully we'd live in a better society.
So, did you have anything else that you wanted to talk about or bring up?
Absolutely. So many of our audience may hear and read in the news many bad things about artificial intelligence, and I just want to give a few examples of perhaps some positives of how artificial intelligence may affect us, and we may perhaps be able to see the beginning of a second renaissance. And so, with things like intelligence, it has the opportunity to be one of humanity's most important inventions. Many historians describe electricity as the defining technology of at least the 20th century, and I think artificial intelligence, and within collaboration with robotics, may be able to be the greatest invention of at least this century. Um, and we're moving towards a world of artificial general intelligence, meaning systems capable of learning and reasoning across many different tasks and at a level comparable to or potentially exceeding that of humans. And then we move into artificial superintelligence, which is really, we can't even comprehend what that type of world looks like. But this is going to have made many major, I think, positives for humans And let me first say, and I get asked this question a lot, Rabbi, is AI good or is it bad? It's like any tool. Fire can be used for good, fire can be used for bad. Electricity can be used for good, it can be used for bad. And AI is no different. But in terms of the medical world and the education world, academia, it's going to make things easier. It's going to make many people's um, it's going to make a lot of jobs obsolete, certainly, but it's going to perhaps give more accuracy and more precision in terms of what we do, especially in terms of like of emerging fields like regenerative medicine, perhaps even things like organ printing, artificial blood, universal um, remedies for perhaps issues that people experience, nanomedicine, certainly stem cells or longevity um, increasing, and even biological age reversals. It's certainly going to allow us to be able to monitor ourselves better, um, which I think are benefits. Now, for all of these, there are negatives as well. So I don't think that AI is necessarily 100% good or bad. I think that it is something that we need to use as a tool. But there are positives towards this. For anyone out there who maybe has issues with any kind of neural issues or even like emotional issues, there are mood regulation technologies that AI is going to be able to assist with. People who have been paralyzed or are paraplegic or quadriplegic, there's brain computer interfaces such as Neuralink, which has already been implanted in humans as recently, or this started in 2023 with Neuralink in a case of a man named Nolan Hasbro. And he is a quadriplegic individual who can now play video games better than you or either of us or even the best people in the world. He basically has an auto aimer. And people who are blind, perhaps one day will be able to give people artificial vision to some extent or hearing restoration. Um, there may be the opportunity for people to have household robotics. That the average chores of an individual, cleaning laundry, dishwashing, meal prep, all of that, will perhaps be able to be done by a robot. And we already have Roombas that are in people's homes. So the idea of a robot entering the home has already happened. And with the advent of certainly the humanoid robot. Just for some people, this may be able to free up a lot of their time for them to be able to spend with their families um, and to just enjoy life. In terms of human cognition, AI is going to be able to really expand what humans can remember and our ability to communicate with each other and just really building a more accessible world. And into the future, AI is going to help with fusion energy and just really all kinds of energy and making things more efficient. Quantum computing, basically, for those who don't recognize, classical computers represent information using bits that exist as either one or zero, and quantum computers operate differently. Quantum bits, are also known as qubits, exploit principles of quantum mechanics, allowing certain types of calculations to be performed far more efficiently than on conventional machines, which is going to revolutionize all of computing where AI is going to give us advanced materials and perhaps environmental restoration, things like ocean restoration, precision agriculture, water recycling, what we talked about earlier, basically advanced purification systems that allow wastewater to be safely reused for agriculture and industry, desalination. Which we discussed as well, more efficient desalination technologies that provide fresh water to regions experiencing chronic water shortages. Um, but the big question exists. All right, Rabbi, well, this all sounds great, but it's going to replace my job as well. And that's where the universal basic income comes into play. Automation has repeatedly transferred labor markets throughout history. Mechanized agriculture reduced the need for farm labor. Industrial machinery reduced many forms of manual manufacturing. Computers automated clerical work, and artificial intelligence make automate an even broader range of routine cognitive tasks. And so, in terms of universal basic income, this may be something that is eventually inevitable. And this, if is it is utilized, will allow people more time for creativity and empathy and leadership and perhaps scientific reasoning, complex judgment, ethical decision making, interpersonal communication, more time for families to raise children, care for aging parents, volunteer, pursue education, create art, conduct research, build stronger communities, develop meaningful relationships, and just overall moving into the future into space exploration and perhaps permanent human settlements someday in the very distant future. Things I think could perhaps be moving toward a second renaissance. So for anyone out there who's very dystopian of the future, I completely understand because uh, there's definitely a reasoning to be cautious and to have concern. But I do want people to know that with AI and the future of technology, there may be some really great opportunities that exist. And with that, I will end on a quote and then perhaps let people know where they can find me. This is one of my favorite rabbis. He was of the Hasidic dynasty of Chabad. He's known as the Lubavitcher Rebbe. The most important thing is not to be bitter. The most important thing is to have a heart full of love. And that's Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. And with that, you can find me streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. Just type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and make sure you filter by live. You can view all my live streams there. Additionally, you can find all my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I'm available on Discord 24 hours a day, discord.me/Rabbi, for anyone who needs any type of support. I'm not just here to talk about the future of the world. I'm here to help you with your real practical issues that you're experiencing. So, for anyone out there who needs help, if you need someone to talk to, come to my Discord. I'm available 24 hours a day. You're not going to find that type of resource perhaps anywhere else on the internet. I have people who live in there with me. They enjoy it so much. If you have questions on the world, on religion, on certainly technology or finance, or you would like advice on perhaps a relationship or finding a job or whatever it may be. I'm not saying I have all of the answers, but I will help you as best I can from a pastoral standpoint to ensure that you receive as best the best amount of knowledge that you can in the amount of time that we spend together. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member of my Discord. I am open to people of all backgrounds, secular, religious, whatever you are. I don't care. I just want to help. And so, with that, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share some of my project and have such an enlightening conversation with you. And I appreciate it. And God willing, we'll talk again sometime in the future.
Oh, you're welcome. I do have one more question, though, and this might lead into another tangent. I was just curious if you think that if once we have all this AI technology in place, are humans going to forget what it's like to be human and be able to take care of themselves because we have AI doing it for us?
Eventually, I think you're right. We would become so dependent on AI to be able to utilize and really assist us in so many different ways that some of the more basic things that we would maybe need, like if we were put in a situation to be able to start a fire, create our own crop, or tend to our own crop, or even just even basics like be able to find clean water or create shelter may be lost on future generations. So it's important to educate people on on survival skills. Certainly, those are always important in case anybody is in a situation where they do need to utilize them. And but yeah, I mean, there are. So we've already lost some of those. If you were to go back generations ago, even hundreds of, if not thousands of years, the tribal elders of some areas would be able to tell you what mushrooms you could eat, what plants were poisonous, what bugs were going to be harmful to you. We've lost a lot of that knowledge in the modern age. And I think in the future, if we don't maintain the education of teaching the future generations that type of information, as well as how to start a fire and how to keep oneself um, uh, healthy and from a natural standpoint. If we don't continue to teach that, these traits will be forgotten. So it's important to teach the generations of the future, not just all of this interesting futuristic stuff, but also the more practical things in case, for whatever reason, they don't have access to the technology that we've discussed.
True, because the day is going to come where the computers are going to crash, AI is no longer going to be available, nothing will run, and no one's going to know what to do.
That's right. And for those of us who have some type of practical knowledge, it will be priceless. And let's not be gatekeepers of that knowledge. Let's spread the knowledge to all who want to learn it. And even for those who may not think that it's practical, it's not necessarily a bad thing to know, because if we ever run into that type of issue, which perhaps it may seem inevitable for a long enough amount of time, that type of knowledge will be absolutely priceless. And with any type of knowledge, it's important to pass it along to other people. But that type of knowledge, especially knowledge that can affect the lives of ourselves and of those around us, it's extremely important to share.
Well, thank you for your time and talking with me. And if anything comes up in the future, feel free to reach out.
Absolutely. I very much enjoyed our time together. Thank you.
And if it's okay with you, I can share your name with my brother who does know some other people who have their own podcasts.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Absolutely. I would love that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I will reach out to my brother and share your information with him then.
Excellent.
And hopefully we can get you some more exposure.
Oh, I would really appreciate that. And if I may ask, Jen, I try to ask this of every interview that I have. If we can, 1 year from now, if not sooner, I'd like to do this again. And we just kind of check in with each other. And one of these days, I'm going to go viral and we're going to blow up your channel. This will be a very positive and very powerful podcast, God willing. But if you are still doing a podcast 1 year from now, would you mind if we checked in?
That'd be fine. Right now, this podcast, it's just like one of my side things that I do. Like, I have a full-time job, and I just release episodes when I have the desire to. But maybe in the future, that'll change. Who knows? Maybe I won't have to work 40-plus hours a week, and I can just work on my side projects.
Absolutely. God willing, I talk about data and its importance and how much of it that I have. And every person who's helped me along the way, you included, your brother included, and your audience, I don't want you to have to work that 40-hour job anymore. I want you to be able to focus on your passions. And so hopefully sooner rather than later this happens. And if it does, you should know I'm on like 25 different YouTube channels telling you that I don't want you to have to work in the future. So hopefully it's not too much longer, okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
Excellent. It was a pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for your time. If you need anything from me in the meantime, you can always reach out to me via email, or like I said previously, I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day, and just really appreciate the time that you dedicated, and hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, you as well.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shout out to Jen. She was a sweetheart. Super sweetheart. Really? Yeah. Okay. An hour, 12 minutes. It was tight. Anything you would have done differently? No. I mean, maybe I would have had it on my computer, and so, because I didn't know she was going to be on camera. And I would have been on camera, but. Are you happy with the way it went? Yeah, it's really good. She's really nice. All right, Jeff, you gonna shoot me down again? Yes. Are you happy?
Yeah, Doug. What would you say to Jeff? Jeff, let's just have this bad boy work.
What would you say to Jen? Jen, I want to make it so you don't have to work the second shift job anymore. I work second shift.
Sucks. All shift work sucks. All work sucks.
Oh, are you happy? Yeah, I'm right.
אפוי על כללים של בני אדם. אומר רבי, וככה תרגיש מלכים, לא הרבה קלוריות, וגם הקלוריות שאתה אוכל את זה. אי אפשר לצפות את זה רב. ואחרי כל זה, תיכנס כל אומר לרבוי שלו וכך, בואי, אחר השם הלכים, הוא נפשי לא לתומו. עכשיו, תיכנס כל היה כהן. מה אומר לרבוי שלו? מה, לא נתמתי, ודאי, עשו לך. זה סודר רייס בשביל כהן להתאמות. הוא נאבינו אותנו להסחלתי. וואי, כל אכלתי בחדר כמעט יכול להגיד, לא אכלתי מבידה וטריפה. זה לא... יש כגבול סיגלית, אומרים לי. זה אנשים, ברוך השם לא אכלו מבינות וטריפות. טוב, לא, אני לא כל... כאילו, לפעמים אתה יושב במטוס, אתה עושה סנדוויץ' כולה וקורא להרבה אנשים, לא. הייתי לאחד, היה סיפור די כמה שבועות, שאחד נכנס לסמאש בורגר בניו יורק. ויש, מה אנחנו נשאר שם? סמאש בורגר האוס? וסמאש בורגר. לפעמים באינטרנט וסמאש בורגר. עכשיו, סמאש בורגר האוס זה כשר. סמאש בורגר זה לא כשר עכשיו, אנשים כאילו לחוץ. למה? באמת יש להם שם מאוד דומה. כל אחד אחלה, זה בין, טוב, זה קורה. טוב, זה משהו אחר, זה משהו אחר. הוא היה מרגישים שלא עברו את זה. וזה הסיפור. הכל פולן, זה היה במי, זה לא בשויב. הסכים אומר שבעולם לא אכלתי לבין את זה. טוב, אני נביא מה זה. ואחד הוא לא לאדם, אפילו משייתי ילד. ולבוא בפי בשר פיגול, ולא אכלתי פיגול. מה זה פיגול? שהכהן היה לו מחשבה, בדרך כלל, פיגול זה. הכהן, תוך כדי שהוא שוחד, הוא אומר לעצמו שיוכל את הבשר הזה בעוד 3 ימים. במקום בעוד יום. הוא מוצא לעצמו עוד זמן. הנה נפשי אם לא בתומו, אז צריכים להבין מה זה. הרי הוא כהן, ודאי שהוא לא מתאמן. שלא יראה אותי ביום, לא לא ידי תומו בלילה. לא יראה אותי ביום, שלא יכול לידי קרי בלילה. שואלים התויסמס, הרי כל אחד חייב כזה. ונשמע לכל דבר ראש, נראה ביום, נשמע עם העולם, תויסמס, אפילו כמו שלא יהיה בפרוסו, משולמים לכל גפות, שלא שבוע מילות ומיצו מהם. נכון אתה חייב, אבל לא... אין בן אדם שיכול להגיד שהוא ניצל מזה. כל יום יהיו הרבה מאוד ולשם הורו ויונפילו, ישאלו דברים קשה לנצל. אומר, חסקל, אני ניצלתי מזה. שלא יראה לי מולד אולי. הוא נגיד את זה, התחלתי מאולי, שהתחלתי בסך כל ספויס מועילות. שזה בעצם הסוגיה שלנו. זה מסוגל. מה זה כל ספויס? תשחט מהר, היא הולכת למות תשחט. את זה. זה לא חד. אבל אף אחד לא עשו, מכולם עשו לאכול את זה. אלא מכאן רואים שמותר לאכול את זה, הוא החמיר אליו. הוא לא לאכול את זה. ולא יבוא בפי בשר פיגול, מה זה פיגול? שבחלתי מלאים או שואל לו בפרצו. זאת כגמר משום אם לא זה לא אמרו שלא יחלתי מבהם או שלא יהיו בו מהכנסר. אף אחד לא אכלתי מממה שלא יקחו מזה את המתנות שנותנים לכויר. מה אמרתי בזה? זה לא יודע מה נצפו. לא, כי הוא בעצמו היה כהן. אז לא אכתוב שהוא צריך לתת. לא, אבל הוא היה נותן הכל למכור. אז הוא אמרתי, הוא היה משתמש שער היום. אם הוא צעד הכל מסוכנת, אז עכשיו הוא אפשר להבין מה יחזקאל אמר לגופות. מה אני מפוסי ליחזקאל? אני לאף לא אכלתי מסוכנת, אבל שמותר לי לאכול. אין, יום זה סיק פה, זאת אומרת שלמסוקים מסוכנת. כל העולם אסור, בגבול זה יחזקאל. מה הגבול זה בלי כשהוא עשה כאן? הוא אומר, אני מורה יחידה מסוכנת, אז מה מסוכנת? הוא אמר, אני לא מראה, שמעמיד בו אצל אלו ממגז, ומעמיד את הבהמה והיא נופלת. אז אם אתה מעמיד אותה ונופלת, אין לו להשלם עם משמי דרב, הוא אמר, חנינה אומר, בשם רב, אפילו נופלת בכל עץ, ממש, חזקה מאוד, נופלת עץ, ממש, יש לה שיניים חזקות לוחסת עץ, אם היא לא יכולה לעמוד, זה מסוכנת. הוא אומר, חזקה לא אמר, אפילו נופלת סיכוי לא תעזוב עץ. כל קורות של בתים, משהו קורובי כזה, בידיים מסוכרת. בלי סוג ובאס נוח, ככה אמרו את הסוגיה מסוכרת. בלי סוג ובאס נוח, ממש, בראייה הכי קטנה שיש. אין מידה מסוכרת, אז הוא אומר, אני לא מראה. זה רב בעצמו אמר, ושמבין אמר את זה במבט, נבין עובד בכל. זה במשפט אחד. הוא אומר, יצאצקה לא אמר, ואפילו אלכלס, זה גם מסוכנת, והפוליסה, ושם, סנאים. אנחנו רוצים שאתה מקרוב עמודה לספייבר לשמוע ודם חלולי משתה, כתוב בפסוק שהאריה שותה דם חלולי רק זה דם קיבוע, אבל זה בא למעט זה דווקא דם שיוצא מהבהמה אחרי שהיא נהרגת, אבל לא דם שהיא חיה, זאת אומרת, כזאת הדם תראיתי פעם, זה וידאו מרגיל של אנשים באפריקה עד היום הזה שותים את הדם של הפרה. פשוט, פרה חיה, שמה לב, הם שותים את זה, אומרים, שמק, זה נותן. אז כזה דם לא נותן איך שנקרא בטומה. מה זה איך שנקרא בטומה? עוד פעם, יש לך פרי, אפילו שהוא תלוש, הוא לא יקבל תומה עד שאתה שם עליו מרצון אחד מהשבע משהו. אחד מהם זה דם. אז תלוי איזה דם, אם זה דם, ואם החיה זה לא עובד, ואם המתה כן, תלוי איזה מת ואין לתמות. רבי יויבר, סליחה, טוב רבי, השויכי בגיטי דם על הדלת. יש לך דלת, הנה זה דלת, סתם אני אוהב את הדלת הזה, כי יש מסעדה של גבוהים, אבל זה ליד הבית שלנו בחוץ. אז משוגע, כל פעם שאני עובר, יש כאלה, מאוד כאלה שתולים אנשים מתחת לזה. דלת גודל ככה, זה אחד מהדלת, יש דלת אחרת, הנה. אז אני רק אגיד ואני אראה לכם את הסרטון, שרבי יוסי יוכל ללכת. ואיתי יש דם על הדלת, יש דם על הדלת. עכשיו, אני רק אגיד שהוא ניגב את הדם בין סימן לסימן. אז בואו נראה אם... Oi, sai. השואל שהתיז דם על הדלת, רבי יויבר עכשיו, הדם הזה שהתיז על הדלת, מכיוון שזה דם של שחיטה, זה דמות של לקבל, כמו בקיר יויבר קוילה. עכשיו אנחנו צריכים לראות מה זה קוילה, נראה כמה פירושים מה זה קוילה. האם הכוונה קוילה? עכשיו אנחנו צריכים לחכות שעה, שעתיים, דקה, 3 דקות, או הכוונה קוילה שאנחנו לא יודעים מה לעשות עם זה עד שמשיח יבוא, ואז נחליט מה לעשות עם זה. אור המשיים, אנחנו שרבי יויבר בקשר, מה לעשות עכשיו? יש לנו דלת, שתרומו, שחטף, מכה של דם, אנחנו עוד לא יודעים שכינח, לא כינח, אני אומר שזה מי של קו איתור, ובמקרה אומר שלא יודעים מה לעשות. אז מה עושים כאן? מה קשורים לבריאות שלו? כי אוהב אותו, אם אמרו להם ניסמן. או אם ניסמן יבדיל רבי שמעון. אפשר לסמוך רבי שמעון. כדאי רבי שמעון ניסמן כל העולם. וניסמן יבדיל רבי שמעון. יש לנו שיטה שלישית, יום השלישי ויחיה ביניהם, רבי שמעון. שכית למשל, זה לא ידע. אנחנו ראינו במשנה שרבי שמעון אומר שהשחיטה מכשירה והאל שמקבל תקופה ולא האדם, אז הנה יש לנו שיטה שנייה כמו רבי. רבי אומר, טוב, אם אנחנו לא יודעים לעשות, זה לא משהו מקבל תקופה, עכשיו עדיין, ורבי שמעון אומר, זה לא משהו מקבל תקופה, 2 נגד 1, 2 נגד 1 מנצח. אומר הבוקר, אתם מוזים איפה מסלדם. זה פשוט, שאם יש דם, בתחילה בעצמו, לא יפליגים, סליחה, אם השחיטה, בסדם בעצוי, כולם יפליג את המחשב, זה ודאי אם הדם נשאר שם על הצלק, כל העורק של השחיטה, זה ודאי שזה מחשב בביטוי. איפה השאלה? כי תסקלף אדם בין סיום לסיום. איפה שניגבת את זה כמו בגבולה כאן, שניגב את הדם לגמרי מהזלת, וכשהוא הגיע לסימן השני, אז עוד פעם קרה, הוא חתך את הקנה, יצא שפילות של דם. הוא הולך לגיב את זה.
We found the wild dog skim over it. Happy words. No, fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bro. Come on. Why are you side-eyeing me? Why are you side-eyeing me like this? Okay. And this fool. Usually the podcast 11:30 noon, still be at noon. Brian texts 3 a.m. goes, I said, I'm gonna be there 1:30. At 3 a.m. he goes, fellas, flying back, choose to fly back the day of the podcast. He goes, fellas, gotta do 1:30. I'm like, all right, I'll do a big round breakdown early. Sure, I'll go home, come back at 1:30. 1 o'clock, fellas. Doing a little bit of traffic here, flights delayed. Let's do
What even that? I didn't have, so I will get a little lightning. First, it's the flight delayed for an hour and a half or whatever it is. We got a lightning on the tarmac, so the guys putting in the bags had to run for cover. And with standard, you set the timer, it's 15 minutes, then they come back out, and I'm like, oh, this is good. And then I don't have Wi-Fi for the first hour and a half. Trying to be, no, we just didn't have Wi-Fi. It was like they had to reboot it. I was like, hey guys, sorry.
You've been doing this too long to fly back day of, though, yeah?
Day of, and here's the problem. When you got the family dinner Sunday, Jersey Shore, I'm trying to do everything. I'm trying to get everybody happy. Gotta fly back Sunday.
Or which do I give you? If that is the case, I can't go this Tuesday. So yeah, it's stressed.
Yeah. But you have your thing on Tuesdays, right?
I can make their breakdowns at 11 a.m. I'm on, I don't know if you know, so I'm on music. I was on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And a show on Sunday.
And a show on Sunday.
Then I shoot on Friday.
And I do your live stream.
Live stream. It's good. I love it. It could be a better time.
Yeah.
It's fucking popping right now. But how was your 4th, bud?
It was a Jersey 4th. It was the cool thing about your 4th.
And fireworks.
Oh yeah. The thing about the 4th that's pretty cool is that when you're on the Jersey Shore, where we were in Long Beach Island, everybody takes their boats to the sandbar about 100 yards away out of the water. And now you have all these boats anchored, and there's a floating bar circle. And everybody's out there partying. Now, you're probably going to ask how much time I spend in that mix. The answer would be none, sir. None. But I'm like looking at it.
They do the same here at Lake Travis because the guy owns some mattress company. He puts on the biggest fireworks show. It's good. You do it out there. Yeah. Well, tell me how it works. You gotta get there at 5 p.m. So you gotta get to the front. And that's like, what happens if you don't like didn't get it? Look, so we can watch it because he lives on a giant island, right? And they're like, so if you delay, then you're in the middle. And then everyone's drinking, everyone ties their boat, there's hundreds of boats. You're not going anywhere, right? They're stuck there. They're all night. Yeah, they're all night. In Jersey, you get there at, I don't know, 10 in the morning, and then everybody can circle you. You stay there until everybody goes home. Now, here's what I didn't tell you. I don't know if you read about it or saw it, but we were on the water. I've never experienced a hurricane, sort of a storm that blows up that quick. It was a storm on the East Coast. It lasted 4 hours at night, but we were out there and there was this giant lowering cloud that said, hey, there's an extreme thunderstorm warning for the home, and the wind started to blow. And then it started to blow so crazy that I was in the water trying to batten down the sailboat. I don't know how to do that. So my dad's doing it. I don't know how to do it. I'm a sailboat guy. Sailboat guy. Sailboat guy. Like the sailboat salty dog, you know, like the ropes and knots. He's like, Tanya, I go, I don't know how. I'm sorry, am I Lieutenant Dan? Fucking bro, he's securing it. I don't know how to do any of this shit. I was as useless. He may as well had a fucking cow chewing grass in the water. That's how helpful sailboats are for us. For us, I had to take the boat exam and we get sailboat. Just skip them. With the jib sheet and the tacking and the wind and the shit. I'm sorry, I grew up on the sail. I don't know how to tie sailor's knots, guys. Also, I don't really give me a power bottom. But it was so, the wind was so crazy that it was so crazy that I actually got worried because it was 68, then it got to be 80 mile an hour winds. I've never been around 80 mile an hour winds. It's crazy. It was so crazy. That there's 80 mile per hour winds during the fire. The fucking house that we were in was swaying. Oh, wow. Yeah, and I guess it's built for it, but it was swaying, which I've never had. I mean, it was when I say swaying, it was really swaying. And the worry is that if it gets crazy enough, I guess there's a garage that's built under, so it's two things. If there's pressure and it blows, then it can compromise the house. But has that ever happened? Well, it may have. You're paying for it. You're paying for it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sure it's a protocol to put that in your house. Yeah, you have to. But I was amazed, man. I'd never had that. But just mother gosh, it's fast. I brought everything in, like the chairs and stuff, because they would give us nothing. You don't bring everything in, man. There's nothing like a child from Texas. I know. It's one more thing about Hollywood was they had a floating dock off, and it was so strong it pulled up the fucking out of the nails and flew it into the neighbor's thing. I've never told them. But I got a text, man. The jersey's pretty patriotic. A lot of American flags. It's not July 4th on Texas. I think it's the best one of the year. Is it really? Man, it's good. So you had a good time. Yeah, it's like the sail out. I'm the orchestrator of the fireworks. All the pressure's on me. And that's the dope thing about Texas. You guys are legit. Legit. I wasn't that long. And we picked up one of my neighbor's truck, and his entire fucking trunk and his SUV just filled with rims after yeah, he was like stomping on it. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen, but if it did, we're so sure I could just drive up his car. I mean, get a few pounds of dynamite back there. Yeah, I mean, it's game on. Yeah. So we like to it's a whole fucking Disney World, whole show. What's it called, man? Tigers. It's quiet in here. Is that it? I turned it on. Is that it? I just let me alone. Buddy, I was 4 minutes through Furious. I know. Oh, man, my 10-year-old, and you'll like this story. We're in a 3-story house. It goes up. And, well, my left, I left at 5 this morning, so that was fun. Good for airport. Wait, is the family all still back there? Oh, yeah. Now, my wife is sleeping in the in-laws with the babies. And a man's in the house. Came in for the gangbang. Came for the gangbang. Well, that'd be nice. Came down, and my 2-year-old got out of bed and decided to go downstairs and go down outside and take a walk around the neighborhood, just in his diaper with his blanket, just dragging it along, and was 4 houses down because I left the door open. I didn't. And not open, but I left it unlocked. As I left this 5 in the morning. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, two closed doors. I can't lock it from the outside. And he decided, I'm going to go take a stroll. I'm not tired. And I'm too. Good for him. Good for him. And the guy goes, he was interviewing me. Your son was interviewing me. And then led me right back to the house and said, all right, that's what's happening. And he knocked on the door of the sheriff, knocked on the door, and my son opened it. He's potty training too. Gangster. He's a gangster. Jesus Christ. I let Joe. I said, the murderer, serial killers out there. He was out there. Was he Long Island? I think it was Long Island. It's Jersey Shore. I think it was Long Island. Is there no serial killers on Jersey Shore? I'm sure there was. Jersey Shore, the first food truck party ever was Frank Yeager on Jersey Shore. Wow, that's right. I remember that. When you're a young man out there and you're tan, you would have had a good time. You got the muscles and tattoos. You fit in very well. The ladies. I did my hair like that. They got diabetes. They got those Italian gals. Those Italian. Oh, I bet it's awesome. Yeah, July 4th is it's probably the best holiday. What is it? And this night we have the what? Was it a secret slush or something? Slush, yeah, it turns out I don't know. Everybody should have fucking secret slush. Slush. It's a big old. And you've been watching the World Cup. I'm sorry about Mexico. Your household must have been half British. You're half Spanish. You're half Swedish. I forgot. Your mom is 100% American. Your mom is not American. You're half an American. Franklin. And then I'll tell you what. They were doing everything they could to fuck over my friends. They were doing everything they could. They were calling me penalty every 10 players. That's foul. The penalty kick, my guy, this getting ridiculous. Other than the course time, 11 minutes. Yeah. So why do they kind of keep into it? So clearly England beats the shit out of them. And then I was pretty silent all night. They played foot and stuff, whatever. And then I go, wow. It's not like a thing. And my mother was, what? Soccer's not a thing. She's like, and I go, well, Mexico, you guys, it's not fair. You guys are ranked 14th in the world. And you focus on soccer, or as you call it, football, but you're 14th in the world. Like you told guys, focus on, you don't have the athletic ability to keep up with the best of the world. Didn't go, oh boy, what do you mean? Look how small that first of all. I said, look at Harry Kane. Harry Kane, he looks 6'7" out there. He's 6'2". That's how small he is. You're fast. He has good footwork. You got good footies. But you can't keep up with the big boys. And you know what the thing is? It's true. Well, they can't keep up. What's my son doing against? They're about $7 million, and they're crushing Vikings. Oh, he was the best Viking. This little fucking 6'5". No, that's old school. He's Swedish. He's 6'5". He's actually 6'6" tall. I say 6'5". Yeah, but either way, big cat. I mean, like a cat compared to just he's a giant. Kane's 6'2". Don't get yourself all of those guys. If you look at most of those guys now, they're all over 6 feet. 6'2". I mean, average height 6 foot. Yeah, you know. Well, that's because you're still not sure for the big team in a lot of the countries. But my point is mental. There's not like some big athletic freaks. Like there are two sports: is soccer and boxing. And then baseball's a third. Baseball's a third. Yeah, but on the world stage, you're right. Out of Japan, Venezuela, or Mexico's Mexico's thing score is rather dark. Yeah, he's not from them. He's not from there. Just like our guy. You gotta be respectful now. Just like our with Mexico now. Just like our guy, he's not from here either. You know that story? His mom, they're from, I'm pretty sure, London or some shit like that. I forget where he's from. But his mom was pregnant on vacation in America. He came early in Brooklyn. She gave birth here, but he's never lived here. Didn't go to school there. But he has dual citizenship.
African teams like the Ghana, Ghanaian team, Ivory Coast team, Senegal team, they're not from there. They all live in France. And they have their World Cup teams. They call it like, hey guys, I'm really good. And they're really good. France is monstrous. Can't stand France. Yeah, they're good. They're fucking win. The only white guy, there's one white guy on that team. France, yeah, one white guy. They're all, I can't stand France. I don't like it. Too good. The French team. I don't like croissants. I had 2 croissants today. Delicious. I love fighting bears. It'd be great if they lose just a little bit of time. I would like to see them lose. Yeah, because I don't think anybody can win. I want to see Messi play Ronaldo. I want to see Argentina, Portugal. Sure. Obviously, the U.S. let's be real. If we get by Belgium tonight, which we could, Belgium did put the big boys around. Yeah, big boys. This is what we do. Yeah, Norway. Who else? Who's waiting in the wings here? Spain, Portugal plays today. Spain, Portugal, Belgium, France, Morocco, right? I think Argentina, Egypt. Egypt's in fucking time. Egypt is good though. That ain't shit. Yeah, Mexico, England, Switzerland, Colombia. Switzerland's not punk either though. No. Brazil lost to Norway. Norway, England's like Saturday. I'm pretty sure there's England's a dogfight. That's gonna be a hell of a fight. Pretty sure England's ranked higher. I think England's ranked 4th. England's badass. Very good. Well, listen, guys, Quint's clothing, they cut out the middleman. You are not going to find better quality. It's exceptional quality clothing. It's as good as you get for literally 50 to 80% less than a similar brand. So you ever buy a sweater or a t-shirt that's going to last you forever. I see those stores you got it's $600. Like, I can't do that. Obviously, it's great knowledge, man. They got you. You literally have European linen pants that are starting at actually 6 inches from the summer. It's like to see they got some great players. Go back to that Champions League. I think they got to play Portugal, Spain. Yeah. Well, they were first cards. People are outraged. I said Trump. Yeah, Trump. It's also really hard to get more. I thought that red card was so good. All of it's getting stepping all of it's getting. They kicked the gap from the team. It's all gay. I didn't see that. I watched the game. So one part I missed. Do we hear him talk about it real quick? It's going to sound like me talking about soccer, sure. But it was. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was 2 guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. I agree. These are 2 great athletes that got tangled up. And this referee, it's a little bit suspect. That's one of the player in Balgan record controversy. Whatever you want to say about the guy, he cracks me up. Suspension. Trump's Ellington was asked Gianni and continued to review the play, insisting that, quote, that wasn't even a foul, that wasn't even an infraction. He also called the referee a little bit suspect, including he has passed. In case you missed it, Trump asked the vote to review Balgan's players. Now they say, FIFA says, he said that for president. Do you blame the president? No, I enjoy it, but that president, Gianni says that Trump had nothing to do with it. That's probably true. To this day, no. The president of the meeting, he should go forever. I mean, see if the red card's ever been, see if it's ever been reversed. I think this sets a precedent. I thought it was a shitty. I did not see it as a foul at all. Are there any other presidents or prime ministers from countries who call FIFA the match for the house who don't give? That was the problem. This,
אבל הוא היה almost
All right, I can sometimes be. This isn't can.
למה
That's
נציגי
11 to 14.
זה לא
That would do
אופן
22 to
שבא
19.
במים,
Okay,
זה
so now.
אופן שבא ממיץ ענבים, אבל הבעיה
All
עושה
right,
פה שומע
is this your thing? Go back and watch it.
אתה
I
צודק,
never
שם בסיפור של הילד,
Do you have censorship on an image over in Europe?
אבל
And
גם
what
להם
people are
זה
all saying,
מדבר על
everybody's saying,
אז אי אפשר
they're like, people are so awesome.
אומר
It's
רבי
like,
יוסף, רבי
yeah,
חנוך,
it's bullshit. It is all bullshit.
אני שואל אותך,
Because
מהמשנה
people
שלכם,
are like,
שלא חושבת, הבהמה,
yeah, no, it's
מופשטת,
dicey.
אבל שום הידיעה שפיטה, לא הידיעה.
US plays
אז
tonight
מה
at
תדעת
7.
לי, ואתה מוציא אותו
Tiny
כל
Aussie
שנה.
for
לא,
about
לא,
6:30.
זה רק דרמה. ואז בוא נעשה את זה, וזה בא לכיוון אחר,
Yeah. You can
אני
watch that
שואל
on
אותך,
phone.
מבויצר לגז, ואמסלי, יעזור את זה
Your
שונה.
football teams.
לא, גם שם אצל הלל, זה רחוק.
Big boys.
אז ככה, אז תגיד, תמשיך את הפעילות שלך גם בפגיעה הראשונה. תמשיך למנוק, ישנמי,
It's your best angle.
האם כי בצד כל זה,
It's your best angle. You just
שישר
love it so
מדובר
much.
ברבנו.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? You feel it.
זה הבעיה, ברבנו
Nothing
להתאמן.
compares, nothing better.
תמשיכו
I think
לתירוצים.
it'd be one thing if like the kids weren't into
לא,
it.
יש לו גם שמיים. אבל
Watching your kids be excited about something is so awesome.
הוא יודע שזה נכון, ודאי, הגוש הזה נותן תשומה, גיש ובשל. הוא שואל על גוש הזה שקמח, שלא קיבל מים בכל מקום, האם אפשר לשרוף את זה מדי...
Here, the one my 14-year-olds, I don't do one
תקשיב,
thing.
זה הכל זה זה פשוט שלשרוף יש הגוש עצמו צריכים לשרוף.
This white collar cat.
שיש הולכים לספר את זה שזה לא.
That's right. Be at your house.
אבל האם זה יכול לשוב לתקופה, גיש ובשל. עכשיו, גיש ובשל עצמו, זה הוא ידע.
I can't believe it's this good.
זה ליגה בשלומי, שאם הבשר מגיע לטמא, בכל דבר טמא, היי בוס נזכר שלו מים.
Cable Stevenson. What? They're looking for his program, making me honest. King Green, Texas, Kenny, Railway Val. Looking for Sandy. Corey's and Tracy Cortez. Greenland. Just rude. It's kind of fun. How about Elisha Allison? Wherever he is, he's going to be like, oh boy, that's how it goes. Yeah, here I go. We're going to fight for an international fight. What do you expect? What should I do? Watch out for his double leg. I bet the call is like this. Hey, man, we got one for you. Oh, yeah? Yeah, you're going to international fight. Wow, it's going good. Oh, man, that's all good. I really appreciate it. No doubt. No doubt. Here's the couch. July 11th. And give us a time. What do you think I should have by? That's 20. Tough wrestler. Yes, let's not tough wrestler click. As long as he's not insanely explosive click. And man, that's why you keep giving me these wrestlers where I could use them click. Let's not walk outside of 260 pounds alpha. He can't do a standing backflip right at 260. I'll take you, man. Just don't give me a cable click. Just sprawl. Elijah sprawl. He's cable on his face. And when they kept on it, they're like, okay, we're getting some takedown defense now. Bring out that chalkboard. I got to run. It's just put it up. Somebody in there with you, or no? Came with Dan Cormier or somebody there. Okay. No, the manager? No, sir. How much wrestling, man? That's good sound. Oh, yeah. My coach, he's like, man, sure, we're going to take them out. What's that? Just for 6 years old. So, that's right. Yeah. We'll just work with the makers and pray for the best. I can't believe Conor becomes what we don't call it. Doesn't matter. He's got to land that first punch. You want to punch him in the face. So we got to do uppercut. He's going to go low, try to uppercut. How's your uppercut? You work on your uppercut. Knee uppercut. He will grab the knee, though. He'll eat your knee, grab your knee. So here's Cam. I'm going to hold him in. I want you to throw as hard as you can. And then I'll just, that's it. That's it. Brand Weeks just come in and say, each for about 30 seconds. Yeah. Work angles, and keep it big with your jab. Tough one. Yeah. Watch out, Patreon. Beat Rob. What are you expecting out of Conor?
עירו בנחל,
I don't even know how to think about
היה
it.
לו זמנים, וכדי להביא אותו לצמאים
I
שחר בנחל,
haven't
זה מאוד טוב.
I haven't taken, I never took it seriously
כל זה היום,
because they were one of those guys that were like, it's not real. Yeah, dude, there's some people might come to like, we'll see if he shows up Saturday. It's not that. Well, he's kind of
ועדיין מה שתדבר יכול להיות. ממש חתול.
It's been so long since he's fought. Yeah, but he's the only time he's ever won a fight. Michael Chandler, he broke his fucking jaw. Now the dude doesn't miss. He's not being able to compete. He's not one of these guys that keeps fucking missing weight and falling out. As long as he started to fight the 70, which I think is a huge advantage for Conor. You think it's huge for Conor? Really? Just because he's bigger and stronger. He's had a helmet not worn off. He's in the got himself out of the testing protocol, pulled the weight the right way. Conor's a big cat. Max Holloway probably walks around at 172. Max? Is that true? I thought he was heavier than that. What's tall? 173? 172, maybe 174. Maybe kill off to cut maybe 3 pounds. Really? 170 is not ideal for Max. It's ideal for Conor. Why is it not ideal for him though? Because there's this misconception.
Excuse me, I'm a little thirsty. Could I have just a drop of water? Yeah, so maybe after the shihita.
אלא בסעיף לא, מסוג הפסוק רואים את זה. זה שמה והבוסו. זה רבו יסיצים לבונו. שמה שאיזם לבונה גם מקבלים תמונה. בעצם לבונו ביחיד אלינו. אנחנו יכולים לקבל, הם לא כלי והם לא אוכל, אז מה הם כן? אלו, כאילו זה קוידש משהו, יש מושג שכאילו זה קוידש, וזה מכשיר אותם לקבל תמונה משאבים לא אוכל. זה עושה את זה כמו שזה אוכל. גם אוכל שאין לזה מים, כמו הגוש הזה של הקמח שלא נכנס בו מים לגמרי, כי זה קוידש עכשיו. זה עוד שתי שורות, אבל יש להם מים, מה עושים? כי מהים יכולים זה קוידש לצור בגופי, וזה גוף ומה שבשלום שלו. האם הכי זה קוידש זה מספיק? רק לפסול את הגוש הזה, אבל האחמה לא רוצה לפצול משם הלאה. אבל אם אין מישהו משיינים לו, זה לא עושה מישהו משיינים לסוף. אם אין לו לשלום, אז זה לא משנה, זה גם מביא תקומה, תיקו, והפויצאי, זה טוב ונעים. ערב טוב, איצי, ערב בויסה. זה נשמע עשימי מרוץ ומשהו זמונותי. אנחנו מתחילים את הסוגיה ששנים, שלישים, באמצע האינגייל נגמר הסוגיה ועוברים לגב. אתמול למדנו את אולו. ככה בסוף השיעור, שאם בן אדם אוכל שלישי, חולי רגיל, חולי, שלישי, אוכל את זה, יותר. אז הוא, הגוף שלו, נהיה סוף.
Such a like Rogan spreads this too. Just gives him fun. So when they go, well, it'd be better if he fought at, if it's Max, if he fought his true weight 170. That doesn't, just because he walks around at 170 doesn't mean that's his ideal weight. His ideal weight, it's like, he may not be in shape, right? Or his timing, or he's not as fast, or there's a number of things.
He gets up to 190, he said. But yeah, he's big. His frame is not a 190 frame.
I promise you he's not one. This is Google. Just check. Yeah, no.
He's not, his frame is not, so he probably is a 175. He's not.
So since moving permanently to lightweight today, like he likely enters camp somewhere 170, 180. Makes sense. You want to talk about 173?
You happy?
I know for a fact. So he should have done a ton of advance from at 70.
But it's like Peloton, right? Dude, you walk around at 230 heavyweight, team easy. Okay. Go for the heavyweight. Yeah, weird. He's not as fast, not as explosive, not a dude. Doesn't have very many advantages there anymore. It's not like his peak performance at 205. 185 was a stretch. 185 worked. 205, he needs to cut about 20 pounds. Which means he's at fighting weight. There's always fighting weight. Everyone, cutting weight's so dangerous. Shut the fuck up. Fighting weight is when your body is, you're in as good shape as you possibly can. Your prime, exactly where you need to be. So, and for Kyle, I think 170 now, especially he's older, is at 170. There's a reason why he's not fighting at 55. Can't make 55 anymore. He's too big. Yeah, too big. But he's known for how long he's going to fight at 70. So he's like, I'll fight, but it's at 70. He's done it before. Yeah, well, yeah, that's different. That's different. He had to. He just got to cut weight. So that's not the problem is if you go, well, his power didn't translate when he fought Maine at 70. Well, that was a shorter camp, and also he just tried to not cut weight and just walked around at 70. And this is cutting down and preparing and putting the weight on the right way. I mean, he's jacked. So you're optimistic about his chances big time. You are, big time. Big time. What makes Max Holloway, but what makes his opportunities? Max is 34. He's landed the most strikes, significant strikes ever in UFC history. He's also eaten the most in the judgment. That's big. He's also 34. Also, listen, we all love Max. He's one of my favorite fighters. Max got dog walked by Joseph Lopez in the last fight. No, he didn't prepare for wrestling. Okay. But he knows how to wrestle. Yeah. So at 34, is he taking a turn? You know, like, it's not like the best days are ahead of Max. Well, do you think it's going to be a boxing match? Until Connor shoots. I think Connor's solid holds a Max's game, and I think he shoots it. You think Connor's going to wrestle? He has very high, and that's why he's not showing any footage. Very high fight IQ. He's also the kind of guy right? Yeah, but the issue with Connor is, right, so if we had him shooting shit like that in wrestling, he's cardio. So she said, that's always been a thing. That's his thing. He's a racehorse. Yeah, he can't run marathons. Yeah. And Max has got great cardio. So what Max needs to do is just within the storm, drag versus second round, drag fourth and fifth and one. Man, that's a big by decision. It's a big one too. To be, that's a big fight to go back to. Yes, but if you're Connor, it's like the start of the match. He only fights big fights. There's no warm-ups. But then if you look at the candidates, like if you're the UFC, right, we're all going Max Holloway, then for 5 years, well, let's go through it. I think Max Holloway's probably the best matchup. Listen, Connor's still an underdog, don't get twisted. He's still a dog. There's a lot of variables. But Max, we know he's not going to shoot. We know exactly how he's going to fight. He's coming up to 170. He's not a knockout artist. So if you do make some mistakes with ring rust, it's like Max not going to hit your neck in the first round. So we do. So out of all the candidates, it's like, all right, it's great. You know, it's like, all right, like, can we do it? Yeah, don't get it twisted though. 5 years off and your leg fell off, it's a tough fight. You still have that great, his ability to judge distance, be on the edge of the pocket like that. He's so good at that. He's such a good boxer compared to everyone else. Although Max is really great. We'll see. Yeah, Max is a legend. You think Connor's a better boxer than Max? Not a pure boxer. I think he's like a better counter puncher. I think he's more explosive. I think he has better angles, better counter change. That can be a real tough one, but no. Momentous. You want the best creatine on the planet. You want to know that it's completely pure. Momentous. The next creatine, boy, it takes 20 grams a day. Damn, I take 10. I take 20 grams a day. I have to build up that. Creatine's one of the most, if not the most studied supplement on planet Earth. Well, they've been studying creatine with muscle building, with lean muscle. It is the bee's knees. You just can't get any creatine. You gotta make sure it's legit creatine. Well, the legit is, it's actually pharmaceutical. It's manufactured in a pharmaceutical facility. They use reverse osmosis water for purification. And
is verified to an expanded 6-stage testing process with 4 independent agencies.
Yeah, so if you're gonna take creatine every day like I do, 20 grams, baby, make sure it's the best. Choose Momentous Signature Spec Creatine. I take it every single morning. I give it to my kids. It's the only brand that I trust. So if you want to try Momentous Signature Spec Creatine, head to livemomentous.com. Use the code FATK for 35% off your entire first order. That's livemomentous.com. Promo code FATK for 35% off.
And creatine's the only supplement I've ever talked to anybody, any scientist, everybody please. It's the most studied supplement.
Everybody's on that. Everybody know that.
Live Momentous promo code FATK. LiveMomentous.com, LiveMomentous.com, promo code FATK. FATK.
FATK.
I wonder if it's psychological or physical.
And then PST, Patty Pimlet, is there anybody who's benefit more besides Josie Gaethje in that fight? Because remember how that fight, both of us were like, Patty looked sloppy, blah, blah, blah. And then look what Justin did to Hillary, like, Patty put up with that for 5 fucking rounds.
Oh, yeah.
And ate all the shots. To your point, motherfucker's tough as shit. Tough as shit.
Yes, that's a good point, by the way. That's a good point.
You're running him off, and now you're kind of like,
Yeah.
he'll literally fought.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a hell of a fucking athlete. And just weight class, way bigger. My thing with Patty was I just, in terms of like fundamentals, just like in terms of his ability to strike with the highest level guys, it's not there.
It'll never be there.
But let's say Diddy is not a high level striker. He hits hard. He warms you, yeah. And he throws those hands like a similar fighter style, actually.
Yeah, I saw the fight that I like it for Patty.
Me too.
But I hated it at first, but I like it. I think Patty wins out. I don't see why. It just depends what they're going to do with Connor's contract. I don't see why they would do Patty versus Connor at 70.
Ben wants to have a staff.
That's the rumor now, so that's what they're seeing in pictures.
And you're joined, that's bad.
And he got staff before, remember? And he blamed that on his loss. For fighting staff all the time, man. They have it all the time.
They do.
All the time. Just part of the game. Now, if it's week up and you have to take antibiotics, that's a different story. Because you your cardio. That's it. I love it last night. I don't know if you were listening to the pregame. They have like the 3, like Hunt Henry is on there. Forget who else they have on there. Commentators for the World Cup. And the lady asked us now, how big of a factor is that Alton can play on the England team? Playing at sometimes. Stop.
Was it Zlatan or Thierry Henry?
Henry. She goes, stop. She goes, well, this can be a factor. And so no, it's not the professionals. It's not a thing. It won't affect them. She goes, well, because Alton's, they've played it out too. These guys have played since they were little. It's not a thing. It's a thing for you. It's not a thing. I promise you, they won't get winded. You're not gonna be such a
I've seen them play at that altitude. They don't get winded. I mean, they play against Mexico. They're pros. Yeah. They're racehorses.
It's not a thing.
They're 10 miles.
That's a thing for you. It's nothing for the professional. It's nothing.
It's just not a thing.
It's nothing.
That's crazy. Thierry Henry's top model.
Terrible.
He's I fucking agree. I said it out loud. I go, I don't think he's good. He never smiles. Zero energy. Hey, smile.
Dude, zero energy.
Yeah.
Super salty. He's not playing anymore. He just talks shit. It just talks down and it just shits on.
I fucking agree. Like, hey, I need to smile.
French.
It's like, dude, you are.
I would be willing to bet there's nobody more than one you think is him and the guy with the ponytail play for Sweden. He's awesome. Terrible. Not an ounce of energy because they're all coming this way.
Did you hear what he said last week? The thing is,
that day when you have to always make sure. Oh no. And then Terry's like, yes, man, also, it's tough because it's tough for you. This is what we do.
And if I was out there, I'd have four goals.
He's frowning. You. There's no human can pay you guys. Fucking wake up. There's no energy. They have zero energy. And all they do is poo on every team because they're not, they're two legends. And then the Swedish guy goes, not joking, because you know why where Sweden is at. Because we wasn't made, of course. And Henry goes, yes. You're like, what? Do you know what that did when he moved and came to LA and played for the Galaxy? You know what he did? He took out a 2-page ad. I love it. You're welcome, Los Angeles. And there's a lot about the guy I fucking love. I like that. I like Henry because he's French. I like literally to Alexei, the guy who's playing American soccer, and not anywhere near those guys. He was a defender. He didn't know where it was. Well, a lot of people call the French arrogant. We can talk about that, and it's not that this. People would call it arrogance. People call it confidence. But they just have no energy. Here's my thing. If we don't watch under. If we're saying this, I doubt those guys are back. I literally yesterday, because that guy had it. Yesterday, I literally went like, I don't like that guy. I don't like either fucking A. They're 4 teams at home. I think they've lost the identity. They're not their really trying. It's not what they do. I can't even. Right now, when they win, there's no excitement. It's like, they were meant to be. They were the Lions. They did a very good job. But they're not positive. Even the wins they go, not their best. Not their best. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they all died in the plane crash. It's exactly the same. There's no flexion in the voice. It's all they did a criminal act. They died or whatever the vaccine cap that they have. When they go to Mexico, he's the middle guy. He's their all-time leading scorer. Chito Rita, or whatever the fuck his name is. He's good. He's good. His energy, it's great. It's great. He's the Mafia with dreads. The stats great. Yeah, he's great. He's great. I agree. He's got energy. He's funny. Damn, chick typed in World Cup Cheeto. Mexican World Cup all-time leading scorer.
יש תפקידים לבן אדם שאוכל כמו מוות. בן אדם שעוסק עם זה, שכאן אם הוא לוקח ביס, אז הוא באמת נהיה כאן, הוא לוקח ביס מהיפלר. בן אדם ניסון, אולי כמה דקות.
I love this black growing up in Mexico. That must have been tough. He didn't grow up in Mexico. Oh, he didn't. No, that's hilarious. Where's he from? Look it up. Oh, switched to Mexico when he's 26. He after he's a bad motherfucker. Chicharito's the man though. He should be doing the main desk job, not the. I know those two fucks are legends, but they're terrible. They're terrible. You gotta get rid of them. There's nothing to them. I give Stan a pass because he's funny. He's so cocky and I kind of like it. But yeah, Terry Henry. He had to break down the goals for that Harry Kane hit. You can see that he's up and he knows he's doing it back up goal. Good job. I know he's great. He's so many legends. So many legends. Yeah, man. Fuck. Hey, I hope he listens to this. I'm sure he does. Terry, you gotta have more energy. You gotta smile more. You gotta communicate with him just because you play soccer. Listen, you ever actually read what's in your toothpaste? Fluoride, SLS, like glycerin, foaming agents, a chemical cocktail you put in your mouth twice a day. Today's toothpaste has been selling you the same toxic formula for decades. How's it going? You got yellow choppers, you got cavities. That's why we ride with Van Man. Companies changing what their miracle tooth powder does for you. Yeah, tooth powder uses grass-fed cattle bone hydroxy patate. Same minerals from structure as your actual teeth. So it remineralizes and strengthens an animal naturally. And what is hydroxy? A tight on the market is synthetic. Venom is the real thing for breastfeeding. Cattle, virtually all minerals needed to rebuild tooth structure. Alright?
It's going to use you wake up without that gross film in your mouth because they're no foaming agents destroy your natural saliva production. And get this, Fan Man just launched a tallow and honey body wash available in no scent for you stinky folks. Vanilla or grapefruit. Grapefruit one is actually my favorite. It's made with real ingredients like extra virgin olive oil, 100% grass-fed beef tallow, macadamia oil, raw honey, no fillers, no chip. So if you're aiming to switch, you're serious about your teeth, or you're serious about the stench,
go to fanman.shop/fighter. Go to fanman.shop/fighter for 15% off your first order. That's it. Go to fanman.shop/fighter and use code FIGHTER for 15% off your first order.
real ingredients, no exceptions.
How's Mr. Perfect? Fucking Cristiano Ronaldo. Like he speaks 6 languages. And he's beautiful. And bring him up when he's younger. Oh yeah, bring him up when he's younger. Bring him up before he made money. No, let's not do that.
That's his natural looks.
Looks like shit. He's as I said, he grew money. You're not out here, bro. Listen, he started out as a little duckling, and blossomed into a swan. Don't say anything about him from doctors. No, come on. No way. Well, he had his teeth. The teeth for sure. That's AI. Get it?
This looks real. That's real. That's real. And there's nothing wrong with it. The wonky eye pulled it.
Look at this wonky eye.
Dude, that bright eye is a disaster. That'd be why you look like you're saying because one eye, you know, pictures, one picture's crazy. What's that?
He's a handsome fuck. Teeth make a difference.
No, the whole thing.
I need more pictures.
He's a damn good. I mean, has Messi had some work too?
No, I don't think so. Messi's just,
his tooth sits.
It's crazy how bad his tooth was.
He does look like just a teenager here, so
He's not teenage.
yeah, that's very good teeth.
Look at how he blossomed.
Yeah, I mean, handsome down.
Handsome down.
His talent is all fucking get out here. He's all over now. Let's see if Messi's had work. Messi's issues, he's 5'3", right? Yeah, he's like 5'6". Yeah. Disaster. He's so fucking good.
Nobody wants it.
He looks exactly the same. He just...
He doesn't like... So, Ronaldo is like his workout routine, nobody can keep up with it, his discipline with the way he eats. They say that Messi gets a massage and just goes out and kicks the ball. Like, he's not... Yeah, he's not...
Granted, he was recruited since he was like 8 years old.
Yeah, well, he was always great. He was just special all the way around, just a genius. Maradona was that way too. Maradona couldn't control nothing.
Messi, they hate Messi. Really? Yeah, they don't like his attitude. Really? They say he's cheap. He's a good player.
Well, he's not as nice. He's mean. He's little and mean.
Dude, that's 5'3", cut him up some fucking slack.
Yeah, don't say that. I think he's 5'6". You gotta give him those 3 inches.
Is he 5'6"? I don't
You gotta give him those 3 inches.
He looks like he had a nose job, though. It's a terrible one. He's tons of shit.
It wouldn't matter. 5'5", you're fine.
Yeah, best soccer player in the world, and maybe ever.
He's not 5'7".
He's listed at 5'7", but I don't know. Yeah, he's not 5'7".
He's a child.
Yeah, that's wrong.
He's the best of all time. It's crazy.
Let me know what growth he was using, because I'm gonna take it.
Now, Maradona was tight. Maradona was also in Argentina.
Now let me tell you something about soccer. So already, I don't give a fuck to the fans when you bring up guys from the 70s.
Well, he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I know, but I say we don't hit it.
And then he got killed and then died like at 50 from cocaine.
You see that sweet Jericho?
Oh, he was incredible. Like, he was just incredible. Like, what he could do with ball was nobody's ever been able to do it. Yeah, it's crazy. And then he tried to coach.
His hair was sweet.
הפייק הזה, זה לא אמיתי, זה כאילו שהוא פייק קדוש, הוא רוצה לעשות פייק קדוש, יש לו שאיפות גדולות.
It's the most talented team we've ever had.
It is. But
אז
yeah,
זה
you
לא
got
יכול
some
להיות.
monsters waiting for
אז
you.
מה הוא כן?
Okay,
מה
here's the
הוא
order.
כן?
See how tall he was, Bubba? Because
אז
he
איפה
was actually 5'4".
בטבלה אתם רואים את זה? איזה מספר?
Weird.
אתה אומר 2, מישהו אחר?
Yeah,
מסכים?
I'm pumped.
אתה אומר מה?
5'5". That's so crazy. That's a weird thing. To be a guy, that's a hard
הם שלישי. השלישי לא יכול להיות טבעי. זה לא טייס, שלישי יכול להיות
And now you're
טבעי,
playing
אבל
against
טייס.
these 2 and 2.
שזה פייק
A lot of these guys on the British team. One guy on the British team is 6'7".
אז בוא נראה מה הוא עשה כאן.
Swedes had some big boys on the way. As
כאן
though
יש
he
לך
had.
שלישי.
Yes.
כאן יש לך...
I see him with Fido. And the fool had some acid wash jeans on me.
Yeah.
אז הוא נשאר שלישי. הרגע נשאר שלישי. הוא לא יוצא לזה. מוצא
Yeah,
לא
Castro
איך
was
אתה אומר את זה?
known to have incredible stamina for the ladies. And he would eat, they'd say, a bucket of rice and 2 chickens in a sitting. Food score is just a real man's man.
I heard he hit Trudeau smoke from the back.
Well,
That's how he came.
well, listen, if you look at the young man, you look at young Castro, good-looking guy.
על מה? על מה מדובר? בכל השנה שלך.
8 to 28 scoops of ice cream at 6.
In the CIA assassination plot, they tried fucking with his milkshake.
איך הבן אדם רוצה... יורד את הסגן,
Nutrition people say pork sauce are big with people.
We just loved ice cream. I get it. I love ice cream myself too.
Now,
משהו
there he is.
שקדוש לפני
Come on, bro.
That's awesome. Dude, I mean, that's why I tried to do that stuff with you over here. That's fine.
Well, you gotta see, actually, they're even better comparison.
Oh, yeah, we saw this. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's spot on. And it's all good.
I mean, it's not hard to believe.
Bro, his mom was Fidel Castro. This is a fact.
But they just went visit.
Yeah, Fidel was just chatting with the lady. No, he's getting his nuts. And then what happens? That cut. I mean, come on, man. That cut comes out and starts to him and Fidel getting married now, yeah.
It's pretty, it's pretty uncanny. There's no Pierre Trudeau.
Dad?
Yeah.
Pierre Trudeau was a real sorry, is that the other guy from Spawn?
You understand it? We would get that picture of Dad and
Is that the blue guy from Spawn? That's a little too much, though.
Same nose.
That's him.
Go back for a second. That's very good. You're very good at that. You're professional. It's very funny.
Lost it. He looks nothing like his dad.
I mean, that is the blue guy from Spawn right there.
Yeah, it is.
Like, let me see him this time. Go back. Good looking kid.
Is that your son? That's fine. Is that your son? I'm proud of you. You're raising
Where's
your
your son?
Your wife's getting kicked down in Cuba.
I mean, compared to young Castro, a revolutionary, wearing camo, smoking cigars, and hands, man. Might have been a communist, but
She had no chance, man. Somebody got to drain these nuts.
I mean, she was cute. She was cute.
Got his dad's bust.
She was kind of a gangster, actually. Longest running serving leader of Canada. It is Canada. Yeah, I would have. She's really pretty, though.
And Klaus is so average. She's a classic prettiness story.
She's classic.
Oh man, I don't see it.
That picture is
Ronaldo
Look there, right there, Papa. Right there. Yeah. Look at her.
And she's pretty.
Pretty.
His dad is so trouble.
Castro, you think Castro would take your dad?
Oh, here's a note. Thank you. Thank you for flying. I don't like flying back. I need my nuts drained. See, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drain my nuts in your wife.
I'm gonna have her.
She's gonna have my kid.
I'm gonna give her a kid. I'm gonna give you a kid. She's gonna be tall.
Oh,
She's
She was saying, "Oh, Mr. Trudeau, I have a gift for you." What's that? I have a gift for you. I have a gift for you. I was balls deep in my wife last night, and I gave you a kid. And you're welcome. Look. I mean, she has huge eyes. She's a beautiful woman. And prime in eyes. Vanilla said, take a look at. She's cute there in the silver. You go up to her when she's dressed up. Yeah. I can get away from the because that's true. That's it. I know he's saying that's true. She is cheering all of you. Because she's the first lady in Canada. I'm trying to be love. And I'm just trying to be, they made love. Trying to be no. Please, sir, have some respect. If you don't think that's like a cigar. That's probably what happens. He's a king. She was probably all enamored. He's a revolutionary. Not so much that star stood up to the U.S. Cuban cigars and bedside. He was known to be a ladies' man. Oh, never got married. Shit, that's not sexy, bitch. That much of a butt. He's just Cuban girls. So that's a little bit like my joke is like taking a nap in a wooden chair. It doesn't really work. She's real skinny. She's real. That was in the 70s when butts didn't matter. Take a picture like that, though, right? Yeah. She's so alive. Yeah, she is. She will answer the questions. She's my very elegant woman. Excuse me. Miss Trudeau, what was it like to train Fidel Castro's one question. Sir, please, dressed up in tuxedos. Sir, please. She's an elegant woman. Fidel. Did you see that Brian Johnson, the vampire, the guy who's trying to live forever, he has an autoimmune disease of the stomach. So, it's going to be tough to pin him down like Cosby. Took so much shit. I think it's all the baby blood you drink. He says my stomach is eating itself. It's a type of, it says a biohacker. Biohacker 1.1106 reveals alarming diagnosis. My stomach is eating itself. Weird. Because I thought you were on top of all that. Yeah. Trying to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, supplements. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what he says here. Jeez. Gastritis ledge. It's like Crohn's or something. Perishable cells. Damn, so you can't absorb it well. How ironic. We're trying to solve it. My stomach's eating itself. You get that crazy. Here's my thing. I don't know if I believe it. Because I bet you in 2 months I solved it. And for a limited time, you can fly the lunch. Get rid of it. So you must have had disease before this. So he's blaming his childhood, maybe. It says here. Yeah, we all did that. Sugar syrup, drink sugar syrup. Yeah, we all did that. Yeah, life is, you go through some shit, right? You go through some shit. AIG. I still think there's a
I see somebody trying to biohack the body, I'm always like,
הוא אומר שהתחום הזה, קוצ'ים הזה, קוצ'ים, טוב, מאמינים לו על קוצ'ים, ולא מאמינים לו על תחומות. למה? לא ניכנס לזה, אבל אם לא תאמין לו לקוצ'ים, אז יש בעיה שהוא לא יביא קוצ'ים. הוא לא יביא קוצ'ים, הוא יביא לעשות לו חומר בהחלטות שלו. הוא ירגיש שהוא לא חלק מפרייס, הוא לא מאמינים לו, אבל בקוצ'ים מאמינים לו.
it's just that he's living on the spectrum. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy, he's just trying to. Sure, it's nice.
של ערך ליטר יין.
Just curious what this is
של
here.
חומר. מאמינים לו או לא מאמינים לו?
Man, I wish I could. Yeah, I know. You know, I'm alright. Hopefully, he figures it out. There's nothing I can do for him.
רביז
No,
של
you know what? He's gonna find out before you do. Without a doubt. Yeah, he's on it.
הקוצ'ים כן מאמינים לו, זה הרביז, יש לך אלף ליטר. כן מאמינים לו או לא
What if
מאמינים
that
לו?
helps you?
אז אומרת, אני לא אומר בסנאי. אם אומר, אני נכנסתי לטייטר יהודי,
Down to earth. Or like you said, he might be selling product after
למה
that.
זה
Yes,
נען,
I've sold it
היין,
in 30 days. So, guys, you guys have trouble sleeping. You wish you could fall asleep faster, sleep deeper, and wake up without grogginess. Is your sleep score lower than you'd like on your Oprah or Ring or Apple Watch? Alright? Well, listen. Here's the thing. A lot of sleep aids are too strong. A lot of the sleep aids are narcotics. Okay? But it's such an important part of your life and your health. Getting good sleep is life-changing. It's the whole deal. Alright? Melatonin gummies. I have family have tried that. They just don't work fast enough, man. There are a lot of problems with that. Over-the-counter meds like Sequel cause the next day brain fog. There's a whole bunch of stuff you build tolerance. Alright? But here's the thing. There's pouches. Alright? Sleep pouches that can help you wind down, fall asleep, and stay asleep. Alright? One way or melatonin. Dosed at the clinically optimal range so you're not overdosing and feeling groggy. L-theanine reduces anxiety thoughts while you're falling asleep and helps you feel refreshed when you wake up. Magnesium relaxes muscles and calms your nervous system. And chamomile, passion flower, and lemon balm extracts, which support sleep maintenance. Okay? This is what Ultra Sleep Pouches do. Ultra Sleep Pouches are changing the quality of sleep. Alright, you fall asleep faster, fall asleep for longer, everything else. And hey, check it out, take them, and tell me what your Oprah or your Apple Watch said. Okay? Because I'm telling you, they're going to tell you that you're sleeping better. Use Ultra Sleep Pouches. They deliver better, deeper sleep with properly dosed and natural ingredients. New customers can use code FIGHTER to get 15% off at TakeUltra.com. That's TakeUltra.com for 50% off. Code FIGHTER. After you purchase them, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Tell them you heard it from Fighter and the Kid.
It's a merchant of death that was exchanged for Brittany Griner.
Yes, that's right.
So he was in an interview with Tucker Carlson, and he explains how that was to him a bit of an insult. Wow, Tucker got the merchant of death on his podcast.
Yeah, you got Bart. He's the guy who gives that movie.
Yeah, I was kidding. Yeah, Lord of War. Yes.
Well, one thing for me, this was a
Guy in jail for all time.
great, at least they published it. Because
See how Victor is
but on the Biden administration time, this maybe was the only choice, and this is why. She was a black, she was a lesbian, and she was a basketball fan. If not for NBA fans, put a lot of pressure for Biden administration. ESPN was running every day a kind of this stunt to, call attention that Brittany Griner is still in Russian prison. Almost nothing. Also, a small quantity of CBD oil, which is forbidden in Russia. So they put a lot of pressure. So Biden administration, because they are succumbed to the LGBT agenda, and they need to bring them in front of center of the attention policy was forced. Brittany Griner.
I mean, yeah.
זה פוסל ועושה,
So you want to see how it is?
השני שעושה, רביעי. עכשיו אני אראה לכם את הסבלה, תגידו לי איזה מספר.
So is Brittany.
איזה מספר?
She was not American. She was back in 59.
מספר
59.
שלוש.
My age. She got good hair.
בינתיים ראינו כבר, היום מספר 2,
It's
מספר
all good.
3.
Life in prison, guns. It's all good.
עוד הגמור, וכולי
It's all true.
She's got a lot of. She's got a lot of masculine. trade steward. I don't know what that is. Okay, so I'm sure we're all tired of this, but it's interesting. So, Oregon 11 reported that there was like some ransom notes that people were saying were, he says the FBI said it was fake, and then he went to some like source in the FBI said it was real, so I just almost linked stuff for you.
With a story today saying that they have FBI sources who say that the FBI has determined that the two ransom notes, alleged ransom notes, one of which we have received belonging to Tucson television stations, and a second which one of those TV stations received, were not legitimate. And also that the demand letters that we had been receiving from somebody demanding $1 Bitcoin in return for saying who the kidnappers are, identifying them, that too is not legitimate. So we decided that we would pursue this and see if in fact this is real, that they discounted it. It's not what we had heard, but it was possible, so we made calls. So I am going to tell you that I spoke with two people in the FBI, one of whom is involved in the investigation, one of whom is an official, and the official in the FBI, as I don't use this person's name, said this: it is more likely than not that the two ransom notes are real. Further in that conversation, this person said they are more legitimate than not. That's a quote. Now, they haven't determined it is for sure real, but they definitely have not determined it is for sure fake. And as for the demand letters that we've been getting, where somebody is asking for $1 Bitcoin, they say it is less likely that those letters are real, but they have not discounted that either.
The ones with involved people say it's fake. I don't know. Sometimes they have reasons to do that, right? Do we believe TMZ or the FBI? I believe Harvey. So yes, there's just some California dude admitted that he sent it. At least one of the ransom notes saying that it is fake. It's a Bitcoin. He wanted the Bitcoin. Okay, so he's arrested now. He's arrested now, but this is what's surprising too. It says California man facing up to 2 years. Well, that's him, but there may be some. There's no way. So I looked into it because I thought there was like two main ransom notes, but I guess there's multiple ones. There's more than that. But it just seemed it was really quick. As soon as Rothschild said this, and this suddenly came out. It's just kind of weird. They still haven't found the body, right? There's like they said they thought they discovered a body, right? In Mexico. There's a conservation. You cannot share. See what that is? I'm pretty sure they found a body. Yeah, something's fishy. But I don't know what's going on. Something's fishy. Yeah. So the note did not provide locations of one Nancy had died shortly after the abduction and expressed regret. However, the note did not provide location for the body. Most recently, the FBI has said that some of the white labels were fake extortion attempts. Because at this point, nobody's been found. No official information. Damn it. It's getting so weird. It's the weirdest case. The guy just disappeared. Yeah, it's all fishy. Alright, so many people have been asking you guys to comment on this. There's not much other than it just seems like a Mexican finger. And then there's this psychologist scam comes out. They got a fight on the roof. This guy throws a dude off the roof. When these guys both fall off the roof, these guys are going at. Hey!
באמצע, בצד ימין, והשני בצד ימין, יש את החור של כל הרגליים, זה, היה לו
You didn't tell me when I come to the jobs like this. What the fuck?
ברור,
See,
בצד
first thing about that so
שמאל,
dirty, they
בגלל
fucking
בצד שמאל
fucking around. Look at his bitch ass.
ההוא שני משמאל,
It's just commentating, but yeah, so yeah, this is some crazy videos.
ההוא בצד שמאל,
Yeah, they were workers fighting on the roof and throwing the hot off the roof, you know, right?
The job, you know, so the people that was probably added to the job, like, fuck,
Even if you're in a fight, would you, and if, let's say you're on a roof, you're going to begin with your away from the I would not throw them off the roof. That's just, it's not that high.
אין לי משהו.
Yeah, no, two guys are in a real fight. The two guys that are wrestling that fell down and just kept fighting. Yeah, that's what they said.
Let me see that again.
How the fuck are they not hurt? I mean, it did not bother them. They didn't finish thinking about it. So that guy, get the fuck out of here. This fight's over. They fall over. One falls right on his neck.
It looks like that was Papa. It looks like don't get on two here.
The guy records so bad.
Look at that fucking guy. Have you heard about Chris Brown's dog attacking grenades? Okay, so there's a few things to unpack here. So apparently he told the maid, don't go out there, make sure you tell the security people first, because the dogs are just, they're trained to guard the house and they will attack you. The maid's saying different, that they didn't say that. And Chris Brown also took time to call 911. He didn't want to call 911 right away because he was afraid of it, the call being, recorded, and of course, getting out into the media. So he was sued, and then these maids, I think one of these at least one lawsuit for a few million. They won a lawsuit. Yeah, 13 much. 13. I think it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. 13 million.
The thing is, though, 13 million. How do they come up with that?
She wanted 90 million. She got wrecked. These are some of the pictures I can't show you.
13 million. They do attack me.
Fucking attack. Oh, yeah, attack towards the gang. Oh, yeah, those fucking shepherds.
Attack me.
So that's the that looks like the dog bit her and kind of let her go. But that's scary shit. That's a big bite. That's a scammer.
The thing is, like, who comes up with this being 13 million dog attack? I could see 100 grand. Man, that's dirty. Dirty. That's wild.
Jerry guys, you have emotional trauma. My friend got attacked by a bull mastiff, scarred arm permanently. She has a $3 million house as a result. Caucasian shepherd, Caucasian shepherd, giant dogs. Take a look at his face. Take a look at this dog. They're 200-pound dogs. Watch this. This is what Chris Brown. There you go.
Those are cool. Those ones that were
If you have that thing attacking you, wouldn't be fun. They typically are.
also have little kids.
They're guardians. They're guardians. Chris doesn't go see the dogs. Their dogs are just to protect them. Yeah, they're not really gonna kill you the way they're not people aggressive. Typically, they're guardians, and they're more like they protect against wolves and other predators. That's really what they do. But they're scary and huge.
Because I'm wild. They're like, yeah, we're so sorry to get attacked by a dog. Here's $13 million. Excuse me. Yeah. The dog's awesome.
Tell me they're bound. Oh, Jerry, she's 13 million. And he stuck on his advertisement left. Because he didn't want to deal with the media circus.
Because he's famous, he has to pay more. It's like,
Yes.
let's say a blue-collar person had that dog and he get attacked, and they're like, you owe 13 million. It's like, oh,
You go to your house.
that's crazy.
Yeah. That's what you get. Homeowners insurance typically helps you with that. And I'm thinking you guys have seen this already, but if not, I'll show you this video. It's a UPS driver. And the dog,
She's not going to talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married.
oh my God, when I say it's amazing. When I say I don't give a flying fuck about it, I can't emphasize enough. I have a joke about it.
Also, how big of a narcissist you have to be Taylor Swift to get married at Madison Square Garden?
Dude, I go fuck yourself. I was thinking for me, also, I'm sorry, I
I said this and I really mean it. If you actually are excited or care or want to know what they were wearing and all that stuff, I don't think, and I'm being serious, I actually don't think you should be allowed to vote because you're not a serious person. Your head is somewhere else. I mean, there are these gay men in this office that were like, oh my God, Taylor's getting married. And they were all freaking out. Yeah, it's kind of awesome. Hey, and all this girl's freaking out. All this. I was like, you guys are eager for parties in your 20s and 30s. Yeah, when you're like in your teens, I get it. It's exciting. If you're a girl, if you're over the age of 28 and you're excited about Taylor Swift getting married, I else out there, play them out, tell yourself, what am I doing? It's a thing, though. It's maybe it's like guys who get excited about sports. I don't know. But we don't care about it. I think past that age where I can care about that. Men just don't. Certain men do. We don't. Like, there's no certain gay men. There's no straight man who's like, besides Travis Kelce's brother. If you're not related to Travis Kelce and you're excited about Taylor Swift's wedding, get the fuck out. Yeah, when something happened with you, like, it was something like, maybe you got engaged, okay? I didn't tell my wife, because, and she found out, she goes, how in the world? You guys are so close, how does that not? I was like, I don't, because he doesn't care. Okay. I didn't go to your wedding. You didn't go to my wedding. I didn't even think. What is it? I didn't even think I saw it. I didn't even saw it and didn't even let you know about it because I didn't want you to feel obligated to go. I think I had something that day. You had something that day, did you? Oh, I know. Nothing. Yeah. And do you think if you told me you had something that day, I found out you didn't, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be all insulted. I'd be like, because you would have had to drive about you. It's very one night. Weddings are for the I went to the wedding and it was awesome. I had a great time. Yeah, he was out to have some drink, eat free food, and shit. You're always welcome. Yeah, I appreciate it. We're friends. I mean, yeah, sometimes you know each other's hey man, he went to my concert too. Okay, he's my friend. Yeah, we're friends. The one at the Troubadour, that's like a big legendary location. You couldn't make it because your dad was the only friend. Yeah, I don't always be there. It's going to break it, damn it. The car, you have to maintain it. Anyway, there's a UPS driver, and there's like people say, some people say it's the UPS driver's fault, some people say it's the owner's fault. What do you guys think? Let me see. Looks like you're six are open up my package. Very good. Check this out. Oh, shit. הידיים של השני, ילדים בזה לא עושים כלום. למה אמרת לי? שזה עושה משהו. So this guy's a veteran of UPS, and I love UPS. He's a veteran. He's been there before, but not today. Not today. Not today. And fuck that. When your dog comes running at somebody, you go and he's lucky that dog didn't get shot. He's also trying to deliver a nice, fresh package. You don't hear that shit. He knows that dog's coming at him. He doesn't know that. That's out straight at him, dude. That dog was breaking the shit out of that shit. Clearing that dog around. And by the way, a dog bite is no joke. So money, let's go veg. But also, take the bite, get 13 mil. Take the bite, get 13 mil. Yeah, well, that bite can be real bad. This guy has 13 mil. That guy said it's about to be bad for my ninja. Yeah, that guy's about to get knocked out. UPS said it's about to be bad. UPS guy's on his hands. Shout out to UPS guy. I'm sure he's used to it. That's why he put his hands up, because probably like owners usually try to fight him. That's why he's out with his man. Yeah, he's ready to. He's ready. He's not fucking around. I wish his friend would have been able to. He's down to go. He looks like he's in shape. Yes, he does. Pull the shorts up a little. You pull your shorts up. You got some kicks in you. I'm not BDP. You had some kicks in you. UPS said they come with short shorts in. I like that he pulled them up. There might be some Muay Thai there.
And people are mad at that guy. They're both taking sides. You know, some people will take sides. That dog was coming straight at that motherfucker. Yeah, a lot of people, I would imagine a lot of people, just on a leash, your dog is that way, he's not behaved well. That dog looked like he was coming at him aggressively. He was like, oh, yeah, that's why he lays up the hole, she can bit the throat in the face. Fuck you.
One of UPS told TMZ we were at the video. We've taken appropriate action with our driver and also followed with our customer. First of all, you should increase his pay rate. I mean, you should give him some sort of agreement. Dog awards, I guess, awesome.
I love dogs, by the way. Me too. But if you ever wear a sleeve and have a 65-pound dog bite that sleeve, and you tell me what would happen, you have no idea how hard it was. So what should he do? Just pull it back in, fucking fuck out of here. Throw the package at the dog's hand like some crazy owner. Because I think the came out of. I think he's used to owners trying to fight him. You know, because I've seen videos like that before too. Like as soon as you leave, the man was protecting him, trying to move. Yeah, no hesitation.
Like your dog, you can get it too. Take a little break here because this episode of the Fire Test brought to you by O'Reilly. Parts. In the business, keep your car on the road. My father-in-law needed to change his oil in his Denali diesel GMC. He went to O'Reilly literally today, right up the street from us. Got everything he needed. Got the fuel filter, everything he needed to change his own damn oil. He's a real man. Right? He ain't going to do JV lube. He's doing it himself. They've got 1,000 parts and accessories in store, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. Alright? Whether you're a car expert or rookie, you'll find the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Freeman Ninja. It's a classic Desemporium. Let's go here. Also, this is like some sort of similar to like the running of the bulls thing, which I would like to do. And check out what happens to this dude who just constantly is like messing with this bull. That's not good. The bull said, okay, man, that bull is going to go right through that fucking fence. Where's he going to figure out he put his horn to it?
I don't like this, dude. You gotta stop being all macho. Right in his body. Right in his stomach body. You know, Harrison ran the woods, came over. That woman hit that. Yeah, your vacation's ruined.
Oh, no, he's dead.
He's dead. That's gotta suck.
You know how big of a wound that is? All the blood he's just
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's a deep wound. Look at a woman hit. Watch the woman hit that. Oh, she is so bad. Stupid walking bull. Bull's like, you get it too, bitch. You get me bad, lady. That's not good. That's not good. Did he die, right, Jen? No, it's hard to find any like condition. I get that. But let's say this 1,000% I get that. That's the same as video. He said this is here. But while you send it, I'll show you this. I think Ryan showed us this before, like the deer calls. But this is just freaking crazy wild. Henry's 2026 Deer Call Championship. Oh man, what'd that throat do, Daddy? That sounds like a fucking lion. Right, now you look at this. I feel like you'd be good at this, dude. Like, even if you're good at it, you shouldn't do that. Like, that's like... Yeah. That guy is just... That's a gay man there. That's a gay man. That's a gay man. I think that's a gay man. Hey, come on, get back to the I'm trying to send shows. You can send it. I'll just keep playing. There's no, that is most I think I've ever seen. With the hat, with the feather in it. I think it's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. Yo, also mean red. All those people are, yeah, where is this at? Because those hats is German insurance. That's a big I see what they mean. Yeah, and also I don't think deer make that noise. They don't growl like lions, so it sounds like it's a blowjob contest. BBC, you know what I mean? That's a big tech BBC. Watch this. Also, I can tell this is in America because I'm really they take women as very long. I don't know. Deer sound like this. You said it right, son. That sounds like a fucking. That sounds like the way a lion roars. So we trackers. We have talks all the time. Everybody says that conspiracy kick. Always quick. Yep. Always kick. It's not on YouTube. Maybe just quick. Have you ever been scrolling on Instagram and seen something you don't want to see? Like death. Like a show like Prime Day. I work with something too. Like algorithm. I get a lot of like dead shares. I'm like, I'm watching this maybe a while ago. I really care. Yes, I will watch it. I don't know what's going on. Like, oh, Jesus. Okay, so anyway, there's a death here, but it's a good. It's a good death, but it's like you're gonna be okay with this. But anyway, so we'll move this on to the Patreon. So join the Patreon. Come on over there, Joey. Okay, I'm on over.
שרק תרומות, לא קודשים. אז זה לא יכול ללכת לפי רבי ישוע. רבי ישוע ששנייה הרגע אמר, הוא לא אמר, אבל אנחנו מדייקים. התרס תרומתים, התרס הקודש לא. אתה הסברת במשנה, למה? תרס השניים.
Straight Jesus.
תרס הקודש. אבל רבי ישוע אומר, חייב לנו לתרס. יש רק לשמור את הקומות שלנו, תרס התרומות. זה לא שלנו, תרס הקודש. Let's go fishing. Okay. Something more long enough. We look at the plantadas. We look at the points and that's the I thought I did shot Mishnah. Shema. מה השאלה? המשנה כתוב בתנגדת בבשר. אין איזה דם. לא עשית כלום. מה שמה? שאם היה איזה דם, אתה מתאמץ. אז מה הקושייה? איך אתה יכול לטעות את זה? הידיים שלהם מאוד חלשים אותי. לא שני. אז איך זה יכול לעשות צירות? לא מביש. שמדובר שהוא עושה את זה על תארץ התרומו. לא את התירוץ הזה. לא תירוץ. תארץ התרומו. ואז מה? לא בישוע. למה אמרת את זה שזה נעשה תארץ התרומו? תגיד שזה נעשה תארץ התרומו. לא נעשה בישוע גם. בסדר ביתו. במקום לבוסו. כתוב במשנה בסעק, דיברו בבוסו ואיקר, זה קשור. רבוי שאני לא מתאר בסוגיה הזאת, זה דברים שאני לא מכירים, אבל לא קשים. מישהו כתוב בשר, הוא מדבר בשר, דם, בתרומה זה רק פירות, זה לא בשר. אלא מים בקודשים, זאת ואימו, אבל מים בקודשים. אז אתה אמרת שהמשנה מדבר בקודשים. לכן, אתה מדבר על בן אדם ששומר על חולין, זה תרס קודשים. אבל זה חלק קודשים. חיה בקודשים ואיגר, כתוב במשנה חיה. לא ירד כאן ששקפת את החיה, ואין חיות בישראל. אבל אני לא רואה אותו משמעות מקודם, שאין בשר בתרומו, אז הם חיות בקודשים. אז אני אומר חוסר בקודשים. חוסר יותר לבין מיכל, אבל אנחנו מדברים על התואמים. זה מה שהם עושים תלויות ולא תלויות. ומילא, בשר אפשר להחליט בשר של חיה, בשר של מלאכות, הוא נמצא באותו מקביל, אתה פתאום מציץ חלק משם. חוסר יותר אבל פירות, אין בלב שמתבלבל בין שני הדברים האלה. בשר יותר. אוקיי, אז הוא לא אמרו לו. חבריי אמרו לו, חברים שלי אמרו, בחולין שנעשו על תרס הקודש. זה החברים שלי.
that was going to go 10 years or
הוא
something.
דואג לישוע, הוא
You
לא
know, as a fighter,
צודק, כי הוא אומר,
put yourself in
קרס,
other shoes.
תרומו, בוא נוציא את
It's
השני
very
הזה.
hard to admit that however long it's been, let's say it's 15
או
years since
חברי העם, בשום שנה זאת הייתה הקוידש, היא לא
he
יקרה
feels
בישוע.
like I got better than him in those 15
זאת הייתה
years.
הקוידש שמה?
You know, I mean, that's like a weird thing fighters, we always want to get
הם
better,
אומרים
better, try to
שזה
get
יכול להיות שלישי. אם אני נוגע בידיים שלי,
His
זה נהיה שלישי.
I think that might be his mindset.
הוא דואג לישוע, הוא אומר, זה רק כל אבל תרומו, לא אלכוהול.
Have you rematched besides Anderson?
לא,
Have
אני
you
לא,
rematched
ובישוע היא, אני אומר,
Uriah Hall?
חשוב
Okay.
צודק, לא חייב
First of all,
לפני.
that's the second one. I don't really want to talk about that. That looks still haunts me. That is,
או כמה יחסו, רוב הדברות זה לא מאושר.
whenever somebody throws a leg kick, I'm always like this. I can't even look at that.
שבחו"ל שלה חדה זה קונטס. אתה אומר שהוא דיבר
Yeah, so
בתרומו, או לא יודע, לימור דברים בבית או מה, לא בבית כאילו שנה שאתה עושה פה איזה פעמים, זה שלישי, ודאי. הוא אומר שזה ודאי. אם אתה נוגע בזה, אתה עושה את זה תמה למה? כי קודשים יותר רגישים, דרגה יותר גרועה בתרומו, אז ודאי שזה נראה תומר.
okay, so that's a minute. What was it like going into a rematch knowing
אלא אפילו פון שנעשה תרומו,
there were certain things in my head that
אפילו תרומו, זה ודאי, אני מסכים. אין לך עוד דברים שהוא חכמים על זה, כולם מסכימים.
I can see some breaks. And so,
מה
the
מחבר?
same thing happened.
השעה בגמרא, עד סוף העמוד, עם כמה מילים, בעמוד די, רוצה להוכיח מי החברים. מה קרה כאן?
Do you have to
יש לי מה לא בחיים.
you keep using the word break?
מה לא בחיים?
So,
לא להיות לא. מה היה?
but going in the second time, did you
עד
use
מלב
that first
וכל
fight in
הזאת.
terms of like,
מה היה? לא חזר
kind
שלו.
of similar to what I was saying in my head, there's no way. I know I got so much better.
מה מחלוקת שלו? לא היינו שם. לא שמענו. תסכים לנו אתה, מה חכסתי לא משהו כזה? לא יודע לאיזה רוצים רואים את החול אם לא
He's not ready to say, I got worse.
כן, דברים שאנחנו מכירים פה.
But do you think he can use that as like
אנחנו ראינו
ammunition in his
שהוא
home? They're thinking, all right, I beat him already, so I have that over him.
מאשר האוכל לעצמו.
Is that a...
מה זה אומר? הוא יריד לעצמו, לא איתו בקורס ודם.
You have to imagine.
אם אתה נוגע בעוף, ככה זה כלום. זה ספר ואוכל, אלא יותר להסתמך. הוא לא איתו,
He has 4 or 5 years.
זה לא גם מסתכלי, לא איתו. גם הבגדים שלך נמצאים. לא איזה נעשו איזה כמעט. אז ככה, איך הוא נעשה את הבן אדם שאוכל כמו המאכל. ולמשוע, זאת אומרת, הבן אדם שאוכל הוא יותר גרוע מהאוכל, יותר חמור, יותר חומיים. ולמשוע, מדינה לעשות טוב, ואומרים, מה אתה יכול... איך אתה בא, איך אתה לומד מאוכל? זה כאילו שבקידושים, שרוב האנשים כאן, אפילו לא ידעו את ההלכה הזאת לפני שבוע. זה כאילו שוב. או רוצים שאמרת כל מיני לא איתו.
Except for with, in a way,
אז אנחנו יודעים שלא,
not from a skill perspective,
האוכל
not from
יותר
a skill
חמור.
perspective,
מהבן
but
אדם.
from a name
לעומת
value to
בקרית.
what it is. Because like Max has a high
אם
name
אתה
value,
רוצה לכבות את זה,
higher
או
like
רק
Chandler, like the win over Max, much better champion. Yeah, as far as skill,
אם אתה רוצה להכניס תרומה לאוכל, איזה גודל שלו,
but still like in terms of what
לא
he can
שהאוכל נותן תרומה, האוכל מקבל
you're saying
תרומה.
the volume. Are you saying in terms of technical skills? It's a
אבל מי שאוכל
in
תרומה,
terms of what he could have done 170. Because like if he were to fight Rothschild, 170
שני ביצים, תראו את זה סרטון יפה, כמדומני שזה
Brady, like one of them guys who
צורה של מדינה.
cabinet, like we would be looking at this like it was a real thing. Yes.
זה חצי
So
שלב,
in terms of
חצי
like
לחם.
skill for name value, Max is not known for his big. He's not a big puncher. So what I'm thinking, Connor's thinking, okay, I got a big name, I got traditionally a big puncher. I might be able to get to it before he gets to me. Before he
אז
gets to
תקווה זה
more attrition. Connor's probably thinking he's going to knock Max out.
So you're thinking Connor is thinking he has to go out there and knock him out, otherwise he loses.
I think that's what his mindset is. He's not, Max is not going to wrestle.
אומרת,
That's a
האוכל בעצמו הוא יותר חמור למה הוא מקנה בשיעור יותר קטן, בביצה אחת. וגם בעצמו הוא אומר נטמע שתי ביצים. אז מי יותר חמור? למי תרומה יותר מהר? יותר חמור? האוכל. האוכל זה רק ביצה
not a big puncher, so if I hit him first, I connect first. I'm not going
בלי
to
זה, כאילו בשביל
anything
מה זה בלי זה? שאלה טובה, הנה, ניצח
especially
זה השיעורים זה דוירייסס, זה דברים פשוטים, במקום לזה, ושם על פנים
many times he said, man, the second fight and the third fight was a big difference.
מה, את הצורה של העצומה. לא, להתגורר פה, אתה, מישהו, אז אתה רואה על מישהו, שהיא כוח אחר. זה מאוד חשוב לבוא בוא נשתמש בגלון. אם גישו נוגע במשהו, מה זה היה אמור להיות? שני. מצוין, זה אומר, יותר מה. אבל אם שני נוגע במשהו, אז היה צריך להיות מישהו. אז כשאני שני לא אמור. אז מבין, שני שנוגע במשהו צריך להיות שלישי. איך הגעת לזה? שני נוגע במשהו אחר, זה נשאר באותו דרגה של תומה, בדרך כלל זה יורד בבריאה אחת, זה צריך להיות שלישי. אוי, כשמצינו שהשני, זה על די משקיעים, איזה יופי, תראו, סיפור מאוד יפה, אבל צריכים להגיע לאמצע,
Tried to walk Gaethje down, right? Like he just walked him down and didn't respect the punching power of Gaethje.
סיפור
I don't think Connor's that
אני רוצה באמצע,
I don't think Connor's that crazy. I think Connor will, because Connor he uses his presence a lot for his defense. Like he's not going to pull the shots. He's going to be out here and use distance and his presence.
שייני, שמקבל את המים, המים עולים דרגה לאחת. שני עושה אחד. ולכן, אם המים היו נוגעים בפי אחר, נהיה שתיים. אז מה קרה? אם תפוז נוגע בבננה, שהבננה יש לו מים, אם הבננה בעצמה שני, אז התפוז נהיה שני.
The uncomfortability just becomes too strong. Like I feel like he starts looking uncomfortable there.
רואים ששני עושה שני.
I think at some point, I think I think he starts feeling the cardio. I think he starts thinking about, I can't believe I'm tired right now. I'm dedicated to the next fight again. Max is still just happening. I'm fighting again. I'm already rich. That's the thing. Like, when you go back and watch the fights, he had moments in the fights. Like, it wasn't a complete shooter. Like, he had moments. It's just once he gets uncomfortable, he does not do well at all. Like, as soon as like Dustin started hitting him, like in the second fight,
דבר מאוד מעניין.
as soon as Dustin started hitting him, he
זה
just
דבר מעניין. אם זה שני,
nothing after that.
הפרי הזה הוא שני.
He was doing good up until that. And then in the
עכשיו אני
second
שופך
fight,
עליו
he
מים.
was doing pretty good until like Justice took him down. He gets back up and he just like
מים.
had nothing left.
מה
He
המים?
just has nothing left
ראשון.
once it gets a little hot there. Yeah.
עכשיו ראשון שנוגע בפי אחר, מה הפנים נעשה?
And I think that's Max's.
אז יוצא ששני עושה שני.
Is to never let him stop.
אם
You can't let him
השני
stop.
הזה,
You don't want to be backed up by confidence. Yeah, you want his confidence growing. That's what it is.
והרטיבות נהיה ראשון.
Once you
ועכשיו אתה
crack
מגיע
Conor, he
ככה,
just doesn't come back.
אז השני הזה
And I think that if
עושה
Max
שני,
does,
שאני אין לי עוד שני, שכחתי להדפיס עוד שני.
and that's going to be Max. He's so explosive right now. So I think the explosivity is still going to be there, which can hinder him
למה לא?
because
למה לא בוודאי?
and also he had this huge
אם השני נשפך עליו מים, אז הוא תמיד עולה מרחוב למישהו, תמיד עולה מישהו, אכפת לי כמה שנים, זה מספר 10, אבל אני לא יודע, אני מאוד... אז כן, אז למדנו גם משהו מעניין היום, לפחות דבר אחד, לא הבננו, לפחות את זה, שמה, איך אני יכול לעשות עוד פני שני, שני, על ידי מים, כי המים עולים דרגה. אתם רואים כאן, משהו, נהיים ראשון, או לא יודע גמור. אבל מה הקושייה כאן? זה לא פשוט, יש כאן שאלה טובה, לא פשוט שהשני נעשה שני, הפוך,
Georgia Russell.
עושה ראשון, לא עוד יותר. אתה שומע את שנייה על המים, אתה מגלה שלב, ואתה אומר, הנה, פרי עושה פרי. ושכחת שהוא גם עושה יותר מפרישים, הוא עושה גם ראשון. אז אם ככה, מה הנקודה? שואל אותי, איך חייב שבן אדם עם שייני עושה יותר טוב? הוא אומר לו, אוי, איך שייני, כשהוא אומר, שייני עושה שייני. אבל תכלס, איך שייני עושה שייני? על ידי המים באמצע. מים באמצע נאמר, ראשון. אז אולי שייני יעשה ראשון. תגיד, שייני עושה ראשון, למה אתה לא אומר שייני עושה שייני? הוא אומר, לא, ממש תמנע מבחילה אבו. ממש באמצע, הם נהיים, מה זה תחילו רבו יצאי? ראשון. כל הפעם שזה כאילו, עוד דבר שהוא שייני, שפוסל תמונה, אמרנו, פוסל זה הכוונה, זה צר שעה, זה לא ממשיך את התמונה שקורה פנימה, מטען המשקין, מי לא הספירה. אם השייני הזה של תמומו, הוא נוקע במשקה, זה יהיה ראשון, הוא יקום יוי. טוריון, איפה הטוריון שלנו? רק לפרשים, כן? טוריון.
Kavanaugh's a great coach. Yes. I think he works a little bit, just maybe the shape thing, just to kind of confuse Max. The Max is not easy to take down, too. I know he got that last play over there, but I know he's to bring it back to the position. Like, Connor's going to have to exert a lot of energy to take it down. Keep it down. Yeah. I mean, but like, Connor's been pretty quiet about his training, but like the couple of pictures that I have seen him in, were like him wrestling, and like taking shots on guys. So I'm thinking that he might use it as an opportunity to start faking that to come back with punches or certain things. Double change it. Because I don't want an opportunity to try to get Max out there. Actually, that kind of makes sense because of Max. Instinctually at this point just wants to last fight because of takedowns. He might overreact to takedowns and want to take at the end of the day. Connor's got a beautiful boxing. He's got great hand speed and power in his hands. So yes, that's his chance right. Yes. Which is usually 7. I think it's a plus 275 favorite. Which I don't know if he holds for an actual fight though.
מישהו אוכל שייני, הוא נסע שלישי, למה הוא עולה דרגה? מה אתה שיעלה? זה חשבת עליו? אבל למה הוא נהיה יותר? שייני לא מוכן. צריכים אני חייב לראות את זה. יש כאן תחום הסבירה, מה זה תחום הסבירה?
What I've seen in Connor in the past, I don't think he's going 5 rounds in that before fight. So Max is a minus 225, Connor's a plus 185. Okay, so another plus 100. Alright, so you can get up by knockout, which is I think the way Connor has to win. Yeah, so to go the distance, it's a plus 300. Really? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't see it going to this. I'll be shocked. What is this? Yeah. Oh, man, I want to see what happens in that first round. I got to see what happens in that first round. We'll see how. Does Connor have anything left? Like, are you rich? What you doing this for? You rich? And you want to come there and play back? I'm already rich. I know. What do you think Connor has to do next that's in that first round to make us think that he has this chance to win the fight? You got to hurt Max. That's the only make a miss. They got to hit it in a hurt. You got to hurt Max. If you don't hurt Max in that first round, like hurt Max, like you wobble, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you think about it now after getting the Poirier fight happens, it kind of simple.
שמעתי שלישי נסע שייני, זה רק כמו שתחרות סוף.
Gets
תרומו
also
היא אצל הכל.
Gage was tired, but he had the experience of being tired in these big fights before. And I think that's why he probably won the fight.
זה נגמר.
But I think
שמה,
there's definitely some strong parallels between Conor
רק
and
בתרומו,
Warrior One with how
יש כאן סיבה.
they believe in themselves, two,
יש כאן סיבה בעצם. אז מי שעוצר שלישי,
and fighting,
אתה
but also
רצה.
very explosive.
תרומו
So
הזה,
when it comes to cardio, I
אז
think
הוא נהיה קשה לי.
how much
למה?
you train, eventually if you're able to withstand their talent and their power
אם
and
אחד
their skill
שומר
set,
על עצמו,
you're going to
שומר
be able to
את
take
האוכל
it.
שלו, אתה תרומו, והוא שלישי, הוא אוכל שלישי, אז זה נמצא שלי. לכל
He says he's
מה זה אומר?
he says he's in his prime.
כי
He's on
החודש,
9 years.
אנחנו כל כך מחמיאים על החודש, זה כמו תקומה, מה שהוא עושה, מה שהוא שומר לעצמו, זה כמו תקומה אצל שלי, זה כלום.
He started also
אז הוא לא יכול סיבת.
in a different class than Sorry. So I
היה,
wouldn't say
יש לי
But I
אפשרות,
think that he created that moment.
אמר שהוא התקדם.
He made that moment big,
בהתחלה,
big
הוא אומר,
for
מישהו אומר,
Donald.
איפה
he
זה היה?
strokes Sorry.
Almost like an Eddie Alvarez. I feel like we didn't see the best fighters fight that way.
האם
Almost
הוא
like
מתכוון
John Jones
לעצור?
and the Super God. Or Francis
למה?
God.
זה לא שומר
Like
קל,
you've seen these
זה
guys
נעשה
come
כאילו
and
שהוא
they were
כמעט
able to capitalize and be the best version of themselves.
Yeah, we all saw how like Sorry in terms of
או שהוא אומר משהו אחר, הוא אומר,
down himself in the question that it takes him a minute to get into the fight.
הוא רק
And
שומע
so
תמונות וזה לא
and
מגיע
Conor took advantage of that. Like he knew that kick early, watched him early, and just never let him get into the fight.
Is there anything during the press conference, because we haven't seen much of it, is there anything that Conor can do during this press conference coming up?
מי זה שאמר את זה? זה לא נורא. שמה?
No, absolutely not. Like Max,
He can't get in his head.
no, he's been sort of a steel trap. He's a steel trap. And he's already
בהתחלה, בתחילת הסוגיה,
Talking trash.
מסביר אז זה יהיה לו עכשיו, הוא אומר
Ex-wife or anything,
בהתחלה מה שקרה זה
all right, so I got some
אומר
updates for you guys. The chat right now is 51% thinking that Conor's going to win.
זה
You guys are absolutely crazy. So put in your reasons. We're going to get to some of those as we go on throughout the show. We're going to get into some of
yeah, it's just like that's a compliment.
ומי אומר את זה?
Superstar. And for it to only be 51%, there's a lot of people out there that
Listen, we got in the chat. Do we have anything in the chat? Hey, we got
that's for sure. Yeah, that's coming back, guys.
from Trace. Question for the guys. How do you feel about Conor saying the 5 years off has been good for him and allowed his body to stay in its prime? Is there any truth to this?
There's truth to it. If you live that lifestyle, I'm sick of saying, fuck, I'm sorry. If you live that lifestyle, yes. If you can train your everything in the gym, running around, you're lifting weights, you're getting weight up into the fight would be like, should be, you know, all right, you can do some amazing things, but if you're not, if you're in the fucking gods, somebody call, chasing you a fight, you're in Cowboy, I don't think so. I'll play devil's advocate. Let's just say 5 years old. I feel like I got 31 surgery, so I had a couple of came with the same day. Surgery alone. It's terrible. I'm not proud of it. But I've had a lot of moments where like, I'm trying to rebuild myself. And with that type of, I think, if there's always a blessing in disguise, it was like, it's like trying to become a better on top of obviously fighting. And one of the things that Conor is definitely struggling with is finding himself and trying to get better. It seems like he's struggling with his experience.
עוד אני לא יודע, אתה יודע, המילואימניקים להגיד לו,
And so there is some
אני לא אמרתי,
it might not have been happening all 5 years.
אם אתה מדבר ככה, אז אתה צודק, יש לך בעיה רצינית. הוא רק דיבר בתחום, ולא בקוד. אבל ייתכן שהוא לא אומר את המילים האלה. הוא לא מעניין לו מה תראה לבתים. הוא אומר,
That's a bit more confidence. Maybe because I'll tell you what, after the
מה
week,
שהוא מתכוון זה קודשקין קודשקין. גם
I guess still reject them.
לא
I
איזה
like
איש,
injuries.
שנת זכר,
Rules that keep the skin and
מישהו אחר
I got nerve issues and shit like that. And I already had 10 surgeries on this knee. And then they have to take a lot of that.
אבל מה זה עושה?
So like for me, the knee and the nerve issues are still a problem. And like
מי
getting
עשה
leg
פתאום הולך לו
strength
בתרומות?
back is
אז הגוף
still an
שלו
issue.
נהיה
But for
שלישי,
him, you know,
והגוף שלו נעשה, מה שנפסל אמרנו, נפסל זה שלא מפסיק, שמה לא נמשך מזרח. הגוף שלו נהיה שלישי.
I think
שלישי, מי שאוכל שלישי, כן, בלי פסיקים בשביל זה קצת בעייתי. שלישי שני לפעמים. שלישי, אם אתה אוכל שלישי, אז מה קורה לך? שני לכל הדרך. אתה נעשה שני, ואין שני לתרומו. ועל זה יוצאים, רוצים לעשות על תרומו. אז זה עושה את הגמור לשני ולאבי, בשלישי אבי, משמע שהוא כן יעשה שלישי. הוא אומר לו, אם אני אבא מינו, לא יצאני אבא, בשלישי אבא, שתם לו, אז אני אומר משהו. ואני לא מפשיט, לא יודע, שונה מי שני לתרומו.
And there is some promises that can happen.
זה מתאים יותר למשפט הקודם של שני לתרומו. אז הוא גם משתמש לזה בשני לתרומו, הייתי לתרומו. אבל האמת, כשגם הוא נעשה שלישי, רבוי זה בשביל הכנראה.
And then you take 6 months. Connor Stevens was strong enough to convince himself that it's okay. Yeah. And I think that's what we're dealing with now. Them saying, oh, the 5 years helped me take it. I don't buy that. I think that he's convinced himself of that to give him the confidence to go into this fight to feel like he's okay. I don't buy it, but I think he believes it. So I think that's what he's saying. But I don't buy it at all. But I do believe he believes it.
איזה תרומה חכמים נתנו לידיים שלנו? סתם ידיים, שיים. אז אני שואל לכם שאלה, הידיים שלנו שיים, אם זה נכון מה שהם אומרים, אני לא יודע, הרבי, שניהם אמרו, זה מסוכן, בדרך כלל הם יודעים. אם זה נכון שהידיים שלנו הם שיים לתרומה, אם אתה נוגע בתרומה, בוא נגיד, האם התרומה נהיית חומר? מי אמר פה? מי אמר במילה הזאת? פוסט זה הכוונה שזה נהיה תמך, אבל אין לו כוח לתמוך משהו אחר. אז אתה אומר שבתרומה זה נהיה פוסט. אז בוא נראה את הסוגיות, יש כמה, אני אומר לכם סוגיות שקצת מעניינות. גופו, אומרים שלא.
And we are just 1 week away from the return of Conor McGregor. UFC 229 coming up this weekend. Hall of Fame this week. We're going to discuss all of that right here today on Daily Brothers Fueled by Monster Energy. As we are live every Monday. Chime in, check us out on the chat. Email questions at gmail.com. Thomas, alongside with my boys, my partners in crime, Hall of Fame to be straight Jesus for a monster. And we must address the elephant. I know what you're wearing. Where's Dustin Poirier? Then we back next week, guys. Dustin Poirier.
don't like this match.
זה לא מרגישים ללמוד בסרט בגאיו.
But he's getting his life
אז הוא אומר, טוב, מה שיש לך? שמה, הוא עושה פצע, הוא חתך טוב את הקנה, הוא לא נשאר ראייה בכלל, הוא לא חשוב, הוא לא נשאר כבר, הוא בחיי הגאיות, הוא בטוח, כי הוא בא הגאיות, שהוא מתקנה, בציור, שיושבים פה, אבל הנה, אני מאוד, אם עשה נקל בקנה, ואחר כך עשה חור במעיים, אז זה חשוב. אז הוא עכשיו כן עשה פייס. מה זה? זה לא... זה יכול. אומר לו, אומר, הסרט ראשונה. Rothschild,
it's weird. I think maybe because the White House card was so huge, like so much action going to that. Can't imagine the government, which is traditionally the biggest fight of the year. Other than that, it's like, I don't really know what's going on. I'm curious as to when the white card is going to show up, because normally weeks to weeks are really big, and obviously it's only Monday now, and we won't know what it's going to be like in Vegas until we get there, but it just seems a little off in terms of like how do we go to the president, picks up at the end of the week. I was concerned with this matchup. Connor, Max, my thoughts on the matchup,
אז עכשיו אתה
I
תפנה,
just hope they go find Max. They have been saying it already. Max will bring the house on Max. I think Max is going to get out
ולפגעים
at
בכליות,
some point.
במעיים, בלב,
And then on the experience and things, but then he's
הלב
fighting
הוא
stages. This fight is for Ferrari versus Pacific. The Ferrari has more than it has. He's going to lose every time. So I think Max just gets it done. I mean, how much of those factors that they have for once in a while? Super 10 years or something. You know, as a fighter,
איזה
put
תועלת
yourself in Connor's shoes.
הפתיחה שכותבים את הסימן הראשון, מה זאת? מה זאת?
However long it's been, less than 15
מה
years.
הסימנים עושים? מה השליטה
The other guy got better
עושה?
than
בוא
him.
נחשוב ביחד, מה השליטה עושה?
You know, I mean, that's like a weird thing.
הסימן
Fighters, you want to
שתי
try to get
הסימנים,
better
מה
and
עושים?
better. You want to try to get a level
זה
higher.
מתיר בקהילה וגם
Is I don't know if he, I think
וגם מנבלה.
his mindset
אז זה
has
ככה,
got better.
הסימן הראשון
Have you rematched Zach Anderson? Have you
התוצאה של הסימן הראשון זה שזה
Okay. First of all, I got
זה התחיל חלק שלו
Alan still haunts me.
לא של הנבילה.
You're the reason
הוא
why.
באמצע, אתה 50%, אתה החלק שלו, הוא מקנה. הוא יכול לעשות מה שהוא יכול לעשות. כל קנה, שניהם ביחד, מפירים את הרימה לעתירה ויוצאים את הנבילה, את התאומת נבילה. אז עכשיו פתחת אחת, מה קרה? שני דברים. עכשיו נמצא באמצע, פתאום, מה שקורה למים. והמשכת וחתכת את ה...
Okay, so that's a significant enough time. What was it like going to a match lama? And it was so long ago, the first fight. Yeah, you know, there was certain things in my head that
עזבו את הבעיה, תחזיר את
first time.
זה אומר שזה יכול להיות פייס.
I just thought if you push it really hard,
לפני שנייה לפני אומר, ברגע שפתחת את הקנה, אתה לא יכול לעשות פייס. בחצי מטר אתה לא עושה פייס. כמה זה ראשון? האם הקנה היה לו שתי תוצאות, הוא גם מכיר את הקהילה וגם הוריד תמונה מצטרף עם הבשת שהוא כבר לא יכול להתיר הסגילה. אנחנו לא יכול להתיר הסגילה במקרה שלנו כי יש לו פיצוץ בבטן, אז הוא טרם איתו. מה הוא עושה?
which is what I'm saying. Is
הוא יכול לתאר למילה, אבל זה רק תוצאה אחת. הייתם
say, I got worse than when do you think he can take it? It's like, and what should it be? You're thinking, all right, I'm already so high, and that over him.
האם הסימן הראשון, הסימן השני מסרבים, רש"י מסביר, סימן ראשון יש לו שתי תוצאות, הסימן השני יש לו תוצאה אחת, זאת אומרת שזה לא תוצאה השני. עוד סוגיה קשורה. היינו בבוא יצא, זו רק שאלה שלי. אז בוא נגיד אבל יש מה שיקראו זה יותר תפור. זה בהמה שיש לה בפנים, השחיטה של האמא נותנת את הבלד.
Of all things considered, well, you said tonight, I think it's the best possible matchup at 170. Except for with, not from a skill perspective, but from a name value to what it is. Like Max has a high name value. They hired Michael Chandler, went over Max. Much better than Chandler. Yeah, as far as skill, Chandler has a massive name. Right, but still like in terms of like
עוד ציון לסיעות, you've
seen the volume of the you've seen in terms of their technical skills. So you figure in terms of being at 170, because like if they were to fight on short 170 pounder, Connor's frontiers, like I'm going to like exactly. You know, sure, we can fight it like what is it? The captain, like we looking at this like so in terms of like skill for name value. Max is not known for so when I'm thinking Connor's thinking, okay, I got a big name, I got traditionally big puncher. I might be able to get to him before he gets to me, before I can get to me more nutrition. Connor's probably thinking he's going to knock Max out. So you're thinking Connor is I think that's what his mindset is. He's not Max wrestle If you're a super person, if you're a college coach, you're not telling them that you got to go out there and get him out there. No, I'm definitely not saying that. But I think Connor today, I don't think he thinks that he needs to. I think he thinks that that's what he's going to do. Not that he needs to. That's what he's going to do. It's not even going to come down to like third, fourth, fifth round. I think he thinks that I'm just going to go out there and knock this guy out. Even if he gets me, I hit him first. I connect first. I'm not competitor. Maybe when they fight, you can think that Max was going to so much better, especially at 155. Max was throwing the element. Dustin said it himself. He said, man, the second fight and the third fight was a big difference. So, the current champion, I can definitely say that that's the last thing that you lose as a man is your power. So I don't think that Max power has gone up mixed with that crazy. I think it's the worst. I think it's a fair fight for guys. Like you said, Connor is his power in his hands. And that will still be there for him. He still has a chance of knocking out Max. And we haven't seen Max get knocked out. It's completely the most guy out. He's going to finish the first and second rounds, and how Connor has that himself. He's got that mystic back ability to run him out fast in the first and second round. Is there any parallels there? I think so, but I think the difference would be like he tried to walk Gaethje down. I think he just walked him down and didn't respect the punching power of Gaethje. I don't think Connor's that's crazy. I don't think Connor's that crazy. I think Connor would, because Connor uses his presence a lot for his defense. Like he's not going to like fly shots. He's going to be out here in the distance and his presence. The last couple of fights. It sounds crazy, especially with all this time. If I was to give you a prediction of the way this fight goes, I think But I think eventually at some point the accountability just becomes too strong. Like I feel he starts looking uncomfortable there. And that's this much time off. I think at some point, I don't care how much he's put up his going on, I think he starts feeling worried. I think he starts thinking about, okay, you can actually fight again. Max is still just down. I'm fighting again. I'm already reached out. That's the thing. Like, he won't want to go back and watch the fights. He had moments in the fight. Like, it wasn't a complete shutout. Like, he had moments. It's just once he gets uncomfortable, he does not run around. As soon as Justin started hitting him, like in the second fight, as soon as Justin started hitting him, he just fell apart. Nothing after that. He fell apart. He was all into it. And then in the third fight, he was doing pretty good. Until, like, Justin started going down. He gets back up and he just, like, had nothing left. Like, he just has nothing left once they get to go out there. Yeah, and you gotta imagine it's worse than don't stop off. You know, it goes that. So, and I think that's Max's keenness. Is to never let him do something. You can't let him just go, you don't want to do that. Like, oh, yeah, you don't want his confidence growing. That's what you're going to do. Because once you crack on, like, he just doesn't come back. And I think that Max does. And that's going to be Max. He's so explosive. So I think the explosive is still going to be there. Should be more explosive when you get time. And also, yeah, his strength is very fast, and he's a great time with his strengths. I think the speed of the time because you don't grab all his time off is going to be a biggest issue for him. It's finding the range, being able to land punches while being comfortable. The idea of Conor wrestling, I just think it saps his energy. I think that's the problem. I think it's a great strategy for him, but I just, even if he wins a round because of it, I think it just saps his energy for the next round. It's over. Yeah, it's tough. And you wrestle right down in this. You've been prepared that maybe he's been showing us all this stuff just to get us ahead on. He's got no chance of the fight. And he's really Georgia wrestling. All these years of that is a almost in his dreams. When you're striking, it's just your weight. When you're wrestling with somebody who weight that is order who trains your line, like donors and everything, like and when he's beat grapplers, you know, looking at me Max by out wrestling, I don't think it's the right strategy for this fight. Yeah, I'm with you. Unless he's got a guy saying that we don't know about his work. I don't think it'll work. I think you get it in shape, as best shape as possible. I think it's like a limit to it. I think it's even how comfortable you are in there. You know, and I just think because he's been out for so long, the uncomfortability is just be too much, and that's going to sap his energy. Adrenaline comes in to happen. Like even with his ATS fights, we're way back. And like you said, once you started seeing, the fight go the other way and have to kind of on his back foot, he's going to give the shots. He doesn't look comfortable at all. He's not just staying in the pocket, super comfortable, coming back with shots, and using like good footwork with some energy, and he kind of falls apart in those situations. So, yeah.
And you see his body language just really crumble, like his legs start to, like you see his upper body, like his posture is all off. I think that might be an opportunity for him to wrestle. This is the reason why, because like Cavanaugh is a very good gymnast. And I think he wrestles with just the shape thing, just to kind of confuse Max a little bit. But Max is not easy to take down, too. I know he got that last fight over, but he's to create that clinch position, like, Conor's going to have to lose a lot of energy to take him down. A couple of pictures that I had seen him in, like him wrestling, like taking shots on guys. So I'm thinking he might use it as an opportunity to start faking that to come back with punches. I'm sure they too know they will change it. Because I don't know what opportunity to try to get Max out of there. I mean, actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense because Max instinctually at this point just lost his last fight because of takedowns. He might overreact on takedowns. At the end of the day,
Connor's got a beautiful box. He's got more hand speed and power in his hand. So, yes, I think that's his chance, right? Yes, knock him out. Yeah, you got to get a knockout and relax out. Which is easier said than done. I think he's a plus 275 favorite underdog to get a knockout. Which I don't know the odds for the actual fight, though. So that's probably similar. As long as it goes to distance and it's like close. I don't think that's really close to distance. I don't see it being close to after the first or second, after the first one. I don't Connor's surprised. See a very good fight by 5 rounds. We'll see what he's going to say. Especially if Connor offers a long ride. He's not I've seen Connor in the past. Is about 5 rounds. And average 5 match right now. So Max is a minus 225. Connor's a plus 185. Okay, so in other words, plus 100 points and you get a knockout. Which is, I think, what Connor has to do. So, to go the distance, it's a plus 200. Really? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I'd be shocked. I want to see what happens in that first round. I gotta see what happens in that first round to see how. Does Connor have anything left? Like, if you reach, you know that's right. What do you think Connor has to do those first round to make a statement against those chest? You gotta go next. That's the only way to miss. You gotta hit it hard. You gotta hurt Max. If you hurt Max in that first round, I hurt back like a wobble. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you think about it now, after you recover from that, it's been kind of a sequel, right? To Corey of what he never thought he was going to have a career. Maybe there's something about that. Then we gassed out, so he gets tired, but he had the experience of being tired in some big fights. I think that's why he probably won the fight. But I think there's definitely some strong parallels between Connor and Corey. How they make themselves too how talented they are. They're both extremely talented guys in fighting, but also very explosive. So when it comes to cardio, I think how much you train eventually, if you're able to stand their talent and their power, their skill set, you're going to be able to, take them into deep water. Can Connor still have that belief in himself right now? I mean, he's played 9 years since he's in his prime. He hasn't won a fight in 9 years. He's won one fight in 9 years now, so wow. 9 years, that's just a run that on every shoulder. He's not awesome. We also have like Cerrone in terms of we don't have this like Cerrone going to the bag, help himself and push it. It takes him a minute to get into the fight. And so Connor took advantage of that. Like, he pushed him early and just never let him into the fight. Is there anything during the press conference, because we haven't seen much of it, is there anything that Connor can do during this press conference coming up that can make the movement too big for Max? No, absolutely not. Like, Max can't get in his head at all. He's been distracted with his steel trap. He's a steel trap. He's already facing his prime when he talked about that shit. And now, it's just whatever he throws at him, some shit. If he thinks he gets tired, he's in the press conference. He thinks that's his wife. His wife. So I got some updates for you guys. right now, it's 50% thinking it comes to it. That's absolutely crazy. So whatever reason why we can get to some of those elements of the show, we want to get into some of that.
It's just like that's a popular out there.
You are a kind of
Figure
I'm surprised that it comes to more people than Connor. I don't even know if that's hard for fans. I think it's more he's such an inspiration for a lot of people. We have one of those, out of the cage anthems. If you listen to him talk, he's very inspirational. The way he speaks things into existence, his confidence. Every once in a while, that's that question. He's trying to become more confident because they know no chances. They cheer potential anyway. And has this strong confidence. I think people just want that back. They want to hear more from him. They want to see him accomplish everything he's saying. And it's true. Presents a woman because it's got something that has an answer to outside of that. And to have that type of gravitas and that love you in that way, despite your actions and your behavior outside of it, is an incredible power. And that is what makes it. He doesn't want to win, but they just want to see him win, just to add to his story. It's like an American dream. I mean, he was on some stage. He gets people to see truth. I'm sure he has doubts, especially in this one. If anybody's going to come back and, show people up, have confidence in that, he's going to do all his time off, that's going to be him. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Just watching dismiss having a guy, this guy can't do it because he's also the same guy who said, I'm not going to do it. And when he said that, in 10 years, you're there for the right 10 years, and you're running out of It's crazy. To have that type of confidence to say that you're going to do something, to say that it's that's press conferences over towards that was like a serious one for everyone.
המייסר שייני הזה. זה לא חולי. זה המייסר שייני עם חולי. זה לא חולי, מייסר שייני. הלכת מחולים, וקנית מייסר שייני. מייסר שייני רגיש, הוא רגיש לשייני. אז אם אתה הידיים שלך, רבו, כולם ביחד. הידיים שלך. אם הידיים שלך מאוד, ואתה חייב לסוף אותם במים, רבונות, שידיים שלך אימה, שני, מתאמץ, זה מתאמק לו, מה זה אומר? שיש לך בשר של חודשים של קורבן, זה מתאמק אותו. שמה? שהוא יכול אחר כך הבשר הזה יכול ללכת למשהו אחר ולצמד אותו ולצוד אותו. רבי, כן. הידיים שלך הם שני, הם עושים את הקורבן שלישי, והשלישי נוגע בו בשר, אז נהיה שני. אני חייב זה לא פשוט. זה הפשוט. רבוי זה מסביר הרבה, באמת, אני לא צריך. יש לך בשר של חולי. השבט שלך חולי נוגע ובשר הוא נהיה ראשון. ראשון יכול לעשות שני. האם שני יכול לעשות שלישי? לא. זה חולי. אז הוא מתעצבן, הוא הולך. מה הוא יכול לעשות? ולעשות תמונות. שלישי. שלישי יכול לעשות תמונות בתמונות? לא, מה כן? הוא הולך הרבי הזה יכול לעשות, לא יכול לעשות שצריך, אבל הוא יכול להגיד, כמו שלא מזה בשעה, מידע את הכאב, כל זה, השני יכול לפסול כלום, מה זה לפסול כלום? השני זה תחום האפשרות, נהיה שלישי, וזה נצר בכלום. שלישי לא יכול להמשיך הלאה. הוא מוטו וכולי לו במייסר, הידיים האלה לא צלסטו לכולו, לא עושים שום דבר למייסר שני. בשנייה אמרנו שהוא קנה מחול למייסר שני, והידיים השניים שלו עושים את המייסר שני, המדור שלו. זה לא כמו אבל אנחנו יכולים לתת נכון, אבל מה זה מייסר? אנחנו אומרים שהידיים השניים שלו, השניים כן עושים, מה זה עושים? זה נמצא שם. אנחנו הולכים לה, מה שאני לא אמר לי דור לבחצילה. אולי כל המחליט יש עכשיו אמרנו, בתחילת אמרו, שני יכול לעשות מייסר, זה דווקא בן אדם שאוכל את זה, וזה לגוף שלו. אנו בנגיע, כמו אפילו מייסר, עכשיו כאן אצלנו, זה רק נגרום, בסתרני, אנחנו שזה נגיע. מאכולים לידיים מסוימות, מאכולים, לא כתוב אוכלים לידיים מסוימות, זה גם אחר, זה מאכולים. ולא הסגינון, גם במקרה, בקוסו ונקרבי, שהוא מכניס את זה לגבות. זאת אומרת, הבעיה היא הבן אדם לאכול. האם אני שומע כל ידיים? לא, רק מישהו אחר. יש בן אדם חולה, נקיל אותו, מכניס לחול אחר שלו. אני סבבה, הוא צריך לתור לידה, אפילו שלא לגמרי. אז כאן,
To see how
הבן אדם שמגיע, הנקודה לקרוא בנגיעה, יכול להיות שלא מסכימים, לא מסכימים. אבל הבוקר, אני יודע, הוא כאילו מסכים.
and we're about to walk out from the
חידוש עצום בבויץ, אני אומר לכם, זה הכל חידוש מעניין. יש מושג יוצאים
Connor passes Tyron
בדור אחד, ידיים נהיים וראשון. שאלנו ידיים של...
and then Connor
הם שאים מזרחון, אמרת עכשיו, לא אתה מגיע בבשר, במשרות שלך, לא חושבים לבשר. לא, אנחנו מדברים על ידיים שהם תנועה מאוד חזקה על מישהו. ברגע שמגיעים לבשר במקרר שלך, אז מה קורה לבשר? זה הולך מראשון, יש שני. לא מעבוד, אבל בידיים קילו קילו ראשון. זה התחילה, ראשון. והתחילים נעשים על ידי זה שמנולד זה רק שזה אחת שכולם עושים מנולד זה אני אוהב אין ידיים כמו סיפור אין כזה דבר שהידיים יהיו נשארים כתובים יכול להיות שמדובר אבל לא אומר הוא אומר ידיים כמו הם יכולים להיות ראשון סיפורים ושני בזכות משהו לא בסדר הם מדרגה מאוד גרועה מאוד חזקים נגד כחולים וקצת חדשים נגד כחולות שמצטער נגד כחול הוא מאוד רגיש לעומת כחול כאילו כחול יודעים לכחול לא צודק זה לא טוב אבל זה שני כחולים וכחול אבל שניות זה לא בכחול כי יותר גישה וכחול Only when you do that shit, I used to watch it, then you be sure. The same way. מה המקרה שידע הוא כל כך חזק שכמעט חזק? אוכלוסייה ובעצם מנהיגו היה פיילוט של צבא. הוא הכניס ידיים של קורות לגמרי, הוא הכניס הולך על מקרה משעות, הוא הכניס ידיים שלו בתוך הבית. עכשיו, ידו, כאילו סובר של מישהו. אנחנו לא יצחים. אז יש כאן שיטת מנהיגות שאומר שזה מישהו. נתחיל להר מוביל, זה שזה לא מוביל. זה ודאי, השם שלו לא נראה. אבל זה שמחוץ מתקדם שלו. משליטות אומר זה ידע. אז מה השאלה אם זה נראה מישהו משלמי, לא נראה להיות עוד. או שמישהו משלמי. ולא מכניס לידיים שלו, אולי יצחו. אפשר, הוא כמה כבר יכניס גם את האגו. בסוף זה לא כביכול, שאנחנו אומרים שהידיים שלו כמו האגו, וזה נהיה מה... מישוי. שמינו רבונים צעירים. רבון אומרים שהידיים שלו הם לעצור הידיים ידיים, תחל משאבים רבון. אוי, שמו. בקטגוריה חדשה של ידיים, אין ידיים מישוי. אנחנו נעני שלך, ידיים שלך פחות שלא נמצא. זה כמו ידיים תמאים שכל מקום אחר שכל כל ידיים. אני אומר, אז רגע. למה אתה אומר לי שזה הולך לפי נשים מנולות? הנה, יש לך מישהו שכל, האדם יש לו מנולות. יש לך בדקים, ולוק בדקים בדקים, זה אומר, יש עוד שיטה שכל מנולות. סתם משנה זה מולה. ומי היה הרבי של רבי? רבי קיבה, ממש מתאים שזה שיטת רבי קיבה. מה אתה עושה? עוד משיטה של נשים מנולות. לא רואה רבי קיבה. אני אומר, רבי קיבה, לא רבי קיבה, אני אומר, יש לנו בכל של נתנים. רגע שסתם הוא אומר לידו. מסתכל על הידיים בתור ראשון שמגיע לכיוון. שמגיע בכיוון. זה עכשיו מה היה השאלה? אם זה שני, מה שאני יכול לך לעשות לבשר במקרה שלך? זה לא מבין לבגיבה. לבגיבה אומר, זה עושה צריך צמירות לבשר במקרה. ואין להם שניות, לבגיבה לא אנשים עושה שניות של החוץ. לבגיבה אומר ששני עושה חסר פשוט, שלחו לי, אתה מקרב, בסוף השלישי. אסנן, בוא ביום, לא שבקידו, זה שאומר, בוא נרשום פשוטו, בוא ביום, והיום המפורסם, שבדוק לזר לצע, מפסיד, במקום ואומרים, הרי אני קיבל שיר שם, מה קרה באותו יום? איתסו הספסול ויסמל ספסלים. מה קרה? לא הרבה אנשים הגיעו לסגור את הקיצור שלו. היה הרבה זה המילה. אז הוא דרש, עוד כלי פרס יזמור. הנה, בוא נסתכל עוד פעם על הוידאו הזה. יש כאן אבא תחום, שרת הוא אבא תחום, הוא אומר. עכשיו, כלי פרס, רק מקבל תמונה, מכל כל, זה היה סוגה שונה. הוא מקבל תמונה מבחוץ, רק מבפנים תוכחי. אז מה נהיה? מה בתחום נהיה? ראשון. אז אוטו שנמצא בתוך התחום נהיה שני. השני הזה יוצא החוצה ונוגע במשהו אחר. אז אנחנו חשבנו שבשבולים הוא לא חשב כלום. וכאילו הוא אומר שהוא עושה שלישי. מאוד להיכנס שזה כאן זה הפסוק של תומאס שהאוויר מכל פעם מתאפס, יתמו, חומר איננה, לא כתוב חמש, אלא יתמו שיש לו את הכוח להתאבות הלאה. מה זה יתאבות? אם זה היה כתוב חומר, זה כמובן שני הפוסו. אבל לא כתוב חומר, כתוב יתמו שיש לו את הכוח. פה עכשיו, לטעם האפס. הנה דפקידו שלי, לא ישושי שיבחון. זילמו, אני בגלל רייס, אולי אני בגלל רייס, בגלל רייס. אבל זה נכון, אני ידעי, כמו שאנחנו מדברים, לא יהיה. לכן, יכול להיות, אני לא יודע, בקיבה הזה, פשוט, זה לא זו, והפה יישא את זה לכנס. נתן, שאתם הולכים רוב, ונעים.
That was a beautiful watch. My other favorite moment for Max is when he's fighting Brian Ortega. And he's beating Brian Ortega and he's moving his hands to show him how to block. Oh my God. That was great. That's a mic drop right there. That's hard to come back from. Yeah, it's like, oh man.
אנחנו עובדים בסוף אם אתה עושה מלאכה שחט שניים בבת אחת, והקריבו היה הכל צנוע לפי כולת המשפחות שצריכים לשחט לצור, שהכל רדום לא תפון. ששחטו ברדום זה רק חרדום לבד, פתאום של שתיים. והייתי שואלים, למדנו שבאמת סמכת של סיים, מה הקידוש הגדול? לא הקידוש. כן, מה שלמדנו שעשו בכל זה שמית שתיים, It's terrible. שזה פוסל. זה לגמרי פוסל את הפור האדום. שעה, לא יודע, למפלג גורדה לשנה. מי יש לנו באיבה? אתה סופר את הפור האדום. ואין לך שום מושג, אתה פשוט שוקל מכוון על מה אתה עושה. אתה מסמל שפיפלו, תמיד שם עוד שור ענק. ואתה לא מסמל שאתה חותך לשור ענק הזה את הכלכלה. אולי זה היה סכין, מאוד ענק, לא יודע איך זה. בואו נגיד שהיה כזה דבר. לא היה כזה דבר. בוא נחשוב על זה. אם שוקטים לא בכוונה, שקיטה טובה או לא, הסקשן שכן, כי אנחנו מספיקים על הדמות. אז מה אומרת בהלוך כאילו אבל יש לנו ראש אומר, לא יש לנו ראש אומר, שבלי כוונה, לא טוב. אני לא רוצה לדבר אחרי שחט קורה אדומות, ושחט את האור באימה, בלי כוונה. לא היה לכם כוונה. אז אם זה לא עכשיו בכלל שליטה, לפי השיטה שאומרת שזה כלום, אז מה קרה? אז שאלה, לא זה בצוד, אבל אם אתה אומר, כאילו לא קצת, שהיא שליטה טובה, אז פסלת את החומה אדומה. נראה בלעשון, קודם לעשון אומר, שהיא לא צריכים לבוא לידי שתיתו, אז שחטת עוד אז שחטת שתיים, ובפסוק אסור לו בשחט היסור, אסור לשחט שתיים. אסור לו. אבל הבאים השם, מה שיוצא, הלכות הלכות. לא עושה להבימה השנייה, קשירה למה? כי לא צריך לבוא. מכיוון שכשאין לו, אז יוצא ששחט שתי דוזמות דבר אחד, אז הפור האדומו סורה. לרבונו. פורו שלו, ואין לו סורה. מכיוון שהשנייה הפסולה, כי לא קיבלת, מנהל. לא שחטת שלי בכלל, רק שחטת את הפור האדומו, יותר הפור האדומו חיים. רק להסביר, שוב, אנחנו עכשיו נראה את הלופה, אחרי שנראה את הלופה, בואו נראה את הסרטון עוד פעם. כך עושה ככה. מה הבעיה? למה הפור האדומו פסולה כאן? אני לא יודע אם פסולה. אם הוא ידע הוא לא יודע כי הבעיה זה להתעסק, לא עכשיו לא יכול לחשוב שתי דברים. בעצם לעשות משהו פה צריך, אי אפשר. אם אתה עושה בפרק, אם אתה עושה בפרק דומה, אם אתה עושה בפלט, אתה עושה בפלט. לא יכול להתעסק גם בפלט וגם בפרק דומה. אז אם אתה לא יודע מזה, אז זה לא פוסל. כי לא מתעסק, גם כאן. ששחטת ראש חרה, זה לא מפריע לי. כי לא עשית כלום, זה לא מהכבון. מה שיטה שלנו כאן? מלאכה אחרת, פוסלת, מלאכה אחרת. לא חושב לכלום, אתה לא יודע, אתה לא חושב מה החידה? מי שפתו בעלינו האחרת, זה לא חושב, יש כאן חושב יש לה פשוט עוד ואימה, זה הולך ככה רבי. מה חיסור כדי לפעמים לא חיסור מרחמון או לא חיסור גדול? הייתי חושב להתמודע מישהו וחושב שיתראה את בידו? הייתי חושב שכל הפסוק הזה שבשוק החיסור מדבר רק על ידיעה אחת ששחט את השתי פרות אדומות ברשת. כל אחת $3 מיליון, נקרא של לחזור דקה של זמן וחלקת כלם את אז זה אתה חוזר לשני. כי שתי פרות אדומות, אבל יש הפרת זמן לפרה רגילה שנייה, הייתי חושב שהפסוק הזה לא מדבר על זה. אבל באיזה כול מיני אלוהי, אולי הפרת זמן כשירה מתוצאות שתיים. ממש ולא, גם כולים, וגם פורדומו, זה הורס את הפורדומו. עוד הקלאסי, תוך כדי שאתה שוקט את החור הדין, אתה גם שוקט על השיח. דברי הכל תפילות, למה דברי הכל תפילות? זה משהו אחר? זה קלאסי, או שוקל, זה מספר, זה קרוב. כי אין להם את הזכות למשהו אחר, לא תספר את זה, לא סקר, כמה זמן יש לו להתכופף, להרים את הסיפים ולהמשיך בשליטה? לא אפילו שאין לו להגביל סקרים עם פושטות לעסקים ועוד, עכשיו אחד מתבייש, לראות שהוא משקיף, זה מאוד קשה, זה מה שקשה שאנשים כל הזמן להשקיף בסקרים, זהו. זה לא חבר למשוך, החבר שלו והמשיך לשליטה, עם שעות והשקיף לו, מה זה שיעור להפסיק? כדי שקיפו, שנראה לגמור את בדיוק מה המונה, אני לא יודע לשאול כדי ביקור זה לבדוק עסקים. כל המי שנבט אחד.
He'll find out they're on Islam and stuff with his mom and cousins or whatever. He'll find out information. And I think vicious, like the most conferences and the once watch fights against you. It's going to be a huge fight, but I don't think there's anything you can say that gets you like what the Warriors said. I'll just love to get you never was. He's just a fighter. He's going to run there and figure it out.
כמה דקות זה כדי שקיפו. יש כאן ספר העסקים, יש כאן אוילרס, יש כאן פירות, יש כאן את כל הסוגיות, כל המקרים. כל העסקים היה, כמה זמן יש לו, כמה שניות. מה כדי שקיפו? עוד מראה שקיפו זה שאלתי את זה בערב בהיסטוריות, כמה זמן לוקח לשפוט באימו כבר, אז זה לוקח לשפוט כמובן זה לי משהו ארוך מאוד, לא, לא איזו תשובה של מלא ראשונים של 2 דקות, אבל מה שקיבלתי בסוף אחרי הכל, הממוצע של היום אין לבודם נורמלי, בלי להשתגע, בלי זה דקה וחצי, דקה ואומר בערך, ובעופות 6 שניות, היום 6 שניות. שוב, הוא לא אומר רוב, הוא לא מספיק בת מילה, הוא אומר כמה זמן יש לך, אני נפל לך עסקים, כמה אתה רוצה להמשיך את זה, יש לו דקה וחצי, דקה וחצי, הוא שלא משקיע את כל השיחה. לא נראה כמה דבר שלראה, אני נראה, אני חושב, האם זה 6 שניות בין אופלאות, או זה דקה וחצי בין אופלאות? האם עושים את השיעור של הברינה, שזה גם לא, או יונה, זה הוא ללוי. גם בשביל ששופט או, כל הזמן שיותר כבר לשפט ברינה, שזה בוא נגיד דקה וחצי. לראות את זה טיפנו בתחביב ובחיים. לא הייתי מתוודח עם החוק שלי, עם החביב שלי, שהפעתי לשאול אותו. לא היה מסתבוע טוב, אני לא היה, לא מעלה כדי שתל באים לבאים או בואי, רב אומר, לא, בין אופלאות, תשמעו לא מה. אנחנו באים ולא. אז רב שלא יוכל לעשות את הדוק שלו, הוא יכול לבחור, אתה שומע דקות, יש לך שפשור. כשאתה שומע בהמות, יש לך דקה וחצי. אני כבר חבר ונאמר להיות מאוד שביל במילות, אני כבר מאוד סיכה רביעות, מאוד מתקצת, אפילו יש לך דקה וחצי, להרים את העסקים, להשפיש את העסקים. כי ללכת לישון, עוד לנסות את הרקע. אבל לא אמרתי, לא מגיעים מהחלק, לא יקים לעין, מה? אתה יכול, לפעמים אתה מבין, שלהם, מה זה מעל? אחד לא רשיון? אז כל אחד זה שעה, לא, באמת זה לא רק בגמינה. כמה זמן זה לוקח, הנה, לא נראה אותה 10 שנה, אני לא יודע, זה כל כך לא אמיתי.
I think Gary does what it's all about.
אני לא יודע, מה 10 אנשים יכולים לעשות את זה לא עשר שנים, תופס אותו?
That's a weird matchup. Uses his range and his footwork. He's not going for the kill. It's
מרים את הגוף, אמרתי,
that I'm really super excited for. They went out to trash talk like crazy.
מחכה להשליט. אז כמה זמן זה לוקח להבין את העונה הזאת? שור שהוא הרבה יותר רגוע מהחיה הזאת. זה לא שוקל. כמה זמן זה לוקח להפיל אותו? כמה זה שוקל? 1,000 קילו? עומר הפעם. נדס להקטים ספירים. לא? כמה זמן לוקח להפיל אותו למשפט? כשמכני אומר שזה עוד כמה דקות, להפיל אותו. אבל הוא מערוב מופרד לרגלוי שלי לחנינו. כדי שידביינו, שידביא אותו, כמו רבצנו. והראשון ישימו אותו על רצה, וידעשו לדעתו, וידעשו לדעתו.
For sure, and Gaethje's not little. I mean, this is not enough.
אני חשבתי שזה ידביר בצורה אחרת, לא שהוא יושב
waste his next opportunity on a market. If you can find that,
אז לא לכת בסקי לאור, משהו שלא מדי חד, אפילו כל היהודים הם שבע. אוי ואבוי לבן הזה. אבל זה שקיעה שלא היה כל דרך שלא. אז כל כך בסקי לא היה לי לא יהודים שבע. אבל רבי שהיא לא יצאה אותי, זה שאלה מעניינת מאוד. לא רבי, מה קורה בנושא השנייה אחת בשעה 10, זה היה לחצי דקה. עוד שהיא אחת 12. אמרנו שיש לך דקה וחצי. כל פעם חצי דקה. בסך הכל יש לך דקה וחצי כל היום. אתה עם יום שלם שאתה הולך הלוך חזור. היה קצת כואב לי, לקח קצת מנוחה, חצי דקה, עוד דקה. האם זה סתרק דקה וחצי? אמרנו שדקה וחצי זה שהייה והורס את
streaming stuff like that. A lot of people don't want to. But they want to do it.
אז זה הסיפור, שלי בספיר, אתה עושה את זה כל היום. אז כל היום, אתה אומר, לא, אתה מפסיק באמצע, 10 שניות כאן, 13 שניות שמה. אז רואים שזה לא בעיה. לא בעיה? לא, יהיה מלאכה שלא לא שעה? אולי דווקא במקרה, לא שעה? שתגיד שלא בנפלא. הנה, הסיפור שאתה אומר, שמי שספק בסכין רעה, אפילו כל היום כולו בשירה, היה שם כמה שניות. חייבים להגיד עוד לא שור. ממש כל היום. עכשיו עושה שעה שרצו, לא להפסיק, אז בסדר, אז זה יהיה. אוי, רבי מאוד, נוסים, לא, סימונים, היה לנו את השאלה בדיוק לפני יומיים, שנוסף אחד עשה בחלומות, הדרך שהוא עשה, רוב הסימנים, הוא פתח את הרוב, שפתחו רוב, הוא המשיך שעשה חלומות, הוא הביא את הספק, לא היה שאלה שם. אותו שאלה כאן ונעשית אותו הסבר ככה. הוא שפק שיש בין הסימנים, עשה את הרוב, ורוב זה בסדר גמור. הוא מפסיק בדקה וחצי, והוא ממשיך הלאה. הוא רואה מה? הבעיה? הוא עושה הרבה סימנים. מה שקרה, זה לא אכפת לו. אכפת שזה לפי הרק שם. זה שליטה אחת הריצה. ובאותה שליטה עשית שהיא. ייתכן שזה עורק. אולי זה לא עורק. יש כאלה פצצה. מה שאומר כאן למטה, זה הרבה שאומרים למטה, מה שאומר, ונראה את השולט לא סימון. אחת עשה שליטה לא. ויש משמעולות,
And like, let's be real. Like, that's second round, they're for like it's hand rails. So it's not like he's an outskill. Like, I think he made a really bad tackle that for it. That was it wasn't his size. He just overestimated himself. All right, so Ben won't say the name. First down, so first, Chris. Man, I'm going back and forth on this one. It's an interesting fight. Patty, I was trying to take down Mace because that's fighting more than jiu-jitsu because that's what he is. He's a grappler, but really starting with his hands. And I think on the feet he has the advantage. I won't say Diddy, I do think he's going to do what he always does. He's going to look forward, throw some big shots and look at the takedowns. Seems like he makes him a little too comfortable with the jiu-jitsu. As he's trying to take down Patty, and then Patty ends up landing the better strikes on the feet. We see EST kind of lose it and get very uncomfortable when he's on the I think that's he gets one good. He's not ready to he's back, man. This guy's it becomes a problem. Had one takedown last fight, and I think he thinks he's better on the feet this one. And I guess he thought he was better on the feet in the last one. I think that he's going to really try to get it down on the floor at some point. Like you're saying, like, yes, he's not great on those bad. He sees that. And that could be an easy fight for him to get to that. I think these things are really fun to see. Expressing I think deep sea spirits ventured out of him. Some more cutting like there's a couple things in there that are seeing danger. His chin is up, his chin's up a lot, his hands are really, he has a hell of a chin. I think he's very big, and I don't think he's going to get easy takedowns on these things with Pat. It's not like Phil versus a phenomenal rapper. But his takedowns are not explosives. He is more sort of, I think he's stuff on the first couple of attempts and keeping him with feet. He's cleaner and feet that focus. His chin hands on. He doesn't give out free shots like Patty, so I got to be used to this. But if Patty did win, Patty media is like, what are they doing this fucking fights with me? I think he would make that fight, but I think it's only exactly. Patty only lost his last 15 shots on this. I don't think Elia's going to want to fight Patty. Actually, so I was with you initially. I was going back and forth since this fight was announced. But it wasn't until this week where I did my tape study and said, I think Patty's going to win. I think he just has a little. One is because his chin. I think both of them are going to get clipped a little bit. But I think Patty's going to be able to hit it a little longer. And I think his grappling is going to be a problem. Yes, he's good on top, like when he's in control. Yeah, and Patty's top on the ground, man. He's got a good guard and just gives guys problems. And I think he's going to give problems to me. And also, if his confidence got rattled at all by using the big shot, and then he just see the big shot at the Moria, I think it revitalized his confidence. And, you know, he could be a champ. It don't seem like his confidence, like, it seemed like right after the fight, he was right back on the head. He was right on there the whole track. Can't get rid of this guy. Yeah. I think this is a good fight for him. I think actually to showcase his skills and keep going in the mix. PSD wasn't like I said, I was going back and forth. I don't think PSD's going to be easy. And he's made me look stupid before. Like, I thought he was going to get destroyed by him. And I think he exposed God, you know, yeah. They're saying if he had some type of injury or something like that, I don't think he's always got something. I had stuff going on. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to make excuses. I don't make excuses. But I was going through this. I was going right now. I think both guys. Who has to win? PSD takes out a name like Patty. He's going to have a lot of big things. One of the other guys are going to have good enough. he has a right to challenge. If you're for the title maker, matchups after
הוא פה זה מסגר,
matchups, I think
הוא שמע יפה
matchups can lose. How to lose some of the fights that
את הצינור שאוכלים איתו את הרשת, ואת הגלגלס הוא עשה איקו, הוא חסק את הגלגלס, הוא עקר אותו. אז בוא נעצור כאן, מה קרה כאן? היה שליטה או לא היה שליטה? לא היה שליטה, לא היה שליטה. אין שליטה בחצי. שליטה בחצי זה לא טוב. אז אחת מהסימנים הוא שפט מצוין, את הכנראה הוא עושה איקו. אמר השאלה, האם הבהימה הזאת מבהילה או סליחה? נפתימינר, אם היא נבהילה במקומת מה במאסו, אם היא טרייפו זה לא קרה בכלל. מה אתם אומרים? זה טרייפו או נבהילו? לא נבהילו. כמו אתה מתגלגל דרכה עכשיו קצת צריכים להמשיך הלאה כאן. בואי תגלגל דרכה עכשיו מחדש.
He's a special force operator out of France. I know that's badass. I don't know. I just like it.
הוא שפט. נו בוא ניסה, מה קרה כאן? אין שליטה. כי הוא רק עשה סימן. אבל יש כאלה די לא יודעים די, ומה זה? אז הוא אומר, בוא נראה מה זה שלוש אתם רואים כאן? עסקים בפנים, מתחת לשתי הסימנים והסימנים
That's a couple reasons we found it. Yeah. You're right.
אדום זה הצינור של האוכל, לבן זה הצינור של השנה, שהולך לעבור. אבל רוב הזה זה לא שלי טוב. זה נבילה, ולכן זה מתאמן, ולנו לא יבטא, זה לא מתאמן. בכלל לא אומרים מתאים שזה לשמוע. כל השני שלהם שליטות או נבילו. אם זה נפסע פה, זה השליטה, זה נשאר לצדה. כל שליטות זה קורא, אבל בדורון ולפות זה נבילו. אם עשית שליטה כמו שצריך, ופתאום אתה רואה שיש לה מסלול בתוך הלב, אז זה לא אחרי זה בסדר, זה זה לבחור. ואז השליטה הוציא את אומרת אני שבסוף, לא יבדקים בסוף, שזה לא נחשב רייפו, זה נחשב רייפו. שוב אני זמן שכל זה מימיני, זאת אומרת, יהיה לנו פרק פרק ידוע מאוד, מאוד 10 ימים, קוראים לזה פיירוט רייפו.
Michael Chandler goes out there.
ויש לנו איזה 16 מקים שונים איזה מקים עשה פרס, מקים עשה גרגל. חור קטן בפרס. גרגלת כנראה שיש לו קטע קצינה. וכתוב, ומיני, ומקים אומר שאם יפסיק הגרגלת, יפסיק הקנה. יש לו קנה שבור, הוא מוקש ובישקות שמה זה, זה נביילו. וככה, אם זה נביילו, יש את השאלה, למה אנחנו קוראים את זה רייפר, וקוראים את זה הנושא, יפסיק הגרגלת, זה רייפר, אין לו רייפר. אז אנחנו נקרא למישהו שמה, זה בעצם מה שמלמד היום. כמה וכמה דרכים מתארץ להסתירה. שמע, המשנה כאן אומרת להגיד במסכון, אין משמעות בזה שניהם מוקים מסכים
Whoever had the best year, 2 fighters, regardless of weight class, 2 the baddest ever at first, and just had them fight back struggle every year.
PST against Marmon.
זה המשנה שלהם, ולכן זה נהי. שפוסה, שמה, והייתי פוסה, אז זה נסע טרייד, מה שאתה נחשב. ולנסה לשאול, אנחנו שקעת את הציון של האופן. ואז מה אבל בירה, יפה את הציון של האופן, אז הוא טוב, בתוך כדי השליטה הוא עושה משהו מסכים, במקום לחתוך את הקנה, הוא הפיץ את הקנה, הוא הוציא אותו מהמקום שלו. זה תוך כדי השליטה. אמרנו שתוך כדי השליטה הוא כולם משפיעים שנעשה מביילה. אבל פורסה הוא איזה שוחר, אם היה בעיה בלבודר, אז זה כמו שיש לו חלק הזה, אז היה לו איזה בעיה פיזית לפני זה, לא היה קשה לו מאוד לנסוע בליציאות של השם, זה פסע. אבל זה שחק קצת, אז זה טרייד. הוא בעצם שוחד, אחר כך שוחד את הנשק, אבל זה ממש עומד, ניסים שהיה לו בעיה אחרת, זה טוב. סביב אנחנו באמונות מאוד, לא זלמות עכשיו שלנו. כתוב, שוחד, מסבשת, הוא קרא את הקנה, את הוושת, הוא פוסה, שוחד מסבשת, הוא פוסה בסדר, זו. שוחד לבשת, הוא שוחד יפה את הוושת. הוא פוסה, שוחד יפה. אז השאלה מתפרסת לסגת גרס, הוא הוציא את הגרגרת, הוא עלה את הגרגרת, את הקנה, ואחר כך שפט את הוושת, מביא לו כתוב המפורש שדה לו. אז הוא אומר לי, שאם הוא רוצה את הגרגרת קודם, בסדר, זה שילוב אחד, אבל כאן כתוב, לא, תוך כדי, כתוב אחר כך. הוא עשה כסגר גרס, הוא עשה בעיה בגרגרת, הוא הוציא אותו, ואחר כך, זה לא תוך כדי, ואחר כך, שוחד מסבשת. מה שאתה אומר לי שזה בעצם פריחה כזה דבר, וכאן כתוב שזה נבילה. אתה אומר לי שהוא עשית פריחה בבריחה. לא, אנחנו אמרנו שהוא עושה הוצאת את הקנה, את הכלי נשימה, אתה לא עושה נבילה, אתה עושה פריחה, שיש לו בעיה במקום אחר. שיש לו חור מלא. חור מלא זה פריחה, לא מלא. ואם אתה שוחט חור מלא, אתה שוחט פריחה ואתה מוציא את התחומה. אז גם כאן, אין לו קנה. אז יש לו בעיה, אז היא פריחה. ושוחט את אז עושים את החור שמוציא את התחומה. אבל אם אתה תחלת בבשת, ואתה לקנה, ואתה מוציא פה אז יש איתה. הוא הוציא את הקנה, את הכלי הנשימה הוא הוציא. שאתה אומר שזה צריך, אתה כתוב לצלוח, רק תחשוב את זה. אז יש לי כאילו, האם הוא שוחד מסבשת, לא. תוך כדי, לפני, אז הוא אמר לי, זה מה שכתוב שם במיד, שתי תשובים לדור, יש לו שתי קושיות בדירות. זה המקרה הראשון. לא, לא היה לפני,
He like took a major hit. Really?
פסק את הנר, זה פסק את הנר, זה מזמן, and I'm kind of like the you should, I don't want to say you should be punished, you can't be rewarded for high ranking if you're not fighting. Yeah. How do they do change weight classes? So, Alex we should tell I don't know if you guys talked about your match. Did you guys do that? We should probably go through that and really figure out. I made a point on that first show back at the Playhouse was that listen, a lot of those little things, if it touches even the ear, there's like this whole area, right? Even if my pinky, if the pinky touches the ear or anywhere in the vicinity, the rest is down that whole area is still considered legal. אז תביא את המדע הזה, זה המשנה של אלו ונקלויזר. actually נעני ולוגו, אבל לא דבר, אולי, יוגה, כל שלו לבד, אבל שלו כזה. So no fly zone for 20 years. They would tell you, right? So like it, we're saying, if it's like this, is this legal? If it's touching your nature, that should be clearly illegal. I would say it seems more than illegal for us every time they go to order. I've always heard, hey, you don't check your זה ממש, אפילו שחלקה היא על הרגליים כאן, oh my gosh, נותן לי עכשיו סוף לשנבל. אני כן יכולה, אבל אתה לא טוב לסבל לעצמך. שרוצה, אבל עכשיו אני נותן תגובות. זה רגע. That's crazy. I don't know him, so they got me worried about this thing. So the guy that is in a good position ends up describing it here, and that's stuff like that. Like, swear for his boxing coach. It's corrupted. But did you think her did a bad job with prayer fight? Yes. She said something. She said something back at the head. I said back at the head. I said back at the head. Gaines he's on throwing him. He's trying to get strength and all. But it's a different thing. Third man church. Hey, there's a little shot shirt. Say something. I don't think he could order that. I don't think I can stand here. I should have said box back in the head. Or be careful with those shots. That's what I'm thinking all the time. Yeah, you should have that all the time. So grab the fence. He's saying that all the time. Can't go, hey, don't grab him. Yeah. I don't like to get on the rest of that. I understand that all the job. It's a thing. They're going to work on the rest of the I'll show up for you. And we're not supposed to very sure they go fucking job for me for now. But I think part of the issue with that whole back of the head thing is just the language. Back of the head, so just hearing the words back of the head, anytime something hits there, assume that it's a thing. It really is constituted as just like this small little area. Since when? But that's the thing. Different states are different. Different commissions are different from back in the head. So like sometimes you don't even know what it is. Different areas, different states, different commissions, different states have different yeah, it is. I was heard behind the ears. Can't hit me over here. Some states are all the time behind the ears. When it came out with the video, he explained it. It was like, it's about to certain area. And it's not very like, that's all the smaller than what I'm from. Soft in this area. There's guys that are Cajun.
just for the rest of the life because I got a weapon which in boxing, then those combos and stuff like that. Like I was going like this on a couple of rounds, and then they got it. Just like keep us safe, man. We don't get better than that, that's for sure. It just doesn't. And we're talking about it before. We're all down for knees on the ground. Knees to the head on the ground, all down for it. All the elbows, whatever you want, we're all down for it. But the back of the head, there was so much research on it. Let's not do it. The back of the spine, there's no benefit to it. It's just too much risk for them. In boxing, the area is bigger. It's a different area of boxing than it is for everybody. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's a big deal. So you also have to make your bigger deal. Right. You have bigger hands, and you're getting bigger gloves. So it's a bigger surface area. It's, and this is something I guess they want to teach you. I've been at thousands of fights. When the referee comes back, you know, I'm never asking because this is so good. I hate this stuff. This big area, right? Just so devastating. But if we're only talking about that chicken shit, that's something that's. It might be like you're saying, more than anything, I want to be safe and scientific. They broke restricting boxing for fighters. He actually turns you can't shoot me to the back. If you touch it over again and soft this time, and then you shoot it again. I said this is okay. I'm sure you need to know that. And barriers like anything else, you don't need much of it. If they're going to do this, it's fine. It's not somebody's bringing out. Obviously, I'm not away from what you need to get back of that. Purpose aimed at the back of the head. Obviously, shit for the Pereira fight. There was a lot of movement, so it's hard. That's what I got to listen. The head is moving along right now. Be very careful when you land these shots. You have to be saying that as you're trying to finish the fight. And it was definitely at least 1 or 2 that were, yeah, it sucks. I understand where Pereira's coming from. It sucks because as a great champion, he doesn't want to complain. He doesn't play the loser. He's just the worst. They're right on that thing. Saying he can't touch it. He has like 4 or 5 months right on that belt. You know, like that. I told him that thing where when the keyboard guy is saying, so here's the video here. Can we get a slow watch? Because you have to see. So the elbow's weird. If you're coming down on somebody's head with this whole part of your body, right? A part of it can hit one part, and one part of it can hit the ear, and the other part is hitting the back of the back. There's a guy side. Yeah, there's a guy who hit the number back of it, and it was like 2 that were guaranteed illegal. 4 that were that was illegal. Oh really? 2 guaranteed. That's it. Yeah, 2 that just had the first straight to the back of it. That's straight back of it, and he's looking at it. Not a word from me. It's so crazy. I don't know how to come down there because he's a former title fights. He's definitely they try not to be involved in the fight. Like that's their thing. They don't want to be involved. They want to try to stay out of it as much as they possibly can. But maybe they shouldn't be involved in the right? Maybe they are involved when it's like dumb stuff. Like when they're breaking up guys and they're acting like the guys on half guarding landing some elbows or like more action, then they stand them up. They are involved. Even though they will get stood up. It's just crazy. The whole thing is it they don't have no they can't somebody to die. Not my fault, you know, I did my job as a referee. No, it should be done. And it's the judge. It's just for the referees. If somebody, before the eye put even happen, if I'm a ref and somebody's just doing this every time they back up, but when they stand up, they do it this one time. If you pull on the eye, that should be the first time. Why? Because you're doing this instead of doing this. So if you're doing this, I'm going to put it right off. I'm going to let you know right off. They don't do that. So when you got your both in the eye, takes his warning.
לא זה צריך שהסכין יהיה כמו האוויר של צבא, וחוץ מזה,
Yes, perception is very personal.
היא
Decides
בואי,
what decides
לא
what
צבא, כל דבר, לא צבא.
Look at that.
למה לא יהיה צבא?
Right after that fire, he pitched out. He did this, but he's got
מתכוון ששלות ככה, שלא הבאה צבא, פלוס עוד צבא שתיים צבא, עובדים ליצר, ובחוץ לזה עוד משהו. אולי הכוונה הייתה פה. זה יופי, ראיתם? בוא נעשה את זה עוד פעם. לא עוד צבא, אלא עוד איזה משהו. לא שמע, יש לו איזה איזה שתי לא תבצע. בוא נולך לחלק השני שלנו. אדם ששחק שני ראשי. אז איזה גודל הצחי שלו צריך להיות? אם יש פסק, אם לא יצחק, או איך עוד כבר כתוב. שיש צבא אחת. מה אמרנו למה יצחק רב? אני שחק שתי בהמות. צבא אחת ומספיק, מה פתאום? מה לא יצא ברחת? הנה, אם לא יצא ברחת מסולוי. הגבוהים האחת, אם לא יצא ברחת יצא. אם הוא שוחק בהמות, זה יותר טוב מצבא אחת. אני לא יודע מה זה החוץ הזה, אבל זה צבא פלוס. אנחנו יודעים אם זה עוד משהו או עוד צבא. זה צריך להיות צבא פלוס. ושתי בהן יצאנו כמו יצא, אבל איך? מה, הוא לא שתי בהמות? בגלל צבא, אפילו לא פלוס. הציגו את צבא לפני צבא. הבאה היא, חוץ מה שיש לך. לשחוט שתי בהמות, שתי צבאים, תוסיף עוד צבא כל כמה, צבאים, שלוש. מאמינו, אבל לא יצא, מאמינו, אז גם קשר. מה אחת, אז כמובן, צילה לכך. די, סכינים, אוגר, די, צבאים אוגר. נגמר לסוגיה שלו. באמת לא נעבור לכיוון קודם ולא יהיה איביס. מתי אתה צריך סכין הנאה? אתה לא הולך הלוך חזר? אבל לא הולך הלוך חזור, אז זה סכין חיצוני בגול של פעם. זה גם טוב. אתה לא הולך הלוך חזור. זה לוקח שעה. זה גם טוב. זה באמת משהו אחר. אבל המנהל זה נהנה קרניים. זה בתנאי שאתה שחרר לו קרניים. לא קרניים, בוא נראה. אמרנו על זה לפני. הנה, זה על פי, אני היה לי ציר אחר גם, ששלחתי לי משהו. אבל הוא אומר לי, תשמע, תשים לספון מגולת משמע. אני חשבתי שזה... לא, הוא שוחט ככה. הוא עושה ככה, לא חזור. הנה, עוד פעם, כל איזה מושג. הוא עושה ככה, לא חזור. לא חזור. מה? ישחרר שפתאום יהיה זה, והקרניים האלה, הוא שם אותם ממש. אבל אחד מהשפיצים האלה יכול להיכנס ולחתוך לאחד מהסימנים. או את הקורנר, את הרשת, הוא שוחט את זה, והנה יש... הקרניים מאוד יפים כאן. הנה זה... מה זה? אולי זה לא קרניים. טוב, אם אתה משתמש בזמר, שזה כמנתה, איזמל, לא להכניס, לא להשתמש במשהו שיש לו קרניים קטנים, כי הם יכולים לעשות ריסק הזה. או מלא רב דברי, יכולים לעשות צייה לאחד מהסימנים. או לרב דברי 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 מה כלומר? האם אתה יכול להשתמש במשהו, אבל לא לעשות לו טריסק עם המחס, אלא ללכת הלוך חזור למחס, לעשות כך. או מראה מחס וזה עבודה. לא, בסוף אתה עושה קריירה ואתה נכנס, אתה רואה כל פעם אתה נותן פקידה כאן, אתה נכנס, והפקידה הזו זה ריסק. מחס וריסק כבהמה. יש מחס שאנשים שעושים כל מיני עבודות עם אור, לא אור, זה צריך לרחב. והפרדים של המחס הם מאוד שוחקים, אבל תנינו, כאילו כלשהו, מה הבעיה? כתוב במשנה Izmir בקונשול, אבל מאוד בעייתי, אפילו קונשול, אני מחכים להכי קטן שיש, אפילו באיזמיר, אז גם מה שעשינו, שוק גבל, אבל אני אומר לא, איזמיר, לא, מה קרה כמדי קטן? המינימום זה הגודל של צער, לא יודע, גמור איזמיר באיזה קטן נראה. אבל האיזמיר כתוב סוואט במשנה, הלשון עוד פעם זה אפילו כלשהו, אפילו באיזמיר. אז כתוב צורת איזמיר, אז מה זה כלשהו? לא, קוראים לזה אותנו. כלשהו זה בסדר. ומה השיעור של כלשהו? לא, אלא איזמיר. אבל אני מסתכל, זה אולי אם זה נכון, זה בסדר, אנחנו לא ציבי שעריו. איזמיר ובאי, אני יכולה להגיד לי, משהו שהוא מילימטר טוב, משהו ש20 מילימטר זה גם טוב. ודאי, כי מילימטר אחד טוב, אז 20 זה גם טוב. לא, לא היה, איזמיר צריך ללכת. יש לי קצר, סוף כדי אנשים ילדים זה איזמיר, שאין לו קרניים לא באים שיש לו קרניים. יש איזמיר שיש לו קרניים. אז אני אומר, פה, סוף כל האיזמירים של העולם, גם אלה שאין להם קרניים. אבל מה אתה מתוך אותו? אם יש לי סכין על השולחן, ומישהו מנדלת זה קל, ומישהו מנדלת אני מחכה את החלטה והסכין שלי, והאמירה שלי איתה ולשולחן, ואני מחכה זה ייפול. זה עומד ליפול, ואני נהנה מזה שזה יקרה וישחה. האם זה שוק התורה או לא? לא סעק עם שוק התורה. נפל סכין. לא כתוב איך, מה? נפל סכין. לא כתוב שהוא עומד שם על גבוהי של הסכין. נפל סכין. על מי שוק את הדבר הזה בסור. אפילו זה שוקח נורמלי. לקח לו, לא היה בריס, לא היה כלום. שנראה בזה ובחת ובחת לו. אתה חייב לסגור, בחת בתוך, אתה חייב לשחור. יש לי זה לא עדות. לא יודע, אני אומר, כמה זה לא פה. אוי, אילו, הוא... הנה, בואו זה ככה. זה הסכין. אני עוזב את הסכין, וזה שופט. זה החלק שלי או לא החלק שלי? איפה? אני לא עשיתי שום דבר מסכין, אני רק עזבתי אותו. אז זה נחשב פרק דאון. די וזה לא הפילו שבע. אם הוא מפיל את זה תקומת עובדה וזה קשה, אגב זה לא מכבד. משהו אפילו הוא לא מכבד. מה אתה זה לא יהיה כבוד לזה? מי אומר שמות מכבד? צריך שבן אדם יעשה את הפעולה, יהיה כל משהו כאן. אבל כל בן אדם יעשה את הפעולה. או מהרוב ובנות שלי, זה כל אישה זה יהיו חברה. יש שפירה ששתית רוצים לקרוא את המקרות השם. אותו אישה איזה איבו, קוראים לו אישה איזה איבו, זה מי בכלל בלילה, או אותו אישה איזה איבו, אישה איבו, זה איבו בכלל בלילה, שהסתאים בכלל בלילה, זו הצעה עם מה זה אותו, לא
I think timing is everything. And sometimes it's just your timing. You're just riding this wave. It's your time. You're in flight to your street. And I think about Jesus, it's just his time right now. So the Sanhagen have time. He's had many of them. It's one friends. You don't see him as a championship. He's not going to win the championship. That's a sad thing to say, dude. That's a sad number. But don't you say that about it? It's just one thing. Like, you've seen it before with so many different guys. And like, these guys have had so many different opportunities. And they just, man, it's just, you just see it not going to do it. Rollins has shown out in San Diego. That's why that's a fun fight. That's why that's the fight that everybody wanted. That's the fight everybody had wanted to see. But especially with Sean's champion, like San Diego fight. Yeah, I would say that was the one fight that we thought it would get on the White. Everybody thought it was going to get on the White House. So where it is, it didn't happen. Yeah, I was hoping we get that fight Tuesday. They get it in the valley. I thought I would Coach Hennig in that. Yeah, I think he's long enough. He's
מאוד משנה בגלל שפידה, אבל הוא לא דיבר עכשיו, הוא היה לו שום שנה על השפידה, אבל לא זה שקשר, אנחנו רואים חזרנו לו, צריכים לזכור את המקום האלה, בסוף הסוגיה, ולחזור לזה, כאילו לשני. שבקציר הזה, שזה רק סרקים, לפגוע בצבא, קרה, לא זה קרה, וזה רק קרה, שצריכים לבוא לשקיפה. לא נוגעים לו לא כוונה לשקיפה. הוא טוען לו, הוא אמר לו, לא קרה. למה? לא רוצה לעזור לה. אמרת על אחת. הבנים אחרים רואים לא משנה בואי קרוב לספידה מה קורה כאן? השוי כעשה שקיטו הוא לא עושה לי ואז הוא הביא את הבנות שלו אמרת לך שהוא כוונה לשקיטו מה הוא אבל שעל נפל עסקים, הוא לא מתכוון לחשוב אולי לא יש מנוחם שמתוך מגור בן דעת מי יש עסקים, מי עסק בן דעת יש עוד דעת אז יותר חשוב מהשוי שעושה מה ישראל לא עושים לדבר מגור בן דעת אלא לא נראה לזה שתי אני מראה להגיד שהוא מה זה ננסה אמר גרשי מי שצריכה לקבול היום ובטעות שנפלה אומרים למראה קוראים לביישת שהוא גדול לבעלה הורס אין טוב בסדר אסור לו להפרץ כמו אבל המשהו שיותר קל כאילו המיס בלי שמיים של הכל כמו בטומה זה בעייתי זה לא יכולה נכון כלום ולכן אני אומרת, לכן אני מדגיש זה כל זה מיס בלי שמיים בדיוק תגמור את הוא אומר גם לא הוא נזכור את זה הוא אומר אחרי בייסו לתואר צריך כבון בתחילה אם זה סתם מישהו זרק לך לתוך המקווה אני טוב זה לא עובד ככה אני מתכוון אני מגש המקווה יש לי שאלה מולכה מישהו נכנס למקווה כדי לתאר בשביל האם גם תאור בסופו הוא רק קיבל לזה לא אבל הייתי צריך לשמוע כלום אם הוא היה עשר שני, האם זה מספיק טוב בתרומו? לא, בוא נראה, אם אתה מהגשר זה פותר אותה, זה מקשיב אותה, זה מתאר אותה כי זה מישהו מבויר אז נקראי שיהיה מותר לה לכל תחום אבל כן, כי כל זה יותר חמור מסבירים עכשיו כל זה גם על הילדים בשביל השמיים זה נכון לא משנה מה כל זה אבל בעיה סבירים אנחנו מדברים גם על חולי זה מדרגה לכל הלגוי כמון לחולי לא צריך כמונה אבל פרופצ'ים לא שזה הוא לא כאילו איך אתה רואה את זה בסנן גל שמתלעת מבויה בשביל זאת יש לך גל הים עזוב את הים ויש לנו 40 סור זה מה זה מקווה, תקשיב טוב, אם אתה מכניס כלי שהוא טמא לתוך המקווה הזה, תוך כדי שהוא אוויר, לא טוב. אם הוא מחובר לאדמה, הוא מצוין. אם הוא באוויר, חלק ממנו באדמה, הוא גל ענק, ואתה שם אותו באוויר, הוא בסדר. לפחות שמה שהוא מגיע באדמה. אבל כשהוא טס באוויר, לא. בואו נראה, יש פעם סיפורים טובים.
So he might direction pressure himself, and Green's just going to want to boost it, especially if he gets out of the first round. You know, it's going to be mad towards Green. I don't know why they pull it off, man. I'm going to take the other team in this one. I think that's a tough thing. I think you said that was I think he's been in these type of big moments before in terms of he makes a lot of mistakes. He makes a lot of mistakes. Where he does fight with his hands down, but he just looked up, he just picked apart Jeremy's team. He still sees it going. You know, Jeremy's everyone on the same page, but he also got this Mexican kid spot bigger than any other now. So those are 26, 27. He towers over Green. I'm not sure if he's like that, dude. He's got power. So I just listen to him talking all the time. Everybody watching back home, you know, I take my videos. Everybody that sees you, you have to fucking fly. Say, oh, I lost my way. Don't listen to that. I just see something. Everybody get the odds. Green is minus 125. That's crazy. זה בסדר. אבל מה שלא בסדר זה, הבנים בתפקיד של איילון, I think he's going to use his distance. And I think he's going to be able to keep the distance. זה לא טוב. למה? אז אתה אומר שהוא טוב. אם הוא make sure me נמצאים בתוך אבל חסרני, אני יודע, כל כזה זה לא טוב. אני מאוד אומר, בגלל צייר, הייתי חושב שזה לא טוב מה חיפה. הנה אני, מיצל, ראשים אובייקטיביים. אתם רואים את הגל הזה כאן? מנותק לגמרי מהגל שהוא לא לזה כאילו שזה מנותק. מכיוון שהוא מנותק, אם ניסה משפחתו שלו, אז גלישה, זה לא טוב, הוא לא יכול לכל עכשיו, בענן הזה, בגל הזה שמעליו, למה? כי הוא נותק מהים. בוא נראה, לא אביב, בוא נראה. for some more excitement, really, and some more motivation. So I know why he's doing it. But these guys are big. He was at 175
לא טוב, למה לא טוב?
for a long time. Again, he's up in the UFC career.
די, חייב שיהיה 40. יש לו 140. בלי 40 אין כלום. אין שאלה עכשיו. טיפה ככה לא יכול לעשות. יש 40, אבל זה ממותק. לא טוב. מתי זה כן טוב? פה זה נוגע בים. אם זה חלק מהאגן של הים, זה בסדר. זה נוגע בדמה, זה בסדר. אבל באוויר, זה לא טוב. זה לא שמראה איתה. 40 סוף. זה שיש כאן הרבה דבר. בלי 40 סוף זה אפילו זה כיפה. מה שאנחנו רואים כאן זה כיפה. זה נראה כמו כיפה. משהו לא יודע זה. איך אתה יודע בכזה דבר כמו שאנחנו רואים כאן באיזה קל של מסנן, מיד שקראתי את זה, אמרתי שאתה בעיה. אז בואו לא תשתק, איך אתה יודע שיש מישהו מסובב? איך אני יודע ששניים לא איזה מטלת, זה בסתם מקובל. אתה מה זה רגע? אז ברור שזה עליי סתם בצד, ברור שזה בראש. מגבילים בראש, תפילה ברייסה, שמגבילים בראש, והם מגבילים לקיפו. אם זה הראש של הגז, זאת אומרת, הגז כבר פוגע בדבר. ואתה מתעצל לרדת למצפה, ואתה עושה ככה מפתחות טיפות בגובה, אבל הגז, חלק מהמצפה וחלק מהאוויר, ואתה נוגע בזה של האוויר, זה בסדר. ומגביל לקיפו, אבל הוא גם מוזק לו, שמגביל באוויר.
I'm trying to get some of these shorter guys too. Yes. He's going to be at a height disadvantage, I think, in this weight class. So I'm attack some of the shorter guys. Paul Costin's a little shorter than Darren Ford. Costin probably interested to see what happens with him. So making his debut,
את הפגיע הזה, לקראת הסוף.
Cable Stevenson, opportunity to get in the rankings, taking on Elijah Ellison. That's crazy. No, but I mean, if you wins, I'm sure. Like, depending on how he looks, if he wins, I'm sure about it. Ranking like that because she's so he's my right now. So you find it interesting that when more people had first fight, let's say they coming in as not gold medalist, and his gold medalist, he's had a couple fights with him as well because he has the John Ellis rub, but then that just shows how big moves, popularity. I think it might be more support in the at least the college wrestling world for Conejo, and compared to 3-time, 4-time finalist, 3-time national champion. Yeah, Gable's right up into 2 or 3 times national champions. Yeah, but we're doing to take off the main card of Gable's against Elijah Ellison. If I go and look at the card that Monica was on for his first one, I could probably choose you guys as a pretty nice stuff. I don't know that fight. His first one, I forgot the guy's name. Jamie Pickett. Well, no, that's the thing. It's that they're going to point of this fight is probably for them to win. So you're going to want to be able to getting excited about. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. I think everybody should have a test. And the test should be the lights. It should be your that's why Gable Stevenson is not getting the lights on this one.
אני יכול לדעת מעצבים ראש מראש הפיירויס שנופלו לסנן, פיירויס שנופלו לתוך המסמה. חוקות על מי שלא תפריע את זה נותנו. הידיים שלו לא מוכן לפריעות. אבל הוא לא מתכוון ליצור ידיים, הוא מתכוון לתפוס את הפירות שלו. לא לתאוי. למה? זה ראייה. אבל אנחנו מפסיקים עכשיו, השנייה, אז מה אנחנו רואים? ראייה שלא צריך כוונה.
Jamie Pickett, very athletic, very good fighter, but Jamie Pickett was cut from the UFC. And they put him back to the fight.
להכניס את הידיים למקרה, לתאר אותם, זה בלי כוונה.
I'm not even going to say it, but that's one. Yeah. So it's
המים שנפל עליהם, זה לא נותן להם גיל כזה, לא לקבל ואם יש אישיות פה, אם אתה רק רוצה שהפירות יהיו מלאים מים, לא אותו.
At that time, Vegas wasn't the guy.
He wasn't the guy. He was a champion. That was forever. רוצה את המים. המים האלה מתארים, הם מבקשים את הפירות, שירותים. אנחנו רואים שבתחילה, שהידיים גדולות, פשוט ניסה להכניס את הידיים שלו לתוך המים, כדי לתפוס את הפרי, לא פשוט הידיים. הייתי שמח לומר לך שרב אומר שלא צריך כוונה, אישה לא צריך כוונה, פידו לא צריך כוונה, אבל לא כולם,
That's a fight that I want to see. Is like those two. Some of the most athletic guys that we've seen in a while. It's Rothschild. Rashad is they fucking told Rashad
מה זה שני?
like a
מה באחי מה זה שני? תרומו. מה באחי תרומו? או שמה באחי קודם?
next to no Rashad had them run out so they could fight at 205.
הוא במקרה הזה יקרא לדבר הכי נמסי. אני תובע. תרומו.
The man right now understands.
אם אתה מתכוון הכי גבוה, אז זה אם הבן אדם מתכוון, אתם שומעים שקורה כאן ונכנס למקווה, יש את האור, אני לא רוצה להיות את האור, דברים יותר חשובים, מה זה דברים הכי פוטנציאל? עושה לבית, אז באמת התפילה שלו לא עלה לו, ומה זה, הנה, כדור שבא, שזה גינוי ובגלוי, שאלה מה זה ככה לשמוע, אולי יש כאן הבנה הוא לא פיגן, רואים שצריך כוונה לתפילה, אתה אומר, לא צריך כוונה לתפילה, הנה הוא פיגן שלו תוך המים, הם נדומים, כגדול, אתה מכניס את כל הפעול שלך, לתוך המיקרו, אתה יודע מה אתה עושה, ואתה אומר, אני רק רוצה את זה זה לא טוב לתרומה, אתה אומר, אתה רק רוצה את זה לשמונים, זה לא טוב למייסר, זה הולך בדרגות, אבל לא אומר, מישהו, זה חולים, עושה למייסר. אם הוא מתכוון לכולים, אז כמה הוא עשו למייסר. אבל מה? על עצם בידו, על עצם הופיע לא עוד כבוד. סבא ומיוחד, כאילו לא איתו. הוא איבן, אז יש לו תפילה בכלל. מה להפשיב לו איתו בכלל? זה שאין לו, הוא איבן, אז הוא לא קיבל כלום את זה. לא, כאילו יותר לא למייסר. אבל כמה לא כלום כן. אבל אני מאוד סבא לפני כמחלי, כי רוב החשב, לא אחת, לא פשוט. הוא על מתעמק בזה חזק. והיה שרוב במצב משהו, כמה ולא אפילו שלא קיבל בקהילה, לא תלכו לבוס למעשים, שם קיבל משהו של לא
They kind of starts going different directions in the gym, not training.
Rabbi, שאישה שנפלה מהגשם, זה רק זרות את הגשם, זה
You see two guys out that might be on the same path.
זה אומר, בגלל אני לא שנפלה מגש שהיא נכנסה בדווקא, אבל רק מתקרב חלק מהגוף שלה. אבל לא משנה, היא בוא נגיד שהיא נפלה מגש. וביום אומר שהיא לא תורה בכלל, היא בעלה. כאן כתוב שהיא כן, שלא צריך לכוון להצלה, כי לבקות לחונן זה יורד. היא חונן, כן? היא חונן, זה בסדר. אבל לא לוקחים להיות לי, אז הוא צודק. יש לו דבר אחר, כמו סבור שסני לו, ידעו דעת. בגד שיש לו צרה. רק אני לא יודע שזה כתוב בתור פרשה שהפועל בא בחזרה וצריך לחפש שיינוס. מה זה שבו ישנה לבוא לשאול? שהפעם שמחפש כמובן כמו שהפעם הוא שואל לו דעת, זאת הדעת, שהפועל כל מהפועל לא יודעת. וכתוב שצריך כבוד לדעת. הנה, בפרקת של חולין, צריך לכבד, להחליט שאתה נכון שזה למקווה. אם אלה לא רגיל לדעת, בואי נתן לדעת, בואי נשאר. רבי כתב, כשרבי רצה להגיד לך שככה הלוכה, אז הוא הוציא פה השם. אז תגיד, לא, זה רק יש לך בקיבל, רק שזה. סתם יש להם? זה ככה אני פוסק. לא ניסה משנה. חותנן, מה כתוב בסתם משנה? לא ניסה משנה. המשנה שלנו, לא כתוב שם. זהו, נפל העסקים וזה שלך. רבי, שזו מדינה בפסול, אפילו ששחט יצא מאוד, מה מי לבוא בגמרא, מי לבוא בגמרא? מה הם בגמרא? בגלל שזה נפל מעצמו. או אפילו, אם הוא עזב את זה, וזה נפל, הוא לא עזב מה יזכי בזה. אבל גם על הסעדה, הוא לא קיבל לשמיטה. אמרים לו, נתן לנו בואי כבר לשמיטה. הוא לא עושה לי. זה סתם משנה, והמשנה שלנו הולך שמורדות לשמה, שלא תצמיד כוונה בשביתה. אז זה לא מסכים לזה. אבל לא אתה צודק, הוא מסכים לזה. אבל לא בתבילה בשביתה. מה אנחנו? בשביתה אפילו רבי יוניסון ביוניסון. בגלל הרב מול מסעד ולכל של פרסו, כתוב בפסוק של פרסו ובתורה, אומר לנו שבספות שהיא בגלל מקדוש, אתה צריך לכוון. אז נשמע אתה לומד שמה, רק בבית המקדוש אתה צריך לכוון, ולפות זה בבית המקדוש אתה לא צריך לכוון. מקדוש זה שונה, אין לו את הפסוק הזה. יש לנו קידוש רציני, בשליטה, שצריך לכוון בשליטה. בגלל לכול, אני כמובן. בגיל היה במקווה ושניתו, זה לא קשור. ובשליטה יש לנו פסוק שאומר, רק ביסמין יש ציבור לכוון. לא, זה כולה. אבל במקווה כולם ציבור לכוון. זה רבונו. מי זה לא הבינו כמה לזוויקו? איזה רבונו? אז זה מה שמעתי לכם. תזכרו את הרבון מהשם, מהשכון הזה. הסרטון של מי שזרק שסקים במרוקו. שם החמורים, שהשליטה לא אותו, זה פסול. אבל עכשיו אמרנו, עכשיו הוכחנו לשמר, שגם בנית אבל זה בסדר, למה? כי רק בכוחות שמדברים צריך לו, זה כוונה, אבל פשוט המצבים יש לו. במרוקו, כמובן זה היה צריך להיות טוב. אז למה במרוקו, זה לא מבינים כמה מנהלים פה, אתה צודק. פשוט כאילו לא צריכים כוונה לשחור. לפעמים מוביל, אבל צריכים לפחות לכוון לחתום. ברור שזה רק תצקים. שרצה לקנות, לכן $100 שם, הוא לא יכול לעשות שום דבר. לכן השמידה שלו פסולה. אבל אם הוא מכוון לחתום, נכון שהוא מתכוון לשחור,
That's right. He kind of done teaching. And then Kobe got into his head, and then he got beat by Kobe. That's crazy.
עכשיו בסרטון, שאלה טובה על הסרטון. ונראה את הבחר הג'אפ, זו תגידו עוד נעבור, אנחנו לא רוצים לבוא כאן, הם לא צריכים להציע. אבל שני שוב אני לא חושב לחלק או ששניהם טובים או ששניהם לא טובים. לא כיוון לשמוע ומתכוון לחתום. למה? מקסים החלטה. זה תמיד אנחנו נחתום. זה לא בעצם. אם אני גבוה לחתום. אם אתה חייב לכוון לחתום משהו, אז אנחנו נביא חינם לגויים. אתה צריך גם לכוון לחתום. וכי זה לא הבין את גבוה לכוון לחתום. זה לא יכול להגיד. נכון שלא תכיוון לשקידה, הוא כיוון לחתום. לא טוב.
He understands himself, so he understands that
שהחברה שלה עשה אותה,
what people don't know is why he's like that, like the things that he's got to in his life, why he is the way he is, like he has like he makes Santa take care of his family, left to take care of his siblings, just kind of responsible to everybody, so he's like
יש סיפור שבתחום אתה יכול לקחת בפוליטה, יש אישה שואלת, זה מאוד מעניין. תשמע מה שאני לא אומר לך. לחתוך, מה זה לחתוך? זה חלק מהשליטה. זה לא לשחוט, וזה קצת פחות בשליטה, לחותך. זה לא שלך צפים, לחותך.
right at the arena. I love that. I started training. Unfortunately, that formation is just crazy. When he started, but it's all right. There's always saying, that's it now.
אז זה שונה. זה לא של הפלמה הגפן. כאן יש מייסה שהיא רצתה חפת, כמו לחתוך. זה חפת. ומה המחלקת? עוד פעם, אותו דבר. גם אומר שכמו שלחתוך בשקיצה זה טוב, אז גם בשבילה חלק זה טוב. זה לא ממש קשור. בשבילה צריך טוב. בשבילה לא טוב.
He went for the finish. He was dominating the fight, and then actually went for the finish over people forget unless you were around there that time. Adam Morale was like, and Dana White was calling him to go. He was the man. He was just like the man. He was the man, and he went out there not only dominated but then finished him. I was like, what the fuck? And it was like a mini Hulk. Yeah, it's like so good. All right, we got one more UFC Hall of Fame inductee, and our very own Chris Wyatt. Hall of Fame. I guess they don't give you a video. So I was expecting more. This is the fight I felt the best in my whole career. I just felt like that flow state from the front. Did you play that elbow, or was it just felt the weak? It was still elbows, but what happened to that is he kept going. I dominated the first round twice. Second round, he came out frustrated. He had a big right hand, so he just kept throwing a big right hand on him. The first time he did it, I just saw him coming out to a jab to stop him in the track. Second time, I slipped on the right hand left hook. And then I saw him throwing it again. I'm like, just last second, just do the elbow. One of the best elbows I've seen. This right over in between on this אם אתה אומר שהשליטה, זה רק פעמים האחרונות של השליטה. אז יש לנו כוח אדומו, שאמרנו שמי שמתעסק עם הכוח אדומו, אז הוא... כיוון שחור לגמרי. יש שני אנשים ששחור את הכוח אדומו. בוא נגיד שזה לוקח 5 דקות לשחור את הכוח אדומו. הוא התחיל לשחור את הכוח אדומו, לקח לו 2 דקות. ושמעון המשיך משם הלאה. I saw I'm a big fan of this. I watch his highlights. I watch his fights. His whole career. When I got into the sport, I packing myself. I'm a champion. I can do something like that. He was already the champion when I started training, so every time I fought somebody, I was still prepared for him. When the time came, I didn't focus so much on my mindset. So I sort of chilled some. He was a great wrestler, but I thought I was younger. And jiu-jitsu-wise, not getting submitted, So I just threw that in. And I was he's so on top of it. He loves giving speeches. He's already on that. So I'm speaking shots of the I'll tell you, they give you coach writers. It's the first time I've ever had anything. I've done tons of speeches, just stupid points, things, and like I'm like, talk. When they like it, I'm a speechwriter, so I'm like, I'm not gonna say no. So yeah, RJ calls me, he asks me great questions, I talk to him, he's like ChatGPT, and he makes a essay, and then I just go back and it's just chat, and it probably is, and I just tell him, hey, change that, and take that out. I mean, so I guess to get it. I should be excited. I got tons of family coming. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
UFC Hall of Fame. I just never thought
I got to go see him. Got 3 UFC gear. I'm so proud of it. Just really have a song. I'm still running the gym. And then we got this Rabbi. That's 2015, 2016.
yes, the game of the blue.
We got free stuff. I love it so much.
על המצב של השליטה אנחנו מעניין אותנו ומה יהיה השיפור שאפילו מי שנגיע בקהל לפני זה הזו של כל הדור, מה זה הזו של כל הדור? קטן, אז אפילו שיש בקהל כזה מקרה אנחנו רוצים
She wondered though why I had kicked out also not to amazing. It's true.
Next, I'm going to go to just talking about Chris Rabbi. Down Anderson Silva.
That was nice. That's a great day.
Great day.
What's the July weekend, baby?
July
International Fight Week.
2013. Does it feel like it was out of glory?
Oh, that's kind of feel like a dream at this point. Super strong when you come. Not strong when I grabbed his legs. Strong in the clinch, though. Very strong. Like there was another point, I think, during this fight. I was trying to take him down, and he had a double hook something. I don't know what was wrong. On the wire. Yeah, maybe right here. Right here. I was just keeping my arms out everywhere. And then I just went up strong. That's a true man. What's his thing? Not with the trash talk he has. Just had one time I just had enough. Right back in, fire. Look at my head, I was hitting me. Only thing he hit me was the leg kicks. Sure,
הבעיה זה לא בעיה, יודעים, מי שלמד את זה הכל פסח לפעמים,
And I say this was last week. I feel like this was a very pivotal moment
אז לא
for MMA.
אז פשוט, זה שלום טוב, אלא מה? אני לא לוקח את כל הסוגיה, בשביל זה מדובר על הסוגיה כזאת.
That's what I come in. That's crazy. I feel like that's crazy. I feel like this is such a pivotal moment for your career. Just all of MMA. Like so much has happened because of it. It's just that natural. That's amazing. That's oh my gosh.
בוא נעשה את החשבון ביחד. יש לך פסח, ואתה שוחט אותו, ויהיה לך למים, יש לך קופסה של עוגיות, ואתה שוחט אותו. כשהתחלת לשחוט את קרוב בפסח וקרוב בפסח, וכשגמרת לשחוט את קרוב בפסח, אז מה קרה? שחטת משהו אסור. כי הוא לא קורא לפסח איסור ששחטת קורבן כשיש לך חמץ, כי שחטת משהו לא טוב. אבל אם הוא שחט, אם כל השחיטה זה רק הדבר האחרון אחרון, אז מה קרה? בוא נעשה את זה סלום מושי, כאילו איטי, הוא חטא קצת.
And for not just for myself in the sport, but also for their Tiago Santos, John Jones, and and also split decision. Imagine American top team. Forget about that. I actually remember because I actually did this film study for that fight. So it was close. He took us into he looks he's not really I don't like the knee stuff. That's one thing I'd rather take that out. It's protected like that. Stops. I just think it's stupid. It's a year off. I doesn't take too many skills to go school.
בהתחלה לא צריכים לעשות, אנחנו רק צריכים לעשות, אבל
fights in the wrestle.
פותחים סכין, זה יתחיל סוגיה,
Just like the back of the head.
הוא הוציא סכין, מתחיל לשחוט, הרס את הערפות, זה כבר לא יכול להיות
Just a moment, but before we get into that,
ואז הוא
it's
ממשיך,
time to get into
הוא
the
הלך
action.
חזור, הלך חזור, ובסוף,
We're gonna take pick-up game and give away $25,000 right now on CBS Sports app. Exclusive this Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern. So right now, there's some bullshit inside the tree. I'm not going to play this shit.
ואז הוא ישלוש בקצב ואז זה בדיוק זה קשור, במילא הוא לא אף שיש לקבוצה של משפט לא להביא לי בראש אם הוא שופט לשם פרופסקסה, אז הוא פטור מהאיסור הזה שלא לשפוט שיש לו חמץ בערב. כי אי אפשר לשפוט פה בפסח. מה שהוא עושה, זה לא קרובז. באמת הוא לא היה על איסור, הוא הציש זה לא קרובז, זה סתם שיר. שלא לשמוע דרך להשם של הקרובן פסח בשלומים, אז הוא חייב. ואז הוא שחט קרובן כמו שצריך באמצע יום, ויש לו קבוצה של על האיסור של איסור של הפוליס. שיש לך כזה דולר. ואני לא מרשם, ודווקא בגלל שהוא אמר שהוא רוצה לשחוט זה לצורך, אז פעמים הוא לא
like 6 tubes thrown out carpets. Like it's just a big room for me and my family. Thrown out carpets and twists. The colors are changing every time they twist. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like,
זה נחשב באמצע חול המועד, זה כבר לא ערב פסח. אז זה צריך להתחלק לחול הפסח לשלום לעצמו, הוא לא צריך להתלום. למה כבר אומר שהוא
taking his handmade and everything. It's
מה לא פסח משאיר איזה שום פה יעקיב, אבל
I had to spend $3,000
זה
on
בפסח.
this car. It takes 8 weeks to
או
get
יותר
it.
גם,
I'm thinking it's like a
זה ממשיך, זה תמשיכים.
headed down there. I kind of feel sick about it because I don't just spend money like that. One of the things that we cruise ship. That's why these other carpets for us. It's out there. And I see my carpet every single
בדיוק, אמרתי זה כזה לשבוע, ומסתום לשמויקוי, זאת אומרת,
כן,
בן אדם שיש לו קורבן פסח בבית, ובא רוצה להשאיר את זה בתוך קורבן פסח, זאת אומרת, הוא לא הביא את זה בי"ד ניסון, אז הוא רוצה להביא את זה בי"ד איוב, והייתי בא יגיר, אבל הייתי. במקרה כזה, חייבים לומר מפורש שאני לא רוצה שזה ישמע. למה? כי בדרך כלל, בן אדם משאיר את הקורבן פסח שלו, לא חודש. או אחר לבוא יכיר. אבל בציור אחר, שהוא לא תממת, הוא כבר הביא את הקורבן פסח שלו האמיתי בי"ד ניסון. עכשיו, יש לו בהמה מיותרת, אז אוטומט זה מתחלף מקורבן פסח לשלום. ים, אז בשלומי יש לי שחיטה בתחילה והצוי. אז אם אתה אומר לי שהשחיטה מתחילה ונגמרת זה הכל שחיטה אחת, היא פה זה להם מתחילה שחיטו, אז מיד בהתחלה בוא נראה את הציור שלי, עוד לא ראיתי את זה, עבדנו את זה ביחד, אבל לא ראיתי. ויש לך כאן קורבן. ויש לו שחיטה בתחילה והצוי. אז רואים שהוא שוחט אותו, הוא נפסל, לא נפסל, הוא קורבן פסח, והוא נשאר קורבן פסח. אבל הוא פסול. אבל אם אתה אומר שאין לו לשחית על הבשוי, אז מה שקורה זה שברגע שהוא שחט אותו, אבל אם השחיטה רק בסוף, אז מה יש לך? יש לך קורבן פסח. ושחטת אותו. כששחטת לשחט אותו, זה לא חלק מהשחיטה בכלל. למה? כי אין לשחית אלא בסוי. זה לא הולך בגלל הסוף. אז מה קורה? אז יש לך שתי בהמות כאן, יש לך שתי סוגי קורבנות. יש לך קורבן, לא יודע, זה לא עובד, למה? כי אולי הוא על זה כבר. לא. עכשיו, מה שקרה זה שהוא שלמי. הוא שלומים. הוא שלומים, ושלומים זה קורבן טוב. ויש לך קופסה של מפלו. אז עכשיו אתה עובר על איסור של סיסטרט, על כל מיני כמה זה. אומרת, אני גמור, כאילו, זה לא יפסח. אין, אבל אי אמרס, לא יאמרס, אני שקידה לבסוי, אבל אם אתה אומר לי שהשקידה רק נפשרת בסוף, כאילו זה שום את זה בעקבות לו, ברגע שהצחת לשחוט, תתחיל לפסח. אתה כבר לא יכול לפסח, אתה לא יכול לזה. תשמור, זה לא חודש, יש לך חור בגרון. כאילו, כי קושוקת שלו, קושוקת. אז כשאתה ממשיך לשחוט, מה המשכת לשחוט? שלום. והבית לא, הוא לא נהפך לשלום, למה? מימית, פסח, נכון שאתה כבר לא יכול לדעת בסוף הוא פסח, פסח מיצי, אבל אתה יכול לזרוק אותו. ואז מה קורה? אתה יכול לזרוק אותו, אז הוא נשאר קורבן פסח כאילו, כי אתה פודה אותו בתור קורבן פסח, ואז יש לך קורבן פסח פסול, קורבן פסח פסול, ביחס למצב של ופלים, אתה לא צריך להביא קורבן הזה, אתה לא עבר כל העוס. וכדי לבוא יעמוד בערופה, אתה תגיד, מה פתאום? כדי לבדוק בהמה, אתה צריך להעריך כסף, צריך לדעת כמה זה שווה, צריך להעמיד אותו על הרגליים. אותנה על שלום ושניים, או לא שניים, ודאי לא מפרכס, אז אפילו שזה לא, זה לא נכון. ואפילו אם זה מפרכס, הרי כיפה לכל דבר, זה כן נחשב. עכשיו, שיש כאן המון דבר רוחב, ואפשר לבדוק אותו, ולכן זה נחשב קורבן פסח, לא שלומים, זה נחשב קורבן פסח, זה קורבן פסח פסול, ואם זה קורבן פסח פסול, אין איסור, וזה נגמר הסיפור. אומר רבי אומר, השוכן בשניים ושלושה מקומות. אז רש"י אומר, ששוחט כאן וכאן וכאן. 2 ו3 מקומות. רק מאחד השלוש מקומות, הוא עושה רוב. כמו זה, הוא נכנס עמוק. אבל הוא גם שחט כאן, גם שחט כאן. אז הוא אומר, לא, יכול להיות שהוא שחט כאן, ובצד השני, ושלוש מקומות באותו קנה, כאילו, ואז סך הכל יש לך רוב, באותו דבר, בדיוק, תודה. מה הוא אומר כאן? בוא נקרא. בשביל זה דבר אחוי בפרש, 2 או 3 מקום מסוגל שכל לא יצא מקום בהקף של סימן, אותו היקף, כגון שחוד החסון וסול, כמה וכמה, דבר זה אחת, זאת אומרת, דבר אחת. אוקיי. אנחנו הולכים לפי רש"י תמיד, שיטות זה כשאירות, לפי רש"י, מה הבעיה? הוא עושה רוב כאן, אז מה אכפת לי שהוא עושה כאן או, זו בעיה מאוד, לא זה כשאירות. כי אמרית את המידע שמואל, ואמר לי, והנה שקיטו מפוילז ולקט. הרי צריכים להסתכל בפנים. עכשיו, רש"י מסביר למה אפשר להסתכל בפנים ולראות? כי יש מתח על הקנה, ואז אחרי שאתה... זה שחיטה, אתה יכול להסתכל בפנים, הוא מרווח רוגע, הוא מתפרק ואתה יכול להסתכל בפנים. אבל ברגע שיש לך עוד חתכים, באותו קנה, אז אין כל כך הרבה מתח. המתח נכנס לכל החתכים האחרים, אז החתך שלך שעשית רוב, הוא לא כל כך... אי אפשר להסתכל בפנים. ואז חושבים לא כשאתה מבין שקידו מפורס. גם אם יש מודל שצריכים להסתכל בפנים, לא חושבים לא כי יש מלאים שקידו שמפורס. אנחנו יודעים את זה, שנאמר, היי, שופט, שואלום, מי מודיבר, שצריך להיות כמו החתך של החץ, אחד, לא 2 3. מוצאים רבי לא זו, 2 מאוד זה מסגים שחטים, זה המשנה שנראה עוד מעט. אז ההבנה היא שיש שתי אנשים שמחזיקים 2 סכינים שונים. כן, זה לא נשמע ככה, זה אפילו שאתה חושב שזה משהו אחר. 2 מאוד זה מסגים שחטים, אפילו אנחנו למעלה ואיפה למטה. הנה, מה זה איפה למעלה ואיפה למטה? שאחד הוא כאן, זה למעלה, כאן, וזה למטה, יותר למטה בקנה. לכן זה חייב להיות 2 סכינים. אם מחזים סכין אחד, מה זה אפילו אחד שמחזיק למעלה ולמעלה, מה זה אפילו? הם שוחטים 2 מקומות שונים, בקיצור, שתדעות זה כשאירו, זה בסדר. אבל לא כשקידו מפרס, אז אומר לי שזה בעיה שאתה לא יכול לבדוק טוב את הקנה. והנה, כתוב מספר ששתי אנשים יכולים לשחוט 2 מקומות שונים, אבל הם משתסים בסכין אחד, 2 בני אדם. לא הבנת. זה סכין אחד, 2 בני אדם. ואבו, יופי, היינו אותו נעלו, איפה שם יתפו זה הזה. כתוב שאין בעיה, אתה לא חושב שאת טריפה. כי אז יש לנו 2 סכינים, 2 בני אדם שפיר. זה רק הולך, אם יש 2 סכינים, ומה הבעיה? אבל זה מלך, יש לנו שם כזאת. כל אחד אומר, השני יעשה דבר. והי לא עושה להם בדרו, והי לא עושה להם בדרו. ממש לא דרך חושב, זה 2 סכינים שונים. היה, כמו סכין עקו 2 בני אדם. אם זה סכין אחד, איך אחד יטריף, והשני לא? היי, חושבים שהם ידעו בזה הזה, מה הבעיה כאן? שהם לא יפסו זה על זה מבוא אליהם. אז הוא נשאר בשאלה, הבעיה בשתי אנשים, אולי הם ניסו יותר מדי לחץ כלפי מטה, אבל לא ימשכו הלוך הזאת. או לרב אומרים, תנא ינו חנמי, אין חוששים, שם ידעו שזה, זה הנקודת הפעמים בייז, לא חוששים בליסה. מוזר רבי אומרים שאוכם מסבשת למטה וסקפון למעלה. אחד שחד כבשת למטה, קנה למעלה, נסביר מה זה. או יסבש למעלה וסקפון למטה, או שפוסק שאירו. יש לך כאן כל הבשת, את הקנה הוא שחט כאן, ואת הבשת כאן יותר למטה. את הקנה כאן ואת הבשת כאן. עכשיו לגמור, למה זה קשה? כתוב שזה קשה, לא משנה איך אתה שחט כל סימן, העיקר שאתה שחט כל סימן, לא משנה. זה לא צריך שתיהם באותו מקום. את זה אפשר לשחוט כאן, ואת השני יותר למטה. למה? למה לא? כן, שחט הקנה, הוציא את הסכין, ומשיכה לבשת. עכשיו תגמור בעולת השחית המפרס. קשה מאוד לבדוק את הסימנים שלא ביחד. כששניהם ביחד, אתה פותח אותם, אתה מסתכל ישר מהקנה לתוך הוושת שלי וזה, אבל אם הוושת, שזה מאחורי הקנה, החטק שלו יותר למטה, אז בזה שאתה פותח, תעלה כאן, איך תראה מה שקורה בוושת, וגם הפוך, זה עדיף, זה הרי כדי לראות את שתי הסימנים שהם פתוחים, זה צריכים להיות אחד אחרי השני. הוא לא ישימו לו, הוא מפעד לו, והשחית איתו העשוי או קולמוס. אתה רואה את זה לזה קולמוס. יש לו שפיץ למעלה. אתה רואה? יש לו שפיץ. אפשר לפתוח ככה. איך נגיעים כזה דבר? באלכסון, אז לא נעשה ככה, הנה. הוא עושה חטק כזה. הוא עלה באלכסון. הוא התחיל כאן למטה, ועלה בפתח. אז עכשיו, זה למעלה, זה למטה, כן? או הפוך, צריך לעשות בצורה אחרונה. אבל בצורה אחרת. אז מה קרה כאן? אז בעצם הם אחד אחרי השני. זה אחד אחרי השני, זה באותו חטח. הוא לא עשה, כמו שאתם שאלתם איך הוא בכלל מגיע לוושת. זה היה חטח אחד, אבל באלכסון. אז לכן יש למעלה, יש למטה. אבל צריך לדעת, יש לך שניים ושתי שמותים. עוד פעם יצאו בשמות ארמה מקרוב. שוטה משיפורי. כלומר, אני רוצה את הסטייק הכי טעים כאן. או לנזעים, או... אני לא מבין. מזה שאתה אוכל מפרה, שיש לזה 3 חתכים על הקנה, לימדנו, עכשיו לימד אותנו, רבינו, משתוסנו בשני סכינים, שני בני אדם. מה שכתוב שמותר, זה בדיוק המקרה הזה, זה לא בור אדם אחד, זה לא שני אנשים שמחזיקים סכין אחד. זה שני אנשים עם שני סכינים שעושים 3 חתכים, אתה יכול את זה. עכשיו לימדנו אותנו, שזה אפשר במשנה. אומר רבי דום הרב, איך לידס הסכין בין סימנו פסוקוי פסולו. זה חלות הרבו ישראל. הוא שם סכין בין שני הסימנים, וחותך את הסימן, את הוושת האדום הזה, הוא חותך את זה. אז כשהוא חתך את האדום, אז הסכין היה מורבה בין הסימנים, לא ראית את הסכין. ואז הוא מוציא את הסכין החוצה, בוא נראה. הוא מוציא את הסכין וחותך מלמעלה נורמלי את הקנה. תראה זה סכין, קודם הוא נכנס לזה ככה. בעצם לזה הוא פסוק, אבל הוא, מה זה פסוק? הוא שחט את הוושת. ואחר כך בסדר, כי זה בהמה, חייבים לשחוט את שני הסימנים. הוא הוציא את הסכין לגמרי, והלך דרך האור והכל, ושחט את הקנה, עשו לו. זה חלה אותו, כן? הוא מכניס את הסכין לתוך האור, אבל במקום שהוא יחתוך, עכשיו הוא יחתוך את שתי הסימנים. לא ממש כמו זה, אבל שתי הסימנים. אבל הוא מכניס את הסכין בין האור לסימנים, הוא לא חתך את האור ואת הסימנים. הוא מרביא את הסכין מתחת לאור, הוא מכניס כזה לתוך האור. כמו שהוא עושה עכשיו. מה לסימנים? ואז הוא שוחט. ככה זה אומר אם הוא מכניס את הסכין מתחת לאור, ואז הוא שוחט שתי סימנים, זה בסדר. מה יגע משהו לא נתנים לו? או שהגל זה סגל תחת שני פסוקוי. ומי שאין אוי נראינו, זה מכיר אוי לא תראינו. אז מה אתה מחדש? אם הוא מכניס את הסכין כמו שהוא עושה כאן בתמונה, ואז הוא חותך רק את הוושת, זה לא טוב. הנה, בצורה הזאת, הנה כאן. זה לא טוב, הנה, רבי אומר שזה נביא, רבי קיב אומר שזה טוב. לא יודע גם אמרו, זה נבע מנהל מלמעלה, למטה או למעלה, או... זה תמונה שאני צריך, הנה, צריכים להפוך את זה, ולהראות שהסכין מתחת לוושת, ואז הוא עולה, זה מלמטה ולמעלה. לא יקרא לדרך שחיתו, מי שוחט ככה? מה, איפה שחיטה? שחיטה זה החץ הפוך. אתה בא מלמעלה, מהלבן, מהקנה, ואתה ממשיך הלאה למטה. אם המזיז הנבע מנהלים מלמטה למעלה, ולא יקרא לדרך שחיתו, זה הגרום, ולמה זה הגרום? כי אתה עובד בצורה של החץ עכשיו, מהוושת מלמעלה, זה לא טוב. אבל מה, למטו, אנחנו מתחילים מלמטה, אתה יורד למטה, תקור בדרך שחיתו, אפילו שזה מוגבה, הם משאפי אותו אבי, ממש לא. אם אתה עושה את זה בצורה זאת, הייתי חושב שזה טוב. למה זה טוב? כי זה הולך לפחות בכיוון הנכון, ככה שוחטים את כל בהמה. הייתי חושב שזה לא... ממש לא שזה טוב. ככה זה עוד שיר. אם אתה מכניס סכין, הוא מכניס את הסכין, אתם יודעים שהאור לא חתום כולם. הוא דחק את הסכין בפנים. בין האור לבין הקנה והפש. עכשיו אם אתה מסתכל על זה עכשיו,
Yeah, dog, I'm super happy.
אתה לא רואה את הסכין. הסכין יש לו מכסה. האור של הבהמה מכסה את הסכין. רב אמר את המסעור, אני יודע. אני לא יודע. בכל יום אמרנו שזה בסדר. בואי לו, לבי רב דם. את המסעור, אני יודע. אתה עצמך תשמע. ואם הוא שם, בואי לו, לבי רב דם, את המסעור, אני יודע. אם אתה מפקיד לסכין כאן, כמו בתמונה מתחת לאור, או תחת תשמע, האם משהו חיצוני זה יותר גרוע או לא? כאן אולי זה בסדר, למה זה בסדר? כי זה מוכנים מהבהמה. אבל אם אתה מביא מגבת, ושם נשמע זה על הסכין, ואתה עושה שכין ככה לא רואה את הסכין, אולי זה
Why you side-eyeing me? You're like, why you side-eyeing me like this?
It's full. Usually the podcast is 11:30 noon. It's typically noon. Brian texts at 3 a.m. Goes,
I said, I'm going to be there at 1:30.
At 3 a.m. He goes, fellas, fly back. Chooses to fly back the day of the podcast. He goes, fellas, gotta do 1:30. I'm like, all right, I'll do my ground breakdown early. I'll go home, come back at 1:30. 1 o'clock, fellas, do a little bit of traffic here, flight's delayed. Let's do it.
Not even that. I did have, so I got a lightning versus the flight delayed for an hour and a half, whatever it is. I got a lightning on the tarmac, so the guy putting in the bags had to run for cover. And it was standard, you set the timer, it's 15 minutes, then they come back out, and I'm like, oh, this is good. And then I don't have Wi-Fi for the first hour and a half. I was trying to be 10,000 feet. No, just didn't have Wi-Fi. It was like they had it. I was like, hey guys, sorry.
It's too long to fly back day of them, yeah?
But here's the problem. When you got the family, dinner, Sunday, Jersey Shore, I'm trying to do everything. I'm trying to get everybody happy.
Fly back on Sunday.
Gotta fly back Sunday.
Just do it on 10. You know, if that is the case, I can't feel it. Just so you're not stressed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But you have your thing on Tuesday, so
I do it. I'm like, big man breakdowns on 11 a.m. I'm reviewing some non-common music. I record Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And a show on Sunday. And a show on Sunday, but I shoot on Friday. Live stream. So I love that. It could be better time. Yeah, it could be better time. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, but how was your fourth pound?
It was at Jersey 4th. The cool thing about your
And fireworks.
oh yeah. The thing about the 4th that's pretty cool is that when you're on the Jersey Shore, where we were in Long Beach Island, everybody takes their boats to the sandbar about 100 yards away from the water. And now you have all these boats anchored, and then there's a floating bar circle, and everybody's out there partying. Now, you're probably going to ask how much time you're going to spend in that mix. The answer would be nuts. But I'm like looking at it.
They do the same here. Like Travis, he owns some mattress company. He puts on the biggest fireworks show. Everyone's killing it. What was it? Well, you get there at 5 p.m. So you get to the front. And then like we'll have the video right. And the boat's the only way you can watch it because he lives on a giant island, right? And they're like, so if you delay, then you're in the middle. And then everyone's drinking, everyone ties their boat, and there's hundreds of boats.
You're not going anywhere. You're stuck there. They're all night. Well, no, we're not in Jersey. You get there at
אם יש אחד
10 in the morning,
עשה אותו דבר
and then everybody can circle
אם
through.
יש בסך
You stay in there until everybody goes home.
אם היה
Now, here's what I didn't tell you. I don't know if you read about it or saw it.
לשתי בהמות שיש לך עכשיו לפניך, פלוס עוד צבא, זה בדיוק כמו אחד.
I've never experienced a hurricane, sort of a storm that blows up that quick. It was a storm on East Coast. It lasted 4 hours at night, but we're out there, there's this giant roaring clouds, and there's an extreme thunderstorm warning going on, and the wind started to blow. And then it started to blow so crazy that I was in the water trying to batten down the sailboat. I don't know how to do that, sir. My dad's doing that. I don't know how to do that. Sailboat guy. Sailboat guy. Like, the sailboat is so dog, you know, like ropes and knots. He's like, tie that. I go, I'm not at it. He's like, I'm sorry, my lieutenant, fucking bro, he's securing it. I'm like, I didn't have to do any of this shit. I was as useless. He may as well have had a fucking cow chewing grass in the water. That's how helpless it was. I had to take the boat exam. Yes, it was like, just get with the chip sheet and the tacking and the wind mat and the shit out. I'm sorry, that girl. Let's see. I don't know how to tie sailor's knots, guys. Also, I don't like it. Maybe a power boat. I don't know. Fuck about the whole thing. It's not for me. But it was so, the wind was so crazy that it was so crazy that I actually got worried because it was 60, then it got to be 80-mile-an-hour winds. I've never been around 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's crazy. It was so crazy. The fucking house that we were in was swaying. Yeah, and I guess it's built for it, but it was swaying, which I've never had. I mean, it was, when I say swaying, it was really swaying. And the worry is that if it gets crazy enough, I guess there's a garage that is built under, so it's two things. If there's pressure and it blows, then it can compromise the house. But has that ever happened? Well, it may happen. You're paying for it. You're paying for it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure it's put that in your house. Yeah, you have to. But I was amazed, man. I've never had that, but it was just, mother dude, and fast. I want everything in, like the chairs and stuff, because they would get this whole thing. You gotta bring them here, man. There's nothing like a July 4th in Texas. I know. It's one more thing about the was they had like a floating dock. It was so strong, it pulled up the fucking, like the out of the nails. It flew it into the neighbor's thing. I've never done that before. But yeah, I'm in Texas, man. Although Jersey's pretty patriotic, a lot of American flags. It's July 4th on Texas. I think it's the best holiday. Is it really? Man, it's good though. It's a good time. Yeah, it's like the same amount of all the pressure's on me. And that's the cool thing about Texas. You get moms all the time. Jeff, I would listen to all of them. We picked up my neighbor's truck, and his entire fucking trunk is SUVs just filled with bags. And I told him that was safe. Yeah, he was like, stop. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen. If it did, we're so sure you could just drive. I'm just going to give like, I think, a few pounds of dynamite back there. Yeah, I mean, it's capable. Yeah. That's what we like to know, but it's a whole fucking Disney World, whole show. Everyone's clapping. Tiger goes, it's quiet here. Is that it? I turn it on. What's she saying? Is that it? What do you mean, man? Because I just... Let me over. I know. My 10-year-old, you'll like the story. We're in a 3-story house that goes up. And, well, my left, I left at 5 this morning, so that's fine. Failure work. Is the family also back there? Yeah. Now, my wife is sleeping with the in-laws, with the babies, and my man's in the house. Hello? Fuck. Came for the gangbang. Came for the gangbang. Well, that'd be nice. Came down, and my 2-year-old got out of bed and decided to go downstairs and go in the attic, go down outside, and take a walk around the neighborhood and just in his diaper with his blankie, just dragging it along.
it's over. I saw him. He's going to train too. Gangster. It's gangster.
Also, gangster, get ready to get kidnapped. Jesus Christ. Now that Joe was in the jail, murder, serial killer was out there.
He was out there. Was he Long Island? I think it was Long Island. It's Jersey Shore. I think it was Long Island.
Is there no serial killers on Jersey Shore?
I'm sure.
Fun fact about Jersey Shore, first food truck diary ever was Frank Yeager at Jersey Shore.
Wow, that's right. I remember that.
First one ever.
When you're a young man out there and you're tan, you would have had a good time. You got the muscles and tattoos. You fit in very well. The ladies.
I was doing my hair like that. They got the knife beaters.
Yeah, those Italian gals, those Italian
Yeah,
gals.
oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, July 4th is it's probably the best holiday in Texas.
What is in that?
This night,
It's a secret slushy or something.
yeah, he talks about it.
I wish it was a fucking secret slushy. Slush.
No, man. It's a big old.
And you can watch the World Cup. I'm sorry about Mexico. Your household must have been
British.
You're half Spanish. You're half British. I forgot. Your mom is 100% British. Your mom is not American. You're half an American.
I'll tell you what, they were doing everything they could to fuck up my Brits. They were doing everything they could. They were calling only give me 10 players. That's foul. This getting ridiculous. And the first time, 11 minutes. The fuck? Yeah. So I didn't really keep into it. So clearly he beats the shit out. And then I was pretty solid. I made the food and stuff. Whatever. And then I go, wow, okay. Now, I kind of go, it's not really a thing. And my mother goes, what? I go, it's not a thing. She goes, what do you mean? I go, well, Mexico, you guys, it's not fair. You guys are ranked 14th in the world, and you focus on soccer, whereas you call it football, but you're 14th in the world. Like, you tell you guys focus on. You don't have the athletic ability to keep up. That's still the didn't go, oh boy, what do you mean? I go, small there. First of all, yeah, he looks 6'7". He's 6'2". That's how small he is. You're fast because you have football. You get footies, but you can't keep up with the big boys. And you know, the thing is, it's true. Well, they can't keep up. What's my son doing here? They're about 50 million. They're over 7 million, and they're crushing Vikings. Well, homeboy was the best Viking. Doesn't fucking 6'5". No. That's old school. He's Swedish. What are you talking about? Haglund. He's actually 6 foot 6 inches tall. They say 6'5". Yeah, but either way, big cat. I mean, like a cat. He's a giant. He's 6'2". Don't get yourself. All of those guys, if you look at most of those guys now, they're all over 6 feet. 6'2". I mean, average height 6 foot. Yeah. Well, that's because you still have short teams for a big team in a lot of the countries. But my point is, Mexico, there's not like some big athletic freaks. Like there are two sports: is soccer and boxing. And baseball's a third. But on the world stage, they're way better Japan, Venezuela, or America. Mexico's they score is rather dark. He's not from there. Just like our guy. Just like our fuck with Mexico now. Just like our guy, he's not from there either. You know, that's right. His mom, they're from, I'm pretty sure, London or some shit like that. I forget where he's from. But his mom was pregnant on vacation in America. And he came early in Brooklyn. She gave birth here. But he's never lived here. They go to school here. But he has dual citizenship.
African teams like the Ghana Ghanaian team, Ivory Coast team, the Senegal team, they're not from there. They all live in France. Yeah. And they make their World Cup teams, so they call it like, hey guys, you know, I'm really good. And they're all really good. France is monstrous. Can't stand France. Yeah, they're good. They're very good. The only white guys, there's one white guy on that team. France, yeah, one white guy. They're all,
I can't stand France. I don't like anything French.
I like chocolate. I like French tea. I don't like croissants. I had 2 croissants today. Delicious. I love Idaho Bears. It'd be great if they lose just to look at things up. I would like to see them lose.
games that anybody can win. I want to see Messi play Ronaldo. I want to see an Argentina-Portugal showdown. Overall, I mean, obviously the U.S., but let's be real. Yeah, if we get by Belgium tonight, which we could, but how about Belgium? Then the big ones win. Now the big one, great big ones win. This is what we could. No way. Who else? Who's waiting in the wings here? Spain, Portugal plays today. Spain, Portugal, Belgium, France, Morocco, right? I think Morocco, Argentina, Egypt. Egypt's a fucking time. Egypt is good though. That ain't shit. Mexico, England, Switzerland, Colombia, Colombia. Switzerland's not either. Brazil, Norway, England's next Saturday. I'm pretty sure Norway, England's a dog fight. That's going to be a hell of a fight. Pretty sure England's ranked higher. I think England's ranked 4th. England's badass. Very good. Well, listen, guys. Quince clothing. They cut out the middleman. You're not going to find better quality. It's exceptional quality clothing. It's as good as you get for literally 50 to 80% less than similar brands. So you can buy a sweater or a t-shirt that's going to last you forever. Like, the sweaters you and it's $600. You're like, I can't do that. Obviously, it's crazy. They got you. You literally can have European linen pants that are starting at $34. You can wear them for the summer. Texas heat, they don't breathe with that. I don't get tired of them. My favorite part of Quince is their soft tees. I like their cashmere sweaters. Yeah, they're long sleeve shirt. So make your summer work easier. Go to quince.com/finder for free shipping on your order. 365-day returns now available in Canada. quince.com/finder for free shipping. 365-day returns. Quince.com/finder. There you go. We'll see. They got some great players. They can go back to that championship if USA wins. I think they got to play Portugal, Spain. Yeah. Well, they refer to France. People are outraged by it. Was it Trump? Yeah, Trump called about it. It's also great. I want to go back to records. All of it's getting in me to do that. All of it's getting. They keep the guy from the England team. It's all gay. I didn't see that. It's like me talking about soccer, sure. But it was. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was two guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. They were great. So two great athletes that got tangled up. And this referee, who's a little bit suspect. That's all the familiar about it. Red card. So he cracks me up. Self-suspension. Trump says all he did was ask Gianni and Patino to review the play, insisting that, quote, that wasn't even a foul, that wasn't even an infraction. He also called the referee a little bit suspect and claimed he has a past. In case you missed it, Trump asked the phone to review Pelicans players. Now they say FIFA says the president. Do you blame the president? No, I enjoy it, but the president, Gianni, says that Trump had nothing to do with it. That's probably true. To an extent. The president of the union will forever. I mean, see if the red card's ever been, see if it's ever been reversed. I think this sets a precedent. I thought it was a shitty. I did not see it as a foul at all. Are there any other presidents or prime ministers from countries called FIFA that also don't do that? Was LeBron. He's, Alright, they can sometimes be. Says it can. Oh, that's happened 2014, happened 2022, 2019. Okay, so yeah. Alright, I guess it's good they can go back and watch it. I'd rather do it on the Do you have such a bad image over in Europe and what people are all saying? Everybody's saying, they're like, people are so awesome here. I know, it's all horseshit. It's all bullshit. Because, people are like, I'm overwhelmed how nice people are. Yeah, no, what's dicey is, I think the U.S. plays tonight at 7. Tiger Boston about 6:30. I'll catch the last half, though. Oh, boy, I know. Yeah, you can watch on your phone. No, fucking coach. Yeah, I think your football team's monsters. Yeah. Some of them. like you're having such a blast.
She is in a couple
Such a blast.
It's
It's your best angle. You know, it's your best angle. You just love it so much. Yeah, it really is. You feel nothing compares to it. I think it'd be one thing if the kids weren't into it. They love it. It's fucking right. Watching your kids be excited about something is so awesome. The best. The best. It really is. What are you doing Saturday? I will be here with my 14-year-olds. I'm going to do one at 7 o'clock. Really? That's why I call it Kevin. Oh boy. You just found out that's right at your house. Flashlight. I'll be at your house on Saturday. Bob and National Fight Week. I can't believe it's this year's St. Patty. Who's Whitaker fighting? Krylov? Cable Stevenson? What? Yeah, Blackie King Starbrand. Mickey Giannis. King Green. Terrence McKinney. Brand Royval. Okay, Corey Sandhagen. Corey's our boy. Trace Cortez. Prelims. Just rumors. Wow, it's Connor Fight Week. How about Elisha Ellison? This is going to be like, oh boy. Yeah, here I go. Hey, we got to fight for the International Fight. What do you expect? What should I do? Watch out for his double leg. No, you bet the call like this. Hey, man, we got one for you. Oh, yeah? Yeah, you're in there. International Fight Week. Wow. It's a Connor card. Oh, man, that's awesome. Dude, I really appreciate it. No doubt. No doubt. Here's the count. July 11th, and Cable Stevenson live. Well, what do you think I should have? Bye. I just want to eat tough wrestler. He has lost a tough wrestler click. As long as he's not insanely explosive click. Hey, man, look, last one. You keep giving me these wrestlers where I could use them click. As long as he's not a world-class athlete at 260 pounds out. He can't do a standing backflip right at 260. I'll take him in. Just don't give me a game on click. Just sprawl. Elijah, sprawl. This came on space. We can't do it. Okay, well, we're just going to take down the fence now. Bring out that chalkboard. I got to know. This is kind of hold the bag. Don't you throw up your hands and throw me in. You'll have to bring somebody in there with you. Or no, keep a damn Corby or something there. Okay. No, get that extra. No, sorry. No, sorry. What's your wrestling, man? Not as much as that. Go back again. I'm like, coach, he's like, man, sure, we're going to take their bets. No. Yeah, no. You should start when you're 6 years old. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Why don't we just work on haymakers and pray for the best? I can't believe comedy. Coach, why are we doing cardio? Doesn't matter. You gotta land that first punch around. Yeah, you want to punch him in the face. So you do uppercut. He's gonna go low, try to uppercut. How's your uppercut? You work on your uppercut. Knee uppercut. He will grab the knee, though. He'll eat your knee. He'll grab your knee. So here's Cam. I'm gonna hold the mat. I'm gonna throw as hard as I can. And then I'll just, that's it. That's it. Great weeks. Just come in, sit each for about 30 seconds. Work angles, and keep them down with your jab. Tough one. Yeah. Watch him parry on beat Rob. What are you expecting out of Conor? Do you give him a chance to win this fight? I don't even know how to think about it. I never took it seriously because they were those guys that were like, it's not real. Yeah, dude, there's certain people in my class who are like, well, see if he shows up Saturday, like, can we stop that? Well, he's kind of hurt a little bit. From what? It's been so long since he's fought. Yeah, the only time he's ever fought a fight, Michael Chandler, he broke his fucking toe. Other than that, the dude doesn't miss. He's not being on a Khabib or some of these guys that keeps fucking missing weight and falling out. Besides, he's trying to fight the 70, which I think is a huge advantage for him. You think it's huge? Really? Just because he's bigger and stronger and fight, he's at Hamlet Love. Was in the got himself out of the testing protocol, keeping all the weight the right way. Connor's a big cat. Dustin Poirier, Max Holloway probably walks around at 172. Max, is that true? I thought he was heavier than that. What's tall? What's 172, maybe 174. Kill out to cut maybe 3 pounds.
Really?
170 is not ideal for Max. It's ideal for
Why is it not ideal for him, though?
Because there's this misconception, like, and Rogan spread this too. Just gives him thought. So when they go, well, it'd be better if he fought at, if it's Max, if he fought his true weight 170, that doesn't, just because he walks around at 170 doesn't mean that's his ideal weight. His ideal, it's like,
He may not be in shape, right?
or his timing, or he's not as fast, or there's a number of things.
He gets up to 190, they say. But, he's fake. His frame is not a 190 frame, though.
I promise you not. Is this Google? Just check, you can't know.
He's not, his frame is not, so he probably is a 175. He's not.
So here you go. So since we're permanent lightweight today, like he likely enters camp somewhere 170, 180.
Yeah. Makes sense.
He walks around about 173. I know for a fact. But, so there's not a ton of advance for about 70, but it's like Ponton, right? Dude, you walk around at 230, heavyweight's gonna be easy. Okay. Go for the heavyweight.
Yeah.
Weird. He's not as fast, not as explosive. Doesn't have very many advantages there anymore.
It's not like his power.
His peak performance at 205. 185 was a stretch. When he's younger, 185 worked. 205, he needs to cut about 20 pounds for peak performance.
Which means he's at fighting weight.
There's a fighting weight. Fighting weight is all your fighting weight. Everyone, oh, cutting weight so dangerous. Shut the fuck up.
Fighting weight is when your body is, you're in as good shape as you possibly can.
You're prime, exactly where you need to be. So, and for Kyle, I think 170 now, especially his older, is at 170. There's a reason why he's not fighting at 55. Can't make 55 numbers. He's too big. Yeah, too big. But he's known for how long he's been fighting at 70. So he's like, I'll fight, but it's at 70. He's done before. Yeah, well, yeah, that's different. That's different. He had to, he's just not cut weight. So that's not, the problem is if you go, well, his power didn't translate when he fought Nate at 70. That was a shorter camp, and also he just tried to not cut weight and just walk around at 70. This is cutting down and preparing and putting the weight on the right way. I mean, he's jacked.
So you're optimistic about his chances. Big time. You are.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time. What makes me some Max Holloway, but what makes he's older too. Max is 34. He's landed the most strikes, 7 feet strikes out of UCLA. He's also the most He's big. He's also 34. Also, I mean, listen, we all love Max. He's one of my favorite fighters. Max got dog walked by Charles Oliveira last fight. Well, but he didn't prepare for wrestling. Okay. But he knows how to wrestle. So at 34, is he taking a turn? Like, it's not like the best days are ahead of Max.
Well, he's going to be a boxing match.
Until it's not, until Connor shoots. I think Connor's saw the holes in Max's game, and I think he shoots.
And you think Connor's the wrestler?
He is very hot, and that's why he's not showing any of the footage.
Very hot to find that kid. He's also the kind of guy that,
right, yeah, but the issue with Connor is, right, so if you're having shooting and shit like that, wrestling, he's great. He's great. Especially I said, that's always been a thing. That's his thing. He's a racehorse. Yeah.
And Max has got great cardio.
So what Max needs to do is just whether the strong try versus second round, drag on the fourth or fifth one. Man, that's going to be a bad decision.
It's a big one, too, to be, it's a big fight to come back to. Just, but if you're Conor, it's like the storm, he only fights big fights. This is his warm-ups. And then if you look at the candidates, like if you're the UFC, right, we're all going Max Holloway, then for 5 years, let's go Floyd. I think Max Holloway's probably the best matchup. Listen, Conor's still an underdog, don't get twisted. He's still a dog. There's a lot of variables. But Max, we know he's going to shoot. We know exactly how he's going to fight. He's coming up to 170. He's not a knockout artist. So if you do make some mistakes with ring rust, it's not going to end your night first round. Right? So he does, right? So out of all the candidates that come in, it's great. It's great. You know, it's like, all right, can he do it? Yeah. Don't get it twisted though. 5 years off and your leg fell off. It's a tough fight. He's still got that great, his
his ability to judge distance beyond the edge of the pocket like that. He's so good at that. He's such a good boxer compared to everybody else. Although Max is really great. We'll see. But yeah, Max you think Connor's a better boxer than Max?
Not like pure boxer. I think he's like a better counter puncher. I think he's more explosive. I think he's better angles.
But he's hurt an injury, you know? That can get really hard. No. Dude, momentous. You want the best creatine on the planet. You want to know that it's completely pure? Momentous.
Okay, that's creatine. Boy, I take 20 grams a day.
Damn, I take 10.
I take 20 grams a day. I have to build up blood. Creatine's one of the most, if not the most studied supplement on planet Earth.
Well, they could signature second creatine.
Also with muscle building, lean muscle, it is the bee's knees. You just can't get any creatine. You gotta make sure it's legit creatine.
Well, the legit is, it's actually a pharmaceutical that's manufactured in a pharmaceutical facility. They use reverse osmosis water for purification, and it's verified to an expanded 6-stage testing process with 4 independent agencies.
Yeah, so if you're gonna take creatine every day, like I do, 20 grams, maybe make sure it's the best juice, momentous, signature spec creatine. I take it every single morning. I give it to my kids, to my grand that I trust. So if you want to try momentous, signature spec creatine, head to livemomentous.com. Use the code FATK for up to 35% off your entire first order. That's livemomentous.com for code FATK for 35% off.
And creatine is the only supplement I've ever told to anybody, any scientist. Everybody believes it. It's the most studied supplement. Everybody says that. Everybody knows that. That momentous promo code FATK. Livemomentous.com, LIVEMOMENTOUS.com, promo code FATK. I wonder if it's psychological or physical.
PTSD, Patty Pimlet. Is there anybody who's benefit more besides Justin KG in that fight? Because remember how that fight both of us like, Patty looks sloppy, blah, blah, blah. Now you look what Justin did to Hillary, like, Patty put up with that for 5 fucking rounds.
Oh, yeah.
And ate all the shots.
Big boy, motherfucker's tough as shit. Tough as shit. Yes, that's a good point, by the way. That's a good point.
Everyone ripped Roman off, and they're kind of like, yeah, he's a little better with fun. Yeah, okay.
He's a hell of a fucking athlete. Just way class A. Way bigger. My thing with Patty was like just, in terms of like fundamentals and just like in terms of his ability to strike with the highest level guys. It's not there. Will never be there. But I wouldn't say Denny is not a high level striker. He hits hard and he swarms you, and he throws those hands like, similar fighter. Fighter's style, actually.
Yeah, the more I sit on the fight, the more I like it for Patty.
Me too. Me too.
I hate it at first, but I like it. I think when Patty wins out, I don't see why. It just depends what they're going to do with Connor's contract. I don't see why they would do Patty versus Connor at 70.
That was him staff.
That's the rumor now. So that's what they're seeing in pictures.
When you're joined, that's bad.
And he got stabbed before, remember? And he blamed that on his loss. Rothschild says all the time. They're going to send in the one. They have it all the time. They do all the time. Just part of the game. Now between you go, you take antibiotics, it's a different story. Kill you with your cardio. I said, I love it last night. I don't know if you were listening to the pregame. They have like the 3, like, Henry is on there. I forget who else they have on there. The commentators for the World Cup. And the lady asked us now, how big of a factor is the altitude going to play on the England team? Play that sometimes stop.
You said that was Montana or Tyrion, right?
He goes, stop. She goes, well, because it can be a factor. And she goes, no, it's not. Those are the professionals. It's not a thing. It will not affect them. She goes, well, because altitude, they played it altitude. These guys have been playing since they were little. It's not a thing. It's a thing for you guys. It's not a thing. I promise you, they won't get winded. They're not going to be sucking in.
I've seen them play at altitude. They don't get winded. They're the pros. I mean,
They
played against Mexico and Mexico City. They're racehorses. It's nothing for you guys, for the media. It's nothing for the professionals. It's nothing. It's just nothing. It's nothing. That's crazy. Do you know Tyrann is top notch? Terrible content. He's I fucking agree. I said it out loud. I go, I don't think he's good. I don't think he never smiles. Zero energy. Hey, smile. Zero energy. Yeah. Super salty. He's not there. He's just talk shit. Talks down and just shits on my head. Like, hey, I need to smile. French. It's like, dude, you are. I would be able to bet there's no way we're going to him and the guy with 40 time play for Schmidt. He's awesome. They're both terrible. Not an ounce of energy because they're all coming this way. Did you read that? It's going to be that day. You have to always make sure. Oh, no. And Terry's like, it's also, it's tough because it's tough for them. This is what we do. And if I was out there on that ball, I'd have phone call. And he's frowning. And there's no humor. There's no humor. Hey, you guys, fucking wake up. There's no energy. They have zero energy. Hey. And all they do is put on every team because they're two legends. And then the Swedish guy goes, not joking, goes, you know why we're Sweden is that? Because Migos are made of horse. And Henry goes, yes. Like, what the fuck? Did we came to LA and we played for the Galaxy? You know what he did? He took a 2-page ad. He always said, I love it. It said, you're welcome, Los Angeles. There's a lot about the guy I fucking love. I like that. He's hilarious. I like both Henry because he's French. I like Will. Literally, to Alexei, the guy who's playing American soccer, not anywhere near those guys, but he's a defender. Nowhere close. Alex goes, well, a lot of people call the French arrogant. We can talk about that. And it's not that that's England people would call it arrogance. Intelligent people call it confidence. Yeah, sure. But they just have no energy. I think if we're saying this, I doubt those guys are back. I literally, yesterday, I had it. Yesterday, I literally went like, I don't like that guy. I don't like you. Fucking A. They're 14 was at home. They lost their identity. They're just not really trying. It's not what they do. Like, I can't even. Right, and when they win, there's no excitement. It's like, they were the Lions. They did a very good job. But that's really positive. Even the ways I go, not their best. Like, not their best. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they all died in the plane crash. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what it said. It's exactly the same. There's no inflection in their voice. They did a good job. Or whatever the Mexican cat that they have. When they go to Mexico, he's the middle guy. They're all time scorer. Chito Rita or whatever the fuck his name is. He's good. He's good. Oh God, he has energy. That's great. He wants to be there. He's great. He's the black guy with dreads. That's the stat. He's great. Yeah, he's great. He's great. I agree. He's got energy. He's funny. Damn, Chito. Chito. What else? Mexican team. Mexican World Cup all-time league scorer. I'll take it out. Asked Chin if he watched he said something like that. So I didn't hear that. Chicharito was watching shit. He said Chicharito. There's Quinones. I love this black. From Mexico. That must have been tough. He came from Mexico. Oh, he's like from. That's hilarious. Where's he from? Look it up. Oh, switched to Mexico. He's 26. He ran for Colombia. Well, he's a bad motherfucker. Chicharito's the man, though. He should be doing the main desk job. Not that I know those two guys are legends, but they're terrible. They're terrible. You gotta get rid of them. There's nothing to them. I give Zlatan a pass because he's funny. He's so cocky that I kind of like it. But yeah, Terry, who was it? Terry Henry. They had him break down the goals for that Harry Kane. You can see he's up there. He knows what he's doing. He got the goal. Who gave him the job? I know he's great. They're legends. They're legends. Yeah, man. Fuck. Hey, I hope he listens to this. I'm sure he does. Terry, you gotta have more energy. You gotta smile more. You gotta communicate with him just because you play soccer. Doesn't mean a thing. No. Fair, man. Listen, you ever actually read onto your toothpaste fluoride, SLS, like glycerin, foaming agents, a chemical cocktail you put in your mouth twice a day? Today's toothpaste has been selling you the same toxic fluoride for decades. How's it going? You got yellow chompers, you got cavities. That's why we ride with Van Man. Companies changing their miracle tooth powder does for you. Yeah, tooth powder uses grass-fed cattle bone hydroxy patate. Petite. Petite is the same mineral structure as your actual teeth, so it remineralizes and strengthens an animal naturally. And what's hydroxyapatite? On the market is synthetic. Vanman uses the real thing from grass-fed cattle, loaded with virtually all minerals needed to rebuild tooth structure. All right? So now you have to usually wake up without that gross film in your mouth because they're real foaming agents, destroying your natural saliva production. And get this, Vanman just launched a tallow and honey body wash available in no sand for you stinky folks.
Look at this athleticism, son.
מחוץ לבית המקדוש בבית שלו הוא שוחט, הוא מלק סימן אחד וסימן איפה בפנים וכשהוא הגיע לתוך הבית המקדוש הוא עושה סימן אחד. יש לנו וידאו שוחט סימן אחד שמה ואז הוא ממשיך לבית המקדוש. אבל זה יחוד יותר טובה. ובתור הבייס המקדוש הוא עושה סימן שני. ואנחנו נראה כגון ששוחט סימן בחוץ סימן בפנים. ומה אתה רואה שזה שחיתו בתחילת צור והתמחיים? אם אתה אומר שזו שחיתה ארוכה, אז יוצא ששחטת מחוץ לבייס המקדוש. מחוץ לבייס המקדוש אתה חייב קורס. למען דורו מערינו בשחיתו אלו בסויב, אבל אם כפי רבי יוחנן השחיטה רק מנודדת לפי המעשה האחרון, אז המעשה האחרון היה בתור בייס המקדוש. לא בחיים, אנחנו לא חושבים את זה שהוא שחט מחוץ לבייס המקדוש. אומר רבי מפרשים מה הוא לא אמר רבי? האדון לא אמר כך. הוא אמר לו מי זה האדון? רבי יוסף. למה יוסף לא אמר כך? עוד פעם. כדי שוחט שימי לך בחוץ, שימי לך בפנים. אם עשית כמו ההוא על הסקית פה פסול. אפשר לעשות במייס אחד עשוי פחות. למה? כי מכיוון שלך תעשוי מספיק סימן אחד, ואת הסימן הזה עשית זה בייס המקדוש, עשת את זה למקום. זה כמו שאתה שוכן מתחת. אתה פשוט עשית פה סימן אחד. שזה חוסר. ולאלה זה קורה לגידול שוחט מיעוט סימן אחד. פחות. שוחטת בוא נגיד את הבשת, אני חושב שמדובר כאן על הבשת, הכל זה לא בעיה, בסדר, בוא נגיד בשת, שחט
Grapefruit is actually my favorite. It's made with real ingredients like extra virgin olive oil, 100% grass-fed beef tallow, macadamia oil, raw honey, no fillers, no junk. So if you're ready to make the switch, you're serious about your teeth, or you're serious about the stench, go to fanman.shop/fighter. Go to fanman.shop/fighter for 15% off your first order. That's it. Go to fanman.shop/fighter and use code FIGHTER for 15% off your first order. Fanman, real ingredients, no exceptions. It was Mr. Perfect. Fucking Cristiano Ronaldo. Like he speaks 6 languages. He's beautiful.
למרות שזה עובד
That's
ככה.
a lot of work.
כולם מכירים את
Now, bring him up when he's younger.
Oh yeah, bring him up. Bring him up before he made money.
לא
No, let's not do that.
That's his looks. Looks like shit. As I say, he grew out of here. You're not ugly, you're broke.
Listen, he started out as a
ביום השלישי,
rat, as a little duckling, ugly duckling.
רגע
And
אחר,
glossy
הוא
little
לא
swan. Well, don't say anything about him.
לא רוצים לראות את הוידאו. יש כאן דברים שחייבים לראות אותם.
No way.
חלק
Well, he had his teeth for sure.
זה לקחת מהאדם,
That's AI.
איפה זה
Get
עובד.
it?
If this looks real, you can that's right. That's right. And there's nothing wrong with it. Hit the wonky eye. Do that fancy eye. Dude, that tight eye is a disaster. That's why you let lasers in on the goal. Because one eye's on the
More pictures,
one eye's on the
please.
defender.
More pictures, please.
One second.
Because he's a handsome fuck. Teeth make a difference.
זה הילדים שהיו
I need more pictures.
He's a damn good one. I mean, that has Messi had some work too.
No, I don't think so. Messi's just, you know,
His tooth said,
it's crazy how bad his tooth was.
he does look like just a teenager here. So
You know, he was 19
getting those big teeth are,
Look at how he blossomed.
I mean, handsome devil. Yeah, handsome devil. His talent is all fucking get out. Crazy. Although he's older now.
Crazy.
Let's see if Messi's had work. Messi's issue is he's 5'3", right? He's like 5'6".
Yeah.
Disaster. But he's so fucking.
Well, you know, nobody wants it.
He looks exactly the same. He just.
I think he doesn't play. So Ronaldo is like his workout routine. Nobody can keep up with it. His discipline with the way he eats. They say that Messi gets a massage and just goes out and kicks the ball. Like he's not
So talented.
Yeah, he's
I
not.
mean, granted, he was recruited since he was like 8 years old.
Yeah, well, he was always great. He was just special all the way around. Just a genius. Maradona was that way too. Maradona could control
My family doesn't fuck with Messi. They hate on Messi.
Really?
Yeah, they don't like his attitude.
Really?
They say he's cheap.
Well, he's not as nice. He's mean. He's little and mean.
Dude, he's 5'3". Cut him up so fucking slow.
Yeah, don't say that. I think he's 5'6". You gotta give him those reactions.
Is he 5'6"?
You gotta give him those reactions.
He looks like he had a nose job though. He's a terrible one. He starts to
It
shake.
wouldn't matter. You're five.
Yeah, the best soccer player in the world, and maybe ever. He's not 5'7". He's listed at 5'7". Yeah, he's not 5'7".
אבל אותו הכל
He's a good form deficiency as a child. And then became the best of all time. It's crazy.
והתחיל לדעת
You know what? Growth is
כל
huge.
העבודות של הכל
Maradona was tight. Yeah, Maradona was also in Argentina.
Now, let me tell you something about soccer. So already, I don't give a fuck if fans, but if like, when you bring up guys from the 70s,
Oh, he's the greatest of all time.
yeah, I know, but when I see we don't get enough
And it's got cancer, and they died like at 50 from cocaine. He was,
He's had that sweet cherry girl.
oh, he was incredible. Like, he was just incredible. Like, what he could do with ball was nobody's ever done.
שמה,
You know, it's crazy. And then he tried to
אם
coach.
קרה פסול בשחיטה, אז מה זה אומר?
Damn, dude, I hope US wins, but it's like this monsters
זה
waiting
כבר
for us.
לא בכלל.
Oh,
It's the most talented team we've ever had.
It is.
אז זה לא מתאמן אף אחד. לא מי שישחק איתה, לפני מי שישחק איתה אחרת.
Okay, here's the winner.
See how tall he was, Bubba? Because he was actually 5'4".
אבל בהזעוסו, מה זה הזעור, רבו ישראל? לא להתבלבל בהזעה שעושים
Yeah, I'm
עם
pumped.
I hope they win tonight.
ההפך לאחורת גומו על אנשים שהלכו ללוויה,
That's a weird
אלא
thing. Is it to be a guy? That's a hard.
הזעה של אדם שזורקים
I know all the headers.
מכיוון בית המקדוש,
And now you're playing against
אבל
these dudes.
הזעור זה מגיע
A
אחרי
lot of these
השיר.
guys on the British team.
אז
One
יש
guy on the British team is 6'7".
שהיה בן אדם שהתעסק
Boys,
באתר
Swedes
הגומו,
had some big boys.
וזה היה
He has
כזה
the big
כל
heads.
הגומו, כי השחיטה טובה.
I sit with Fidel. And that fool had some acid wash jeans on me. Fidel
והוא
had
נתחמה על ידי השחיטה הזאת, וקלוץ אחר הרס את הכל
Yeah,
באזור
Castro
שלו.
was known to have
אז הבעיה של האו"ם,
stamina.
זה בעיה ממנו והלאה.
And he would eat, they'd say, a bucket of rice and 2
הוא
chickens
כותב
in
את
a city.
ממנו והלאה. משם
Smoke
והלאה הכל
cigars,
נפנים.
just a real man's man.
אבל מה שהיה לפני זה כן נשמע, זה היה כדור אמיתי.
And that's how he came to this world.
Well, listen,
These are facts.
if you look at the young man, look at young
קודם
Castro.
של
Look at the guy.
לעזור אותו עם הפסוק הרבה הזאת.
8 to 20
איך
years ago,
עושים
I
פסוק
scored 6
לעזור, אבל לא קל.
The CIA assassination plot. They tried fucking with his
הוא
military.
מתעסק במשהו אחר, או אם פסול לו בטעם הביקורת, אז כל מה שהיה עד הרגע של הפסול, אז הוא
Traditional
נשמע.
Cuban soup, pork sausage, bacon.
הפסול, כיוון שהוא מתעסק עם הבטיח,
I just love ice cream. I get it. I love ice cream.
רגע, אולי לא יראה את הסרטון הזה.
There he is.
אולי זה סרטון, לא? הלאה.
That's interesting too. I mean, that's what I turned out. You know, that's definitely true. That's fine.
Well, you gotta see, actually, there are people that are embarrassed.
Yeah, we saw this. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's small. And it's all good.
It's not hard to believe his mom was with Fidel Castro for years. But they just went visit.
Yeah, Fidel was just shackled and like, he's nuts.
אז יש כאן שיטה שלוקח 10 דקות.
I mean, come on, look at that.
מ-9 עד
That
9
comes
ועשר.
out and starts to do. Yeah,
They do
כל
look
מה
cute.
שקרה ב-9 עד 9 ו5,
I think they're dating.
זה בסדר גמור. מה זה בסדר?
It's pretty, I mean, it's pretty uncanny.
אבל
I'll say it. There's no
כל
Pierre Trudeau. Pierre
היה
Trudeau.
פסול
Pierre
שעשינו
Trudeau.
לבנה,
Yeah.
חתך את הדלת,
Pierre
אז
Trudeau was
מכאן
a real
והלאה,
cunt. Oh, buddy.
זה לא מתאמן. זה מתאמן לחלק לקבל שליטה בעצמך. השליטה זה משהו מאוד ארוך.
Stand it, but get that picture of Dad and
זה לא
Ed's
נשאר, אז באיזושהי שלב, אז כל השליטה באמצע, גם התחלה נעלם.
Same nose.
That's him.
Go
זה
back
לא
for a
מפריע,
second.
לא יש שליטה.
That's very good.
כל
You're very
השליטה,
good
אין
at
כזה
that.
דבר, חצי שליטה פסולה. אין לו פסול.
It's very funny.
בשביל מאוד זוכר שקוראים איתם בגודל. אבל זה לא אני גם גודי, תגיד כזה נפלו לו, אבל רוב הפסקלתם, שם היה עושה לגרוע עם זה למאפריע, ולהשחית עם כלל. כנראה שעשית בעיה בשליטה.
That's your son.
איזה 5 עשית בעיה בשליטה? אז לא היה לך שליטה בכלל, וזה 9 ו1, לא היה לך שליטה.
I mean, compared to young Castro, revolutionary, wearing camo, smoking cigars, and men's men.
Yeah.
Might have been a communist, but
She had no chance, man. Somebody had to train these nuts.
I mean, she was cute. She was cute.
But his dad bust.
She was kind of a gangster, actually. Longest running serving leader of Canada. It is Canada. Yeah, I would have. She's really pretty, though.
And classic so average. She's a classic prettiness to her.
She's classic.
Man, I don't see it.
That picture is Ronaldo. There you go. Look there, right there, Bob. You're right there. Yeah. Look at her. Yeah, she's pretty. Pretty.
His dad is atrocious.
Castro, you think Castro did your bad?
Well, here's the thing. Thank you. Thank you for fighting. Can I fight for a man?
בצד הזה, בצד הזה,
I'm gonna drain that to her life. And then she's gonna have my kid.
I'm gonna give her a kid. Give me a kid. She's gonna be tall.
she's חייבים מידת קרה של זה.
She was like, oh, Mr. Trudeau, I have a kid for you. What's that?
משהו מהסימנים,
I have a kid for you.
תחתום אותם
I
ממספריים,
have a kid for you. I was supposed to get
מדרגה,
away
לא
from this
אכפת
thing.
לי,
I gave
תעשה
the
משהו,
kid.
תקח מסור
You're
תחתום,
welcome.
פטיש.
Look, I mean,
She's
אין
huge
שיטה
eyes.
הכוונה, אתה
She's
לא צריך
beautiful.
לשחוק, יפה.
they probably meant
אבל
eyes.
להרוג את התנועות, חייבים דרך הסימנים.
Take a look at.
לא
She's
יכול
cute
להרוג
there in
אותה
the
דרך
silver.
הלב, לפתור אותה בלב.
Look, you know where she's dressed up. Yeah.
לראות סימנים? זה כן.
Yeah, she's, yeah. I can get away from them.
יש איש מבני ישראל שלא תצא.
That's not straight.
Okay, that's fucking saying that's straight. She is today. And she's the first lady of Canada. And I'm trying to
יש
be.
חיוך,
And I'm just trying to be. They made love.
קיצי
I want
הגז.
it. No. Please, sir, have some respect. If you don't like
Sucked off
you,
in a cigar.
that's probably what happens.
שהוא הרג את
He's
האור,
a king.
Yeah.
She was probably all enamored. He's a revolutionary.
Yeah, not so much about
Stood up to the
cigars and bedside.
He was known to be ladies, man. Oh, he never got married. Shit, that much
It's not sexy picture.
Didn't have much of a butt. No, I think he's just Cuban. Yeah, he likes to be so. That's a little bit like my joke is us taking a nap in a wood chair. It doesn't work. Yeah, it's real skinny.
אבל כתוב לי,
She's real. That was in the sandwich. Bust didn't matter.
I don't think I treat her like that, though, right?
Yeah.
Is she still alive?
Hopefully.
לא, זה משהו אחר. היה, אנחנו יודעים שצריכים לשמור, אנחנו מפגישים את החיה, את הצבי, למה שנפסל במיזמים. בוא נגיד שמישהו הביא איזה...
She doesn't want to answer any questions.
אתה לא יכול עכשיו להכיר, מה אתה עושה? אתה חוזר.
Excuse me. Miss Trudeau, one question for you. What was it like to drain Fidel Castro's
מה אתה עושה?
gun?
אתה חוזר את הפתרונות הזה?
One question, before you leave. Surface dressed up in tuxedos. Surface.
אז אם אתה שוחט, כתוב בפסוק ששוחטים, אם שוחטים, אז גם את הצבי שוחטים. טוב, אז אנחנו יודעים שצריכים שוחטים שם, אבל ציפור כתוב בשופה, כתוב עוף בשופה.
Did you see that Brian Johnson,
בסדר, אז
the
רואים בפסוק.
guy who's trying to live forever,
What happened to him?
he has an autoimmune disease of the stomach.
גם עוף, יש את ההקר.
So, let's say,
Excuse me, tough to pin down what caused it.
he says my stomach is eating itself. It's a type of, it actually,
This is a biohacker. Biohacker with $1.6 reveals an alarming diagnosis.
yeah.
My stomach is eating itself. Weird. Is that thing on top of all this?
Trying to reinvent the wheel. All your supplements. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what he says here. It's like Crohn's or something. We're stomach acid producing perishable cells.
Damn, so you can't absorb meat well.
שלא צריכים לשחוט תרנגולת מן התורה. מה שאנחנו שוחטים, אז ראינו בעצם, פעם ראינו לבחור.
I tried to solve it.
או שזה פסוק בתורה, או שזה הלוך הלבוא של ישראל, או שזה ברבון
You
המדינה.
get that crazy.
Here's my thing. I don't know if I
כל אחד בנסנע קודיות. אתה בעצם לשחוט,
because I bet you in 2 months I solved it, and for a limited time, $9.99, you can fly
עשית
the
עיקור, לא יודע מה עשית שם. בלי סוף. עדיף להגיד, כן, עשית כניסה. נראית בכוח המסכים, לא הלכת לחזור.
disease before this.
הלויך והמעק, כל החבר'ה האלה, שבטעות עשו איזה פסול בשחיטה, או שהם נחמו
His childhood, maybe? It says here.
את הציפור ככה, במקום ככה, מהסנטר שלה. והמעק עקרו את הסימן,
Life,
או לא משתמש
life is, you go through some shit, right? You go through some shit.
שידע, שזה בייסקל. כן?
AIG.
I still think there's something else.
מי שלא יודע.
I see somebody trying to biohack the body. I'm always like,
I want to see it, especially when they look like that.
כי זה ממש מציפים.
Good news is he's going to solve it.
yeah,
Oh, man, hopefully he's all right, you know? I don't know. That part's all right.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like
You know, the guy who's trying to make a difference. You know, it's just that he's on the spectrum. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. He's just trying to.
No, I don't know. I'm sure it's nice. Where's your gin? Just church business here.
Yeah,
Man, I wish I could. Gin.
yeah, I know.
You know, all right. Hopefully he figures it out. There's nothing I can do for him.
No, you're not.
He's going to find out before you do, without a doubt. Yeah, he's on it.
עוד לא נכנסים, לא צריכים לחסות את איתם, למה לא?
But what if that
כי
helps
בחסות
you
של איזה דם כתוב, שיותר,
a little more?
והנה, איפה כתוב
Yeah,
חי
really.
היום,
Or like you said, he might be selling
אם
product
אתה
after
עושה
that. But yeah,
משהו
I've solved
שגורם
it.
לך לאכול את זה,
30
אז אתה חייב לחסות
So,
אותה ולסוד אוכל. אבל זה לא
guys, you
כמו
guys have
שהוא
trouble
יכול,
sleeping?
שהוא
You
שנראה
wish you
אחר
could fall
כך
asleep faster or sleep deeper or wake up with that grogginess. Is your sleep score lower
אם אתה עושה
than
נקיבה,
you'd like on your Whoop
אתה עושה
or
עקיבה,
Ring or Apple
אתה
Watch?
מנבל את
Alright?
השחיטה,
Well, listen.
אתה מנבל את
Here's the thing, a lot of sleep aids are
הטעימה,
too strong. A lot of the sleep aids are narcotics. Okay? But it's such an important part of your life and your health. Getting good sleep is a life change. It's the whole deal. Alright? Melatonin gummies. I have family who've tried that. They just don't work fast enough, man. There are a lot of problems with that. Over-the-counter meds like Z-Quil caused the next day brain fog. There's a whole bunch of stuff for build tolerance, all right? But here's the thing. There's pouches, all right? Sleep pouches that can help you wind down, fall asleep, and stay asleep, all right? One wear them all the time. Dose it at the clinically optimal range so you're not overdosing and feeling groggy. L-theanine reduces anxiety thoughts while you're falling asleep, helps you feel refreshed when you wake up. Magnesium relaxes muscles and calms your nervous system. And chamomile, passion flower, and lemon balm extracts, which support sleep maintenance, okay? This is what Ultra Sleep Pouches do. Ultra Sleep Pouches are changing the quality of sleep. Alright, you fall asleep faster, fall asleep longer, everything else. And hey, check it out, take them, and tell me what your whooper or rear owl would say. Okay? Because I'm telling you, they're going to tell you that you're sleeping better. Use Ultra Sleep Pouches and deliver better, deeper sleep with properly dosed and natural ingredients. New customers can use code FIGHTER to get 50% off at TakeUltra.com. That's TakeUltra.com. 50% off. Code FIGHTER. After you purchase them, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Tell them you heard it from Fighter and the Kid.
Alright, so the merger of death that was exchanged for Bernie Griner incest trade is for so he was in an interview with Tucker Carlson and he explains how that was to him a bit of an wow, Tucker got the merger of death on his podcast.
Yeah, he got part. He's the guy who gives that movie.
Yeah, I was kidding, yeah. Let me see it. Yes.
Well, one thing for me, this was a
Guy in Germany, that's
very
very
good
good.
example.
Right.
At least the information
That's how they filter about is.
on the Biden administration time, this maybe was only choice. And this is why she was a black, she was a lesbian, and she was a basketball fan. It's not for NBA fans. A lot of pressure from Biden administration. ESPN was running every day. A kind of this stunt to, draw attention that Brittany Griner is still in Russian prison for almost nothing. So, was almost that you see the oil, which is forbidden in Russia. So, they put a lot of pressure on Biden administration because they are succumbed to the LGBT agenda and they need to bring, the front of center of their attention policy was forced Brittany Griner.
I mean, yeah. So you see how cool he is?
Real time.
So really, that's just hating on American. That's showing back then. 59. Good hair. Yeah. It's all good. Life of president. It's all good. Look at Brittany. It's always tricky when you hear about masculine.
Yeah, well, she's got a lot of, she's got a lot of masculine traits to her. I don't know what that is, but.
Okay, so I'm sure we're all tired of this, but it's interesting. So, working 11, there was like some ransom notes that people were saying where he says the FBI said it was fake, and then he went to some like source of the FBI said it was real. So I'll just play this clip for you.
A story today saying that they have FBI sources who say that the FBI has determined that the two ransom notes, alleged ransom notes, one of which we received along with two Tucson television stations, and a second which one of those TV stations received, were not legitimate. And also that the demand letters that we have been receiving from somebody demanding one Bitcoin in return for saying who the kidnappers are, identifying them, that too is not legitimate. So, we decided that we would pursue this and see if in fact this is real, that they've discounted it. It's not what we had heard, but it was possible, so we made calls. So, I am going to tell you that I spoke with two people in the FBI. One of whom is involved in the investigation, one of whom is an official. And the official
in the FBI who asked, I don't use this person's name, said this. It is more likely than not that the two ransom notes are real. Further in that conversation, this person said they are more legitimate than not. That's a quote. Now, they haven't determined it is for sure real, but they definitely have not determined it is for sure fake. And as for the demand letters that we've been getting, where somebody is asking for one Bitcoin, they say it is less likely that those letters are real, but they have not discounted that either. So I think
I don't know. Sometimes they have reasons to do that, right? And we believe TMZ and the FBI. I believe Marcus. So the eventually some California dude admitted that he sent in at least one other ransom note saying that it is fake. It's a Bitcoin. You want the Bitcoin. Okay, so he's arrested now. He's arrested now, but this is what's surprising too. It says California man facing up to 2 years.
Well,
that's but there may be there's more. Yeah, so I looked into it because I thought there's like 2 main ransom notes, but I guess there's multiple ones. There's more than that. But it just seemed it was really quick. As soon as Rabbi said this, and this suddenly came out. It's just kind of weird. They still haven't found the body, right? No, but there's like they said they thought they discovered a body, right? In Mexico. Just this exploration archaeology, see what the pieces of creation they found the body. And something's fishy with that whole thing. I don't know what's going on. Something's fishy. So I know that you number of locations being and that day and night shortly after the gender exposed from the ground. However, the men did not find the location of the body. Most recently, the FBI has said that some of the widely publicized ransom notes were fake extortion attempts. Because at this point, nobody's been found. No official information. Damn, it's so weird. That's the weirdest case. Yeah, God just disappeared over the border with her. Yeah, it's all fishy. So many people have asked you guys to comment on this. There's not much other than it just seems like a Mexican finger. And then there's just like all just skin comes out. They got to fight on the roof. On the roof. This guy throws a dude off the roof. These guys both fall off the roof. These guys are grown at. They fell off the roof and it did not affect them. It's just going to take me out. So yeah, this is crazy videos. Yeah, they were fighting on the roof and throwing other people out there. Running the job, the people that are right now to the job, like even if you're in a fight, would you? And if let's say you're on a roof, to begin with, you're I would not throw off the roof. That's just it's not that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you guys are in a real fight. Two guys that are wrestling that fell down, just kept fighting. Yeah, that's what we see. Let me see that again. How the fuck are they not hurt? I mean, it did not bother them. They didn't fight. I was thinking about it. So that guy, get the fuck out of here. This fight's over. They fall hard. One falls right on his neck. Yeah. It looks like that looks pop up. It looks like you don't get 2-on-2 here. 2-on-1 fight. These guys. The guy recording it. Hey. Get that fucking guy out of here. Have you heard about Chris Brown's dog attacking grenades? Okay, so there's a few things to unpack here. So apparently he told the maid, don't go out there and make sure you tell the security people first because the dogs are just, they're trained to guard the house and they will attack you. The maid's saying different that they didn't say that. And Chris Brown also took time to call 911. He didn't want to call 911 right away because he was afraid of it, the call being, recorded. And of course, getting out into the media. So he was sued, and then he's made some, I think one of these at least one lawsuit for a few they've won the lawsuit. Yeah, 13 million. That's a lot. I heard 13 million. My thing is though, 13 million. How did they come up with that? She wanted 90 million. She got wrecked. So these are some of the pictures I can't show of 13 million. Dude attacked me. Fucking tagged. Well, attacked her as a cat dog. Yeah, one of those Israeli shepherds. Yeah, that's the right job. But attacked me. So that was good. That looks like the dog bit her and kind of let her go, but yes, that's scary shit. That's a big bite. That's a scary. My thing is, who comes up with this thing of 13 million? I could see 100 million. That's terrible. That's wild. Because you have emotional trauma. My friend got attacked by a bull mastiff, scarred arm permanently. She has a $3 million house as a result of it. A Caucasian shepherd, giant dogs. Take a look at this dog. They're 200-pound dogs. Watch this. This is what Chris Brown did. Those are cool. Those are ones that were you guys have the attack in you. Wouldn't be fun. They typically also have little kids. They're guardians. Chris doesn't go see the dogs. Their dogs are just to protect them. Yeah, they're not really going to kill you the way they're not people aggressive. Typically, they're guardians. And they're more like, hey, well, they protect against wolves and other predators. That's really what they do. But they're scary and huge. Because you go wild, they're like, yeah, we're so sorry to get attacked by a dog. Here's $13 million. Excuse me? Yeah. The dog's awesome. She's media circus because he's famous. He has a fame. It's like, let's say a blue collar person had that dog and get attacked, and they're like, you with your two guys. I'm sure that's your house. That's crazy. Homeowners insurance typically helps you with that. And I'm thinking you guys have seen this already, but if not, I'll show this to you. It's a UPS driver, and I know she's having a talk about Taylor Swift when Travis kids get married. Oh my God, when I say it's amazing, when I say I don't give a flying about marriage, I can't emphasize enough. I have a joke about it. Also, how big of a narcissist do you have to be, Taylor Swift, to get married at Madison Square Garden? Dude, I know, fuck yourself. I was like, for me, also, I'm sorry, I said this, and I really mean it. If you actually are excited or care or want to know what they were wearing and all that stuff, I don't think, and I'm being serious, I actually don't think you should be allowed to vote. Because you're not a serious person. Your head is somewhere else. I mean, there are these gay men in this office that were like, oh my God, Taylor's getting married. And they were all freaking out. Yeah, it's kind of worrisome. Hey, and all those girls freaking out. And I was like, you guys are in your 20s and 30s. Yeah, when you're like in your teens, I get it. It's exciting. Look, if you're a girl, if you're over the age of 28 and you're excited about Taylor Swift getting married, what are you out there? Playing my yourself. What am I doing? It's a thing, though. Maybe it's like guys who get excited about sports. I don't know. We don't care about that. I think we're past that age bracket until we care about that. Men just don't. Certain men do. We don't. Like, gay men. There's no straight men who's like, besides Travis Kelce's brother, but if you're not related to Travis Kelce and you're excited about Taylor Swift's wedding, get the fuck out. When something happens to you, like, it was that thing, like, maybe you got engaged, okay? I didn't tell my wife, because, and she, bro,
girl found out. She goes, how in the world? You guys are so close. How does that not? I was like, but I don't, because he doesn't care. Okay. I didn't go to your wedding. You didn't go to my wedding. But I don't even think I even saw it. I didn't even saw it. I didn't even let you know about it because I didn't want you to feel obligated to go.
I think I had some that day.
You had something that day, did you?
Oh, I know. Nothing.
Yeah, do you think if you told me outside of that day, and I found out you didn't, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be all insulted. I'd be like, because you would have had to draw something about you. That's a weird one, right?
Wedding to fucker. I went to the wedding. It was awesome. I had a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
Hotel rooms and drink, eat free food and shit. You're always welcome. Yeah, for sure.
We're friends. I mean, sometimes you gotta do this as a coworker.
No, that's cool. Hey, man, he went to my concert, too. Okay?
He's my friend.
Yeah, where's the concert? The one at the Trooper, that's like a big legendary location. You couldn't make it because your dad was there. Yeah.
I would always be there for
Oh, yeah, just saying. I did like borrow my car, though. I didn't break it, damn it. The car, you have to maintain it. Anyway, there's a UPS driver, and there's like people say it's the UPS driver's fault. Some people say it's the owner's fault. What do you guys think? Let me see. It's like a 6-cylinder package.
Very good.
You know what? Can I check this out? Check this out. Oh, shit.
I think that's appropriate all the way around.
So this guy's a veteran of UPS. I love UPS. He's a veteran. He's been there before, but not today.
Shout out to UPS. And fuck that. When your dog comes running at somebody, you get it. He's like, yeah, dog, they get shot.
He's also trying to deliver a nice, fresh package.
Yeah, hear that shit.
He knows that.
That dog's coming out. He doesn't know that.
That dog's literally
That dog's straight out, dude. That dog is breaking shit. You order that dog around. And by the way, a dog bite is no joke.
It's also money.
Let's go, bitch.
Also, take the bite, get 13 mil. Take the bite, get 13 mil.
Yeah, I like that. Bite can be real bad.
I think this guy has 13 mil. That guy said it's about to be bad for my ninja.
Yeah, that guy's about to get knocked out.
UPS said it's about to be bad.
The UPS guy's off his hands. Shout out to UPS guy.
I'm sure he's used to it. That's why he put his hands up, because probably like owners usually try to fight him. That's why he's happens. So, man, you're getting your fucking
He's ready to. He's ready. He's not fucking around.
Dude, I wish this guy could.
He's down and go.
He looks like he's in shape.
Yes, he does. Pull his shorts up a little. You pull your shorts up. You got some kicks in. You know, ADP. You got some kicks in.
UPS said they come with short shorts.
I like that he pulled them up. There might be some Muay Thai there.
So people are mad at that guy. And they're both taking sides. You know, some people are upset.
That was coming straight at that motherfucker.
Yeah, the whole guys will have one advantage. A lot of people are
Starting leash, he's always that way. He's without the hand well. That dog looked like he was coming at him aggressively. He's like he's in the balls. You get bit in the throat, in the face. Fuck you.
Hold up, UPS tells TMZ we're aware of the video. We've taken appropriate action with our driver and also followed with our customer. First of all, you should increase his back rate, and you should give him some sort of back rate. Old dog award, because that guy's awesome.
I love dogs, by the way.
Me too.
But hey, if you ever wear a sleeve and have a 65-pound dog bite that sleeve, and you tell me what happened, you have no idea how hard my feels.
So we should just deliver the package.
Fucking fuck out of here. Throw the package at the dog's head.
So it's like this deal.
Because the owner came out.
I think he's used to owners trying to fight him. You know, because I've seen videos like that before too. Like as soon as you get into
The man was protecting
what a veteran move. Like,
Yeah, no hesitation.
fuck your dog, you can get it too. Let's take a little break here because this episode of the Fire Kid is brought to you by O'Reilly. Auto Parts. They're in the business keeping your car on the road. My father-in-law needs changes oil in his Denali diesel GMC. New
went to O'Reilly literally today, right up the street from us. Got everything he needed. Got the fuel filter, everything he needed to change his own damn oil. For real, man. Right? He ain't no GFE. He's doing it himself. They've got 1,000 parts and accessories in store, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in the jam. Right? Whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do it yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Freeman Ninja. It's a classic. That's a great one. Let's go here. Also, this is like some sort of similar to like the running of the bulls thing, which I would like to do. Yeah, but check out what happens is, dude, he just constantly is like messing with his bull. That's not good. I said, okay, that bull is gonna go right through that fucking fence. Where's he gonna figure out you put his work to it? I don't like this. Dude, you gotta stop being all macho. Oh. Right in his body. Right in there, somewhere in the body. Oh, yeah, there's somewhere in the elbows. Get him over. That one hit the balls. Yeah, that's your vacation drunk. Oh, no, he's dead, bro. He's dead. That's gotta suck. You know how big of a wound that is? All the blood he's supposed to make. Oh, that's not good. No, that's not good at all. That's a deep wound. Watch the woman hit the bull. She is so mad. Still got on your goal. Looks like you get it too, bitch. You gotta be bad, lady. That's not good. That's not good. And he died, right, Chad? No, it's hard to find any like details on this shit. I get that. But it sounds like this 1,000% like that. Sounds the same in this video. While you send it, I'll show you this. I think Brian showed us this before, like the deer calls. But this is just freaking crazy wild. Jimmy's 2026 Deer Call Championship. Oh damn! What that throat do, Daddy? That sounds like a fucking. I just so like. I feel like you'd be killing this dude. Like, even if you're good at it, you shouldn't do that. Like, that's like, yeah. That guy's just, that's a gay man. That's a gay man. That's a gay man. I think that's a gay man. Hey, come on, get back in the chill. I'm trying to send chips in. You can send it. I'll just keep playing some other stuff. That's the most fun thing I've ever seen. With the feather in it. Like, it's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. You know, it's going to red all those people are. Yeah, where is this at? Because those hats is German exist. There you go. I know American when I see one that ain't it. Yeah. And also, I don't think deer make that noise. They don't growl like lions. So it sounds like it's a blowjob contest. BBC, you know what I mean? That's a big day. BBC, oh yeah. Watch this. Also, I can tell this is in America because America, they take a look at this video. I don't do it. Yeah. Deer sound like this. You said it right, that sounds like a fucking. That sounds like a lion or some of them are like that. Those big dogs. Yeah. So, we're going to pay trackers, man. Since I'm on Italian, this is the country that's kicked off. Always quick. Yeah, this is kicked off. And it's not a YouTube, just quick. Have you ever been scrolling on Instagram and seen something you don't want to see? Like death? Like they'll show like crime things. Says that too. My algorithm, I get none of that. I don't like that cheers. My algorithm isn't for that. You know, but like I'm also looked at it, maybe a while ago, and be like, hey, you're like, yes, I won't watch it. Because I don't know what's going on. I'm like, oh, Jesus, what's this shit? Okay, so anyway, there's a death here, but it's a good death. I took a good death. But it's like,
You're gonna be okay with the set. But anyway, so we'll move this on to Patreon. So join the Patreon. Come on over, brother. Germany. Okay, come on over.
Because we did. Because we're back there.
כשהייתי ילד היה לפני יומיים שאדם באמת נכון, תחלקו, כשהוא יוצא לאוויר עולם, הוא תופך לעבור. כן, ככה יומים, הדומה יד שישכוי, עד שישכוי בשעס שקיטו. תושמע, ראיתם בשקיטו, חשבו קורא שקיטה, זה רבי יהודה. אין לו, ראיתם צריך מלאג בשעה שקיטו, זה לא נכון, צריך לעשות פשוט חור. מתי? בשקיטה. לא שצריכים לשחוט את זה. זה רבי. תושמע, אומר רבי יהודה, רק שהוא יצאו דברים לא יציא, מעמדה, כל הנקודה הזאת, אתה יודע, מה אני משקיטה, מה אני שומע, בסדר, זה חצי שעה אחר כך. בגלל דברים, זה לא משקיטה, נו, אתה רואה שזה שקיטה, עוד גם זה. מה אני מלאג בשעה שקיטה, מה אני מלאג בשעה שקיטה. עוד פעם, אותו תירוץ. אז שאלו אותו, אם אתה עושה לקר, אז מה לך לעשות לנגב אחר? ומה התירוץ? הוא סובה בשעה שקיטה עוד סידם, לחיים, אדם מוכן. אז יוצא הרבה יותר טוב, זה נוזלי. כשאני שהשקיט, אתה חכה חצי שעה, זה כבר נהיה פירוש, ולא סידם, וכל הוא צדקה. בואי, רבי, הוא לא שמע את מה שלו, פיסדה אמר. אמרנו, פיסדה אמר, בואי זה שרק בעוף, אמרנו שצריכים לחתוך את הברידים. ברידים ורבי יהודה, שוב, דור לעצמם, האם יש הלכות שחיטה בבריד? אומר, הוא סבו, תמיד אומרים, שהוא סבו תמיד, לא תמיד, זה לא, אני יכול לרבי לא. אני לא אומר, הוא סבו ורבי לא. אוקיי, הוא רבי יהודה. מנקו מכל צפן שיירים, לא צריכים לשמור. אני בסדר, אמר רבי אמר, רבו ישי, שרק אור צריכים לחתוך את הברידים, שוב השם בצוי סימון בוי. אם הוא עושה חצי של ושל חוס, הוא יצוף לנו בהם. רבי יהודה אומר, תקשיב מה הוא אומר, באוף. זה כמו מפחיס, זה באוף, אז שיש כזה ושל ועשה ברידים, שבאוף צריך את הברידים. רק באוף, ולא בבהמה, בוא ישי,
Folks, I just
These days we are absolutely spoiled for UFO whistle blowers. If you could have told me back in 2016 that we would have dozens of hours of interviews with people like Dave Rush, Jake Barber, Jason Sands, and then all these other people that know Jake Barber are suddenly coming out and talking as well. There is more content in this English than I haven't even had a chance to properly catch up. But you know what? I am still preoccupied with the mystery of the whistleblower who came out in 2020, who made a sudden splash in the water and then just went completely quiet, only to be completely forgotten about in the annals of history. This was an individual of the highest rank, of the most senior capacity, the sort of individual that you would expect to know all of the secrets. He came out and made some frankly astonishing statements, most of which have never really properly been analysed, and then went completely quiet, there to be heard. His name is General Chayam Eshed. December 2020, Chayam Eshed came out and gave his now completely forgotten interview. At the time of the splash, at the time of the UFO movement, it was a bit of a wow, what that came out of nowhere, but very quickly quiet. And that's now over 4 years ago. This now remains an enigma. This was the last time that he got involved. Now, a lot of people said that the reason he did this interview and said these sensational things was because he was trying to sell copies of his book. That's false. I can tell you why it's false. It's because he didn't actually write the book. The book was written by someone else. But secondly, that book was never translated into English. I can tell you that because I have called for an English translation multiple times every year since this interview happened. Because I want to read the book. And there are no English translations online. There are no English translations in no other languages except the original Hebrew. As well as this, Chayam Eshed has never gone to anyone who wants everybody wants to speak to this person, and he is nowhere to be found. And I think those are important things to bear in mind as we come to read these comments that he made back in 2020. The final piece of context that I need to give you about Chayam Eshed is that he was a general in the Israel Defense Forces, and that's significant because there are only 24 generals at a time in Israel. So to ascend to that rank is remarkable. He's also widely recognized to be the father of Israel's space program, meaning that he is uniquely positioned not simply as a major authority in the Israeli defense and intelligence community, but also as the authority in space. terms of that makes the things that he says all the more startling because it makes you want to pay attention. I tell you, some of the things we've heard about that he said are genuinely going to shock you. Even if you've been in this field for a while, I can guarantee you there are some things in here that you probably never heard anyone say to Chris Rothschild. They are deeply thought-provoking in ways that you find interesting. So, with all of that said, let's get started. My name is Jason Smokes, by the way, and welcome to the video. If you like this kind of content, you want to hear more of it, please, I never say this, but hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, do the like and stuff, it really helps. And glad to have you on this journey today as we dig into some frankly astonishing things that this man said. So, with all that said, let's get started. So the first thing I want to zero in on here is Hayamashed's claims that the United States and multiple governments, indeed it seems, signed a contract, the phrase that he uses, with alien beings, which sounds kind of crazy, but it really is. In the article it states, Eisenhower's granddaughter testifies that her grandfather, Eisenhower, signed an agreement with the aliens that they would have a secret landing base in Area 51 with they would be able to come to take limited number of people, conduct experiments, and the condition was they would be able to provide us with technologies. For instance, that some kind of meeting has occurred that includes David Rush, basically implied as much during the congressional hearing.
Do you think our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something we can't discuss at all, as well as in this original information into agreements with non-human intelligence. That's the kind of information that really national leadership was able to get along. I need to know those in agreement strictly non-intelligence and never have done. I think that's a question that I would plenty of details on this one, but also recently, just in the last year, Jim Savvy made comments to that effect when he was interviewed with the awesome James Iandone.
You said we met them at like the Holland Airport or something.
Somewhere there, yeah. You think there was a meeting like that? I think there was. Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically, how an agreement or arrangement was we met.
I assume that's the case. It's really interesting. I don't know if you remember in the early days, Liverpool used to talk about this seven horsemen. I was trying to articulate this idea that disclosure will happen in phases, that there is actually a controlled disclosure, saying that the idea was that we are just focusing on the very first appetizer. You might want to jump to the main force, but we're not going there until we run through all these different forces together. And since he said that, I think that was in 2017, we've had quite a few courses, right? UFOs are real, we know what they are, they can be Russian, Chinese. Oh, we have actually recovered UFOs, we have UFOs, and we also have bodies, right? We sort of move through courses here, and then recently with Jake Palmer, there's this kind of idea that maybe there's a psionic, there's a phrase I haven't defined what that means, or like psychic component to this. I think that almost is the way to get our hands on is this idea that we actually have an existing relationship with these beings. And that cause has been hinted at us for quite a while now, and actually in a big way here in 2014 with the shared. Now, what this means, I don't know, and it's interesting that it talks about this idea that we have a free agreement with. Talking about agreements, the next thing that Hayamashid says is, I think in many ways, more spectacular, even though it's too small.
הוא לא יודע מה זה
He
שיר,
says
שיר זה שהוא
there's a
שופט,
big of
הוא
laws.
מפסיק באמצע,
The
ואז הוא
Americans, the
ממשיך.
Russians, the Japanese, the English,
הוא לא
and the
עשור, במקום
Chinese
ללכת הלוך חזור, הוא שם לחץ
at the
למטה.
level of
אפילו
still
דבר
not
כזה יכול
allowed
לעשות
to
יפה,
publish.
שם, מזה ממש
And the
תקשיב.
ones who are
תגיד לי,
asked not to
חלודו
publish
זה שהוא מקביל את הסכין בין
all of them in a second. I
הסימונים.
just want to say, I think because this is written in
אבל אפילו דרך הסימונים, שהוא
translates
מכניס
this.
את הסכין בין הסימונים, ואז הוא עושה שליטה, זה
Thanks for spying on me.
חלון. פיקו זה שדווקא זה כזה,
These nations listed here, at this
יוצא
point,
מהמקום שלו.
are all of them.
והגרומו זה שהוא חוסך מעל למקום של השליטה, מעל טבסנדוילו, אמרנו, זה טבסנדוילו, הוא עושה כזה שמאלה,
Is that
פנייה,
not what's
שמאלה.
going on? We are literally on the brink of a war with China and Iranian scheduled for 2027 with the invasion of Taiwan. We are at war
אלו,
with Russia,
למדנו את
whether
זה
you want to call it
דור
war
דור.
or not. We are
כי
literally
גם במצב אומנם נגמר,
there is a conflict with
אתה יודע
Iran,
מה,
which is
יש לך
obviously.
תקופות טובות, מה עושים כאן איבנטים, זה לא ממש,
And so this idea that we have a level of coordination and partnership with these nations is incredibly hard to
אולי
process.
זה
But
אולי
it
לא
reminds me of things that
אבל
are
זה בסדר. אז
when Top Delon first came out in
קיבלנו את זה,
2016-2017,
מהצבא,
this was
הוא
something
קיבל
that
את זה
we needed to
מהצבא.
know. This idea that there's a level of cooperation and partnership which goes beyond what we would understand. And remember, this guy is one of 24 generals in the Israeli Defense Force historically. Not anymore, I think he's like 89 now. Because he literally had close relationships with all the people in Israel. Anyway, on to the next point. At the end of that bit that we just read, he talks about that the ones who asked not to publish are them, to which the journalist responds, who are they? And he says, the Galactic Federation. And he says, the Galactic Federation. And Chaim Hashem tells you and they there's a Galactic Federation. Let's think about it. I don't know which word is funnier. Is it galactic? Or is it federation? I can't help but see geopolitically soundbite episode where I can't the priest's name, he's a Catholic priest. It all ends up the Vatican. It's like worshiping Tony Spider, Green Spider, and they're all of these aliens, the Galactics. What about the Galactics? I'm literally in my house having a conversation with myself right now, but if that's technology, if you know what I'm talking about, please comment in the chat. Okay, maybe we just need to forget about the Galactic for a second and focus on when I hear Galactic, it's going to comment because I are media and trade this stuff in the past. But then Federation also sounds it sounds like Star Trek. And is that just a good job of the media and a very deliberate and thoughtful cover-up designed to make it almost impossible for us to grapple with these concepts? I don't know. But here's what he says in detail. It exists. I wrote about it even though it was perceived as a conspiracy theory. But recently, even former senior generals are saying to publish, and Trump was on the verge of going public, and a few mainstream professors are also saying, guys, tell. The whole thing about Trump is very interesting. Again, in my Chaim Hashem piece, I explained the timing of this interview and some events that happened in 2020 and 2019 that actually line up really well with the idea that Trump was going to say something. And I actually found more data on that recently. I believe it's John Ratcliffe. Check this. John Ratcliffe, CIA director, yeah. So he's now CIA director in Trump 2.0. This was going to happen when he's back. And John Ratcliffe did an interview, I think just as he was leaving his post as CIA director, as Biden was coming into the White House. He talked about how they've made real efforts to try and get more information out of the transparency, but they weren't able to do everything they wanted to do. They got something like that. It's like very nice things trying to do some kind of disclosure.
He's the former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe. I want to ask him about UFOs.
Our report that will be issued by the Pentagon, by the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence. I actually want to get this information out and be classified before the Congress. We're
weren't able to
זה
get it down
לשכנע
into an
את
unclassified
האנשים,
format that we could talk about. But frankly, there are a lot more sightings that have been made public.
It's very interesting as we continue with what Theodosian is saying. He talks about how he needs the Federation
עכשיו בבלגיה עשו קודם את השחיטה,
to happen. So he
והיום הוא
continues.
מגיע לפני סביבה.
But the aliens in the Federation are saying, wait, let's calm things down first. Don't publish yet. Because you'll see what happens. You're still fighting.
אז הוא רוצה לעצור את האמריקה, זה המחליט, כל אלה, הבלחיים, אז הם מביאים כל מיני נושאים, חיילי, למוח, זה, כל מיני זה, להוכיח את המימוש של השחיטה, כמה החברה לא סובלת, קודם כל היא לא מרגישה את זה, ואז נצא אדם במוח, במימוש מאוד מאוד גדולה, אין לה כאבים, אין לה שום דבר, זה יותר מהר,
The Inquisition did to guys like Galileo and Copernicus will happen again. They want to make us sane.
כשאני באירופה זה היה מקדש, זה ממש מהיר, אני לא יודע איך זה יכול להיות יותר מהיר.
So,
זה כדור למוח, פשוט כדור, כדור,
I think there is some reality to his description about how people react if we talked about this. What was that quote that the Apostle Paul stated in Ephesians? For we battle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Now there are people in the Western culture who believe that's not ultimately, but also people